This person dedicated 100 years to swordsmanship training. Just as they reached the pinnacle of the sword, their lifespan ended and they were reincarnated. In their next life they were tormented by the clan's children. And on the verge of life and death they recalled their past life. Despite their young age, they inherited the 100 years of swordsmanship experience from their past life and realized the true essence of the sword to which they had dedicated their entire existence. Now, emboldened, he mercilessly crushed the young tormentors and became the clan head. With the introduction out of the way, shall we begin? The story unfolds in a world guided by the following principles. Reach the pinnacle of sword techniques. A burly, muscular, middle-aged man sat in meditation. His old sword plunged into the ground beside him. Before my master passed away, he left me this sword and his last will. The man, who had wielded a sword for over 100 years, sat on a small rock with debris piled before him as if a great battle had just concluded. Though he had reached the ultimate state of swordsmanship, the heart sword, suddenly he gritted his teeth and coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of death. The man looked at his heavily bandaged hands, but it was all in vain. Blood seeped through the bandages on his hands, yet he did not regret his resolve to pursue the heart sword. He was lost in deep thought, wishing he could live an ordinary life untouched by the sword. A young boy with reddish-brown hair lay face down on the scarred ground, groaning. From somewhere a white-haired boy glared at him, then suddenly began to frantically stomp on the young boy, who writhed in pain on the ground. "You can still speak perfectly fine, can't you?" he continued to ramble. "You should consider it a blessing that the child of the woman who ruined our family hasn't been cast out." He continued to mercilessly stomp on the boy, acting like a heartless beast. Returning to that world, the prestigious Sichuan Tang family, adept at poison and hidden weapons, appeared. It was a small mountain peak situated on a cliff where residential houses lined up as the wind whistled through. However, the clan had declined, and its grand castle was engulfed in flames. Countless corpses lay strewn about, left by one of the newly emerging martial arts powerhouses. The one who shattered the martial arts order of the 9 great sects was none other than the demon lord, Qianju Yanmiang. With jade-like blue eyes and a blood-stained face, he advanced, for his proposal had been rejected. If he found a woman he desired, he would propose to her, and if ignored or refused, he would take her by force. And so he arrived at the Sichuan Tang family, setting his sights on the beautiful Dokbongdang Jaihe. The back of an orange-haired girl in a purple martial arts uniform was visible, a special insignia glowing on her back. The demon lord, who had come to seize Tang Jaihe, fought fiercely with her, struggling to achieve his will. The Sichuan Tang family fought with all their might and emerged victorious, but the scene was horrific. Corpses lay everywhere, smoke and flames filled the air, a result of exhausting all the clan's resources. He wielded a sharp sword, arrows and daggers embedded in his body, yet he still had strength left. The Sichuan Tang family was on the path to ruin. Back to the present, a crow cawed atop the castle wall, then flapped its wings and flew away. The boy was being severely beaten by the white-haired boy. "Already unconscious, what should we do then? We're far from done," he replied, his brothers standing behind him with arrogant expressions. Suddenly the boy seemed to grit his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "What do you expect by looking resigned?" He continued to kick the boy's face, saying, "If you feel wronged, blame your mother." He watched the 3 depart. "This is my daily life." For the reason that his family was destroyed by attracting the demon lord's interest, the boy trudged along under the full moon. The words of resentment and cruel hands once directed at his mother were now turned towards this young boy. He opened the door and entered. His mother was waiting for him. As her son had returned too late, his mother was startled. It was Dokbongdang Hai, Yin Miang's mother. "Son, what happened to your face? What's wrong?" She rushed to her son. The boy chuckled and scratched his head. "It's nothing, Mom." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy coughed up blood and his mother was horrified. With tears welling up, she held the boy's hand, worried for her young son. "Don't lie, you were bullied, weren't you?" The boy replied. "Oh no, it's nothing, I just fell by myself while playing with friends." His mother had a conflicted expression. "What if you're lying? I'll be careful next time," the boy whispered. "So please don't worry, Mom." And then with heavy steps he disappeared. His mother said, "What about dinner?" He apologized, saying he wasn't hungry. "I'm going to rest for a bit." Lying in bed under the full moonlight, he narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. He knew it wasn't his mother's fault, but he couldn't complain to anyone. No matter how much he cried out, all that returned was revenge. "Father died because of this. Even if we leave the family, who would protect my mother and me?" The boy worried for his mother's safety, silently sobbing. If father were alive, things would surely be different. The boy bit his lip, tormented and tearful. The next morning it began again with another beating. The white-haired boy raised his fist, and the 2 brothers beside him, overjoyed, thought the protagonist was faking it. After speaking, he grabbed the boy by his hair. "Stop pretending, this is just the beginning." He beat the boy indiscriminately. It was truly incomprehensible how one could be so cruel at such a young age. "Am I destined to live like this?" They began to torture the boy even more cruelly, a suffering with no end in sight. Suddenly, from afar, "That's too much, stop." The 2 boys tormenting the protagonist looked back, seemingly not understanding who was calling them. It turned out the new arrivals were friends of those 2 malicious boys. "I've prepared a lot to play with Yin Miang, but we shouldn't go too far before we even start." It seemed like they had played such games many times, but this time it was something new, fraught with potential danger for our boy. This girl was Tang Lingling, her eyes deeply fixed on the item she had prepared. "We're going to compete for the position of young clan head, aren't we? Isn't that when we test our poison usage?" She pulled out a small needle filled with green venom. The 2 boys watching from afar were filled with surprise and doubt. Suddenly a blue-haired boy jumped onto the protagonist, straddling him. His face was full of arrogance, completely disregarding the protagonist's difficulty breathing. The other boy continued to threaten. "If you pull out the wrong poison needle, you'll be crippled. Be grateful I'm holding you down firmly." This boy was Tang Jung-il. "Yin Myung, you rascal, who said I'd kill you?" She aimed the needle at the protagonist as if teasing him. "I'm just testing the poison's efficacy and then giving you the antidote." The boy gritted his teeth as if preparing himself mentally. Ling jabbed the needle into the boy's body, and as bluish-purple veins bulged where the needle was inserted, she exclaimed, "It's already reacting on his skin." The boy Yin Myung writhed in pain, his face turning purple as if paralyzed, and tears streamed down. In the boy's eyes, Tang Lingling's cruelly smiling face was reflected. "Hold on, you can do it." The boy's countless silent screams, alone and lost. He didn't know how long he would have to endure this humiliation. Yin Myung lay motionless on the ground as raindrops continued to fall. The rain seemed quite heavy. Yin Myung opened his eyes without moving, and in his bloodshot eyes, poisoned by the potent venom, not a shred of hope remained. He thought closing his eyes like this would be far more comfortable than living a life of daily torment. But what about Mother? In the rain, his mother's gentle face came to mind. Who will protect her? Yin Myung gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being born weak. If only he could resist those children's attacks or their insidious schemes. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his fists tightly. "I want to become strong enough to protect my mother and myself," the boy thought to himself. The boy opened his eyes wide, and his emotions seemed to intensify at the thought that there was no one but himself to protect his mother. He cried out, "I want an ordinary life." From above, a sword fell, embedding itself in the ground and gleaming before the boy's eyes. Yin Myung looked up, surprised by the suddenly appearing sword. The boy approached the sword. Even though it was a sword he had never seen before, it didn't feel foreign. It felt incredibly familiar. As the protagonist grasped the hilt, light and a powerful aura enveloped him. The familiar sword felt as if it had belonged to Yin Myung. Suddenly the boy felt as if he was witnessing the story of the sword's genesis unfold once more. After more than 100 years of training in swordsmanship, a dignified man caressed a sharp sword. He had succeeded in his swordsmanship training. As if reaching his final destination, he performed countless sword forms, demonstrating decisive movements that could finish an enemy with a single swing. That is, sword styles, sword techniques, and sword paths. And even the final technique, beautifully perfected ultimate skill known as gukui. How many paths I had forged to reach this single stage, to succeed in swordsmanship training. Yet upon reaching its end, the man showed an ambiguous look in his eyes, as if he had arrived at his destination but didn't know the way. Loneliness enveloped him. Despite reaching the ultimate realm of swordsmanship, the man looked at his blood-soaked hands and gripped the sword with his left hand but could not ward off the approaching death. He looked regretfully at his bandaged hands. "If I could live a second life, I wish to live an ordinary one." It turned out that the man had been reincarnated into this world in the body of this boy, Yin Myung, due to his will to complete his swordsmanship training and his unfulfilled wish. He gripped the sword and remembered everything. "I am the sword god of my past life," a majestic voice resonated, "and simultaneously I am Yin Myung of this current life." He plunged the sword into the ground and performed several slashes that seemed to rip through space, shattering it. He reached out, crossing the boundary. One side was the sword god from another world, and the other was the current Yin Myung. The shadow of the divine sword was cast upon the human Yin Myung. From now on, live a human life. The next morning, dewdrops glistened on fresh green leaves and light spread everywhere. His mother rushed out, asking where Yin Myung was going with such an injured body. The boy said he was fine and told his mother not to worry, because such things wouldn't happen anymore. His mother was surprised by her son's change. Yin Myung waved goodbye and walked away with more dignified steps. The white-haired boy looked up at Tang Jung-il, puzzled. "That Yin Myung, he didn't run away today, did he?" Jung-il tilted his head, then said, "We hit him pretty hard, but he'll come if he doesn't want to make his mother suffer, right? Anyway, Yin Myung is a bold kid." The cruel white-haired boy curled the corners of his mouth into a sneer. "Bold, you say?" He clasped his hands behind his head. "Tisk, it doesn't matter. If he shows up, we'll just beat him to a pulp." The two looked at each other and laughed, as if this torment was just part of their fun. "If he doesn't show, we'll just gather the other kids and mock him." Suddenly, Jung-il turned around, startled to see Yin Myung approaching on his own. Yin Myung walked with confidence. Tang Lingling sat on a tree branch, delighted. "You're too late." She jumped down, having worried Yin Myung wouldn't come, fearing he was scared. She waved her hand at Yin Myung, beckoning him to come to them, and the two boys behind her thought she was crazy. Yin Myung looked at that person with dissatisfaction. He approached Yin Myung. Listening to Lingling's words, he faced the boy with contempt. "You suffered a lot, didn't you?" He saw that Yin Myung was still healthy, perfectly fine, and without a single wound, but he wouldn't have known that from today a sky-piercing aura along with the divine sword deeply hidden within the protagonist's body would reside there. Yin Myung said to Moonchan, "That much is nothing to me." Tang Ling, Jung-il and Moonchan were startled. Moonchan pointed to his head, thinking Yin Myung had gone mad to speak so boldly today. "The guy who was groaning in pain yesterday is like this today?" Everyone looked at Yin Myung. The protagonist smiled as if the past few days were nothing but a light breeze. "That's all you've got? If Jung-il wants to see more of the world, he's going to get a lot more beatings." Jung-il gripped his right wrist, preparing to chastise Yin Myung. Tang Jung-il and Tang Lingling. Yin Myung called their names. Tang Lingling clapped her hands as if amused. "What's going on?" Yin Myung called our names again. Lingling laughed. "Do you want to die?" Tang Lingling asked Moonchan. "Was there not enough poison yesterday?" Should we use double today? Moon-chan reacted indifferently, as if asking why she would ask him such a thing. Yin Miang looked back, puzzled by what was happening between them. Jung-il felt Yin Miang was ignoring him and threw a punch at the boy. Why are you ignoring the person right in front of you? Yin Miang swiftly grabbed his face, twisted him, and threw him to the ground. As Lingling and Moon-chan watched in astonishment, the ground beneath Jung-il's back seemed to crack. The two were astonished that he had taken down that huge guy with his bare hands. Where did Yin Miang learn such martial arts overnight, and why is he suddenly like this? At the same time, Moon-chan too was utterly surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. Yin Miang asked in a calm voice, "Is there any reason I can't do what you can? You said you'd participate in the competition for the young clan head position, didn't you?" The boy approached them with confident strides. "With merely this level of skill, do you dare to compete?" Moon-chan gritted his teeth, preparing to defend against Yin Miang. Puzzled by Yin Miang's complete transformation overnight, he tried to calm himself. Jung-il only fell because he underestimated Yin Miang and showed an opening. Moon-chan had trained for years. How could he possibly lose to this weak boy? Moon-chan gripped his blade and charged at Yin Miang, slashing and shouting, "Then let's see if your skill can make me fall." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Miang snatched Moon-chan's blade-wielding hand and glared at him with sharp eyes. The protagonist grabbed his hand and threw him at dizzying speed. Moon-chan's eyes widened as he saw himself falling. With this level of skill, Yin Miang could participate too, I suppose. Yin Miang threw him far away with one hand, and the power was immense. Just this much was enough to gauge the level of the clan head examination. The outcome, which seemed to require no examination at all, appeared to be in Yin Miang's hands. The Amdokjan Dark Poison Hall was originally the clan head's residence, and the place where major family affairs were decided, a solemn palace belonging to the highest echelons. But because the clan head's position had been vacant for a long time, the previous clan head had died, and clan members sat around the coffin, gazing at the flickering candles in contemplation. Currently, it had become the meeting hall for the Council of Elders. He gathered everyone to announce that many children vying for the young clan head position had been outlined, and prepared to make a final decision regarding the participation of the boy Yin Miang, son of Dokbong. Although Yin Miang had not officially declared his participation, everyone knew the boy was being publicly and cruelly beaten. To this day, Yin Miang had achieved nothing. The elder intended to exclude the boy from the brutal competition, but who would object? Suddenly a clan leader asked in surprise, "Isn't Tang Yin Miang a direct descendant of the former clan head?" Another leader added, "If we disqualify that child, won't the legitimacy of this competition be questioned later?" The elder immediately retorted, "I understand the intentions of the two clan leaders, but if a child like Tang Yin Miang, who hasn't even learned martial arts, participates in this competition and lowers the standard, it would be a far greater problem." He pondered. "No matter if he's the bloodline of the former clan head, right now he's just a burden to the family." Suddenly the doors of the Dark Poison Hall swung wide open. A boy, clutching something and dragging it across the floor, appeared before the startled eyes of all the clan leaders. It turned out to be Yin Miang. The boy entered, radiating an intense killing aura. The clan leaders were shocked to see him. "Tang Yin Miang?" The elder was furious, as the boy seemed unaware that he had committed a grave mistake by disrupting the solemn atmosphere of the meeting. Yin Miang calmly replied, "I came because I knew." Suddenly, silence fell throughout the palace, everyone wondering why Yin Miang looked like that. The boy grabbed Lingling's hair and lifted her before the elder. One side of Lingling's face stained crimson. Her eyes fluttered open and closed, a truly pathetic sight. The elder was completely horrified, a chill running down his spine at the scene. Yin Miang opened his mouth. "I have endured much injustice in the Tang family, but I will not tolerate it anymore." A clan leader clutched his head and shouted, "Did you do this to Tang Lingling, who is participating in the young clan head competition?" Numerous gazes fell upon Yin Miang, who was holding Lingling's hair. Another clan leader shouted, "Don't you know it's a grave sin to harm competition participants?" Yin Miang confidently replied, "I know the family rules, but what does a squabble among competitors matter?" The clan leaders were surprised by the boy's words. The elder glared at the boy and said, "So you intend to participate in the competition as well?" Yin Miang, finding the elder's words insufficient, told him to check the ground outside the family compound. There lay Jung-il, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Yin Miang had enforced the family rules since arriving, demonstrating that Yin Miang repays double and receives tenfold. Moon-chan lay sprawled with his mouth open, and Jung-il was also one of those who had tormented him daily. Silence followed these words, and the elder with trembling hands agreed and said, "Since you have proven your qualification, you may participate in the competition." Another clan leader objected, "No, isn't this an abuse of the grave sin Mianzui? It's a privilege of the competitors, isn't it?" Yet another clan leader indignantly said, "Exactly, if we disregard legitimacy, it will harm the other participants." The elder raised his hand, opposing the clan leader's opinions and allowing Yin Miang's participation in the competition. Everyone was surprised and bewildered that the elder had changed his mind about Yin Miang's participation. The elder grumbled, "He came this far because of that confidence. Since it has come to this, isn't it good? A child with legitimacy has proven his qualifications and wants to participate voluntarily, so why should I stop him?" He hoped that the boy would possess skills commensurate with his current confidence. If Yin Miang failed to become the young clan head, his actions today would come at a steep price. Upon returning home, His mother asked Yin Miang why he participated in the young clan head competition, and the boy replied that it was necessary. Seeing her determined son, his mother knew it wasn't just anger, impulse, or a slip of the tongue. Yin Miang, this name was given to mean that he must live long no matter what. His mother hastily took the boy's hand and thought to herself, I thought he was still a child, but since when did this aura become as strong as a man's? His mother asked the boy, I won't ask how you trained or how you subdued those 3 children. I just wanted to know if Yin Miang was confident enough to participate in the competition. The boy smiled and replied, Whose son is your mother's son? He is Dokbong's son. His mother's eyes welled up as she looked at her son, and suddenly embraced Yin Miang. She was proud of her son, thinking that he had truly grown into an adult. Yin Miang wrapped his arms around his mother, thinking this is what a warm mother's embrace feels like. From now on, the boy wanted to protect his ordinary life. Anyone who interferes with this life, obstructs its progress, and destroys anything, the male lead will eliminate them all. Yin Miang's eyes widened and he said, Everything, absolutely everything. Time passed, and a month later. Sister, we can't just stand by like this. The white-haired man told Yin Miang's mother that the young clan head competition was no child's play. Are you unaware of that, sister? It's just a waste of time. Though she worried greatly for her son, she decided to let him be, knowing he had his own convictions and could think for himself. But as you've seen, brother, he's no longer a child who causes problems without a plan, is he? It turned out the man was her younger brother. Her younger brother also agreed with his sister's opinion. Deep thought and a relaxed mindset, these were all attributes the male lead possessed. This man was the Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiaki. He still couldn't believe that such a young boy exhibited these traits, but beyond that, her younger brother now seemed to be worried about Yin Miang. Until now, my brother and the Dark King's army have been protecting that child. In last competition, they were worried about your young son. Brother, thank you so much. Chiaki looked up at the sky and said cheerfully, what that child accomplished was already amazing, but wouldn't I have to step in personally? At this point, I can't help but have expectations for that child, and it probably doesn't matter if he doesn't train separately, right? Yin Miang sat in concentration, lost in thought. He seemed to be meditating, reflecting on what he had done so far. It was about eating the hearty meals his mother made, getting enough sleep, and regulating his chaotic meridians with inner cultivation techniques. Now there was no need to simplify his power and techniques. For Yin Miang, who had reached the realm of Sword God in his previous life, all of this could be restarted at any time. However, now was the opportune time to train the body that would contain that martial power. The boy was not yet 12 years old. He touched the ground with 2 fingers. There were not many impurities accumulated in the meridians and minute vessels throughout his body. Yin Miang traced a horizontal line in the air with 1 finger. As one's realm ascended, one would naturally undergo a bone and flesh transformation. But even then, the physical body was an important foundation. He smiled knowingly. To adjust the timing, he now needed to replenish the rest and nutrients necessary for his body's growth. The male lead looked up and chuckled. This should be enough. The next morning, it was the day of the young clan head competition. Yin Miang, dressed in a black outfit with purple trim, bowed to his mother with clasped hands, telling her that he was ready and would definitely return. His mother placed her hopes in her son and urged him to be careful. Chiaki bowed to his sister and told her to take care of her health. Tang Jihai waved her hand, saying goodbye with, It was good to see you again. The shadows of the two moved forward. The road ahead still seemed arduous. Suddenly, Jihai recalled Yongrang. Our son has truly become an adult. Since the child has grown so much, how I wish you could have seen him like me. She silently spoke to her deceased husband. This was the Dark King's hall where the battles would take place. There seemed to be numerous participants. Yin Miang arrived earlier than expected. He picked up a glutinous rice cake and ate it, thinking to himself, Since the Dark King Grandmaster has left to officiate the match, I'll have to wait here for another half shijin. Only then would the match begin. From afar, someone asked the boy if he was Dokbong's son. A group of black-clad individuals approached assertively and confirmed he was. Tang Yin Miang, are you the one who put Moon Chan in that state? Whispers began to circulate. It's no joke, we heard our male lead hasn't learned martial arts and someone like this is going to compete with us? Yin Miang blinked, wondering if the dignity of this competition had fallen so low. No sooner had he finished speaking than still there must be discipline, and a rice cake flew at him, hitting his face. Suddenly the leader fell unconscious, and his subordinates rushed over to ask if he was okay, then taunted Yin Miang, claiming he dared to use a hidden weapon. Others thought it was just a rice cake and didn't seem like a hidden weapon. Surprisingly, the rice cake in Yin Miang's hand indeed possessed considerable power. His subordinate said furiously, We can't just leave that guy alone. Moon Chan had brought 2 people, but they had even more. They tried to overwhelm him with numbers. The boy approached and defiantly said, Haven't you heard how I took down Moon Chan? He gestured, inviting them to come and experience it themselves, adding, Look at Moon Chan's arm. He couldn't escape even though he was paralyzed. At this, everyone was afraid. If they also participated, they would end up like Moon Chan and certainly wouldn't be able to escape. They all rushed at Yin Miang, shouting in unison, Kill that guy. But in the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down by the boy. Someone passing by was surprised to see someone who resembled an acquaintance. Wasn't he a competition participant? He quickly ran over, wondering what had happened, and was angry at the children making such a commotion. But he was shocked to see so many people lying on the ground and only one person walking by calmly. The boy bit into a rice cake and asked, "Has Chiaki arrived? Anyway, I've been waiting impatiently too." The boy then smiled. He told Chiaki not to misunderstand that they had caused the trouble first, so to take it lightly. Chiaki rubbed his forehead with a worried expression. In the discussion hall, the clan leaders said angrily, "We cannot let this continue, Grand Elder, so many injuries right before the competition. Are we just supposed to watch this?" The elder stroked his beard and frowned. "If that guy becomes the young clan head, something even worse will surely happen." Grand Elder Tang Chiak-jong adjusted one of the competition rules. Below the training grounds, all participants were lined up, ready for the matches. Two girls stood side by side, curious about how the competition would proceed. "Are we going to train on Gangdong Mountain for 2 to 3 years and then have one-on-one duels?" one asked, and the other replied, turning to each other and wondering who their opponents would be. Someone asked a question and the other person answered immediately. The blue-haired girl was surprised that the pink-haired girl knew confidential information about the competition in advance. "How do you know?" The pink-haired girl said that her father worked in the General Affairs Department, and she had overheard it. "Information is very important everywhere." Chiak-hee walked out from inside and shouted, "Silence everyone, this is Tang Chiak-hee, the Dark King Grandmaster, and he will officiate the opening of this competition. From now on I will explain the order of events." All participants cheered for Chiak-hee, the youngest clan leader. The competition would last for 4 years, with 3 of those years being a cultivation period. During the first year, each person would train freely, finding a training method that suited them. For the next 2 years, comprehensive training would be conducted under the guidance of assigned martial artists. Chiak-hee stated that after all this, the official competition would begin, and then proceeded to explain the competition method. The pink-haired girl guessed it would be one-on-one duels. On the other hand, the elder said it would be the Gu poison battle. The 2 girls were astonished and speechless that their guesses were wrong. The other participants next to them also had no idea that this method would be the Gu poison battle. How could they have known? Here, the Gu poison battle refers to a method where powerful animals are confined in a jar and made to fight each other, refining the most potent poison. The Gu poison battle is an individual competition where participants kill each other until only one remains. The elder stood next to Chiak-hee. He looked somewhat bored. Originally, the young clan head was to be selected through one-on-one duels, but an unfortunate incident occurred, resulting in 10 eliminations. Yin Myung sat there, a knowing smile on his face. "If it had been the usual rules, I couldn't have stopped this." So the elder changed the competition method to allow everyone to exert their strength optimally. All of this was because of that guy, Tang Yin Myung. He stroked his beard and looked at everyone. "This young clan head position is a crucial one that will bear the future of our family. A noble ritual of risking one's life and challenging oneself to the limits, not a children's fight." The elder greatly encouraged everyone below, shouting, "Fight, survive and claim it. The victor will gain everything of the Sichuan Tang family." Those who survived the Gu poison battle were Tang Moon Chan, Tang Jung-il, Tang Lingling, Tang Chiak Chian, Tang Gak Rin, and Tang Yin Myung. Only one person. Yin Myung smiled inwardly. Nothing was difficult for him. Tail Mokum Sect headquarters meeting room in the Huxariansung area of Sichuan province. On a full moon night, the landscape unfolded beneath the lights of the gathering place for the young clan head competition, and inside everyone was busy with important tasks. A clan leader rested his chin on his hand, bowing his head, hoping his opinion would be heard. Perhaps everyone knows that the Tang family recently held a seed-sowing event. Inside the room, 2 unfamiliar men were conversing secretly. According to reports, the Tang family announced the opening of the competition a few days ago. "Does that mean the young clan head competition?" the previous clan leader said. "That's right." Immediately after that, the participants, thus those from the Tang family who might become the young clan head, boarded carriages and set off. The scene showed carriages speeding away, of course for the current Tang clan head. If Yunju makes up her mind, she can eliminate it at any time. A handsome man with long silver hair appeared, his eyes glowing with red fury. He was Yu Gil-soon, the leader of the Huxa Alliance. He said silently, "I'm only leaving it alone for now because it's useful. It's clear that those children are the future of the Tang family. If there's a mistake, the Tang family will suffer irreversible damage." A girl in black clothes with golden accents and hair covering her eyes smiled. The words of the elder of Tail Mokum are very true. A clan leader whose eyes were covered by a black hood with red patterns offered his opinion. Even though the Tang family has declined, it is still a force to be reckoned with. So when would be the best time to act? The elder of Tail Mokum pondered. "At this point we will do nothing. Chasing the carriages now and eliminating the sprouts the Tang family is trying to cultivate would certainly be easy, but precisely for that reason it wouldn't be a truly devastating blow to the Tang family. The Tang family's young clan head competition lasts for 4 years. What if all the children they've meticulously nurtured die at the end of this competition?" The man considered this to be a massive and irreversible blow. The girl thought of families like Zug or Yang. Tail Mokjumpa Mukingu smiled triumphantly, thinking that would be for the best. "First we will track where the carriages are headed and then proceed with the start 4 years from now. The pursuit has already been ordered, and furthermore a small seed has been planted. Perhaps the entire Tang family will fall into our hands." In the middle of that dark forest was Gangdong Mountain. the location where the Sichuan Tang family's young clan head competition would unfold. Although the match rules had been changed, the schedule and order were all the same. The clan leader informed the participants as the matches progressed. Participants will be called by number instead of name. Each group consists of 4 people, and you are Group 7. Number 27 is Tang Yijian, a girl with short shoulder-length brown hair. Number 26 is Tang Mi Rio, a purple-haired girl with one eye covered. Number 25 is Tang Yuri, a pink-haired girl wearing glasses. The clan head counted and found one person missing. He asked where number 28 was and what Yin Miang was doing. It turned out that Yin Miang was indeed number 28. Yin Miang was lost in thought and missed his surroundings. The clan head reprimanded Yin Miang, telling him that time was limited, so he should not be lost in thought but follow closely and not fall behind. Standing with his arms crossed, he observed and felt something different from the instructor. Yin Miang looked back and sensed something that was neither an ordinary person passing by nor a guard dispatched by the Tang family. He thought that he and everyone else were being followed by someone. Looking down at the cliff, the girl asked the instructor, "Is this the right place? There's no one here, is there?" Suddenly, a suspicious voice was heard. "State the password for Group 7. The 2 girls were startled as the cliff spoke. The instructor shouted loudly, "King of poisonous darkness," and suddenly the cliff split open. A flash of light gleamed and the rocks split in 2 as if confirming the words just spoken. The 4 children watched, mouths agame in surprise and concentration, as a fan appeared from within the blue light. Then an elder walked out and greeted them. He was Zug Sang-sin, the person assisting with this group's competition. The Zug family was once one of the 5 great clans and renowned for its formations, but it had weakened like the Sichuan Tang family due to being unable to stop the invasion of the demon lord Qianju. They walked into the blue light. Thanks to the Tang family's help, their world could struggle to survive, and this was in repayment for that story. In this competition, the Zug family helped with their formations to prevent the invasion of external forces. Tang Yuri said, "So this is the Zug family's formation." Tang Yijian was a little scared, unable to grasp time or space. "Can it always be like this?" Suddenly, the protagonist Yin Miang seemed to be lost in thought, not concentrating. The 4 were seated in a boat and the instructor gave instructions. "When you reach your destination, you will be together for 3 years, so get to know each other and introduce yourselves." Suddenly, someone spoke to Yin Miang, asking if he was Tang Yin Miang. The girl with glasses introduced herself as Tang Yuri and said she had heard a lot of rumors about Yin Miang. Who didn't know about that fight before the competition? The short brown-haired girl laughed and replied that she was Tang Yijian, saying it was nice to meet him. She added that Yin Miang was truly famous. "You're the one who put Tang Lingling in that state, right?" Yuri said, breaking into a cold sweat. "Yin Miang truly has guts. Do you know that child's maternal grandfather is the 3rd elder? You'll be safe during the 4-year competition period." But Yin Miang glanced at her and asked what she was trying to say. "You mean the rules were changed to the Jiu Moisen battle because of me, so I have to take full responsibility?" Yuri said that the rule change was somewhat baffling, but she wouldn't question it. Mi Rio wanted to question it. Yijian said they were in the same group anyway, so they should just let it go, but Mi Rio absolutely refused to give up. Mi Rio looked at Yin Miang, displeased by his expression. It was the face of someone who had caused trouble. Yin Miang tilted his head and smiled. Mi Rio got angry. Mi Rio couldn't forget and kept dwelling on it. She didn't know how hard she had prepared for today. She said that if that brat mentioned Yin Miang again and caused trouble, she wouldn't stand by. Mi Rio walked and suddenly bumped into Yuri, who had stopped. Mi Rio scolded the 2 people walking ahead of her, asking why they had suddenly stopped. Yuri said that the Zug martial artist was no longer visible. The 2 girls were confused that the person who had been right in front of them had disappeared in an instant. Where did he go? Mi Rio knew that they couldn't leave the path within the formation. How could the Zug martial artist get lost inside his own formation? She was afraid that everyone would be unable to leave this formation. Yuri, who didn't know what to do, reassured everyone, "Let's just wait here quietly for now. Someone will surely come to rescue us." Yijian was afraid of being trapped here. Yuri was flustered, saying no one knew anything about this formation. Yin Miang gestured as if he knew something. Mi Rio thought to herself, "What is that guy doing? And why is he so relaxed?" Elsewhere, the Zug martial artist was hiding. By now those kids must be trapped in the formation and scared, right? The Zug family's greatest formation, the 7-lock encompassing array, cannot be exited without the caster. He hesitated. Anyway, those old men of the Tang family are really narrow-minded, trapping all the group members just for one kid. They said they would double the support for the Zug family if only number 28 disappeared. The elder delivered his wish to the Zug martial artist. He was elated by such excellent conditions. "Anyway, even if the competition is unfair, it's not me who's losing out but the Sichuan Tang family." The Zug elder only pursued profit. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound startled him. "What sound is that coming from this formation?" In front of the Zug martial artist's eyes, Yin Miang tore through the formation. He cried out in surprise. Yin Miang split both sides of the formation and blamed him for abandoning the children alone and leaving first. Yin Miang said sarcastically, "Our feet are still young, so our strides aren't precise." He reminded him to be more careful. He was surprised and admitted his mistake. The Zug martial artist glanced at the children. "This formation has no weaknesses, so how did he get here?" Originally, the 4 children were asking each other how this formation had been cut, but Mi Rio now thought it didn't matter. Fortunately, they had found the Zug martial artist. The girl pointed at him and said she wouldn't let him get away this time. As soon as she finished speaking, he disappeared again. Everyone was puzzled by his absence. Yin Myung curled the corners of his mouth. The Zug martial artist took a step. I am of the Zug family, and now I'm running away within my own formation. He desperately fled under Yin Myung's gaze, but the child's eyes were utterly unreadable. How can such a terrifying aura come from a child who is only 12 years old? He then spotted a glint of light, which was the entrance to the training grounds. The Zug martial artist rushed into the light and collapsed to his knees exhausted. I must have come far enough by now, he thought, not knowing what else to do, but believing the children wouldn't be able to reach this far. He heard someone call his name, and before his eyes stood Tang Wen-jin, the person in charge of Group 7. Seeing his poor complexion, Tang Wen-jin asked where the Group 7 participants were. He asked him what had happened. He lowered his face and told himself to remain calm. He had prepared himself mentally for the questions. He replied, anyway, it seems Group 7 will no longer be able to participate. Tang Wen-jin was surprised and asked him for the reason. He answered according to the scenario he had already prepared in his head. I waited for a long time, but none of the participants arrived. They might have been attacked by bandits or nearby wild beasts. He expressed great regret but said that accidents are unpredictable. Anyway, please exclude Group 7 from this competition. Before he could finish speaking, a crack appeared in the space behind him. The two were both surprised that the formation was ready to be destroyed again. Tang Wen-jin asked fearfully if it was due to an intruder. He immediately interrupted, saying, no, wait for the elder's confirmation. Suddenly, the sound of the formation breaking spread. This formation was truly shattered into pieces. One of the Zug family's greatest formations had been torn to shreds by Yin Myung. How could the 7-lock encompassing array be destroyed so easily? Yin Myung triumphantly pointed a sharp sword at him. Wen-jin and the Zug martial artist were afraid. Yin Myung was truly angry when the old man abandoned the children again. Yin Myung was very worried about what might happen to the old man. Rio was surprised by what she had just witnessed. She wondered how Yin Myung had broken the formation with a sword. Yin Myung replied, I didn't break it, I just opened it, and it will close soon, so let's get out quickly. Suddenly, a voice called out to the four of them. Tang Wen-jin thrust his sword forward and asked if they were Group 7 participants, and the Zug martial artist broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Rio asked who that person was. Yi Jaeon recognized the emblem on his head as the Tang family's emblem. The Group 7 instructor spoke to the children. As the Zug martial artist said, I was worried you might have been attacked, but it's truly a relief. Yin Myung turned his head and asked the old man about the attack. Yin Myung smiled and said, it seems you misunderstood that we were lost, but you left traces at the formation's entrance, so we were able to find our way easily. The three girls whispered, why would he lie? Is there a reason for it? The Zug martial artist stood blankly, and they thought the old man was being manipulated by the Tang family. Although it was just a hunch, they decided to stay quiet for now, but if it was revealed after the competition that the old man had colluded with the elders, our protagonist would uproot the Zug family. The Zug martial artist smiled and said, many mistakes were made for such an incident to occur. Then I will go and check the broken formation. And he fled. The instructor thought it was noisy, but he welcomed the children back safely. He apologized to the four children, saying there had been a mistake in the guidance. He introduced himself as Tang Wen-jin, a member of the Fengwei Day Wind Guard, who would be in charge of everything from the training process to the official competition. Rio's eyes widened as if she knew about the Fengwei Day. I heard they disappeared 10 years ago. The Fengwei Day was the former young clan head's direct armed force of the Tang family, and one of the Tang family's elite troops. Each member could rival a commander of a unit. Wasn't the former young clan head Dokbong Yin Myung's mother? Yin Myung pouted and asked, why isn't she in the Tang family? 10 years ago, to protect young clan head Dokbong, our former master, Wen-jin said. Furthermore, they fought a desperate battle against the demon lord Qianju, but they were tragically defeated in that battle, and now they couldn't protect their master. So they are merely sinners. After the introduction, the instructor prepared to explain the competition rules and told the children to listen carefully. The first year is a free training period. You can find a training method that suits you and train freely. And depending on your results, you can receive martial arts books or guidance. Yuri assumed, then is it possible to use the Tang family's secret art Manhwa, which was deployed in real battles against the demon lord Qianju? Manhwa is a secret art passed down only to those who become the young clan head, and although not perfect, its key principles are being passed down to the elders. Yin Myung thought, Manhwa, I heard it's a technique that unleashes countless hidden weapons like a storm. It seems similar to Eogium Sul sword control art. Eogium Sul is a technique that controls a sword without touching it, using internal energy. Can that child imitate it? Tang Wen-jin said loudly. The one who becomes the young clan head will receive one of the key principles of Manhwa from the elders. Whether they can perform Manhwa through that, I do not know. He told the children to focus on their training. The group members could train together or separately, Yuri said. Warrior, where will our juniors be staying? Where exactly are the sleeping quarters? But everyone must be self-sufficient in that forest. Didn't the children think they would train in comfortable sleeping quarters? He said with his arms crossed. Comfort will not make you strong, as you cannot reach a certain level at present. Adapting to a harsh environment is naturally the priority. He extended his fist and reminded everyone to judge for themselves and begin their training. The three girls looked glumly, patting each other's backs in comfort. Suddenly the Group 7 instructor was startled to hear a remark. If one qualifies, can one get comfortable sleeping quarters? Sleep is important for growth, isn't it? It's not necessary for the juniors to adapt to this forest environment. It was Yin Miang's words. Hearing this, the three girls turned pale, not understanding what Yin Miang was saying, and the instructor's face also stiffened. He instantly reconsidered. Is that arrogant fellow the child who broke this barrier? It's certainly a good idea to test his skills over there. The three girls pinched Yin Miang's cheek, scolding him. Don't speak without thinking. What were you thinking saying such a thing? Jin thought for a moment and concluded that Yin Miang's words made sense. He agreed with Yin Miang's opinion, saying, if you pass the test, I'll let you stay in the manor within the formation. Everyone was surprised by the decision, but if they disappointed him, number 28 would have to be prepared. Yin Miang firmly said, I will do as you say. One Jin said the test was simple. The group members would scatter and throw hidden weapons at him. If he countered or dodged within 5 steps, the test would be over. It would begin after everyone's eyes were covered. Yin Miang covered his eyes with a towel. Around him, soldiers with daggers and short swords were on standby. Yin Miang entered the forest, and behind him were 3 soldiers holding sharp swords. The 3 girls standing outside were afraid. How can this be? And no one is moving? Rio's eyes widened in surprise. Are they aiming for something else? As time passes, the pressure grows. Suddenly, all the short swords and daggers flew at Yin Miang simultaneously. Yin Miang remained silent and began to sense them with his ki. There were a total of 167 short swords. He smiled contentedly and put his hand inside his clothes. Quite a lot, but quite simple. The instructor was surprised. It was because Yin Miang had cut down several of them. Many people overlook that martial arts are not just techniques but contain mysteries. Simply put, the principles of heavy is to make it heavy, fast is to make it fast, and transform is to make it ever-changing. Yin Miang dodged more than half of them. The best martial arts contain destruction, dispersion, pre-sensing, severance, and sharpness. Having realized these mysteries through his swordsmanship in his previous life, it was a simple matter for Yin Miang. Here, mysteries refer to the core concepts and ultimate principles of martial power. Yin Miang deflected all the short swords, but this was just training. And to those who hadn't yet realized, it was a shocking event. One Jin was surprised. He countered all the hidden weapons with a single movement. No, he wasn't retracting them, he was pulling them in. Yuri, with the short brown-haired girl, was surprised by the test given to Yin Miang. What are we seeing right now? With just one wave of his hand, all the hidden weapons were deflected. Even that child seemed to have to dodge quickly. Yin Miang removed his blindfold and said with an arrogant air, is this enough? He seemed bewildered, unsure of the boy's attitude. The girl called out to the martial arts master, who appeared more focused on his thoughts than reality. She yelled, and only then did he notice. He cleared his throat. All right, the results are in. For him, this was enough. The boy succeeded, so he can go to the manor now. It's like another monster has appeared, the master replied. The other 3 girls were either jealous, adored the boy, or thought he had abandoned them to enjoy comfort. Yin Miang looked at everyone, then casually said nothing, before suddenly smiling triumphantly. He exclaimed, oh wow, the food at the manor must taste completely different, right? They don't serve meals in the forest, do they? I'm so excited. The 3 girls made a commotion again. Rio angrily said. Yin Miang, stop, the instructor thought to himself. Fortunately, the other group members haven't lost their will, but this competition seems to have been decided before it even began. In any case, this child. Yin Miang suddenly turned back as if remembering something and said to one Jin, anyway, please make sure there's plenty of meat. You have to eat well to fight well, right? Perhaps Yin Miang would revive the Sichuan Tang family once more. In the lush forest, fierce hunting dogs tore at the flesh of forest animals. They ravenously devoured a large beast when they suddenly noticed something strange. 2 wolf cubs violently vomited as if they had eaten foreign substances from the meat. Suddenly, they stared ahead in surprise. 3 girls with daggers charged at them. They rushed towards them. Yuri smiled and said, fortunately, the paralyzing poison was prepared in advance before it could take effect. Yi Jian agreed. From now on, this is all we need to do. Yi Jian was truly a girl talented in poison-making, and Rio was also skilled with throwing knives. The 3 girls had just roasted and eaten the hunting dogs. 4 months had already passed. On the first day, they were busy being chased by a forest bear. Their first encounter was with a giant bear that pursued the 3 girls. They fled through the forest. Unable to hunt anything, they survived day by tearing at tree roots. When they succeeded in their first hunt, everyone burst into tears. The girls caught their first wild rabbit. Following this, the 3 girls climbed a high cliff to find a place to take shelter. Yi Jian sighed, thinking, Yin Miang must be living very comfortably right now. When the boy's name came up, Rio angrily said, don't mention that name. But Yi Jian was still quite curious. Rio jumped up and said, what's there to be curious about? He's definitely sitting alone, eating comfortably. She imagined she would immediately crush Yin Miang once she arrived at the manor. Yi Jian agreed with the order. Yi Jian was impressed by Yin Miang's outstanding performance when he had previously broken the formation. If that boy had continued his training until now, how strong would he have become? Suddenly, Rio discovered something. She noticed that the 2 chicken legs next to the campfire were gone. Yi Jian turned around and got angry at Yuri. She was rolling around full and shouting, I'm stuffed to death. Yuri told the two girls to avoid the light as it was getting dark. She grabbed the two girls and they, radiating killing intent, shouted at Yuri, "Don't you get it? The appearance of this pig means they've arrived at the Musansanjang Manor within the 7-lock encompassing array. Around them white flower trees bloomed under the moonlight. In the darkness people sat in a circle lighting lanterns. It was the male lead, Tang Yin Miang. He looked at the soldier holding a dagger. Group 7 leader One Jin loudly shouted, 'Begin!' All the soldiers swiftly rushed at the boy. The boy dodged the blades of two soldiers. Suddenly, Yin Miang swung his foot, kicking him and spreading his attack wider, preparing for a second assault. Thousands of throwing knives flew at the boy. Observing the boy with sharp eyes, he watched him disappear beneath the attack. The soldiers were all startled to see only empty air remaining without any movement. Yin Miang leapt high. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Miang prepared to unleash a new technique. A golden ring was on the boy's finger. Yin Miang crossed his arms and ki seeped through the gaps. The soldiers were afraid of the boy's attack. Yin Miang swung his hand and golden objects flew far away. They could only watch the hidden weapons scatter in the air in midair. Each ring rotated and flew along a fixed current. The soldier was still looking at the sky. Wasn't he just throwing them randomly? Then a person next to him was grazed and injured. He turned around to see his comrade fallen. He too had two sharp streams of energy crossing his body. The rest of the group could only watch as the sword fragments flew too fast for their eyes to follow. Yin Miang commanded, "Come back," and his new technique was complete. Its name was Revolving Dance of Flying Daggers. One Jin's eyes widened in disbelief that the trained group members were defeated in an instant. Furthermore, that widespread attack. The power was adjusted to only tear the skin of the group members. The technique he had just used was created by Yin Miang himself. Once caught in this technique, escape was impossible. One Jin picked up the throwing knives the boy had used, and it was truly an excellent technique. He wanted to ask for the name of this technique, and Yin Miang named it Revolving Dance of Flying Daggers. One Jin guessed that using the Revolving Dance of Flying Daggers would consume a lot of internal energy, but he couldn't understand how the boy managed it. A few days ago, the boy had asked the master to bring him books related to eye techniques. Here, eye techniques refer to skills that enhance the sense of sight. Indeed, there were the Heavenly Eye and the Flowing Vision Eye. The Flowing Vision Eye was still incomplete, so he sent the Heavenly Eye. Senior brother so completed the Flowing Vision Eye. Completion means achieving great success, fully mastering the martial art. The mark of the completed Flowing Vision Eye is a yin-yang opposite symbol and a sharp line below the eyelid. Although it's an ancient eye technique of the Tang family, I heard its core principles were lost, so how is this possible? Yin Miang retorted, "The core principles are lacking, but even just obtaining this eye technique makes it a high-level martial art. When firing hidden weapons with the Flowing Vision Eye, if you can accurately see the gaps, even with less internal energy, you can accurately throw to the desired point." It was truly an unexpected sight. "I think it's time to tell you," One Jin thought to himself. Then did the boy research it himself and supplement the lacking core principles. 2 months later, the other group members would arrive here and undergo the same test under the same conditions. In fact, they had already proven sufficient skill to pass the test, but they said they would come after more training. Yin Miang still didn't understand, but he thought it was exciting. How much stronger would his friends have become? Thought the boy seemed to be worrying about the group members. It's probably best not to tell the boy that he was the target of those children's training, right? The boy looked up at the sky and thought about fate. In his previous life, his only connection was with his master, the sword demon. Now he was forming connections regardless of their background or personality. Couldn't this be considered a part of an ordinary life? For some reason, he wanted to meet them soon. Yin Miang thought he could avoid the 3 girls arguing in the mountain cave about Yuri eating the portions of the other 2 girls. On the first day of training, the 3 girls were no more than young monkeys, but now they possessed a level of strength completely different from their previous state. Mi Rio gritted her teeth at Yin Miang and said, "I'm really looking forward to meeting that guy again." Yuri said she would split his head in half. Yi Jian still hesitated. The 3 girls shouted loudly, "Down with Yin Miang, Group 7 victory." They passed through the formation. The soldier was horrified by the sight of the 3 girls. "What's going on, Tang Yin Miang? Come out now." Mi Rio scanned the area. Seeing no one, Mi Rio triumphantly thought Yin Miang had run away. Yuri clenched her fists and trembled. She intended to smash his head. Suddenly, Mi Rio turned to Yi Jian and said, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yi Jian was supporting Yin Miang. The boy had been hiding to surprise them. "Damn it, what is he thinking?" Yin Miang chuckled. "How cute," in the manor. Bathed in dazzling sunlight, Yin Miang asked the 2 girls what else they would do. Yuri and Mi Rio stared at him. Yin Miang chuckled. "Ready for your heads to be smashed?" The boy put his arm around Yi Jian's shoulder. "You should show the results of your training over the past 6 months, shouldn't you?" As Yin Miang prepared to show off first, Mi Rio waved her hand, refusing. Just kidding, just kidding." Mi Rio thought to herself. "I didn't sense Yin Miang's presence at all until I turned around." She turned pale. Living in the forest had sharpened her senses, but when Yin Miang tapped Yuri's shoulder, the difference in their physical abilities was immense. What has this guy been doing all this time? Furthermore, Mi Rio looked at him. Light emanated around the boy's face, and he had grown taller, and his face was more mature. Suddenly, she blushed and doubted herself. What am I thinking? Is it because I've only seen animals in the forest that seeing a human is like this? Yin Miang thought that everyone had changed and become much stronger than Yi Jian. Mi Rio awoke from the illusion of a halo emanating from the boy. and a sparkle appeared in Mi Rio's eyes. The three girls glared at the male lead, Yin Myung's smile and words. The halo is only fading because I'm here. His appearance had changed, but his arrogant personality remained the same. Inside that palace, a voice called out, "Everyone, gather!" Everyone sat around a round table. The clan head had returned, but in just 6 months his face looked even more haggard and tired. Suddenly, the elder said, "All right, let's get down to business. Does anyone have a useful person?" Suddenly, a young clan leader said, "My team's representative is participant number 2. It was a sharp-eyed girl with her hair tied high and bangs covering her eyes. She showed remarkably more growth than other participants. She used flexible and very skillful techniques, beyond the thought of becoming strong or surviving. Her eyes seemed to hold a fierce hatred for someone, and it seemed that number 2 was moving forward powered by that emotion." Another young clan leader said that when discussing potential winners, number 10 could not be excluded. With solid physical strength, he had passed the martial arts master's test in just 1 month. Numbers 2 and 10 were clearly talented, but were there no other candidates? The clan head clasped his hands in thought, but after experiencing number 28, those two seemed too ordinary. Breaking through the formation and coming out was an unexpected surprise. After that, when he spied on the training scene, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. Number 28 demonstrated techniques that even quite skilled masters couldn't perform, but bringing in number 28 was too dangerous. He clasped his hands and broke into a cold sweat with worry. "He's probably noticed I'm playing a game." Suddenly, a young clan leader asked him, "Clan head, you don't look well, are you all right?" He was startled. Causing trouble without reason would bring no benefit. He thought and replied, "I'm fine, it's just that there's no extraordinary child on my side." He forced a smile and said, "Let's exclude number 28 from the discussion. What we need is a controllable puppet." He said to everyone, "Let's bring in number 2. Let me introduce my granddaughter. My granddaughter is a famous person. I heard number 2 has an ugly appearance due to a facial injury. It will be quite difficult to move such a child's heart," he said. "If we help that child win the competition and become the young clan head and he marries my granddaughter and has an heir, the Zug family will officially become a relative of the Tang family, as he wishes." He frowned. "Naturally, we will gain the authority to intervene in Tang family matters. That way, our influence in the Tang family will increase and we will gain benefits." Young clan leaders listened carefully, and eventually, 4 families merged with the Tang family. "This is why we support the Tang family's competition," he said. After speaking, he concluded today's meeting. As he left the door, he still felt great regret about missing out on number 28's talent. If he survived the competition, he would appease him with revenge as bait, or he would adopt him and give him the position of young clan head of the Zug family. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Early the next morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, a shuriken was embedded between 2 throwing knives. Mi Rio had thrown it. She laughed gleefully, and Yuri clapped her hands in admiration. Living in the manor, everyone had trained twice as hard as their training target, but the sleeping quarters were much more comfortable. Mi Rio wondered, "Are Yi Jian and Yin Myung in the herb room again today?" Yuri replied, "Yes." Yi Jian went in, gritting her teeth. She even said she would definitely kill him. She was bewildered. "Will it be all right?" Yi Jian is the most skilled at making poisons. In the herb room, Yi Jian boasted to Yin Myung, "Look, this is the poison I made with all my heart," she exclaimed in surprise. "With this, you won't be able to ignore me anymore." Yin Myung picked up the bowl containing the poison. Suddenly, to Yi Jian's astonishment, he drank the entire bowl. "Why are you drinking that, you lunatic?" She grabbed Yin Myung's clothes and shook him, telling him to spit out the poison. Otherwise, he would die on the spot. Suddenly, the boy puffed out his cheeks, preparing to vomit. Yi Jian was surprised, wondering if the poison had already taken effect. Yin Myung sighed and exhaled green smoke onto Yi Jian's face. He asked her why she was shaking him so much. She rolled on the floor, weeping and snotting. Suddenly, he staggered and smiled. She was crying and snotting. Yin Myung felt the poison was weaker than he had expected. Yi Jian shouted, "What are you talking about? That's poison. If you drink it, your internal organs will melt." She wondered why the male lead was perfectly fine. He forced a laugh. "Well, isn't the poison you made just too awful?" She widened her eyes and shouted at Yi Jian loud enough to be heard outside, "Why won't you die?" In the courtyard, Mi Rio and Yuri imagined the scene between the two wouldn't be pretty. Yin Myung still picked up the bowl of poison and drank it as if it were wine. Even after emptying the bowl, the boy showed no ill effects. And Yi Jian still grumbled about the poison she had made. "There's no poison left that you can handle." The girl, frustrated that her poison had no effect, threw herself to the floor and pounded it. "Are you, by any chance, impervious to all poisons?" The boy wiped his mouth with his clothes, but the toxic substance still lingered, and it was slightly different from being completely impervious to poisons. Dokyo Chungwongi was the Tang family's inherited cultivation technique, and a skill all Tang family members learned. A chi-based martial art that utilized poison. Strangely, even the practitioner could be poisoned, and the technique was named Dokyo, in conjunction with the chi it utilized. Here, Dokyo meant that the poison user would absorb toxic substances, and conversely, could it not also process already absorbed toxins? Yin Myung beamed with satisfaction. As expected, the poison entered his body, converted into internal energy and accumulated. Within certain limits, toxic substances were no different from elixirs to him. Yi Jian clenched her fists, seemingly uncomfortable. However, this was a state achievable only after reaching a completed realm through profound understanding. Even those who had only considered poison as a weapon could understand after hearing the explanation. Now weak poisons could no longer increase his internal energy. Yin Miang needed stronger toxic substances. Even as he sought to reclaim his peaceful life, many villains still remained to be eliminated. Those elders, I can deal with them anytime I set my mind to it. But if I were to fight either the Huxa Alliance or Ma Guangqian, I couldn't guarantee victory. I have no ill will toward the Huxa Alliance, but his skill is enough to divide Sichuan province, so I can't underestimate him. The Alliance leader destroyed 3 of the 9 great sects and was called a peerless genius. My past life self could have easily confronted him, but not my current self. To live a proper human life, I need to become as strong as I was in my past life. If Yi Jian could create poisons many times stronger than now. At that moment the girl sighed, saying, if I could make the Tang family's 10 great poisons. Suddenly, the boy turned around and asked, what are the Tang family's 10 great poisons? Yi Jian replied, you're a direct descendant of the former clan head, yet what do you know? The Tang family's 10 great poisons refer to the 10 most potent poisons passed down through generations. From number 1 to 10, the higher the number, the stronger the poison. But I heard that more than half of their recipes have been lost. The 10th poison is said to be a poison that can kill even Wakyung level masters. The remaining 10 poisons are managed by the elders, but even Wakyung masters, even masters of the Wangaldante realm, cannot casually handle them. Yin Miang thought to himself that this was the potent poison he desired. The girl buried her face in the desk. Yin Miang asked her if she couldn't make it. Yi Jian replied, if anyone could make it, it wouldn't be called one of the 10 great poisons, would it? I told you the recipes were lost. The boy scratched his head. What a pity, your poisons have no effect on me anymore. The Tang family's 10 great poisons are so dangerous that their use is increasingly forbidden. Even you, if you were to drink it, would find it hard to escape death. Outside, a boy was grappling with a second person. Suddenly he began emitting black smoke and flames burst from his mouth. The girl contemptuously said, what's wrong with my face? He screamed as his mouth was completely incinerated. Before he could even rush forward, his hands shattered into pieces. The girl was startled. In an instant he was reduced to ashes. Triumphant, she exclaimed, was the power of the poison I received from my grandfather this great? This is truly one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons. She wore a sinister smile. The pain she suffered that day, this rage and agony I cannot forget. I will endure and unleash it all in the Jiyu poison battle. It turned out she was Yin Miang's old enemy. Half a year had passed and everyone had trained for a long time in the forest. Of course you have made great progress during this period, but to perfect your martial arts you need more experience. After this training we will select a team leader for further training and management. Everyone was stunned. Did you say you're selecting a team leader? Wen Jin replied. Temporarily, yes. Later, when you've grown more, we will formally assign team leaders. For now it's just a temporary measure to make management easier. Though temporary, it's quite important. Later, there will be the Jiyu poison battle. You will need to select a representative, a team leader, to participate in that competition and display your talents. This will be both an honor and a trial for all of you. Wen Jin said that while the Jiyu poison battle was dangerous, if they won or showcased their talents, they would attract the attention of the Tang family's high-ranking members. Yuri asked, so does that mean only the most outstanding person from each team, the team leader, will participate, and not all team members? Rio replied, of course. If all team members participated, would there be any descendants left to carry on our Tang family name? Of course, the most promising individual to participate in this competition is number 28, Yin Miang. The boy looked dazed. He is arguably the most skilled among us, Yi Jian asked. Yin Miang, you are not only a team leader but also a strong contender to win this Jiyu poison battle. Wen Jin frowned. Very well, this is merely a temporary division. You are still young and haven't fully unleashed your talents. It won't be too late to speak of it after you've grown. Therefore, number 28, Yin Miang, will be your team leader. Does anyone have any objections? Since no one objects, number 28, step forward. Wen Jin held a box containing a jade-like elixir. To be precise, it was the Qian Shimwen, a high-grade elixir of the Tang family. The Qian Shimwen is a miraculous elixir that only the Tang family can refine. While made from various herbs, its most crucial ingredient is a centuries-old ginseng root. Consuming this elixir allows one to absorb its potency and increase their internal energy by 2 to 3/10, depending on their individual absorption rate. The two girls clung to Yin Miang, shouting, no way, how can you give such a precious internal energy-enhancing elixir to him? Of course, as he is the team leader and the representative participating in the Jiyu poison battle, he should have more rights than others. The future of the Tang family rests on descendants like Yin Miang, Wen Jin said. Yin Miang, having observed you in previous tests, I have high expectations for you. He told him to use this Qian Shimwen elixir to enhance his internal energy when he was calm and in his best mental state. But are there no other rewards for the team leader? The two soldiers holding the elixir box looked puzzled. What I mean is, since the team leader will participate in this dangerous competition, aren't there any other rewards from the Tang family to help us? This elixir increases internal energy by 2 to 3/10. but I am still young and my internal energy will increase much more in the future. Using it now won't have a great effect, so I'd like to ask if there are any other rewards." Yi Jian exclaimed angrily. "Yin Miang, are you crazy?" Yuri was astonished by his dismissive attitude, as if he thought of internal energy-enhancing elixirs as common as everyday meals. Rio frowned and said, "If you're not going to use it, I'd gladly take it. Why don't you give it to me? Are you truly saying you don't want this Qianshimwan elixir? It's truly peculiar to reject an elixir that every martial artist dreams of just like that. Very well, I understand your intentions. Then what do you want?" Wen Jin was surprised. "Of course, besides hidden weapons, the Tang family also deals in poisons. Potent poisons are what I desire. I want the Tang family's 10 great poisons. It's one of the 2 important things of the Tang clan, and hearing the second one feels like death," Rio said. "Since you mentioned hidden weapons, he'll probably give you hidden weapons. The Tang family's 10 great poisons won't be for you. Yin Miang is just talking. The Tang family's 10 great poisons are almost a secret known only to the Tang clan's high-ranking members. How could juniors like us obtain such things? So wouldn't it be better to at least get some temporary hidden weapons than nothing?" Rio waved her hand, almost slapping Yin Miang's face. Rio delivered a barrage of blows to him, saying, "I'm absolutely furious. You're saying you don't need a priceless internal energy-enhancing elixir, yet you want hidden weapons that can be bought at a market? What kind of nonsense is that?" Yuri asked. "Hey, listen, he's the team leader, and he'll be participating in the GU poison battle, risking his life, so he knows what he needs. Our current internal energy is still negligible, so increasing it by 2 to 3/10 won't make a big difference." Yi Jian laughed and replied, "I think the Tang family's high-ranking members will be very pleased with your choice, Yin Miang. They get to keep a whole elixir and give you a bunch of cheap hidden weapons." Yin Miang asked as if wondering who they thought he was. "The Qianshimwan hasn't been returned to the Tang family yet." 3 Shijin earlier at the ramparts, Wen Jin handed Yin Miang a wooden box filled with hidden weapons. "Do you think this is more valuable than the Qianshimwan elixir? Don't you need to reconsider, Yin Miang?" He said that the boy's demand for the Tang family's 10 great poisons was somewhat presumptuous. "That demand will certainly not be met." Wen Jin agreed. "As you said, how could you possess the Tang family's 10 great poisons? And it seems to me you're the only team leader who wants to exchange an elixir for a poison." Having obtained the hidden weapons, the boy could leave. This much was sufficient for Yin Miang to use. The boy turned back and said he had something to ask. He listened to what he was about to propose. "How do you plan to handle that elixir, Instructor Wen Jin?" he said. "Do you think it can be obtained so easily? Of course, if it's not used, it should be returned to the family's pharmacy." The boy disagreed, but his intention was to ensure the elixir wasn't wasted on those who wouldn't benefit from it. "I have a proposal that I think Instructor Wen Jin should hear. As I mentioned, that elixir hasn't been returned to the pharmacy yet." The boy's proposal was that if any team member had the skill to defeat their team leader, that person would be worthy of receiving the elixir. The 3 girls shouted, "What? Does that mean he's allowed us to challenge you to obtain the Qianshimwan?" Wen Jin hesitated. "All right, your words make sense. It will instill a spirit of greater effort in the children. After all, this elixir is merely used to enhance the future workforce of the family. Therefore, the more strong juniors we have, the better." The boy, implying it was Wen Jin's will, encouraged the 3 girls. "Yes, you understand? Then you should train hard and obtain the elixir. But anyway, you must be skilled before the GU poison battle. At that time, it will be time to re-elect the provisional team leader." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri rushed off to train her poisons, and Rio immediately practiced her unique hidden weapons. Yin Miang chuckled triumphantly. Such naive children. In the future, he would strive to become the Tang family head. At that time, you too can rest assured. For I will give you many opportunities to consume and learn our Tang family's most advanced elixirs and secret techniques. Suddenly, a voice called out for Yin Miang to come out and spar. "How fast time flies, it's already come to this. Hurry out, I'm ready to defeat you." As Yin Miang walked out, leaves rustled and summer turned to autumn, then to winter. The ramparts were covered in snow and suddenly someone was sent flying. Yin Miang stood proudly before the person he had defeated. The protagonist said loudly, "All right, how was that? Are you already unconscious? Seems to be the 173rd time you've lost to me." Time passed and the girls had changed. Rio's hair was shorter and Yuri had tied hers up. Rio crossed her legs and said, "He's truly a monster. Even if we keep fighting like this, he's unaffected." "We're exhausted to death." Yuri covered her face and laughed. "Fighting without rest or getting tired, I truly feel miserable. He's so young and full of dreams. I wish to achieve results whether from competitions or training that will benefit the Tang family later. Moreover, if I can train with someone, I'd be even happier." Rio praised her as if saying, "She speaks well." Yuri was embarrassed and remained silent. Yin Miang extended his hand to Yi Jian. "All right, you'll accept it later, won't you, that I will become the Tang family head?" The boy took Yi Jian's hand. She sighed. "You're thinking of such a powerful future when you're still nothing. The family still has many strong teams and you haven't even sparred with them, have you? But what can I say, your skill truly surpasses ours. I don't think you'll lose to other juniors like us. Even if you become the family head later, you shouldn't disdain friends like us." The two held each other's hands like siblings. "Indeed, your skills have improved greatly in just 1 year. This shows that number 28 was the most righteous choice for team leader," Wen Jin said. Wen Jin announced that the GU poison battle would officially begin tomorrow. So Yin Miang, prepare yourself, everything about this battle is far from simple. Yin Miang thanked him. It has already been 3 years since you began your initial training. Many teams dropped out and many gave up. Even many team members lost their lives in dangerous tests. The 2 girls listened carefully to his words, but their team still maintained all its members and their skills had also greatly improved. This was not something every team could accomplish. They should be proud of it. The GU poison battle is undeniably dangerous, especially for juniors like yourselves. He had something to remind Yin Miang. The GU poison battle will feature many types of poisons you've never encountered. Many poisons have been forbidden, but even if forbidden, they will be used in life or death situations. Many other powerful poisons, no less potent than those of our Tang family, will also appear in this battle. In battle, do not speak of despicable schemes. Forcing your opponent to death is victory, so there's no need to feel sympathy for others. Understand? Wen Jin knew Yin Miang's skill, but real combat is different from training. So strive to preserve your life. These are the poisons for the GU poison battle. They are poisons bestowed upon you by the family, all-powerful toxic substances. While not as potent as the Tang family's 10 great poisons, they are not far behind. A single drop is enough to fell an elephant, so you must be careful. Yi Jian reminded Yin Miang. When you unleash poisons, be careful, as the toxic chi can blind you if it gets into your eyes. Finally, training was over, and it was time to step into real combat. The 3 girls who had been with Yin Miang worried greatly for him, but Yin Miang will definitely win. Yi Jian reached out her hand to him. Yin Miang took the girl's wrist and shook it up and down. All right, suddenly he grabbed the girl's hand and slapped his own face. Yin Miang, bleeding from the nose, promised everyone, this will be my only injury until the GU poison battle ends. Yin Miang waved his hand and walked into the blue vortex. See you later. Finally, the battle began. Fortunately, the Zug family had given the girl top-grade GU poison, and with this she was confident of first place. Inside the vortex she was surprised that the Zug family had helped her. The old man said, our Zug family created the battlefield for the GU poison battle. Of course, since they created it, they know all the advantageous defensive and offensive points on the map. The elder will tell her everything. Ah, a deal. I understand, but what do you want in return for helping me? The elder said, our family has declined and no longer has the funds to rebuild, therefore we want to cooperate with the Tang family. However, it should not be the Tang family completely controlling us, but a cooperation for mutual benefit. She understood but wondered why they had chosen her as a partner. Couldn't she refuse their offer of cooperation? After all, you haven't given me any benefits yet. As she said, so we will completely hand over all map information and information about the GU poison to earn your trust. Through this we can cooperate for a longer time in the future. The time has come. I have waited too long for this moment. That damn brat, I will return everything he gave me, what he did to me. We will meet again soon. Number 1, Tang Linling smiled sinisterly. Group 2 is Tang Chiak Qian. This year's strongest team. I look forward to meeting you all. A boy with a blood-stained sword wielded his body and said, don't disappoint me, everyone. After 3 years of harsh training, he disappeared into the vortex. He is Tang Gak Rin. Group 3 already has enough skill to show the enemy that death is imminent. Group 4 is Tang Ya Yin. Group 5 is Tang Ya Jian. Group 6 is Tang Zheng Il. And finally the male lead is Group 7, Tang Yin Miang. The boy shielded his eyes from the sunlight and looked into the distance. It is now time to participate in the battle. Today is quite a good day for action. The GU poison battle has officially begun. Yin Miang looked outside in surprise. A place with cloudy blue mountains and forests, the boy thought. Is this where the GU poison battle is held? It's really vast. It will take a long time to meet someone. Suddenly a face appeared in the air behind him. The face looked at the boy, Group 7, number 28, and thought it was a pity for his talent. The Zug family made a decision. I need to deal with him quickly before a variable appears. As soon as he thought this, he seemed to see something. Yin Miang was staring intently at him. He thought the gaze was directed at him. Was I perhaps discovered? Suddenly, Yin Miang tore a crack in the air and sucked in the atmosphere. Yin Miang felt that someone was watching him. Could it be the family? The boy remembered Wen Jin saying that only those participating in the GU poison battle could enter this place. The male lead thought that tricks had been used ever since the battle began. I don't know what tricks they're playing, but if they want to, they can keep going. Yin Miang leaped down a cliff. I can interrogate them as much as I want after the GU poison battle ends. Somewhere, the elder took a deep breath. To be able to detect me even while using the formation, the elder quickly retracted the formation's scrying eye. If he had been a second late, he would have gone blind. Furthermore, it was a sword technique that ripped through space. I've never seen such a sword technique. The elder made a mistake. I must be wary of the boy. If our plan is exposed, they will surely seek revenge. I must stop number 28 somehow. Suddenly, a girl, covered in wounds and bleeding all over, collapsed to the ground, groaning. Why did it come to this? I don't want to die, never. Her family had placed their hopes on her, telling her to achieve results and join the army. The girl only wanted to support her struggling parents, but why did it turn out like this? I don't covet the position of young clan head. She was about to surrender, but suddenly a man rushed out and massacred everyone there. His goal was to kill everyone. No matter who she met, the girl repeated to herself that she must surrender to survive. She didn't know what happened to the others, but this girl would leave the Tang family if he became the young clan head. Just then, someone answered from behind. So what? She blinked in surprise. She knew he had pursued her this far. He held another participant's head and smiled sinisterly. Say something, he said. Your lightness skill is very fast. Are you already scared? Is your skill only this much? You and they are nothing special. The girl screamed. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to the people of the Tang family? We are also descendants, he answered calmly. So what? He slung his blood-stained sword over his shoulder and said, I have never considered myself a person of the Sichuan Tang family. He swung his sword and cut off the girl's head. Yin Miang swept through the forest like the wind. Suddenly he discovered something. He found a cave with no signs of human habitation. Here I won't be discovered by anyone. Yin Miang confidently entered the empty cave. Yin Miang would quickly reach the walking realm here. I must act now. Yin Miang sat cross-legged, thinking that if his body developed there would be no side effects when he reached the walking realm. The boy trained his chi techniques. The two conditions to reach walking were for internal energy to pass through the Ren and Du meridians and enlightenment. Enlightenment was based on his past life's experience. As for internal energy, Yin Miang would temper his body with poison to accumulate everything. All preparations were complete. The boy explosively used his accumulated internal energy to break through the blockages in the Ren and Du meridians and pass the Dokyo Chungwongi through those two meridians. His internal force would explode. Warriors would suffer greatly during this process. Bones would break and quickly refuse from scratch. This is a bone and flesh transformation, a rebirth. Since I experienced this process in my previous life, this second time will not be difficult. Yin Miang frowned, and suddenly his eyes gleamed. A brilliant light burst out of the cave. Fortunately, I could remove the turbidity from my meridians. Removing impurities during the transformation process would make his bones ache terribly. Fortunately, he smoothly completed this martial arts realm breakthrough. It's not bad for a first attempt. Let's see. Yin Miang looked around. I need to test the martial arts I refined before participating in the GU poison battle again. There doesn't seem to be a big change. But Yin Miang raised two fingers ready to perform a Qigong technique. The boy raised his hand vertically and horizontally sliced the rock wall. The rock wall shattered into house-sized rock fragments. Indeed, the true Qi is quite effective, he pondered, and I can start now on a branch. The boy squatted and finished off the girl who wanted to live a while ago. Boring, what have you been doing for 3 years? Don't you want to be the young clan head? At his feet another participant lay, clothes torn and covered in blood. He pressed. Tell me, didn't you train very hard? You're still so weak. Yes, the purple-haired youth gritted his teeth and lamented. To encounter him as soon as I entered the GU Moisen battle. Though an orphan, the Grand Elder raised him like a grandson. That boy on the branch, the Grand Elder's first disciple, Tang Gakren, is indeed as strong as the rumors say. The boy thought he could defeat the participants, and they wouldn't even be able to touch him. The severely injured participant didn't expect things to turn out this way. He clutched his broken arm and thought, why am I remembering him? He wished he hadn't encountered him before. The purple-haired friend asked coldly, still smiling, what are you hiding? The injured participant laughed loudly. I just remembered one terrifying person. Tang Gakren glanced over and said, you make me sad. He would make him even more terrifying. Let me tell you something briefly. Tang Gakren was actually a spy for the Huxa Alliance. He cried out in astonishment. He bared his teeth and said triumphantly, since you know my identity, you must die. He was dying, but he would tell him the last piece of information. Teo Mokjiompa Mukingu swung his sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze. The injured participant looked at him. Tang Gakren couldn't move. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. It was the male lead, Tang Yin Miang. The boy sensed his presence but did not meet the familiar person he expected. The boy smiled and replied, you're Zhang Il, aren't you? Nice to meet you again. Have your wounds from when I beat you before healed? He stared blankly and asked who Yin Miang was. Years ago, on a full moon night, rumors circulated in the mansion about becoming a spy for the Sichuan Tang family. Yes, with your talent, even if you become an orphan for a few days, someone will take you in. The young clan head competition will begin in a few years. It doesn't matter if you're a direct descendant or a collateral one. An unknown figure placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. He taught the boy to kill his competitors and weaken their stamina when you complete your mission and return. The boy returned perfectly, but currently he was lying on the ground recalling old memories. But his insides were already burning. Could it be Yin Miang's doing? He was suspicious. What kind of trick did he use? Tang Zhengil asked. Are you Tang Yin Miang? Tang Yin Miang, he replied that he was. Yin Miang frowned. What's wrong? Do you need your face planted in the dirt again like last time to believe me? Zhengil said. No, you're not him. Yin Miang pointed behind him, pointing to where Tang Gakren was lying. He said, he himself admitted he was a spy, didn't he? Zhengil shouted. That's right, he said that. He's from the Teo Mokjiompa. I clearly heard him. The male lead pondered. Could he have been the one tailing me when I came to Gangdong Mountain? He flicked two fingers and retracted them. In the distance, Gakren writhed in pain. Zhang Il was surprised. It's an iron needle. You coated that needle with poison. A needle flew into Yin Miang's hand. He asked, what kind of poison did you put on it to make a small needle do that? Yin Miang replied, haven't you seen the other people participating in this match? Zhang Il was puzzled. Yin Miang considered releasing Gakren's poison and then extracting more information. He glared. An antidote. If you release my poison to extract information, you will die. Should I do that? If he's from a nefarious sect like the Huxa Alliance, his purpose is too clear. You've really changed a lot. Zhang Il scratched his head. I thought you'd hold a grudge against me, but you don't show it. If Yin Miang really felt that way, he would definitely be lying down like Gakrin. Jung-il agreed. In his eyes, Gakrin was barely getting up. He bowed his head, clasped his hands and said, I apologize for the past. Yin Miang didn't understand why he was suddenly apologizing. The boy waved his hand. No need to apologize, it's nothing to worry about. Jung-il didn't forget the past, but he sincerely apologized to Yin Miang. Yin Miang smiled. It's fine, don't worry about it, it's okay. Suddenly, Jung-il called out Yin Miang's name loudly and shouted. From behind, Gakrin raised his sword above his head. He thought that even if he died, he would die with them. Gakrin swung his sword, slashing at Yin Miang. You die, Jung-il shouted. Miang. But in an instant, Jung-il was surprised. What Gakrin had slashed was merely Yin Miang's afterimage. He slashed hard. I definitely felt it. Suddenly, Yin Miang appeared from behind. I don't have a hobby of deceiving dying people like you, but if you want, the boy will make Gakrin disappear without a trace. Yin Miang placed a hand on his shoulder. The two of us thought it would be better to leave a body for better investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, Gakrin collapsed before their eyes. Jung-il exclaimed in admiration, amazing, though a spy he was one of the strong ones. Furthermore, his final technique was Tail Sangom Shik, the Mokjeompa sect leader's martial art. If one could gain such a terrifying swordsman, Jung-il froze. Yin Miang asked, what is he trying to do? Now only Yin Miang and Jung-il remained. Jung-il hesitated, thinking that if Yin Miang wanted him he would surrender. In fact, he had no right to choose, but Jung-il didn't know how to leave this place. Yin Miang made a scratch in the air. Yin Miang told Jung-il to leave without needing a send-off. He turned his head. In an instant he was dazed again. Unexpected things continued to happen. Thank you for saving my life, Jung-il said. Before leaving, he wished Yin Miang a peaceful journey. At the Tail Mokjeompa headquarters, everyone was practicing some sword technique. In his hand was a small living creature. This Gu poison could tell each other's life and death even from afar. It was his Gu poison. The elder clenched his fist and crushed the Gu poison. He's dead. That means that child is also dead. Tang Gakrin, my illegitimate child, but a talented one. After his wife learned the truth, she tried to kill that child several times. Fearing he would usurp the succession of his other brothers, the elder sent him as a spy to the Tang family to save his life. Though a father, he could do nothing now, but the elder would avenge Gakrin, his son. The elder slammed open the door and went outside. I will never forget this pain. All the disciples prepared to depart for Gongdong Mountain. The elder was furious. It is now time to sweep away the Tang family. All stewards contact the other factions. As of today, no one with the Tang surname will remain. On a night with a half moon at Gongdong Mountain, strangely, no one had been seen since morning. The formation can't be that vast. Yin Miang devoured meat. Perhaps he created a formation so that no one could approach an unwanted target. Yin Miang sat before the fire roasting meat. Then it means those who survived received help from the Zug family. The strong ones in this match would not cooperate with the Zug family. If the Zug family gained too much benefit as they wished, the people of the Tang family would not stand by idly. This is too obvious. The price of arrogant and unjust schemes is too great. The families. Yin Miang thought, somewhere. The Zug family elder was chillingly surprised. Yin Miang lay in the grass looking up at the sky. The night sky is truly beautiful. I want to show this scenery to Mother. Mother must still be healthy, right? The boy narrowed his eyes and fell asleep. Someone approached. A long-haired girl stood before the boy, but she didn't know who he was. My condition was to meet the last survivor or a weakened Yin Miang. She thought he wasn't Gakrin, but seemed handsome. Moreover, since Zug Sang-sin had mentioned him, he must be a skilled individual. It was a shame about his face, but regardless, Ling Ling would kill Yin Miang. After speaking, she put a pill into her mouth. As she waved her hand, a purple aura spread, permeating with poison. Don't resent me. This fight won't end until only one of us remains. She drew a poisoned dagger. You must have prepared this too. Yin Miang said, I don't know if I'm ready to die. How dare you touch me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Miang grabbed her neck and glared at her, saying, You're the one who joined hands with the Zug family. Your plan is to stay alone in a safe place while others compete against each other, then attack the unsuspecting one at the end, isn't it? Yin Miang lifted her. She widened her eyes and said, What do you want? He already knew. Answer if you want to live. Yin Miang tightened his grip. Yin Miang lifted her, choking her. It seems you don't want to breathe. Yin Miang squeezed harder. Damn it, I wish I hadn't been so flustered that I dropped the dagger. The poisoned dagger fell far away. Could it be that you are Tang Lingling? How does he know my name? She was surprised. Your face became like this because of me, but your personality hasn't changed at all. Yin Miang asked the male lead triumphantly. Shall I ruin your entire face this time? Elsewhere, the Zug elder clutched his head and looked down at a green pool, saying the plan is completely ruined. He frowned. Since number 28 had destroyed the formation, he couldn't clearly see the situation inside. For now, excluding number 2, all other lines have been destroyed. Fortunately, number 10 quickly eliminated his competitors, but as soon as he met number 28, he was thoroughly beaten. If number 2 and number 10 are equally skilled, what will happen when they face each other? Even if number 2 meets number 28, can she win? The elder said. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to deal with number 10. If number 28 won, all plans would be for naught. What should I do? If number 2 and number 10 are equally skilled, what will happen when they face each other? Even if number 2 meets number 28, can she win? He couldn't imagine how long it would take to deal with number 10. If number 28 won, all plans would be for naught. What should I do? The elder paced back and forth. He bit his hand and then discovered something. Seeing a green aura, the elder was surprised. Outside the formation, the Zug elder detected a significant number of martial artists. That place was Gangdong Mountain. Sect leader Muk. Isn't it overkill to target those abandoned by the Tang family? The person standing next to sect leader Muk asked. He was Qianjin faction leader Zheng Yin Song. If my disciples and your disciples are combined, they number over 200, and with the forces from other factions the total exceeds 300, doesn't it? The elder looked up at the sky and replied, I know it's overkill if the Tang family is the target, but since Gangdong Mountain is the territory of the Gangdong sect, it is necessary. The Gangdong sect's potential cannot be compared to the declining Tang family. If our forces are too few, we will surely suffer losses. With this many forces, they too will cautiously observe the situation. Moreover, if they know our purpose is not them, they won't interfere, will they? Indeed, a peculiar calculation. Sect leader Muk, what happened to the spy we infiltrated a few days ago? He failed. He was a child I cherished. The elder crossed his arms. Enough idle talk, we must depart. The Zug elder overheard. Sect leader Muk Ngu of the Tayo Mokum sect, why is he there? It's unrelated to the competition, so knowing the location makes no sense. Is there an insider? Anyway, I must report it to the Fengwei Day to make countermeasures. Wait, if that's the case, wouldn't my plan be free from worry if I used their hands to kill number 28, Tang Yinmiang? The elder pondered, then smiled with satisfaction. Yinmiang choked. Tang Lingling, you're just putting up futile resistance instead of answering my questions. What is this poison? The boy snatched it from her hand. By the color, it seems to be the same kind of poison that was on that dagger. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Yinmiang dragged her down, still no intention to speak. The boy grabbed her face and opened her mouth. The male lead took her poison, intending to make her taste it, just as she had tormented Yinmiang in the past. The boy opened her mouth. Oh, now you're opening your mouth, speak, she said. Wait. Lingling's eyes welled up with fear. She suddenly exclaimed, it's one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons. It's Waryong Hodok, one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons. The boy looked at the poison, carefully observing the Tang family's 10 great poisons. Wasn't it forbidden to use the Tang family's 10 great poisons recklessly? No, it was more than that. If it truly was one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons, this was a miraculous medicine for Yinmiang. He felt a surge of greed. If I had fed it to her earlier, I would have lost the miraculous medicine I was looking for. Lingling drooled. I've already told you, let me go, I surrender. She surrendered, saying she would help Yinmiang deal with the other competitors. So Yinmiang lifted her. I haven't heard your full answer yet. Did you join hands with the Zug family? If so, tell me in detail what deal you made with them. Yinmiang was about to feed Lingling the Waryong Hodok. Did they propose marriage? Lingling said. Yes, they proposed marriage, on the condition that the Zug family and the Tang family embark on a journey together based on mutual trust. Indeed, they promised marriage with the next young clan head, to ensure the Zug family's leader could maintain his position. This child, receiving a marriage proposal she could only dream of, quickly accepted. What should I do? Yinmiang picked up the bottle of poison and drank it all. Lingling was astonished by his action. What are you doing now? Even if you stare, I won't give you a single drop. Lingling's face turned pale. He drank the Waryong Hodok, she frantically shouted. Heavens! Yinmiang was surprised to feel his body ignite after drinking, but he described the poison as tasting like strawberries. Lingling laughed horribly, mocking Yinmiang. Foolish one, how dare you drink one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons yourself? This is one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons. Even a body impervious to all poisons cannot withstand it. Burn to death, Tang Yinmiang, she shouted under the full moon night. But why isn't his arm strength decreasing? Yinmiang exclaimed. What a surprise! The tree suddenly caught fire. He stopped burning. Lingling's eyes widened. How can this be? Is there a legendary realm in the Tang family different from a body impervious to all poisons? A realm where one is unharmed by any poison and can kill dozens with a single breath or drop of blood. The OK and Zhejiang poison human realm. Lingling had heard from her grandfather that such a realm truly existed. Could it be that you are DOK and Tang Yinmiang? Anyway, weren't you hoping I would save your life? I am not weak-hearted. Unlike the aura of Dokyo Chungwangi, the Tang family's 10 great poisons seem to possess the aura of Yanggong martial arts. Is this what Yanggong power feels like? Thanks to Lingling, Yinmiang obtained something good. The boy looked up at the golden realm, shining like the sun in the night sky. The formation is evolving by the minute. Has the competition ended and the formation been lifted? Ground trembled with countless energies. Unbelievable. It's filled with unfamiliar energies. From the energies being detected, it's not 200 but 300 elite martial artists heading here, the boy thought. Compared to the main family's personnel, this is too many. Did the Zug family not notice so many people coming and intentionally let them into the formation? Yinmiang laughed. Is it a plan to kill and silence them? Tisk tisk, since the training targets came directly, it would be a waste to miss them. Yinmiang was the only one who survived the GU poison battle. Elsewhere, Fengwei Day captain yelled in surprise at Zug Son. What are you saying? His face showed extreme astonishment. Are you saying there are intruders in this formation? Zug confirmed. It seems an insider informed an outsider of the exact location, allowing them to infiltrate. Then what are their identities and how many troops do they have? The captain lost his composure and shouted. Zug Son still calmly replied. It seems to be about 300 elite martial artists. The one leading them is Muk Ngu, the sect leader of the Tayo Mokum sect. The captain couldn't believe it. Sect leader Muk Ngu is attacking directly. How could they appear at the Tang family's location? Moreover, how did they find the formation in the desolate wilderness with no one around? Is there really a spy? But now is not the time to think about such things. He and I must hurry and stop them. Zhuge Sun made a pitiful expression and said, I also did not wish for such a thing to happen. The captain, flustered, said, All right, Mr. Zhuge, speak quickly if you have anything to say. They have entered the battleground. And somehow they had destroyed the formation, so Zhuge could not intervene in the battle taking place inside. Zhuge Sun said, Since the formation has been destroyed, the participants have no choice but to face them themselves. While hoping the participants would survive and overcome the ordeal, he himself tried to find a way to intervene in the formation again. The inside was beyond words. Yin Miang dealt with them directly, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. The sect leader of the Tail Mokum sect cried out in anguish, My son was lying dead in such a desolate place. He regretted having driven his son to such a miserable state. He silently prayed that his son would forgive him. Zheng Jinpeng's sect leader Muk speculated that they had entered the competition grounds. Judging by the wounds, it seemed to be needle punctures. With almost no signs of engagement around, it looked like they had been assassinated instantly. He was indignant. My son died so shamefully, couldn't even put up a fight, he roared in fury. Everyone heed my command, search everywhere and find the Tang family's cowardly rats. Today is the day they die. His subordinates scattered in all directions, running swiftly. He assumed the participants would have sensed their movements and hidden. Whoever you find, report immediately. Any Tang surname rats found in these mountains are to be killed on sight. Two subordinates talked to each other. I don't know why the sect leader is so agitated and acting so terrifying today. The other also admitted that he was much more excessively agitated than usual. Perhaps he can't calm down because his son, whom he sent as a spy to the Tang family, was killed. Looking closely, the only external wound on that son was on his neck. The one who did it is truly a master. To kill an opponent with a single strike without giving them a chance to detect them, it's truly terrifying. The other confirmed that was indeed the Tang family's frightening aspect. With a single poisoned hidden weapon, they could easily take anyone's life. He reminded his comrade to be especially careful of hidden weapons if they encountered Tang family members. He reassured him, saying he knew and would be careful, and as soon as he finished speaking, a needle was embedded in his neck. Amidst the screams of those next to him, he fell dead instantly without noticing anything. Indeed, it was true that it was not good to speak before taking action. They were just talking a moment ago, but how could they reach the end of their lives in just 1 second? What was that on the neck of the deceased? Was it the Tang family's poison needles Dokjiam Chim? They immediately adopted a defensive stance, all drawing their swords and preparing for hidden weapons. One person shouted in fear, Don't hide, come out and face us. Are you boasting? Even though there are 300 of us against one, fight fairly. After waiting for a long time and nothing appeared, one person looked up. The loudmouth next to him paid no attention and continued to raise his voice. Focus on your surroundings. We have many people, so there's no need to be afraid, his junior still said fearfully. Brother, look above you. The poison needles were not in front but directly above their heads, and they couldn't see too many hidden weapons. This time they were sure they would all lose their lives, and everyone's face was filled with terror. Countless hidden weapons covered the entire sky in a blue hue, and before they could collect themselves, they all fell at Yin Miang's hands with a single technique of his. One of the subordinates still said, bewildered and disbelieving, Unbelievable! Poison needles fell to the ground like thousands of raindrops, and the soldiers quickly foamed at the mouth from the poison needles. Then immediately collapsed. He looked at his enemies with a satisfied smile. The effect of being impervious to all poisons is truly excellent. Using poison to deal with these despicable bastards is truly reasonable, as it doesn't stain my dirty hands. Yin Miang retrieved all the poison needles with a single gesture. This was the realm of controlling all things with his poison cultivation. Truly excellent. The poison needles following his hand withdrew from the subordinates' bodies and flew into his hand in a second. Thanks to the Tang family's flowing vision eye technique, he could fire hidden weapon poison needles without expending much energy. He turned and left, remarking, This is truly a perfect combination. Then the next targets must be those to the east. On another front, the sun began to set, and a subordinate reported, The search parties have all been reported annihilated, the scout confirmed. There were no external wounds at all, only very small poison needle marks on the corpses. It seems the same type of poison was used as on the other corpses. All died miserably in the exact same way. Zheng Jinpeng asked, How could it be so horrific? Whoever did this is truly a master. Another informant ran up and shouted loudly, Sect leader, the surprise attack forces to the east and west have also been completely wiped out, not a single survivor. Mukinjiyu frowned. To annihilate them all without a single survivor, then it must have been done by multiple people. The remaining personnel were less than 200. Zheng Jinpeng worried, It hasn't even been an hour since we started tracking, and all the subordinates have died from one person's poison needles. Suddenly his face stiffened. These are not methods a child could employ. There's no longer any doubt. Clearly a Tang family master is hiding somewhere. This situation turned them into hunted beasts. The situation was highly complex and for now unpredictable. Yet it seemed as if a single enemy was responsible for all of this. If there had been multiple assailants, they would have left clues, but it was unbelievable that one sect disciple could have done all this. Perhaps the Tang clan's general manager here was overseeing this competition, and he must be the true master. They had come as hunters, but now they had become the hunted. He clenched his fists in anger and immediately handed over command to Zhang Jinpeng, stating that he and other masters would counterattack to find out who was responsible. This damned fellow is hiding somewhere, cruelly eliminating our forces one by one, so I will pursue him myself. Zhang Jinpeng, surprised, asked again, "Are you saying you'll intervene personally?" "Yes, we cannot lose the Chungman faction so easily. I'm leaving everything here to you," Mukin Jiu said resolutely. Darkness was falling, and under Zhang Jinpeng's command his subordinates cautiously scanned their surroundings, moving carefully. The area was suspiciously quiet with no sounds whatsoever. In another hour or two the sun would set and night would arrive. If they failed to find the enemy's hiding place, their entire force might perish. Because of the enemy's attack method of hiding and waiting for the right moment, they couldn't find the enemy even with a full-force attack. Zhang Jinpeng thought they should withdraw the troops to preserve their strength before more damage occurred. He informed his subordinates that if the enemy didn't appear within an hour, they would retreat before sunset. Just then, Yin Miang suddenly asked him, "Are you planning to withdraw?" He sat on a tree branch opposite them, asserting that he wouldn't let them leave so easily. "It won't be that simple. You've come all this way, so just stay." The warriors below and Zhang Jinpeng were surprised, as they hadn't sensed Yin Miang's presence at all until he was so close. Damn it. Zhang Jinpeng realized it was too late. He turned back in terror, loudly shouting for his subordinates to scatter. But all of them had already fallen dead in an instant. He couldn't believe what he had seen. It was too fast. What on earth had happened? He had just spoken, but many people were already poisoned. Without a moment's chance to evade, his subordinates had all died, foaming at the mouth. Yin Miang slowly approached Zhang Jinpeng, intending to confirm if he was the leader. He stood firm, his face pale, and his ears were red with fear. This killing intent was too powerful. When had he descended here without being noticed? At that moment, tension surged through his body. This person might be the one responsible for all their casualties so far, but he was even more astonished by how young this master was. How could such a young child become a master so skilled at using hidden weapons? As he was lost in thought, a poison needle grazed his chest. Yin Miang retrieved the poison needles he had just thrown. Zhang Jinpeng, startled, wondered if what he had just done was a technique for collecting objects in midair. He was even more horrified, thinking it was impossible. How could that young boy do such a thing? Wasn't such a high-level technique only accessible to masters above the Wakyung realm? Seeing Yin Miang merely retrieving the poison needles and not attacking, it was clear that this technique consumed a lot of internal energy. Therefore he couldn't deploy it immediately again. It was Yin Miang's arrogance to give up a surprise attack and simply use a technique to retrieve objects from the air. This was also an opportunity for him to counterattack. Zhang Jinpeng would attack first while Yin Miang hadn't recovered. Zhang Jinpeng complimented him, saying he was quite good. But this is as far as it goes. Zhang Jinpeng looked at him and added, "To possess such skill at such a young age, I've never heard of such a master in the Tang clan." He calmly and humbly collected the poison needles and put them in his pocket, saying, "It's not a problem if you haven't heard of me." He glared at Zhang Jinpeng and asked if he knew why he hadn't heard his name. It was because everyone who had met him had never returned alive to tell the tale. Zhang Jinpeng clenched his fists in anger at those words, calling him arrogant and vowing to teach him some manners. Then began concentrating his internal energy into both his arms. He shouted loudly, stating that if Yin Miang's wish was to die early, he would grant that wish right now. Deep internal energy surged within Zhang Jinpeng's body, which seemed about to burst, his clothes ragged but his trousers intact. He took a deep breath, shouted, and poured all his internal energy into charging at him. They would see who fell first. Yin Miang stood motionless against this technique. The intense killing intent approached, but he remained calm and unperturbed. A moment later, Yin Miang blocked the palm strike, which contained all of Zhang Jinpeng's internal energy, with one hand, without retreating even half a step. Zhang Jinpeng's eyes widened, believing that blocking his fervent internal energy with one punch would surely kill him. But Yin Miang merely smiled. Before he could regain his composure, Yin Miang scoffed, "This can't be all your internal energy, can it? I'll give you another chance. This time, see if you can make me struggle a little more. Pour all your internal energy into me. If you can't do anything else, you will die." Zhang Jinpeng's eyes widened in shock at these words. Let's go back in time. After the Zhongchang sect was defeated, one of the 9 great sects fell into the hands of the Huxa Alliance leader. At this time, Zhang Jinpeng voluntarily joined the Huxa Alliance as a subordinate. The Huxa Alliance leader praised his palm technique. "Truly commendable. Is that palm technique a special skill?" It was the first day Zhang Jinpeng met Yanju, and the Huxa Alliance leader offered to refine his palm technique. His specialty, the wind shock palm Pungjinjang refined by Zhang Jinpeng, could shake an entire mountain. But the Huxa Alliance leader didn't like the name at all. Shouldn't anything touched by this lord reach the boundless heavens? The Huxa Alliance leader, pleased, bestowed upon him the new name Heavenly Shock Palm Qianjinjang. But Zhang Jinpeng never imagined that the palm technique given to him by Yanju would be so easily blocked by Yin Miang. His face was perfectly calm without any difficulty. He unleashed the poison energy of Waryong Hodok, a poison containing the fierce energy of a fire dragon. and invincible heat among the 10 great poisons if he could control the power of this poison through Dokyo Changwangi. Then if sword energy filled with the intent to cut his sword chi, then poison energy filled with the intent to deeply permeate everything would be poison chi. An enormous amount of fire erupted as if a great explosion had occurred, and Zheng Jinpeng was terrified. He was astonished by this immense heat. Yin Miang's flames incinerated everything around them. Zheng Jinpeng's heavenly shock palm was helpless before the power of the Waryong Hodok. His face went blank and the technique he thought was perfect was so easily destroyed. Zheng Jinpeng screamed, unable to believe that he had been defeated so miserably, and in a palm strike showdown at that. Zheng Jinpeng burned to ashes, swallowing his resentment. A hot flame still lingered on Yin Miang's fingertips. Useful. He thought the poison chi was still filled with heat. I should call these by a different name. Poison containing heat could be called fiery poison energy, he thought admiringly. Then who is next to give up their life? Yin Miang looked towards the group led by Mukin Jiyu, who had already surrounded him. Yin Miang asserted that he had no intention of sparing anyone, so dying first would mean less suffering. Everyone's faces were taut with tension. At that moment a person appeared and said to Yin Miang, "So you're the one." Mukin Jiyu, with a displeased expression, drew his sword and said, "You killed my son, you killed Zheng Jinpeng, his comrades and all his subordinates. Whether on Gangdong Mountain or anywhere else, I will crush you without leaving a single bone fragment." Yin Miang, unafraid, met his gaze as if challenging him. "Go ahead if you can." Both sides remained silent for a moment, preparing for battle. Mukin Jiyu charged first, ordering his subordinates to spread out and surround Yin Miang. "Beware of poisons and hidden weapons," Mukin Jiyu sternly warned his subordinates. Yin Miang glanced at them as they formed their battle array, wary of his hidden weapons. It was a perfect dispersed formation, very suitable for facing a master of hidden weapons. They would now distract Yin Miang and attack from multiple directions, slowly wearing down his strength. Mukin Jiyu remained silent, but he fundamentally couldn't believe that Yin Miang could have killed so many disciples and forces. He couldn't ignore the death of his youngest son and his heart was torn. He resolved to kill Yin Miang here and now so that the deaths of all his men would not be in vain. At the same time, it was to prevent the Tang clan from rising again. He looked around and marveled, isn't this the sand scale formation? It reminded him of his training days. It was back then that he had created the revolving dance of flying daggers. But now he wanted to test a new secret technique. Suddenly he seemed to gradually disappear, and to their eyes the intense fiery poison energy seemed to cause hallucinations. He used it to move elsewhere right before them. The subordinates caused a commotion, warily looking around. They were certain he couldn't escape the encirclement. As they guarded the surroundings, their guess was proven correct. Yin Miang swiftly darted past all of them like an arrow. His subordinates loudly shouted to each other, "Senior brother, behind!" But before they could finish their words, their heads fell from their necks. In an instant, countless splatters of blood erupted, and all the subordinates were terrified, throwing the area into chaos. All of them, eyes wide and mouths agape, followed each other into hell. With a single short sword he scattered blood and flesh everywhere. Even Mukin Jiyu couldn't believe his eyes. Though he was a master, he couldn't follow Yin Miang's movements. What on earth was he? What did he do to kill so many people in an instant? A person who appeared to be a squad leader shouted loudly, cursing Yin Miang in disbelief for daring to kill his senior and junior brothers, and then charged at him with hellish speed, slashing. Yin Miang spoke in a low voice, "May I borrow your sword for a moment? I don't want to dirty my hands with poisoned needles anymore." With a single simple sword-breaking technique, Yin Miang shattered their swords. Moreover, they themselves were flung several meters away. He was terrified, unable to comprehend what kind of monster Yin Miang was. How could he possess such destructive power that could destroy swords without even touching them? Hundreds, thousands and tens of thousands of large and small fragments exploded, which was the sword-breaking technique. And scatter was a technique that scattered sword fragments everywhere, attacking opponents within a certain range. Controlling the surrounding sword fragments with intent was the pinnacle of sword energy. Thus energy swirled within a certain range. He made the small sword fragments swirl and they had to cover their eyes due to the flashing light from all directions like a whirlwind. They couldn't believe that Yin Miang was using a technique at the pinnacle of the Tang clan's hidden weapon martial arts. He slowly approached under their terrified gazes. Impossible. How can he use Manhwa? Impossible. Manhwa? That can't be right. Yin Miang confidently stepped forward and the sword fragments acting on his behalf swept away these despicable villains. Everyone caught in it was inevitably turned into minced meat. While it doesn't match the might of Manhwa, it's very suitable for clearing out weaker foes. Perhaps the name Iron Fan Dart would be better for this secret technique. Blood dyed this place red. It seems Mukingu's tactic of using his subordinates to deplete my strength has failed. Now doesn't he have to face me himself? Mukin Jiyu gritted his teeth and flinched as his weakness was exposed. The arrogant Mukin Jiyu planted his feet firmly, bracing himself for attack. He drew his sword, his rage reaching its peak. He took his stance and shouted loudly. He wondered how long Yin Miang could maintain this momentum. No matter how astonishing his skill, it was no longer a concern for him, for he possessed the tail twin sword technique and a secret technique bestowed by Yenju. He vowed to turn Yin Miang to ashes and avenge his son's death. Yin Miang was puzzled. Isn't this the second time you've said that? At that moment he charged at Yin Miang with extremely powerful sword energy and a strange internal force of the unorthodox path. "Shut up," Mukin Jiyu exclaimed, his eyes wide. "I will crush you." Yin Miang silently extended his short sword forward, preparing to defend. Haha, a short sword? He hadn't expected Yin Miang to be so foolish and declared that he would now be minced meat. Muckenjiu laughed loudly. It was truly laughable to try to block twin swords with a short sword. He used the 9th form of the Tail Mokum technique, 9 Ink Enlightenment Sword. He slashed as if to hack him to pieces. Yin Miang blocked it with one hand as if it were child's play and even yawned. Muckengu's eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. He immediately used the 10th form of the Tail Mokum technique, Dark Chaotic Sword Dance, unleashing extreme power at Yin Miang with his 2 swords. Yin Miang blocked it as usual, and with just one hand he could push Muckenjiu back. Does he still not know why I am the sword god? He aged instantly, and Muckenjiu plunged his short sword into the ground, stepping back and gasping for breath. The 2 most powerful techniques of the Tail Mokum sect couldn't make Yin Miang retreat a single step. To be able to block the Tail Twin Sword technique with just one short sword, what do you think of that? It was too simple for him. Because I'm a bit of an expert on swords, I just read the flow of the sword and all its intentions from there. The Tail Mokum sect, perhaps it wasn't like this. He mimicked Muckengu's strange internal force. This time, Muckenjiu was truly terrified. Was the martial art his entire life's training, aided by Yinju, merely a toy? Why, how can Yin Miang use the internal energy of his lifetime of martial arts training? He simply laughed. Muckenjiu still couldn't believe it. How can he so easily dismantle the technique he considers his pride? How can he so easily counter my ink sword energy? The world was divided into 2. One side was Yin Miang, and the other was him. He didn't think the technique he had just displayed was that difficult. Because the essence of this sword technique was filled with killing intent, he thought that adding killing intent to the counterattack would suffice. Too simple. It wasn't a difficult technique. Hearing his explanation, Muckengu's eyes widened. Even he himself had to undergo the process of cultivating the Tail Twin Sword technique to skillfully deploy the ink sword energy. And yet you found it simple? Isn't that utterly unfair? Just then, Yin Miang suddenly remembered that the spy had also used a similar sword technique. Could that elder also be from the Tail Mokum sect? Yin Miang didn't know much about his sect, but he knew it operated under the Huxa Alliance. He was known as a man of wisdom and exceptional talent, famous for his ability to transform any technique into a top-grade martial art tailored to the constitution of the person he taught. Therefore, Yin Miang knew well that martial artists roaming the Jianghu, whether from righteous or unorthodox factions, were somewhat connected to him. But what is Yin Miang's intention? Muckenjiu wondered, puzzled. Yin Miang's words expressed his disappointment in this martial art. He had expected roughly more than that. Couldn't anyone who could wield killing intent with a sword deploy his ink sword energy? Observing how the Huxa Alliance leader taught him martial arts, it seemed he also didn't have high expectations for Muckenjiu. Yin Miang scoffed. Now, no matter how much you wash in the Yellow River, this humiliation won't be erased. His pride took a severe blow. Muckenjiu roared in fury. He lifted his short sword, marveling at how much effort such an incompetent person had put in to confront him. To reward you, I will show you a small technique that will complete this sword art. Don't give up if it seems too difficult. Yin Miang said with a smile. Complete it? Wasn't this sword art already an impeccable top-tier technique to him? Muckengu's eyes widened. What was he trying to do? Yin Miang held his short sword at chest height, channeling poison energy throughout his body, emitting a blue aura that affected everything around him. For martial artists who have already reached the pinnacle, the length of a blade is no longer a critical issue. His short sword, channeling poison energy, now transformed into a long blade. Muckengu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Yin Miang continued to slash once with the blade, the realm of transforming a sword with internal energy. Wasn't this what sword chi was? The ground behind Muckenjiu was stripped of all grass and leaves by Yin Miang's power, and then sword chi created a gash hundreds of feet long behind Muckenjiu. He was startled. What on earth was that? As the blade whistled past Muckengu's ear, Yin Miang opened his mouth with an air of disappointment. Is my skill still only this much? It can't compare to my former sword god self yet. Muckenjiu turned around and was horrified. The sword chi had cut through the forest and even split the hill behind it in 2. Yin Miang stared blankly at his short sword as if consoling himself. The current me is still very weak. My body isn't the same as before, but I will gradually grow stronger. Muckenjiu gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut as if rubbing them in disbelief. Impossible. The power of the ink sword energy Yin Miang displayed was completely different from the ordinary sword techniques he used. That sword aura truly possessed immense destructive power. Had his swordsmanship already reached the peak? Yin Miang handled that sword technique with great ease, demonstrating the power of sword aura that he had never witnessed before. He previously stammered, wondering if Yin Miang had reached the Wakyang realm. Does that matter? Yin Miang retorted. Muckenjiu, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly fled. He was no longer a match for this young boy. How humiliating. But could it be that he no longer desired revenge for his son? Those who tried to escape his grasp usually met with a grim end. Yin Miang drew his short sword again, intending to unleash sword aura at him to kill him quickly and cleanly. Give up. But he suddenly realized that he was no longer the sword god. Now, as a member of the Tang family, he had to display the Tang family's peerless martial arts. Yin Miang took out the unique left-wheel hidden weapon he had specially crafted from his body, intending to finish him in the Tang family style. At the same time, he intended to test a new technique. Muck Ji used all his movement techniques to flee deep into the forest. He still couldn't believe that Yin Miang was nothing short of a cruel monster. How could the Tang family have raised such a child for a Wakyang level master to appear in a family on the verge of collapse? If the Huxa Alliance leader learned of this, he surely wouldn't stand by. He had to warn him quickly. Swish, swish. The trees behind him were all cut down amidst Muck Gu's terror. He couldn't believe that the small hidden weapons Yin Miang threw could split trees in two. They were even chasing him. Was Yin Miang going to take his life here? Wherever the hidden weapons passed, trees fell. He resisted with his sword against the countless hidden weapons flying towards him with all his might. Though small, their speed and power were truly immense. He slashed forcefully again. Before I leave the formation, I will deal with all these hidden weapons. There's no choice but to eliminate them all. Countless hidden weapons flew in circles around Muck Ji, and he had no choice but to smash them all at once with all his might. Muck Ji screamed madly, "Come on, all of you! You bastards!" As he spoke, he shattered everything around him with his ink sword energy. Must I perish in a place like this? A flying dagger embedded itself in his sword while he was using his peerless martial art. Damn it. Immediately after, a flying dagger slashed his leg, and the next flying dagger severed his left arm as if cutting down a tree. Only one last flying dagger remained, which would decapitate him. But it wasn't that easy. Muck Ji poured his last remaining strength into repelling it, although it was incredibly painful and cost him an arm. Fortunately, he managed to save his life. Muck Ji was in so much pain and exhausted that he gasped for breath. Good, I've dealt with them all. To try and kill me with such despicable means, he continued to vow, plotting revenge against Yin Miang if he survived. He was the most optimistic person in the world. Muck Ji believed that Yin Miang must have expended a tremendous amount of internal energy using his hidden weapon control technique. If things were like this, he could calmly leave. Yin Miang walked over and shattered his thoughts. He's quite good, actually. Yin Miang should have given him a more sincere compliment. But now he was utterly despondent with nothing to mourn. He was completely wrong. He couldn't believe that Yin Miang, despite unleashing powerful and sinister techniques to commit such immense slaughter, showed no signs of fatigue or exhaustion. The hidden weapons embedded in the ground were suddenly recalled. He nervously looked down. He widened his eyes in disbelief as the hidden weapons slowly began to move. What is this? The fallen flying daggers are active again. Without further explanation, countless flying daggers once again flew towards Muck Ji. His body had just been shredded by the hidden weapons, but he was still lost in thought. Even now, he still couldn't understand what kind of monster Yin Miang was. He was originally a Wudang sect disciple, but he abandoned everything and joined the Huxa Alliance, dedicating his life to making a name for himself as the sect leader of an unorthodox faction. Yet even until his death, he couldn't touch a single hair on a young boy like Yin Miang. Ultimately, even in death, his eyes remained open, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he had encountered. Yin Miang calmly watched him die in agony, then retrieved his hidden weapons again. With this, all matters seemed concluded. He had only intended to test the power of his new technique, but he hadn't expected to so easily kill so many people. Look at all these people lying in a pool of blood. The outcome doesn't seem as bad as I thought, and yet he still complained that he was different from his former sword god self. If he became the young clan head, he would divide the Tang family's guards into two teams, one specializing in poison arts and the other in hidden weapons, and at the same time teach them these incredibly powerful techniques. Perhaps it's time to leave this place now, but I know that there will still be problems to solve in the future. It seems I'll be very busy from now on. Yin Miang thought, retrieving the poison energy into his short sword. He would never forgive the elders who tormented his mother, and those who conspired with the Zug family and Tang Lingling to entrap the Tang family. He would personally repay them for their great kindness. I'll repay them twofold. Yin Miang drew a line in the formation. No, twofold isn't enough. A truly aggrieved person repays tenfold, yet even that might be too little. Outside the formation, the Fengwei Day captain shouted furiously at Zug Son. Is there no way for him to enter the formation and rescue the test participants? Zug Son wore a helpless expression. I apologize, but for the sake of fairness, no one can intervene in the formation this time. I also couldn't have imagined such a thing happening. Everyone wore an expression of what on earth is this? He could have deactivated the formation, but he had to keep the secret buried. Everything is a lie. But I must remain silent until this is over. After the people entered, the formation was completely sealed, and no one would be able to escape alive. They might all be dead. All the Tang family could do now was suppress the unorthodox martial artists guarding outside the formation. As a result of the interrogation, they clearly identified the people who had entered the formation. Considering the combined strength of Muck Ji, the sect leader of Tail Mokum sect, Zheng Jinpeng, the Qianjin faction leader, and over 300 martial artists, the possibility of number 28 returning alive was slim. No matter how formidable he was, Zug Son wore an expression of regret for the Tang family's talents, but said that Yin Miang's death was entirely necessary due to the many unfortunate incidents that had occurred. Zug Son said reassuringly, the candidates participating in the Jiu poison battle are the future of the Tang family. But in the middle of speaking, he suddenly paused. Why did everyone look so startled? And that expression? He suddenly turned his head and looked at the person sweating profusely. I'm doomed, as expected. Yin Miang walked out of the spatial crack he had just opened with his short sword, glancing at Zhuge Sun. The members of Group 7 and the Fengwei Day captain were overjoyed. Tang Yuri shouted in delight, "It's Yin Miang as expected, our team leader wouldn't be defeated so easily." Amidst her surprised and joyful companions she rushed and embraced him. Everyone asked if he was all right. They were very worried about Yin Miang, and Yin Miang could feel their concern. He reiterated his words, "Until the competition ends, only you all will be able to defeat me now." Zhuge Sun's face was ashen, drained of all color. Number 28. By what mysterious means did you escape from so many martial artists and walk out so confidently? Look at him. Not a single scratch on his body. This can't be. Who on earth is he? It can't be. Zhuge Sun in his old age received a shock every time he encountered Yin Miang. At this rate he wouldn't die of old age but of shock. He still had no idea what had transpired. A group of unorthodox martial artists consisting of over 300 elite martial artists couldn't even deal with one young boy? What on earth happened to Mukin Jiyu and Zheng Jinpeng? As Yin Miang directed his gaze towards him, Zhuge Sun hastily covered his face. In this state, if I were to meet his eyes I would surely be struck by several daggers. Zheng Il approached, extending his hand and expressing gratitude for having magnanimously forgiven his past actions and for deactivating the formation to allow him to leave. Yin Miang also nodded, saying it was fine. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable the sight was. To deactivate the Zhuge family's formation? Thinking back, it was the same then. Yin Miang had drawn a line in the formation 3 years ago, and most recently he had deactivated Zhuge Sun's surveillance formation. How on earth did he cut through the 7-lock encompassing array? It was one of the Zhuge family's 8 peerless formations, a formation world set up for the Jiyu poison battle, including the 8-fold Thunder Prison, which was like 8 sturdy jails, capable of trapping even Wakyang-level masters. Yet a young boy like Yin Miang cut through the entire formation world and escaped. Could it be that Yin Miang's realm was no longer just Wakyang? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Of course, how could he know that Yin Miang was the sword god? As Yin Miang glanced at Zhuge Sun again, his face was ashen, drained of all color. Although he wanted to beat this old man to death right now, he shouldn't make such a minor mistake until he became the official young clan head. Fengwei Day Captain Wen Jin approached Yin Miang, congratulating him on his safe return, and Yin Miang politely returned the greeting. He thought to himself that he would first deal with the elders within the Tang family. "I apologize for making you worry." Wen Jin, as a leader within the Tang family, asked him, "What happened inside? What about the others?" Suddenly an earthquake occurred, and several spatial cracks appeared in the sky. "What is this, an earthquake?" "Look, there's a crack over there," a subordinate shouted loudly. Light was pouring through those cracks. All formations, including the 7-lock encompassing array, had completely collapsed. Zhuge Sun gritted his teeth in fear. Blue light streamed out of the formation into the space. Now all formations set up for the Jiyu Moisen battle were shattered, and the Zhuge family's achievements were shattered along with them. Since the formation had the role of recording everything that happened inside, when it shattered, the fragments replayed all events from beginning to end. Everyone could now see for themselves what had transpired, without Yin Miang needing to explain. All the soldiers were surprised. "What is this? There's something in the fragments." Wen Jin was also astonished, unable to close his mouth. All the soldiers immediately understood that these fragments were recording everything that had happened inside the formation. Even the scene of Tang Lingling being choked by him appeared in great detail before Zhuge Sun. As everyone witnessed, these events actually happened. The same was true for his killing of the 2 unorthodox faction leaders. As the formation shattered, hundreds of corpses killed by Yin Miang and the original bloody battlefield situation reappeared before everyone's eyes. Some uniforms were different, but most were the martial arts uniforms of the Tail Mokum sect. It was true that Mukin Jiyu had led an army to attack Gongdong Mountain. So had a young boy like Yin Miang truly massacred all those people simultaneously? Wen Jin mumbled, at a loss despite witnessing it through the shattered formation. Impossible. Even I would find it hard to defeat more than 30 enemies. Someone called out to Yin Miang. "Look over there." It was Mukin Gu's corpse. Seeing the face with twin swords strapped to his back, it was unmistakably him. Wen Jin and Zhuge Sun were speechless at the sight of Mukin Jiyu, the sect leader of the Mukum sect, dead and utterly disfigured. Did this mean that even Mukin Jiyu was no match for Yin Miang? Yin Miang thought of them as nothing more than a swarm of flies, not truly challenging opponents. Wen Jin was filled with admiration. Indeed, Tang Yin Miang, this boy. Yin Miang's presence was already a power that transcended the position of young clan head. He would undoubtedly become the head of the Tang family. People whispered about him. He dealt with hundreds of people all by himself. Moreover, the Tail Mukum sect was quite a famous unorthodox sect in Sichuan. Such skills surpassed the standards for a new talent in the Tang family. The position of young clan head was undeniably Yin Miang's. His companions could also puff out their chests thanks to him. Only Moon Chan harbored resentment towards that scoundrel. Before, he had tormented Yin Miang, but then Yin Miang had broken one of his arms, leaving him a cripple. Now Yin Miang had become ridiculously strong, which Moon Chan thought was truly unfair. Moon Chan gritted his teeth in anger. Though he merely felt anger, daring not to seek revenge on Yin Miang, who told him to bully others. It was karma. A good-for-nothing who once couldn't even practice martial arts and just got beaten. How dare that guy? As Moon Chan was lost in his wicked thoughts, Warrior Wen Jin announced the end of the Jiyu poison battle. He declared Yin Miang the winner of this competition and asked if anyone had any objections to step forward. Moon-chan clutched his broken arm, feeling as if he had eaten chili peppers. All he could do was quietly accept it. Of course, after witnessing a 300-against-1 battle, no one dared to object. Are there no objections? Won Jin asked again. If not, then all this has proceeded fairly. Even Zug Son was slightly surprised to hear those words. Won Jin declared the competition officially over and announced that the Tang family's young clan head had been confirmed. He ordered the Feng Wei Day to gather before the winner, Tang Yin Miang. It was an overwhelming display of power. So many Feng Wei Day warriors, Yin Miang's companions exclaimed. After decades of decline, the Tang clan has finally found a master to follow. This new master will make the Tang clan prosper again. The entire Feng Wei Day would follow and serve this new young clan head. A new master would lead them. The person to revive the sect had been born. Tang Yin Miang had become the young clan head of the main family. Won Jin knelt. Won Jin and 82 other members knelt simultaneously before the new young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family. We bow to the new young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family. The subordinates behind them also immediately knelt and shouted in unison, we bow to the young clan head. Yin Miang's companions were wide-eyed to receive such different treatment just for winning the competition, but they too had to treat Yin Miang with respect. Tang Yuri stammered, he's not even 20 yet, but his martial arts are already so exceptional. Who knows how amazing he'll become if he grows further. If it's Yin Miang, he might just defeat the unorthodox factions dominating the martial world and restore the honor of the prestigious families. Yin Miang said he knew what they wanted and that it wouldn't take long to achieve their aspirations. He asked them to trust and have high expectations for him. Tang Yin Miang, all the Feng Wei Day members were deeply impressed. It was as if he had read their thoughts. The weight of this promise solidified his position in their hearts. This person would undoubtedly be the true master and head of the Sichuan Tang family. Everyone would follow and be loyal to Tang Yin Miang. He turned and told them to get ready. Now that they were all returning to the main family, there would be work to do. He finally had his own army and very close companions. It was time to revive this rotten family. The entire army marched under the setting sun. The despicable scoundrels who were once the heads of the family would surely be punished, and those who tried to exploit the family would face the same fate. No one could escape. There was still one contemptible individual left, grumbling but daring not to speak aloud. Moon-chan couldn't understand. For what reason? For what reason had Yin Miang gained everything? He would surely take revenge on him, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. He gritted his teeth, vowing to bring Yin Miang down. Talentless but greedy was the best description for Moon-chan. The next morning, the battlefield of Gangdong Mountain was strewn with the foamed at-the-mouth bodies of soldiers. He walked. Have they already left? A man from the Gangdong sect, Grandmaster Taehyo, came to inspect the area borrowed by the Tang family. As soon as he heard the battle report, he rushed here immediately. But everyone had already left. Soon a shadow followed Taehyo, calling him Shishu. He scolded him for coming alone. Now that he had reached the Wakyang realm, he had to show a little seriousness. Taehyo asked the newcomer if he felt nothing. Yanhio immediately told him not to talk nonsense. He said no one could sleep in a place covered with corpses like this. The one who committed this deed must have moved quickly too. He asked if that wasn't what his Shishu meant. Surprisingly, over 300 people had died. Indeed, the Tang clan, although in decline, it was once called the foremost sect in Sichuan. As you know, fewer than 100 people from the Tang family came to Gangdong Mountain. Taehyo thought this was very strange. Since Gangdong Mountain was their territory, it was natural for the Tang family to inform them if such an incident occurred. Yanhio asked again, does Shishu mean that they intentionally avoided us and acted here? Yanhio said the Gangdong sect was not an unorthodox faction, so there was no reason for the Tang family to avoid them. Furthermore, the Tang family had even paid them to rent Gangdong Mountain as a competition venue. Were they hiding something? Taehyo remained silent and replied, even I don't know that. Anyway, Taehyo was surprised by something else. He hadn't realized the Tang family's hidden weapons techniques were so terrifying. To take 300 lives with the power of only one person. Yanhio agreed with him. Yes, it's truly astonishing. Yanhio was momentarily surprised. What did Shishu say? All these corpses are the work of one person? Yes, that's right. I am a Wakyong master, you cannot deceive me. Most of the corpses were killed by sharp hidden weapons, and since no hidden weapons were visible, it was clear that the person had reached a realm where they could freely fire and retrieve hidden weapons. Many had died without even drawing their weapons, so most must have been killed instantly. It was impossible for so many people to reach this realm. Grandmaster Taehyo found it truly interesting. He definitely had to meet this person. He would immediately go to Sichuan and ask, "You're going straight to Sichuan?" Yanhio immediately said, "No, it'll be very dangerous if you encounter the Huxa alliance on the way, but hasn't Shishu already reached Wakyang? It won't be difficult to evade alone," Taehyo said softly. "Then what should I do, Shishu?" Sob. Yanhio was speechless. His Shishu's stubbornness also gave him a headache. Yanhio reminded his Shishu that they should first return to their sect, report this to the sect leader, and then make a plan. Taehyo turned his head and replied, "Then let's go back. Let's postpone meeting the Tang family's master for a while." So the Huxa alliance to the south of the Gangdong sect and the demonic sect to the west make it a dire situation for the Gangdong sect. Shishu would surely want to find the Tang family's master and personally confirm the skill of the one who caused this tragedy. Currently, the Tang family's situation was no different from the Gongdong sect's. Yun Hio thought that Grandmaster Tao's plan was to cooperate with or use the Tang family to counter the Huxa alliance. He didn't know if everything would go according to Shishu's plan, but he hoped both sides would cooperate smoothly and resolve matters through dialogue without conflict with the Tang family. In the living room of the Tang family's third elder, a subordinate reported to him. The participants had returned. It was an earlier end than he had expected. Naturally, with his granddaughter Tang Lingling's skill and Waryong Hodok one of the 10 poisons, it wouldn't be difficult to win this competition and become the next young clan head. I'm not sure about that, was the subordinate's additional report. Among the returned children, the young lady is not present. The third elder immediately gasped in surprise at those words. What? 2 wall guards whispered about who would be the next young clan head. One said the grand elder's disciple and the other said the third elder's disciple. The third elder's granddaughter was also there, and he heard she had trained ruthlessly after her face was disfigured. Anyway, it would be a relief if she returned safely. Oh, who are those? A subordinate spotted the approaching group early. Yin Miang appeared before them, followed by his companions, the surviving participants, and even the Feng Wei Dai, Tang family martial uniforms. And isn't that the Feng Wei Dai? This meant the participants had returned. The subordinate reported loudly with joy. People inside the castle murmured, has it really been 3 years? Who won? Are our children alive? Anyway, who is that man so handsome? People were seeing Yin Miang for the first time. The women stared at Yin Miang as if cats looking at fish, their eyes about to pop out. An old man ran up calling his daughter Soa's name. Where's my daughter Soa? My daughter Soa, the man cried with emotion. Participant Soa raised her arm and happily greeted her father. It was truly a relief to meet after 3 years. He heard several participants had lost their lives. Someone recognized Tang Jung-il. He was the vice general manager's son. His face was filled with joy. Was he the winner? His father told him not to expect too much, as it was already a blessing that he had survived. Everyone lined up in front of the main hall, and taking the opportunity, the participants' parents also looked for their children. It was a great relief that their children were alive. Conversely, there were many parents whose children were not visible. They understood that their children had lost their lives in this harsh competition. Yin Miang saw this and thought his mother must have been worried about him too. But what if his mother didn't recognize him when he returned home? No, he was much taller and more muscular than before. He wanted to see his mother's surprised and curious expression. Yu recalled Yin Miang's name. Yin Miang, look over there, she pointed, indicating that the families belonging to the General Affairs Department had come out to greet them. You see that man with glasses? That's my father. What? Was she already asking her father to pay attention? There was no reason not to ask. With a companion young clan head like Yin Miang, of course she had to take the opportunity to introduce them. Yin Miang smirked, honest. Although that was what she said, her father was actually a capable person. It was just that he hadn't relied on connections until now, so he hadn't risen to a high position. That's why he was still handling trivial matters. Yin Miang thought this wasn't bad either. Those with ties to the elders might become obstacles when he seized power, therefore now was the time to build his own faction. Yin Miang also needed to learn more about Mi Rio and Yi Jian. Yi Jian was connected to the Yaowangdang, which manufactured all kinds of poisons for the Tang family. Tang Qisan, the Tang family's general manager. He greeted everyone who returned alive. Everyone has worked hard. The Feng Wei Dai and the Zug family too. Zug immediately bowed respectfully and asked about his health. It's been a long time, General Manager Tang. How have you been? Tang Qisan proudly raised his nose at Zug's politeness and laughed heartily. Haha, still the same old you. Qisan also asked about the plan Zug Son had received. He said that he and the elders would not forget the Zug family's efforts for the Tang family. Zug Son broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid of being exposed. We only did what we could to help. Tang Qisan, seemingly not understanding Zug's feelings, continued to laugh and patted his shoulder. He said that thanks to the Zug family's formations, the competition proceeded smoothly, and that allowed the Tang family to send their talents to the competition. Zug Son forced a smile, but tears streamed down inside. He couldn't say that all the formations had been destroyed for profit. Afterwards, Tang Qisan ordered the Feng Wei Dai to disband and rest and the other participants to go to the Elders' Hall where the elders were waiting. Warrior One Jin stepped forward and refused. I apologize, but we cannot go to the Elders' Hall. Qisan and Zug were surprised. When asked, One Jin stated that he was currently the captain of the Feng Wei Dai. Tang Qisan asked again as if he had misheard. You won't go to the Elders' Hall? One Jin said that as far as he knew, the place responsible for the competition was the Amdokjan. So it was the correct rule to go there, not the Elders' Hall. Tang Qisan's anger flared. Was One Jin ignoring him? He angrily shouted. You are merely a guard captain. How dare you discuss rules in front of me, the general manager? If the Feng Wei Dai doesn't disband immediately, it won't just be obstruction of official duties, but insubordination. People widened their eyes at Tang Qisan's unreasonableness. One Jin was also surprised by this charge of insubordination. Did he mean that even correct principles shouldn't be used against the elders? Although he had expected it, he hadn't thought it would be so bureaucratic. Yin Miang approached and asked whose insubordination he was talking about. Was there someone in this Tang family with higher authority than the young clan head? Tang Qisan asked in surprise. Who are you again? I am the one who won the competition and will be the next young clan head. Tang Yianmiang introduced himself. Now please step aside. Otherwise it will be you who commits insubordination. Afterwards Tang Qisan returned to the elders' hall and reported the matter. The third elder, being old and hard of hearing, asked him to repeat it. Who won the competition? As he reported, the next young clan head was Dokbong's son, Tang Yianmiang. The third elder slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Nonsense," as if he had misheard again. The old man thought no one could defeat his granddaughter Tang Lingling. Waryong Hodok had burned everything to ashes, so could it be that it had no effect? The grand elder spoke. Are you saying even his disciple couldn't win? For those unaware, Tang Gakrin was a spy and Muk Ingu's illegitimate son. He was considered a perfect martial arts genius, whose talent and effort were recognized by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder fully believed the young clan head position would be his. Having seen the participants before the competition, he was confident that no one, including Yianmiang, could surpass Tang Gakrin. Could the gap have narrowed in just 3 years? That's impossible. Yianmiang must have used some cunning trick. Elder Li thought they must find out what happened in the GU poison battle. Elder Saw agreed, adding that while there was a rule to overlook everything that happened inside, Yianmiang's qualification should be investigated. Could Dokbong's son really have won, surpassing all promising candidates? The Grand Elder agreed to the decision. If all the elders consented, they would extract a confession from Yianmiang. He asked the general manager why he hadn't appeared yet. Hadn't the elders ordered Tang Qisan to summon the participants to the elders' hall? Tang Qisan stammered as he continued to report the incident. Yianmiang said that only the clan head could command the young clan head, and since the clan head position was currently vacant, the elders could not command on their behalf. So what right did those old men have to accuse him of insubordination? Since when did the elders' authority become higher than the young clan heads? Tang Qisan was flustered and speechless, saying threateningly, "You haven't been officially recognized as the young clan head yet." He simply couldn't understand why Dokbong's son had won, and he feared that if someone as hostile to the elders' hall as Yianmiang became the young clan head, he too would be dismissed. Tang Qisan continued to threaten Yianmiang, saying that angering the elders would lead to punishment. Threatening me? Are you done rambling? Don't make me step in. Tang Qisan immediately flinched. Yianmiang said nothing more and used his poison chi to push Tang Qisan back. What on earth is this absurd internal energy? Now he was extremely afraid if he continued to provoke Yianmiang, he wouldn't survive. It seemed he wasn't someone who could be dealt with by mere words. Tang Qisan wept and snotted in fear as Yianmiang walked past him. I don't care how those damned old men feel. We will go to the Amdokjan, which is responsible for the competition according to the rules. If he doesn't want insubordination, then tell the elders immediately. Tell them the era of the old men is over. Yianmiang said, turning his back. Tang Qisan relayed that Yianmiang had told the elders to come to the Amdokjan to meet the participants themselves. The elders asked skeptically, "Did he really say that?" "Yes, he did," Tang Qisan stammered. "As for telling them the era of the old men is over, how could I possibly utter such words? That arrogant brat, how dare he?" An elder, consumed by rage, couldn't control his aura. The third elder exploded with fury and used his internal energy to shatter the table before him. Even Yianmiang's mother, Dokbong, had to be cautious in front of the elders. Anyway, this is good. Yianmiang isn't officially recognized as the young clan head yet. Judging by his attitude, it's enough to disqualify him. The third elder said, "First, the elders will go to the Amdokjan, as he says, and then we'll see if he can still utter such nonsense." Soon after, the third elder summoned the elders' private guards. The armed forces were waiting outside. Listen carefully. The Grand Elder's direct guards, the Junadi, prepared to proceed to the Amdokjan immediately. Elder Yi's direct guards, the Jianzhangdi, also appeared immediately. The same went for Elder Saw's direct guards, the Dokumde, and Elder O's direct guards, the Amyangdi, and the third elder summoned the head of the Paryangdi. A subordinate immediately appeared to receive orders. The third elder personally instructed him to lead his Paryangdi to surround the Amdokjan. "Insolent Yianmiang, how dare you challenge the authority of the elders' hall? I will show you who the true master of this Tang family is. I will show you who the true master of this Tang family is." Inside the Amdokjan, the Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiaki also exclaimed in surprise. "What? Yianmiang really won the competition?" He confirmed that he had. From a young age, Chiaki had felt Yianmiang was extraordinary, but his current aura was far stronger than before. Chiaki breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his sister would be pleased. But beside him was someone who seemed displeased. He asked Yianmiang again, "Did you really win the competition?" His voice was mixed with a hint of surprise. He was the Poison King Grandmaster Tang Gaek, and he was the father of Tang Moonchan, who had his arm broken by Yianmiang before the competition. He had even visited Yianmiang's house to pick a fight. At that time, Chiaki had stepped in to protect Yianmiang. Tang Gaek scoffed. "It's fortunate enough that you're not dead." He threatened that Yianmiang and his mother would surely pay the price for his son's arm after the competition. He even said that Yianmiang might lose his life during the competition. Yianmiang reminded him of his past threat. "You said that, didn't you?" He had said almost 4 years had passed, but he couldn't make Yianmiang pay any price. Yin Miang said he hoped he would be careful with his words and actions in the Tang family from now on. Otherwise, if Yin Miang fixed his gaze on him, he could also break his son's remaining arm. Hearing his nephew speak so sharply, Tang Chiak-hee was speechless. Wen Jin looked at the Amdokjan from outside. It had been a long time since he could return here. When Tang Ki-san revealed that Yin Miang was Dokbong's son, Wen Jin was also surprised. The next young clan head is the son of Dokbong, the former captain of the Fengwei Day. Yin Miang knew Wen Jin would have many questions but promised to explain everything after handling all matters. Wen Jin pondered deeply. Is he really her son? After the bloody battle with the demon lord Qianju, he had targeted Dokbong, and Wen Jin recalled the old days. At that time, the Tang family's warriors had to fight for their lives to confront him. It was a horrific battle, filled with flames and smoke. Even the Fengwei Day soldiers were powerless against his immense strength. The demon lord Qianju was truly a murderous monster. Even the clan head at the time couldn't fight him, and died with his neck severed, his eyes open. The Tang family's resistance was more difficult than he expected. Unleash all of them, the demon lord commanded, and his demonic army attacked like mad, heedless of the Tang family's potent poisons like a pack of wild beasts. To counter his fearsome power, Wen Jin sought help from the elders, but the elders' hall refused, stating they couldn't sacrifice their forces in vain. At least if they had dispatched their armed forces, the damage would have been slightly reduced. Wen Jin painfully recalled the past, thinking that the elders had then shamelessly blamed Dokbong for everything. After the battle, Wen Jin remembered the elders publicly denouncing Dokbong. The family was almost destroyed because of you. If we had just handed you over as the demon lord Qianju wished, the damage could have been prevented. Dokbong agreed to step down from the young clan head position to protect Yin Miang, who was in her womb. This was something I hadn't considered. Wen Jin thought for a moment, then spoke to the Fengwei Day. As you all know, whose son is the current young clan head of the Tang family, and the Fengwei Day was cast aside for failing to protect its former master on that day. They had failed in their duty. Now a new opportunity had arisen for them to atone once more. As Wen Jin was deep in thought, a loud voice suddenly came from behind. Stop! Wen Jin was startled by the approaching figure. Chiak-hee and Yin Miang also heard the voice. HMPH, that voice. It's time to greet them, Yin Miang said. We'll see if we go out. Outside, the Fengwei Day was blocking the elder's path, and the third elder said unpleasantly, Fengwei Day, how dare you? He asked in a harsh voice. Since when did the Fengwei Day have the right to defy the elders? Yin Miang, where's that brat? The third elder pressed, as their young master had expected. All the elders had appeared. Wen Jin was slightly afraid. Moreover, they had brought all their armed forces. Is it because of their status? Are they feeling threatened? Is this more important than the clan head and the future of the Tang family? The third elder, losing patience, said in a harsh voice, Don't you hear me? Tang Yin Miang, call that brat out immediately. As the situation reached peak tension, Yin Miang walked out. No need to bother, I'm here. Old men, I'm here. Chiak-hee stared blankly at the guards. Did the entire elders' hall and their guards really come here? My goodness, the third elder preemptively said. Do you think the position of the future head of the family can be easily taken without our permission? Yin Miang said. What's wrong with that? I personally won this competition, and I'm proceeding with the inauguration ceremony in the Amdokjan to confirm its fairness. Yes, old men, do you have anything to report? The third elder exclaimed in surprise. What? Hearing those words, the other elders also judged Yin Miang to be impudent. How dare he speak to the family elders in such a manner? Wen Jin cautiously spoke, trying to prevent them from becoming too tense with the elders. Young clan head, third elder will give you a chance. If you don't reveal everything that happened in the Gu poison battle, it will be difficult to save your life, however. Yin Miang knew that what happened in the competition was a secret according to family rules. Then what is an elder's command compared to that? Or do the elders think I gained an advantage through illicit means? Yin Miang asked. The third elder shouted, I received reports from my subordinates. Tail Mokum sects Mukin Gu and 300 unorthodox martial artists intervened. Since external forces intervened, this cannot be a fair competition. Then let me explain further. Yin Miang said, Tang Lingling and Tang Gak Ren, those two brats killed other participants, and I merely killed those two. The competition is over, and I won. The intervention of the unorthodox factions only happened after the competition ended, so it's unrelated to them. The third elder was furious at the mention of his granddaughter being killed. What? Say that again. Old man, your hearing is too poor. Who killed whom? If you can't believe it, go to Gongdong Mountain and retrieve your granddaughter's body. Yin Miang said calmly, if the Gongdong sect hasn't already retrieved it, it should still be there. The third elder was no longer hard of hearing and shouted at him to shut up without a word. He used his internal energy and charged at Yin Miang. Like a 100-year-old cannon, the old man seemed truly angry. Even Chiak-hee and Wen Jin couldn't react to the old man's power. His internal energy was truly extraordinary. A surge of energy swept through the people, and as the smoke and dust cleared, the two watched with wide eyes. The third elder thought this outcome was all Yin Miang's own doing. Truly a pathetic fellow. You don't believe it? Hearing Yin Miang ask again, the old man's eyes widened, and his face turned pale, devoid of a drop of blood. Yin Miang held his poisonous hand without moving. Are you really saying you don't believe my words? Yin Miang gripped his hand tightly and sarcastically asked if it was so unbelievable that his incompetent granddaughter had died. What on earth is this? How can a young brat like you block my ghost-killing poison hand? This was an attack so fast it could paralyze the opponent's hearing and vision. But why? Why could he block it so easily? Countless questions resurfaced. Was the third elder perhaps scared? Could Yin Miang's internal energy be stronger than his? Are you saying you've trained martial arts for decades? He couldn't hide his indignation and resolved to attack again. How dare you make this elder a laughingstock? As his claw attack approached, Yin Miang pulled out the poison bottle containing Waryong Hodok. The old man, recognizing his granddaughter's relic, immediately stopped. The shadow of the poison bottle imprinted itself on his eyes. He seemed to have withdrawn his hand out of fear of the poison. How did you get that? Yin Miang asked with a slight sneer. What do you think? You know this, don't you, old man? You seem flustered. Yin Miang dropped the poison bottle to the ground. Is it strange that the poison bottle you gave your granddaughter is now in my hands? As the remaining Waryong Hodok spilled onto the ground, fierce flames erupted, and the third elder had to protect himself. If this were merely a simple poison, Yin Miang would have overlooked it, but the reckless use of one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons was a different matter. Everyone present watched with wide eyes the power of the 10 poisons. One Jin confirmed once more. One of the Tang family's 10 great poisons, young clan head, is that what's in that poison bottle? And it was indeed so. Yin Miang confirmed that Tang Lingling had confessed before her death that it was Waryong Hodok, one of the most intensely hot poisons. People whispered, Waryong Hodok. No wonder it was hard to breathe when the poison bottle caught fire. But wasn't the third elder in charge of managing the 10 poisons? Yin Miang asked the Fengwei Dai a question. Is the value of the Tang family's 10 great poisons so low that anyone can use them for personal purposes? Absolutely not. As far as one Jin knew, the Tang family's 10 great poisons were so dangerous that even Tang family martial artists who had reached the Wakyong realm couldn't approach them carelessly. Their recipes were lost and the remaining quantities of the 10 poisons were not large, so they were all sealed within the Tang family. The Tang family's 10 great poisons were more precious than any other treasure in Sichuan. Therefore, if anyone was caught using the 10 poisons for personal gain, they would be sentenced to death. Hearing this, the other elders broke out in a cold sweat. By what right was Yin Miang trying to execute a Tang family elder? Hearing those words, Yin Miang smiled brightly. Now I have a legitimate reason to deal with these old men. Therefore, I think even a Tang family elder cannot resist the family rules. This is a good thing for him. At least he can reunite with his granddaughter in the afterlife. Yin Miang transmitted internal energy into the third elder's hand, and the old man was consumed by the fierce heat of Waryong Hodok, burning to ashes. Amidst the astonishment of all the Tang family warriors present, he turned into a handful of ash. The third elder's guards and the other elders had no time to react to the situation. Yin Miang threatened the remaining elders. You rotten old men of the Tang family. What right do they have to judge me, the young clan head of the Tang family? Only I have the right to determine my own status. One Jin felt that Yin Miang seemed a little out of his mind. Who would dare to speak so confidently in front of the elders' council? The fate of the Sichuan Tang family would officially change from here. The Grand Elder, displeased, ordered his guards to arrest Yin Miang, for Yin Miang had committed a grave crime by killing an elder. What would Yin Miang fear? He asked the Grand Elder Tang Chiak-jong if he knew that his disciple Tang Gak-rin was causing chaos in the Tang family. The elder asked in surprise again. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Miang patiently said. You truly don't know, you truly didn't know he was a spy for the Tail Mokum sect? The Grand Elder thought he was spouting nonsense and trying to embarrass him. Yin Miang said he had personally witnessed the Tail Mokum sect invading the competition area. Then you're saying Gak-rin has a secret relationship with them. What evidence do you have to assert that? The elder shouted loudly. Just a moment, I will provide the evidence right now, a voice rang out. Tang Zhongil suddenly appeared and said he had the evidence. He was the vice general manager's son. Why are you here? The elder asked. Tang Zhongil asserted that he was the only witness who could prove Tang Gak-rin was a spy for the Tang family. Tang Zhongil took off his clothes, revealing many wounds. The elder and one Jin were slightly surprised by this sight. These were the wounds Yin Miang had sustained in his fight with Gak-rin before killing him in the Jiyu poison battle. Judging by the wounds, they were not caused by hidden weapons or poison. The spy used a very strange swordsmanship. At that time, Zhongil was tormented and toyed with by him. He thought Gak-rin used twin swordsmanship. That's just your conjecture, the elder said. Elder Saw recognized it immediately upon seeing it. He said it could be true. He had previously seen Muk in Jiyu use swordsmanship on the battlefield. Most people attacked by him were dismembered beyond recognition, but the wounds left on the body were very similar to Zhongil's. Zhongil added, furthermore, before deciding to kill me, Gak-rin revealed he was a spy and confessed his real name was Mukin Jiuk. Everyone whispered. Mukin Jiuk? Wasn't that the name of Mukin Gu's illegitimate son with a maidservant? Then everything became clear. Yin Miang had intended to ask Zhongil for his testimony, but he hadn't expected him to come forward and expose it himself. But this was nothing compared to Yin Miang saving him. He was merely repaying a favor. Yin Miang smiled brightly and replied, Thank you, thanks to you, everything is clear. The Grand Elder was now very confused. Was his beloved grandson really a spy? Now that didn't matter. If he continued to let Yin Miang speak, he himself wouldn't be safe. He turned and ordered the Junity to arrest Yin Miang. Why was the Periangdi just standing there? Was no one going to avenge the third elder's death? Don't just stand there and watch, the old man shouted indignantly. 500 soldiers quickly saved the old man. No matter how much he shouted, no one dared to act. Then Yin Miang approached and ordered them not to act rashly. Now all the evidence is out. Your actions are truly shameful. Your actions are no different from the third elder just now. Are you planning to feign ignorance? Your crime is not light either. Yin Miang imagined that if Tang Gakrin had become the young clan head and the Tang family had fallen into the hands of an unorthodox faction, he would have feigned ignorance and absolved himself of all guilt, prepared to be punished. Yin Miang's eyes emitted a murderous aura. The Grand Elder was terrified. He shouted loudly, "Young clan head, please wait a moment. Are you calling me young clan head now? It's too late." With a single streak of sword energy, the old man's right arm fell from his shoulder as if a former lover had turned their back and left. But while one can love again, an arm cannot be reattached. The Grand Elder was surprised and realized he had reached a dead end. Yin Miang acted decisively. The Grand Elder was accused of the crime of harboring and assisting a spy. Originally his dantian was to be destroyed and his martial arts crippled, but as there was no evidence that this was his primary intention, he was given a lighter sentence of losing only one arm. The Grand Elder knelt clutching his wound and thanked Yin Miang for his magnanimity. Yin Miang's speed of attack was so fast that his eyes couldn't even follow it. When had he learned such advanced swordsmanship? But he still had one hidden card. Yin Miang surely hadn't noticed that he had emitted invisible poison gas into the air. This was the invisible poison, one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons, a potent toxin without color, smell, or taste. As its name suggested, the opponent would not know they were poisoned until symptoms appeared, and would die instantly without knowing what had happened. Although its toxicity was slightly weaker than the true invisible poison, this was his own modified version of the invisible poison, which he had researched himself for decades. Even if the opponent was at the Wakyang realm, there would be no way to stop it. At this moment, Yin Miang was still looking at him kneeling on the ground. "Young man, Yin Miang, meekly accept your death." The old man smiled sinisterly. "He won't even know why he died until his last breath. Haha, it'll just be another vitamin for Yin Miang." The invisible poison had already spread to where Yin Miang was standing. The poison gas enveloped Yin Miang. As if realizing something, he slightly frowned. He merely said that the old man was quite noisy as if nothing had happened. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was instantly startled. Was the old man feeling guilty about something? Then his left hand, which had been clutching his wound, was also instantly severed. The Grand Elder screamed in pain. Everyone was shocked. What is this? Didn't he just say a light punishment would suffice? How can he change his words like this and still think he's qualified to be the Tang family's young clan head? However, Elder O, as if he had seen something, advised everyone to remain calm. Wait, what's that? Next to the Grand Elder's left hand on the floor, the invisible poison bottle was already showing signs of corrosion and melting. Isn't that a poison bottle flowing out next to his hand? Yin Miang approached him and said, "Their Grand Elder was trying to poison me under the pretext of stopping the bleeding. This is also a grave crime and a shameless act," the Grand Elder cried out in despair. "Young clan head, please." The Grand Elder Tang Chiakjong was accused of the crime of trying to assassinate the young clan head and bring ruin to the family. Yin Miang raised his hand and quietly said, "This is considered an act of treason against the family and is punishable by death." Without further ado, Yin Miang swung his hand decisively. Instantly, Tang Chiakjong's head fell at his feet, leaving no last words. Yin Miang stood beside the Grand Elder's corpse. A nation has its laws and a family has its rules. Yin Miang declared once again that if anyone else violated the family rules, he would personally punish them. Even high-ranking officials of the Elders' Council would be no exception. Seeing 2 elders die, the remaining 3 broke out in a cold sweat. The Tang family was in decline and could collapse at any time, so he had to find a way to change the situation. "I have one thing I can promise everyone here. First, I will eliminate all the parasites that exploit the Tang family. And second, I can promise that no Tang family member will face the dangers of unorthodox or demonic factions. I will also help everyone live safely in this land of Sichuan." Yin Miang shouted loudly and asked if there were any other opinions. He asked everyone here, not just the elders, but do they officially recognize him as the young clan head of the Tang family? At Tang Ji Hai's residence, Yin Miang's mother was listening to the story again from her maidservant. "What did you say?" She told the maidservant to calm down and not cry. The maidservant was truly certain that young clan head Yin Miang had won the competition. Moreover, he even judged the qualifications of the elders and promised the family's future. "I still can't forget that moving scene." Everyone in the Amdokjan knelt and recognized young clan head Yin Miang as the future leader of the Tang family. He had truly become an outstanding individual, wise and charismatic. She thought of her deceased husband. "My Yin Miang, my dear husband, if only you were alive to hear this news." Ji Hai asked the maidservant to tell the story again. She felt she hadn't heard enough. Yin Miang wanted to rush to his mother immediately and tell her he was alive. However, there were still many things to resolve here. Chiaki announced that events and agendas would be held in the Amdokjan in the future. To present important family matters, the young clan head's approval was required. The deposed elders looked very displeased, but no one raised any objections. Only Elder O dared to speak. He believed that Yin Miang, regardless of his skill, lacked experience in family leadership. In making important decisions on behalf of the family, the elders would assist until the young clan head matured. Yin Miang also agreed with Elder O's words. He didn't want to make things difficult for them either. Rather than eliminating them, it wasn't bad to use them effectively for the Tang family. He was surprised that Yin Miang agreed so quickly. If there's nothing more to discuss, I will conclude the meeting here, Yin Miang said. The investigation confirmed that the third elder had indeed used one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons for personal gain. Therefore, the management of the 10 poisons was now entrusted to the experts in the Amdokjan. The elders had lost most of their power, retaining only their personal guards. Yin Miang allowed them to keep their guards. However, all expenses for maintaining these forces had to be paid directly by the elders. All budgets that the Tang family had previously used for that purpose through the vice general manager would be recovered. Yin Miang spoke decisively. The Grand Elders and Third Elders guards, now without administrators, would be merged into a single guard team. They would be reassigned to the Amdokjan. Their duties, salaries, and benefits would also change. Many expressed dissatisfaction, but they had to forget their past privileges. If you don't want to be expelled, you'd better perform your new duties well, Yin Miang said majestically. Anyone who causes friction with other guards will be severely punished. A few days later, Yin Miang summoned the Zug family's formation team. They greeted him respectfully with their new titles. Young clan head, you called for us. Zug Son had not expected the Tang family's status and position to change so quickly. There was no longer any need to report on the progress of the GU poison battle. No one would know about the mission of that competition or the Zug family's transgressions. However, they praised the young clan head for his victory. Now, if he made even one mistake, it would be difficult to avoid punishment. Yin Miang turned around. He said he had been too busy for a few days, which was why he had summoned them late. He also had something he wanted to ask Zug Son. He was surprised. Was this indeed the number 28 he had seen before, to possess such a dignified appearance in just a few days? He asked Yin Miang if he was surprised by his attire. He said it was because the Tang family had required him to dress appropriately for his status. Yin Miang was not yet the Tang family head, but he already held all the power, like a true head, which Zug found a little difficult to comprehend. Then what business do you have with us? Zug asked nervously. Yin Miang immediately replied, actually, I heard that the Zug family's formations are extremely potent. If an uninvited guest gets lost, they will wander forever. But my experience was slightly different. He said he wanted those formations to be deployed at the Tang family stronghold to prevent unorthodox or demonic factions from approaching the Tang family. Zug Son apologized to Yin Miang. His family's formations could not be deployed without the permission of the family head. Furthermore, setting up formations required precious items handed down as treasures in the Zug family. Also, sorcerers were needed to maintain the formations, but currently there were not enough personnel. Regarding the formation setup, poison gas seeped behind Zug Son. Zug Son stammered, then suddenly heard a sound from behind him. Yin Miang quietly manipulated his hidden weapons, killing all those standing behind Zug Son. Zug Son was startled. This is, before he could collect himself, a hidden weapon was before his eyes. Young clan head, what is the meaning of this? He said that he knew Tang Lingling had made a deal with the Zug family. He said that even though the Zug family could have prevented Muck and Jiu, a member of an unorthodox faction, from interfering in the competition, they ultimately allowed them to pass. Did you think I would pretend not to know about this enormous betrayal and let it slide? Yin Miang said he wouldn't say anything more. Set up a formation similar to the one used in the Gongdong Mountain competition at the Tang family. If you do that, I will let this matter pass. His proposal was not bad. If Zug Son still pretended not to know, he asked if he had ever heard of the Tang family rules. Repay tenfold, that was the Tang family rule. That's why 2 elders had already died at his hands. I will count to 3. If there is no positive answer, I will kill you, and then personally go to the Zug family to hold them accountable for this betrayal. Imagine what will happen next. You mean Yin Miang will exterminate the entire Zug family? 1. Yin Miang began to count. When he counted to 2, Zug Son clasped his hands and accepted the order. I'll do it. Zug Son earnestly clasped his hands, only hoping that he would not take dangerous actions against the Zug family. Then that's good, Yin Miang said, also hoping he would be more compliant. Go quickly and implement this. The next day he called his old companions to meet. He said he had wanted to call them earlier, but he had been too busy with things to handle, so he was late. Am I Rio? Cautiously asked. Respectfully, young clan head, why did you call for us? When he heard her words, he felt somehow awkward and unfamiliar. Why is everyone calling me that? Just call me by my name like before. Is that really all right? Tang Yuri asked in surprise. Then the 3 instantly did a 180-degree turn. Yi Jian even put her legs on the table. How could they change their attitude so quickly? These guys, Yuri casually asked, why did you call for us? Not long ago, Yin Miang had appointed Yuri's father to the position of general manager. This development surprised everyone. Hadn't Yuri said her father was highly competent? If you hold talent in your hands, you should know how to utilize it. However, not everyone accepted this decision. Many people objected to it. Yuri found it hard to speak. Yin Myung said it wouldn't be difficult to quell those few criticisms and objections, but it would be a huge problem if Yuri didn't speak accurately about her father's abilities, or if her father were to flaunt his relationship with the young clan head or secretly engage in suspicious activities. He would need to be careful. Yin Myung made a gesture of slitting a throat. Yuri was confident that her father would never do such a thing. Good, then I confirm that your father is very suitable for the general manager position, Yin Myung said. At this, Yuri was deeply moved and thanked him for his help. As you already know, he was so moved that he wept, expressing his responsibility, so there's no need to worry. Look at Yuri, she's genuinely happy that her father is held in such high regard. Next, it's Mi Ryo and Yi Jian's turn. Please tell me your stories quickly, this is the purpose of calling you here. If you know of any people who possess exceptional abilities but couldn't showcase them when the elders held power, please let me know. I will protect them with my authority. Currently, I desperately need talented people to gather and pave the way forward. If there's anything they need, please speak openly. Mi Ryo replied, I truly don't know who to mention. Yin Myung turned to Yi Jian and asked, what about you? I know you're from the Yawangdang, which manufactures and researches medicine and poison, right? How is it there? Yi Jian worried whether to talk about the Yawangdang. Yi Jian's voice was slightly hesitant. The matter was directly related to Yin Myung. To be precise, it was related to what happened to his father. Yin Myung was startled to hear this. It was an organization related to the poisoning of Yin Myung's father. It was a Yawangdang member, Yi Jian said decisively. Had Mi Ryo misheard? Was the culprit a Yawangdang member? Yuri slammed the table like a gorilla. How dare that guy lay a hand on Yin Myung's family? Let's go cut off his head quickly. This Choi Jung was truly fierce. Yin Myung gestured for Yuri to calm down. Yin Myung asked Yi Jian to tell him the story. The Tang family's Yawangdang was a closed organization, so much so that even the elders couldn't intervene. It was a place that researched medicines and poisons. The Yawangdang provided medical services and traded medicinal ingredients to maintain its own finances. The Tang family was able to survive even after the war with the demon lord Qianju, thanks to the existence of the Yawangdang. 90% of the Tang family's expenses were all due to their business. At that time, the head of the Yawangdang was Yi Jian's grandfather. Mi Ryo asked curiously, for what reason did he lose his position? Yi Jian said, surprised. That's right, Mi Ryo knows that too. When my grandfather was the head, a young man visited him every day. And that was Yin Myung's father, Tang Wei Ryong. After the war with the demon lord Qianju, the number of people expressing anger towards Dokbong increased even further. Yin Myung's father always protected his wife and fought with those who slandered her. However, he was an ordinary scholar, a person without any martial arts. The result of the fights always left Wei Ryong injured. A body unprotected by internal energy will suffer severe internal injuries if subjected to an internal energy attack, as the internal chi will become chaotic, but he retaliated and suffered quite a few injuries. Then the incident occurred, Yi Jian said, falling silent. Yin Myung's father had a huge fight with Tang Il, the deputy head of the Yawangdang. Yin Myung's father saw him making despicable slanders about his wife Dokbong that he couldn't bear to hear. Enraged, Wei Ryong decided to fight the deputy head instead of resolving it peacefully. Only when Yi Jian's grandfather arrived could the fight be stopped. Because of that, Tang Il was removed from the list of Yawangdang head successors. Did he hold a grudge about that and then poison Yin Myung's father out of resentment? Yin Myung wondered. That was exactly it. Yi Jian added, after poisoning Yin Myung's father, he began a plan to overthrow the Yawangdang by poisoning his opponents. Yi Jian's grandfather was also affected in a similar way and was imprisoned by him. Mi Ryo said in surprise, such a thing happened and no one knew? Even if that place is cut off from the outside, doesn't it belong to the Tang family? Yi Jian's grandfather became mentally unstable after being poisoned, so when Yi Jian reported the situation, no one stepped forward to help. So he decided to participate in this GU poison test. He knew the secret of the incident, but he wouldn't be assassinated while participating in the test for 3 years. Yi Jian wanted to go see her grandfather's situation right now, but she was too scared to go. She apologized to Yin Myung for her weakness. It would probably be difficult to find talent in the Yawangdang right now. Yin Myung wondered why Tang Il had kept Yi Jian's grandfather alive. If he intended to silence people, he should have killed her grandfather. If he wasn't mistaken, there was an elixir in the Yawangdang that even the elders didn't know about. A pill made from a legendary creature that could live in lava, the Millennial Wari elixir. Millennial Wari? Yuri asked in surprise. Does such a thing truly exist? Mi Ryo thought it was just a story. Yin Myung thought, what's so great about an elixir? It just increases internal energy a little. It's not that simple, Yi Jian said. According to legend, about 100 years ago, the young sect leader of the Fierce Sun faction directly consumed this elixir and greatly increased his internal energy to the Wakyung realm. But the Fierce Sun faction was destroyed by the demonic forces. It's not a legend, Mi Ryo thought. Since the story has been passed down to the younger generation, there must be some truth to it, Yi Jian added. But this elixir also contains an extremely powerful poison. If one consumes it and their body cannot withstand the poison within, it could lead to death. If one tries to remove the poison incorrectly, the elixir's effect will diminish, and perhaps Tang Il kept Yi Jian's grandfather alive because he knew how to remove the poison without reducing the elixir's effect. Indeed, it is possible to remove the poison without reducing the elixir's effect. Was your grandmother the first head of the Yaowangdang? Yin Miang asked. Yes, that's right, Yi Jian said, wiping away tears, touched. She explained that the old man's current goal was to obtain the perfect elixir and use it to become a Wakyong master. Afterwards, he would lead his subordinates to the Tang family and become the new Tang family head. Hearing this, Yuri and Mi Rio were speechless. This was truly outrageous. Tang Il was truly foolish. Even if he gained power through the elixir, he wouldn't be able to reach Wakyong without enlightenment. Yin Miang remained silent for a moment. During the 3 years they had spent together, he had no idea about this, as Yi Jian hadn't revealed it. Even after such a terrible thing had happened, he still smiled in front of his friends as if he had no worries. First of all, thank you, it must have been difficult to speak. Thank you for being honest with me. Yin Miang comforted Yi Jian. He asked Yi Jian, if I purge all the current members of the Yaowangdang and restore your grandfather's power, can the Yaowangdang operate normally like you? Yi Jian was slightly surprised to hear this. If Yi Jian's grandfather was merely poisoned, he could still be useful. What he needed now was Yi Jian's courage. Yi Jian clenched her fists and confidently asserted that it was absolutely possible. Because I don't think my current skill is inferior to the current heads. If I recruit a few more people skilled in pharmacology, I can train them, Yi Jian said confidently. Hearing that reassures me. I'll listen to Mi Rio's story later. Of course, after solving the Yaowangdang's problems, Mi Rio also happily agreed. Alright, let's get to work now. Yin Miang stood up. They had to go to the Yaowangdang immediately. Yi Jian worried if he was overexerting himself. Moreover, Yin Miang hadn't visited his mother since returning, but he thought his mother would understand him. As the young clan head, he couldn't leave those conspiring to betray the Tang family unpunished. Moreover, above all else, he couldn't possibly stand by and watch what happened to his trusted companions. Yi Jian was immediately moved to tears upon hearing this. Yi Jian's Yaowangdang this time, she promised him that she would purge every single traitor. As promised, Yin Miang immediately headed to the Yaowangdang with the Fengwei Day guards. In a secret room there, Tang Il also heard the news that Tang Wei Ryang's son had become the young clan head. That child was becoming increasingly overbearing. He thought that what he had done to his father was a long time ago, and no one knew about it anywhere now. Moreover, it happened even before Yin Miang was born, so he didn't even precisely remember what he had done to Yin Miang's father. Of course, there's also Yi Jian. She has never returned here, so she wouldn't be the kind of person to abandon her relatives. HMPH, in the end, your personal life takes precedence over your relatives, doesn't it? He scoffed with a hint of disdain. However, he wasn't too worried about Yi Jian. Currently, he had Yi Jian's grandfather imprisoned. Tang Il thought Yi Jian was merely a coward, so he could kill him at any time. The most important thing now was this Wari elixir. If he could fully absorb it, his internal energy would greatly increase. However, Yi Jian's grandfather was not in his right mind and couldn't tell him how to remove the poison inside this elixir. But he had made a new plan. Tang Il hesitated whether he should do it himself, but if he made a mistake, the internal energy within the elixir would be completely destroyed. Therefore, he needed another safer method. This elixir was too precious to handle carelessly. A subordinate burst through the door in a hurry, reporting a big problem. Tang Il said angrily, "What big problem? Why are you so rude? Don't you see I'm busy?" the subordinate loudly shouted. The young clan head, hearing this, Tang Il was slightly startled. The Fengwei Day has been ordered to arrest all pharmacists here right now. That incident happened so long ago, and no one intervened. It's possible that everyone here is secretly following Tang Il. It's best to arrest everyone first and then judge the situation. Absolutely not a single snake will be missed. The young clan head is rampaging through the Yaowangdang area. Someone shouted loudly. The pharmacist began to act arrogantly towards Yin Miang. "How dare you do this to us? Have you forgotten what kind of place this is?" Yin Miang asked Yi Jian if she had found her grandfather, but she still hadn't. Yi Jian said with tearful eyes, "I've searched everywhere here, but I couldn't find any trace of them." He shouted at Tang Il's subordinate pharmacists, "Where have they hidden my grandfather?" The two people in front exchanged glances and hid. That's what we. Their voices were slightly hesitant and they hid. They thought Yin Miang wouldn't dare do anything to pharmacists like them. These guys seemed more stubborn than expected. Yin Miang called one Jin to take action. Without hesitation, Warrior One Jin immediately acted, beheading the two people who had just been whispering, sending them to the afterlife. He said to the others watching in horror, "Who are you all glaring at like that? Don't you dare test my patience. If you continue like this, don't blame me. I only need to open my mouth once." It turned out that Yi Jian's grandfather had been imprisoned in a place called Soko-K for 3 years. Hearing this, Yi Jian was slightly terrified. My goodness, to imprison my grandfather in such a place, that's where patients infected with serious epidemics are quarantined, but the environment there was cold and damp for a long time, making conditions bad, so it was a place her grandfather had sealed off in the past. Then Yin Miang will go there with Yi Jian, and the Fengwei Day will stay here and deal with these rogues. When the work is done, move forward and wait for him to return. One Jin immediately received the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the two went down to Soko-K. and behind them countless screams echoed, "Young clanhead, please forgive them just this once. They are repenting their mistakes." But once an order was given, Yin Miang no longer cared. If they had betrayed the Tang family directly or indirectly, there would be no second chance. The Feng Wei Day killed all the pharmacists. The path down became deeper and deeper, and since this place was carved out of a cave, it was extremely cold and damp. That's why it was called Sokoke Stone Jade. "We're almost there," Yi Jian announced. "This is the entrance to the Thunder Prison," Yi Jian said, pointing to a cave entrance. But seeing the state of this prison, Yi Jian couldn't help but worry about her grandfather. She wondered if her grandfather was even alive. All of this was because she was too much of a coward. Yin Miang comforted her, telling her not to worry. "The current head is doing very well," Yi Jian asked in surprise. "Really?" His chi-seeing eyes penetrated every corner of the prison. Thanks to the flowing vision eye, he could see the poison cultivation existing within her grandfather's body. "He seems to be truly poisoned." Yi Jian looked into the prison in surprise and exclaimed, "Ah!" Yi Jian called out to the person inside, "Grandfather, it's me, Yi Jian." But there was still no response. He told Yi Jian to step back a little, then cut all the iron bars with his sword chi, creating an entrance. Yi Jian shouted, "Grandfather, why are you like this? You weren't like this before." Yi Jian cried and touched her grandfather's forehead. "They harmed grandfather with poison." Yin Miang advised Yi Jian to calm down and check if he had been poisoned by anything other than the mountain poison art. He also discovered a poison called lightning core poison. This poison is used to strip a poisoned person of all their strength. The purpose of lightning core poison is not to kill, but to make the poison affect the brain, making the opponent foolish and ignorant. The poison isn't strong, but once it spreads to the brain, even an antidote cannot restore them to normal. Even an antidote is ineffective. "Those damn beast-like bastards have truly lost their humanity," Yi Jian cried out in despair. But Yin Miang said from the side that if that was the case, removing the poison would be simple. "What did you say?" Yi Jian asked in surprise. "Leave everything to me." Yin Miang injected his poison chi into her grandfather's body, then moved his entire body using the awakened Dokyo Chungwangi. When his poison mixed with the toxins in the body, he would use myriad poison absorption to suck it all out. That way, the toxins in her grandfather's body would also be sucked out. Yi Jian watched the scene in surprise. It was just a matter of time, and he had no choice but to absorb the poison slowly so as not to harm the old man's weak body. After absorbing the poison for several hours, her grandfather's body showed positive changes. Yi Jian noticed that her grandfather was breathing normally and his complexion had brightened. Yin Miang continued the detoxification process and smiled with satisfaction. After fully absorbing the poison, the grandfather opened his eyes. He cautiously opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Where is this? Isn't this your grandson Yi Jian? And who is the child next to you?" The grandfather suddenly seemed to realize, and tears welled up. "Isn't this Tang Wei Raung's eldest son? Yin Miang, you've grown up to be just like your father." After that, the grandfather regained his composure and was able to sit up. Yin Miang introduced himself as Tang Wei Raung's son and the current young clan head of the Tang family. He thanked the grandfather for previously looking after and protecting his father. The grandfather spoke with emotion. It was indeed a strange thing called fate. He blamed himself for being so careless that Yin Miang couldn't see his father's face. He wished Wei Raung had lived to see what wonderful people his son and young lady had become. Although he was now an old man with a miserable body, he pleaded with Yin Miang to let him live and serve him to the best of his ability. "Of course," Yin Miang replied, and he took off his coat and put it on the grandfather. He had come here today to prepare new positions for the grandfather and Yi Jian. They had to go outside now. Many people were waiting for them above. Next, Tang Il's expression was seen. Like Zhuge Son's, he too was bewildered. How could the grandfather still be standing and even walking after so many years? Did the young clan head save him? But he still loudly blamed Yin Miang, saying, "How dare you do this to the Yaowangdang?" He thought that even the elders couldn't touch this place because of money, so Yin Miang wouldn't dare treat him so recklessly. Tang Il threatened Yin Miang, asking if he wasn't afraid that the Tang family would fall. Didn't he know that the Yaowangdang was the source of the funds needed to maintain the Tang family? Yin Miang spoke with slight displeasure. "HMPH, stop pretending you don't know now. I came here because of you." Yin Miang said no more. Would this be his last will? Tang Il's eyes instantly filled with terror. Yin Miang asked Yi Jian if her grandfather had anything to say to the Yaowangdang people. The grandfather merely shook his head and turned away. He had no more lingering attachment to them. Tang Il trembled at the sight. Move quickly, he immediately used his lightness skill to flee, abandoning his subordinates. If he had stayed there, he would have been killed. "This is all because of Yi Jian. That damn brat exposed me to the young clan head, leading to this situation. I should have killed her earlier, then I wouldn't have gone through this." Suddenly his body froze. "Damn it, I can't move anymore. When did the needle get stuck in my neck?" It was Yoljadok. A poison created by Yi Jian. Isn't that surprising? Tang Il couldn't control his body and fell to the floor. "How's that? Do you think her skill is enough to replace you in the Yaowangdang?" Tang Il, poisoned, fell in a very unsightly posture, foaming at the mouth. He was now ready to meet his death. Seeing their leader fallen, all the pharmacists scattered, trying to escape. Did they think Yin Miang would let them go so easily? Yin Miang called the Feng Wei Day to those who remained. Everyone immediately received the order. Clean out the Yaowangdang completely for the young clan head, leave not a single snake, and make it spotless. The rumor of the Yaowangdang's downfall spread like wildfire throughout the family, and everyone whispered, "Really? I saw the Fengwei Day massacre the entire Yaowangdang with my own eyes, they said. Yes, currently the Tang family maintains its standing in the martial world thanks to the Yaowangdang, another person said. I cut off the financial source with my own hands. Young clan head, what are you thinking? The soldier next to him said. This is the inner core stored in the Yaowangdang. If it's left as it is, or if word of this inner core in the Yaowangdang spreads, there will likely be problems like with other sects. Give me a few days and I will remove the poison and present it to the young clan head. Yin Miang replied, it's fine, I need to take it right now, the soldier suggested. If you're not going to use it right away, it's best to store it here. Yin Miang replied, it's fine, I will use it right now. On a bright morning inside a house, Yin Miang thought to himself, as expected of the millennial wari, its toxicity is fierce. If one Jin had wasted this treasure. Yin Miang raised his hand to grab it. No, an aura enveloped his hand. Yin Miang thought the fiery poison is really strong as expected of a wari that lives in lava, but it's still far less potent than the Waryong Hodokai drank. He thought that if an ordinary martial artist had swallowed this inner core they would surely have burned from the inside out. He wondered, is there any poison stronger than this? As expected, the 10 poisons live up to their reputation. I need to learn more about the Tang family's 10 poisons. The refining was complete. The medicinal effect within the inner core is truly powerful. Good. Yin Miang thought from outside and knocked on the door. Yin Miang said, Mother, it's me, Yin Miang. May I come in? His mother permitted. Come in. He opened the door and entered. Then excuse me, his mother said. I never thought the day would come when I could return to the inner hall of the Tang family. She smiled brightly. Indeed, raising a son like this is a blessing for our family. Yin Miang replied. This is originally your place, mother. You can return with dignity. Yin Miang finished speaking and thought, Mother is still beautiful, but she must have worried a lot. His mother ran and hugged Yin Miang tightly. Thank you for coming back safely, my son, he said naturally. Of course, whose son am I? In his mind he thought, in my previous life when I faced death only regret remained. Although I reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, there was no one to share it with. Living such a lonely life once is enough. In this life I will definitely protect my loved ones. His mother asked, How did you meet the Fengwei Day? His mother said with tearful eyes. This morning they came to help me move, and seeing familiar faces again felt like going back in time. But Yin Miang, what's in that box? He replied. This is a gift I want to give you, mother. His mother was surprised. Isn't this the millennial wari's inner core? As expected, mother recognized it immediately. I have finished refining it so you can use it, mother. Yin Miang said. His mother hesitated. But this, shouldn't you use it to increase your internal energy and lead the family later? He sighed. No, mother, you should use it. This inner core no longer has meaning for me. Mother, give me your hand, his mother asked curiously. It no longer has meaning? Are you saying you've reached a realm where your internal energy can no longer be enhanced by inner cores? As Yin Miang held his mother's hand, light burst forth and his mother exclaimed in surprise. Wa Wakyung, are you saying you've reached the Wakyung realm? Yin Miang calmly said. Yes, his mother's eyes seemed filled with sorrow. My son has reached Wakyung. It's something to be happy about. But if the unorthodox or demonic factions find out, the Tang family will become a target. His mother said. Live a long life, live for your father's share too. He laughed cheerfully. Please watch me grow by my side. A medicinal effect of the inner core is gradually disappearing, so please absorb it quickly, mother. His mother still thought, what am I hesitating for? Although my son has reached Wakyung, it is my duty as a mother to protect him. Even if my son becomes the clan head, my duty will not end, she said. Moreover, refusing her son's kind gesture would be dismissive of him. Then, my son, do you know what your mother was called by the people of the world before? Yin Miang was startled. What? Weren't you called the foremost beauty of Sichuan and Dokbong? His mother exuded an intense aura. She said, That's right, Dokbong. The title given to the master who wields poison most powerfully in the Tang family. His mother looked at him. It's been a long time since I've seen you so flustered. Although I can't compare to you, I'm not an easy opponent either. After releasing her internal energy and absorbing the inner core, his mother immediately entered a state of meditation. Yin Miang thought to himself, I was truly flustered just now. I can't help but be surprised that mother was hiding her skills. I didn't notice at all until mother released her internal energy and revealed her power. A Wakyung master can detect even the smallest flow of internal energy, so hiding internal energy in front of them is meaningless. Could mother have even evaded my detection? Indeed, Dokbong. He sighed. Before she released it, mother's internal energy was at the lowest level, but after releasing it she surpassed the peak realm and is even continuing to absorb the inner core's medicinal effect. Could she even surpass her own limits? Perhaps the most difficult stage was approaching. The method of absorbing the inner core's medicinal effect is very simple. Separate a small part of the inner core's medicinal effect, absorb it into the body, convert the spiritual energy into internal energy through meditation, and repeat this process until all the medicinal effect is absorbed. Yin Miang's mother asked doubtfully, but can one person contain all of this enormous medicinal effect? Just then the medicinal effect was gradually dissipating. What should she do? This hand was Yin Miang's hand. She looked at the hand extended towards her. A hand rested on her shoulder. His mother thought Yin Miang wanted to help her. Yin Miang said, achieving enlightenment cannot be done through solitary cultivation alone. Observing your surroundings and analyzing phenomena and principles is key to enlightenment. This time I will help you, mother. Yin Myong's internal energy merged with the inner core's medicinal effect. Yin Myong had only imparted his poison cultivation. Ah, that's right, the inner core's medicinal effect is pure qi, so it can be converted into anything instead of slowly converting it into internal energy. If I convert it all into familiar poison cultivation, I wouldn't even need to meditate. Come here, indeed it is my blessing to have raised such a wonderful son. As Yin Myong finished speaking, his mother also subsequently reached the Wakyung realm. In the main meeting room of the Amdokjan, the Poison King Grandmaster Tang Gaek said impatiently, "A summons so early in the morning, what a waste of everyone's time." The Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiak simply looked at the fourth elder, Tang Gi Ryong. Tang Gi Ryong said, "Dark King Grandmaster, when will the young clan head arrive? No matter if he's the young clan head, summoning us and making us wait like this is truly very rude." The Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiak forced a smile and said, "Please be patient, just wait a moment. The young clan head has arrived," someone announced, and everyone turned to look. Yin Myong walked in. "Thank you all for gathering so early this morning. There are important matters to discuss." "I was waiting until everyone was present," the fifth elder asked curiously. "Important discussion?" Yin Myong said, "Fifth elder, didn't you also agree? Before I mature, we need to select someone to take responsibility," he replied. "Yes, that's right. Did you choose from among the elders here?" Yin Myong replied, "Why do you think I would choose one of you?" Everyone wondered. "If not us, then who?" A shadow walked in and everyone looked up. The Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiak was startled. Oh, a woman walked in. All the fifth elders' faces turned pale. That appearance, it was decades ago. How could this be? Yin Myong said, "Who could be more suitable than her?" Decades ago, due to the invasion of Maguang Qian, Dokbong Tang Ji Hai was stripped of her position by the elders for having to take responsibility, she said. There were many familiar faces. Now she looked as young as she used to. She greeted them. "It's been a long time. I am Tang Ji Hai." The night before announcing the person who would manage everything, Tang Ji Hai of the Tang family took a hot bath. It was good to have reached Wakyung, but the smell of qi emanating from her body was truly unpleasant, she thought to herself. The maid almost saw it. "I still can't fully control my internal energy, so I'll need some more time." Only after reaching Wakyung could she clearly understand Yin Myong's skill. He had reached the perfect realm of Wakyung. It is said that even the current ruler of Sichuan, the Huxa Alliance leader, only reached Wakyung in his middle age. What kind of serendipitous encounter did Yin Myong have during the martial arts competition? Ji Hai said, "Finally, after decades, I can have a heartfelt conversation with my son." Yin Myong bowed and said, "Mother, congratulations on reaching Wakyung. This is all thanks to you, my son. Come and sit down." The two chatted and laughed harmoniously. She asked, "But Yin Myong, how did you reach Wakyung? It's truly unbelievable to reach that realm at your age." Yin Myong thought, "She must be curious. How should I explain it? If I say I remember my past life, she surely won't believe me. Or should I tell her what happened in the martial arts competition?" He replied to his mother, "Mother, have you heard about the third elder leaking one of the 10 poisons to an outsider?" His mother replied, "I heard he gave Waryong Hodok to his granddaughter to take to the martial arts competition." He replied clearly, "Yes, I drank Waryong Hodok." Tang Ji Hai couldn't believe her ears. "My child, you drank that? Your body?" He scratched his head and said, "As you can see, I'm fine. During the Jiu poison battle while fighting Tang Lingling, I was poisoned by one of the 10 poisons, but through that I realized how to convert toxicity into internal energy and break through to Wakyung." She was even more surprised. Good heavens, Tang Ji Hai wondered if such a serendipitous encounter could exist in the world. Yin Myong simply thought, "It's enough if mother believes me." Yin Myong asked, "One more thing, my maidservant said the Yawangdang was disbanded, is that true?" Tang Ji Hai hesitated. "I can't hide it any longer. This matter is related to the child's father." He said, "Am I right?" As I thought. The two fell silent and the night deepened. Yin Myong learned another secret. That's right, so that's what happened," Tang Ji Hai replied. "I had some idea, but I never imagined it was truly the case. Yopia, his father, must have suffered greatly. Yin Myong, your mother has one favor to ask of you." He listened to his mother's words. "Yes, mother, please speak," Tang Ji Hai confided. "All this time, fearing I would lose my only son, I hid within the family and dared not say anything, but now I no longer wish to remain silent. If you agree, I will restore the Tang family's prestige so that no one dares to threaten your position. Mother, please support me from behind." The 5 elders whispered, "Dokbong, that woman still retains such vigor after decades. Could it be that she truly underwent a complete transformation?" Dark King Grandmaster Tang Chiaki joyfully said. "Sister Ji Hai," Yin Myong announced, "welcome and congratulations to my mother, Sister Ji Hai. From today she will be the new clan head of the Sichuan Tang family." 5th Elder Tang Jiamrang's eyes widened as he said, "Not regent clan head but just clan head," Ji Hai said. "Thank you all for coming. Although I am the clan head, I will only serve as regent clan head until my son matures." Here, regent means temporarily taking on the duties. Since my son has entrusted me with this important responsibility, I will certainly solidify the foundation of the Tang family. Now let's begin today's morning meeting. From then on, Tang Ji Hai made bold decisions that shook the Tang family. She disbanded the Yawangdang and reorganized it under the name Yuijil, appointing Tang Ho Yul as the chief and Tang Yijian as the deputy chief. Yu Ri's father was appointed general manager and tasked with investigating the family's assets. He quickly uncovered the elders' illicit account books, and the recovered assets were enough to cover the Tang family's expenses for a long time. Poison King Tang Gaek was dismissed, and most of the elders were stripped of their positions for embezzling public funds. Those who abused their power and committed corruption, even if not elders, were all dismissed. All of this happened in just a few days. Yin Miang thought proudly. She truly is a strong woman. Thanks to Mother, the Tang family's internal affairs were reorganized in an instant. At first I only participated in the martial arts competition to live an ordinary life with my mother, but now I have many people around me. My loyal golden guards and hundreds of Tang family members. All these are worth protecting. It's different from before when I could barely take care of myself. I need to become stronger to protect the Tang family from any force. Yin Miang stated his resolute will. Neither the Huxa Alliance leader nor Ma Guangqian will dare to threaten the Tang family. The Huxa Alliance heard the news that the Tang family had a new clan head. Well, that's natural. The Tang family can't leave the clan head position vacant forever, they thought. A woman approached and said, Lord Yinju, I dare to speak. Mukin Jiyu and Zheng Jinpeng were killed by that young clan head. The woman was Yo Sol Ryan, head of the Simwa faction. She said both were left envoys of their alliance and renowned masters in the Sato faction. Please, Lord Yinju, step forward yourself and uproot the Tang family. Huxa Alliance leader Yu Giljan roared in fury. Why should I do that? Yo Sol Ryan replied. To touch them is tantamount to challenging this lord. Huxa Alliance leader Yu Giljan was furious. Did I not already warn them? They are useful to me. I clearly instructed them not to touch the Tang family for the time being, yet they dared to defy my orders and brought this miserable outcome upon themselves. Rather, they betrayed me. It's fortunate that they were killed by that young clan head. If they had returned alive, I would have punished them myself. Yu Giljan sighed. Yu Giljan thought, but it's truly intriguing that young clan head could kill both of them. Mukin Jiyu and Zheng Jinpeng were not easy opponents. He gave an order. Issue an order to send a letter to the Tang family. Tell them I wish to invite their clan head to the Sichuan branch meeting inside Tang Jihai's room. Yin Miang said, Mother, you've worked hard, she replied. It's been a while since I've handled things, so I'm quite nervous. I wonder if I did well. Yin Miang laughed cheerfully. Mother, you did exceptionally well, he said. But Mother, did you hide your internal energy again like last time? She praised him, saying, after experiencing it once, my son has become sharper. Yin Miang thought, she still hides it perfectly, but Mother is Wakyang master, so why does she hide it? Tang Jihai replied. It's not merely hiding. What I use is the inherited secret technique, Pai Mike Yuntu. Yin Miang, you too must learn this technique to conceal your skill. Yin Miang asked blankly. Yes, why? Tang Jihai said. To explain it to you, I must tell a long story. I must speak of the progenitor who founded the Tang family and created this martial art. Long ago, a plague raged in a small village in Sichuan, and people starved to death everywhere, with bodies piled up without time for burial. Dozens of corpses were quickly cremated to prevent the spread of the plague. No one could guarantee their survival. Everyone was in despair, waiting for death, but one boy was an exception. The boy had just turned 5, but he was the only one not infected with the plague. Why was this boy alone not infected? No one could explain this strange phenomenon. In the eyes of the desperate villagers, the boy seemed like an incarnation of the devil. Ultimately, the boy was driven out by the villagers and had nowhere left to turn. He hid in a cave to escape the wind and rain, barely surviving by stealing food offered at shrines. Each day passed by so lonely, and after a few days the villagers no longer appeared. The boy was left alone in the desolate village. He asked himself, why was I the only one who didn't get sick? That question soon found its answer. A mysterious group found the boy. They were the most infamous assassination organization in martial arts history, specializing in hunting children with an aptitude for poison cultivation. Saldok Walyungman. They kidnapped children from all over the martial world and trained them into ruthless assassins. To control the children, they fed them poison and only provided antidotes regularly. The boy grew up to be an assassin. One day, seeing a comrade die miserably from not receiving an antidote in time, he suddenly realized that the Saldokman was responsible for spreading the plague that year. He was not the incarnation of the plague. From then on, he devoted all his heart and soul to martial arts training. Despite perilous missions, he desperately carried out every assassination assignment. Eventually, he grew into the best assassin, capable of assassinating even peak masters. It is your achievement that you have brought great renown to our sect with your outstanding results. I bestow upon you the title of one of the 5 great assassins, so speak your wish, I will grant it, the boy replied. No, the sect was startled. What? No, he shouted. I don't need it. The boy rushed forward to attack. That scene obscured everything. The boy reached his own realm based on his experience from countless battles with peak masters. He combined the essence of the Saldokman's martial arts to create his own martial art, Manhwa. Thus, the Saldok Walyungman was annihilated overnight. Later, the descendants of that nameless master settled in Sichuan and became the root of the Tang family. Stories of the Muyangak shadowless guest still circulate in the Jianghu. Yin Miang, who had been listening to the long story, was dozing off. His mother, frustrated, pinched his cheek. Is this boy listening to his mother? He said. I never imagined such a tragic past. Yin Miang asked, then what does this story have to do with Pai Mike Yuntu? Tang Jihai said, how could the Muyangak alone eliminate all the Wakyang masters from the 5 great assassins and the sect leader of the Saldokman? Yin Miang offered his conjecture. Thanks to Manhwa perhaps. Few could withstand such a dense rain of hidden weapons. His mother smiled and said, you're half right and half wrong. Manhwa is not a hidden weapon. Manhwa is a martial art that controls qi. Yin Miang was surprised. Qi, mother, do you mean Manhwa is Qi, not a hidden weapon? Tang Jihai replied, yes. The battle between Wakyung masters is a confrontation of Qi. To shatter Qi you can only counter it with Qi. Ordinary hidden weapons cannot penetrate a Wakyung master's protective Qi. Protective Qi is a technique that forms a defensive shield around the body by circulating internal energy. Yin Miang thought, I see, no matter how many hidden weapons they are useless against protective Qi, but if hundreds or thousands of hidden weapons are wrapped in Qi to create a storm, even protective Qi cannot block it. That is the Tang family's ultimate technique, and a technique created to counter Wakyung masters. It would be far more powerful than revolving dance of flying daggers or iron fan dart, but even the strongest Wakyung master wouldn't be able to maintain such a large amount of Qi. Tang Jihai asked, from your expression you seem curious about how such a massive amount of Qi can be maintained. The answer is Pai Mike Yuntu. The basic principle of Pai Mike Yuntu is as follows: concentrate all internal energy circulated in the meridians into one of the 12 main meridians, then seal that meridian with true Qi. This way internal energy cannot flow and is sealed within the meridian. Thanks to this, even a Wakyung master cannot detect it. Of course, sealing the meridians reduces internal energy, but one can easily recover it due to their experience and realm. If this process is repeated for all 12 meridians, the true Qi protecting the internal energy combines to form a new defensive shield. This is far stronger than ordinary protective Qi, as hard as dragon scales, greatly surpassing the defensive power of ordinary protective Qi. Yin Miang thought, hearing dragon scales and Waryong Hodok too, they all seem to be based on dragons. His mother continued, furthermore, Pai Mike Yuntu is not just for defense. When the 12 meridians are unsealed, you can use 10 times more internal energy than usual for a short period. Yin Miang thought, it's only temporary, of course. If the body can't handle it, the internal energy will dissipate. He asked, so to perform Manhwa I have to unseal Pai Mike Yuntu? She replied, of course that alone isn't enough. There are a few more secrets passed down with Pai Mike Yuntu, but they were lost after Ma Guangqian invaded the Tang family. Even the orally transmitted secrets were lost because 2 elders died. Yin Miang forced a smile. But Yin Miang, I believe you can fully master Manhwa, because, Yin Miang's mother said, you are the son I am most proud of. He thought, proud son. Yin Miang said, of course, what can't Dokbong's son do? I will live up to mother's expectations. After inheriting Pai Mike Yuntu, Yin Miang began training to recover his internal energy. He thought, to recover quickly, using poison is still the best way. It's poison to others, but to me it's no different from a divine elixir. So instead of starting training from scratch, I should ask Yi Jian to prepare more poison. He asked, what's wrong? Young said from outside the door. Young clan head, your friends are here and want to see you right away. Am I Rio rushed in shouting, save me? Yin Miang was startled and asked, am I Rio? What's wrong? She panted. At this rate, she cried, at this rate my sister might die. Yin Miang was flustered and asked, your sister might die? Then we should go to Uijel. Am I Rio said, I've been there many times, but this illness cannot be treated with medicine or ordinary medical techniques. Yin Miang asked, then are you saying it's related to internal injuries? Giamike is Gu-Eam Giamike, she cried. According to legend, besides the Fiery Sun Palace, there was another sect that cultivated martial arts based on Giamike, and that was the Buka Ice Palace. As the name suggests, all disciples of the Ice Palace cultivated ice martial arts. For people with a cold constitution, ice martial arts was a natural talent, but if they didn't cultivate ice martial arts, they would suffer from Giamike disease. Yin Miang asked, then are Mi Rio and your sister descendants of the Ice Palace? Mi Rio said, to be precise, we are descendants of a branch that split from the Ice Palace. I heard that several years ago a branch of the Ice Palace came to Sichuan and formed a marriage alliance with the Tang family, which was the most powerful family in Sichuan at the time. Cultivating ice martial arts can resolve Giamike, but this is the Sichuan Tang family, specializing in poison arts and hidden weapons. There's no information about ice martial arts. The ice martial arts brought by our ancestors were lost long ago, and every few decades someone in our clan develops Giamike disease. This time Yin Miang looked at her. Actually, there's still a way, Mi Rio interrupted. We're here. This is my house, Mi Rio cried as soon as she entered. Sister's condition is worse than when we left, she shouted. Sister, wake up, Yin Miang said. The cold in the room is too severe. The situation seems more serious than I thought. Yin Miang looked at the tearful Mi Rio. Mi Rio, I'm telling you now, I can't guarantee your sister's life. Mi Rio was shocked by the thunderbolt-like news. What? Yin Miang continued. Sister used all her innate true Qi to resist the cold, but she has reached her limit. She's probably expending all her last strength to resist the cold. She might even be in a coma. Mi Rio didn't give up and asked, no, is there really no other way? As Yin Miang spoke, a ray of hope flashed across Mi Rio's face. There is a way. External force can push the cold out of her body, but during that process your sister might not endure it, or I might be invaded by the cold. Yin Miang thought, no matter how much I want to help, I can't risk my life for someone I don't know. The decision is hers. Mi Rio asked him, should I keep looking for another way or trust you and leave it to you? Mi Rio said sadly, we've tried everything. She sighed. I can't give up without even trying, although it will be very dangerous for you. Please save my sister. I beg you, Mi Rio pleaded with Yin Miang. Yin Miang replied, all right, I'll give it a try. Mi Rio asked, is that really all right? I'm truly sorry. Yin Myung said shyly, to absorb the cold clothes will be in the way, but isn't it better to die than to endure the shame? Alright, let's start, he said. He thought of the scalp, philtrum, heart, lungs, 2 hands, 2 feet and the dantian. Yin Myung sequentially absorbed the cold energy from the girl's 9 acupuncture points. Good, the cold energy in the scalp was removed and it was still bearable. Next, as his hand was about to touch her chest, Yin Myung awkwardly squirted gel. He thought, damn it doesn't matter now. Once I've started I can't stop. The cold energy was being pushed out. Suddenly the cold energy fiercely resisted and tried to push back. Rio cried out in surprise. Yin Myung, the cold energy has infiltrated her body, he said. It's fine, at least for now. I've absorbed the cold energy from 6 of her acupuncture points, but I've already exceeded my limit, and it's all my body can handle. If I keep going, I'll freeze. Damn it would be much easier if it were poison. Wait, it is poison. Grandma Yopi-Sin-Sa once told me that the reason elixirs have toxicity is that medicine and poison are inherently one. When the concentration exceeds human limits it becomes poison. He thought to himself, even the vital yang energy, when it exceeds its limits, turns into fiery poison. So couldn't a strong cold energy that chills the bone marrow also be considered cold poison? He smiled triumphantly. It reacted. The repulsion is strong because some of the cold energy was absorbed, but once it's considered poison it's just my food. All the cold energy continued to surge upwards. What is this? It's warm. The cold energy inside his body was disappearing. He wondered why it was disappearing at that moment. The sister woke up and saw her body completely exposed. She screamed. Rio was surprised. Sister, the sister looked at her. It's you, isn't it? The sister shed tears. The two embraced each other, crying. The sister said, I see, so this young master saved me? Rio replied. Yes, but how long will young master Yin Myung stay like that? The sister said again. No, it's fine, he seems to be catching his breath, so let's leave him alone until he wakes up, he thought to himself. It's no different from an elixir. This enormous amount of cold energy exceeds the limit that a human body can absorb. So if left alone it will naturally dissipate. I need to absorb as much cold energy as possible. But this is a good opportunity to test Pai Mike Yun-Tu. Even after absorbing only a part, the magic meridians are almost saturated. How many meridians can I seal? Yin Myung looked at the meridians before him. The 4 meridians are much more numerous than expected. My internal energy has increased 4-fold compared to before. Although my internal strength has decreased for now, there's no other way, so I'll have to replenish it with poison. Yin Myung woke up and looked at his hand. Ah, that is. Yin Myung quickly raised his hand and gave an awkward smile. The sister smiled and said, There's no need to be so embarrassed. Rio told me everything and I truly don't know how to thank you. He smiled brightly and said, It is my duty to care for my family. Someone opened the door and rushed in. Rio, is your sister all right? He was surprised by the current situation. He angrily shouted, You young brat, what have you done to my daughter? His 2 daughters explained. No, father, the father said. I apologize. So young master, you did that to save my daughter. He continued to kneel. I apologize, young clanhead. How dare I? Yin Myung replied. It's all right, don't blame yourself, he cried. Thank you very much, I truly appreciate it. Thanks to you, young master, my daughter is alive. I am a merchant. I met my wife who was once a Tang family member and fell in love with her. My wife also suffered from Geomike. To save my daughter I spent all my wealth searching for medicine everywhere, but it was all in vain. Fortunately, young master helped me. From now on if you need any help, I will definitely repay you. Yin Myung sat next to him. It's all right, I just did what I had to do. But why is the house so quiet? He replied. Since the Tang family declined and was taken over by the Hooksa Alliance, we can no longer go outside Chengdu. Yin Myung replied, I see, then let's talk later. I'll be going now. Someone called Yin Myung. Yin Myung looked at Rio with wide eyes and said, Why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't even properly thanked you yet. The sister bowed her head and said, The grace of young master saving my life will be remembered by me and all of us forever. Yin Myung's cheeks flushed. Had he fallen for her? Yin Myung looked at them. They said they had a really good time today and invited him to visit again. The sister asked, Are you all right, young master? Rio added. Why? The sister followed her gaze. The young master looked awkward. When the young master was treating me, Rio looked at her and laughed. Rio asked, Why is your face so red? Sister was surprised. My lady, it's nothing. She said, No, it's so obvious. Rio teased further. You definitely made my sister very embarrassed. She said such a reaction was normal. Others would have reacted the same way. Don't worry, sister. In my eyes you are the most beautiful woman, Rio thought to herself. Besides, even though the young master didn't say anything when he saw my sister, his heart must have stirred a little. Yin Myung thought of their family. He even imagined them falling in love, having children, getting married, and growing old together. Even I, one day, will have my heart swayed by a woman. Could this be called an ordinary life? He muttered to himself. I must visit again. If there's a problem, is it the Hooksa Alliance again? The Hooksa Alliance and Yu Gil-jun were not enemies who directly destroyed the Tang family like Ma Guangqian, but they were still a potential threat, having attacked him through their subordinates before the martial arts competition. Moreover, as long as they remained in Sichuan, he would definitely have to confront them someday. Sichuan, the region dominated by the Hooksa Alliance Simwa faction, Yo Sol Ryan asked. It is rumored that the Tang family's power is rising again. The person lying on the bed said, Is that all? Not worth bothering with. Trivial matters. She continued to eat an apple. Seo Pyong, the head of the Yopi Inje faction, said, Lord Yinju's prestige is absolute, so it's best to wait quietly until Lord Yinju's anger subsides, she angrily said. Cowards, she threw the apple. Yo Sol Round thought, rumor has it that both the new clan head and young clan head are Wokyung masters, but are they just sitting there waiting to die? I can't avenge Mukin Hu and Zheng Jinpeng now, I can't do anything. Wait. If I can't act directly, she suddenly remembered. That's right, there's the Sichuan tournament. Then, Yo Sol Round rejoiced again. Lord Yinju, your subordinates can no longer stand idly by. I have not forgotten the grudge of senior brother Mukin Hu, so I will eradicate the Tang family, leaving not a single person alive. The soldiers looked at her in fear. He said, Faction leader, please spare my life. Faction leader, please. Her eyes were burning. Just you wait, young clan head of the Tang family, I have prepared a stage for you. Night deepened and 3 people talked in the room. Uncle, what should we do? Elder Li replied. Since Dokbong became clan head, our status has been weakening. Elder Tang Myung Sin asked. How dare you ask me such a thing? He shouted. Didn't you bring all this disaster upon yourselves? Former Poison King Tang Jigak flinched in surprise. Is there any need to bring up old stories now? Elder Li angrily said. It's all because of that foolish Moonchan. He doesn't know his place and only causes trouble. All my life's efforts have been ruined because of him. Moonchan, sitting next to him, remained silent. That hateful old man. He only curses behind the clan head's back. It's all because of him. I will definitely heal this arm and take revenge. Tang Yin Myung Tang Jigak asked, what do you plan to do next? We couldn't even protect our own army like the other elders. Elder Li angrily slammed the table. All right, we will leave the Tang family. The soldiers on this side pointed at Yin Myung and said, it's right here. This is where the Tang family's 10 poisons and various extreme poisons are stored. Yin Myung thought to himself, previously the third elder managed it, but because of his negligence it fell into my hands and the Amdokjun's. 2 guards respectfully greeted Yin Myung. Greetings, young clan head. Yin Myung replied, you've worked hard. The soldiers handed him something. Young clan head, please hold this in your mouth before entering. Yin Myung was curious. What is this? This is Bidokju. It can prevent poison gas from entering your body, the soldier replied. Yin Myung refused. It's all right, the soldier asked in surprise. Yes, why? Yin Myung said. Isn't it supposed to be held in the mouth? Surely many people, including the third elder, used it, the soldier replied. We carefully clean it every day, so please be at ease. Yin Myung said, it's fine, I'm not afraid of being poisoned. The soldier continued to try and hand it to him. Even if you have a body impervious to all poisons, it's best to be careful. Here. Yin Myung pushed him, causing him to fall to the ground. He spoke to the soldiers before him. Open the door. Yin Myung observed, they've really stored it carefully. As expected of a place that stores the 10 poisons, indeed, an ordinary person would surely die the moment they entered without Bidokju. Although my internal energy has decreased after using Paimike Yuntu, the poison gas here is truly terrifying. Of course, for me who cultivates the Dokyo Chungwongi, this place is no different from a paradise. I feel internal energy surging just by breathing. But with this I can't perform martial arts as before. I need to find and absorb extreme poisons comparable to the 10 poisons, but family rules forbid the reckless use of the 10 poisons. If only I had the recipes for the 10 poisons, I could ask the Dr. Devil. He saw something before him. What is this? The air currents in that area are distorted, making it look like a formation, he thought. Yin Myung touched it. A formation in the Tang family's restricted area? It doesn't seem to be a Zug family formation. I'll know if I check it directly. He exerted force. Yin Myung was surprised to see the passage that appeared before him. The talismans used here had the characters for seal and closure written on them. It's not a Zug family formation. This is a Bangsa's formation. Bangsa, in my previous life, my master had some acquaintances among the Bangsa. They were as obsessed with magic as my master was with swordsmanship. Their goal was to transcend human limits by realizing the secret of immortality. I still remember. They threw me into a formation they made themselves under the pretext of training. It was full of fierce beasts, but Bangsa are selfish people. Why would they set up a formation in the Tang family? Yin Myung recalled an old saying. Bangsa were originally selfish and uninterested in worldly affairs besides cultivating immortality. So how did I become acquainted with them? It's simple. I would fight them every day, and they would naturally approach me for conversation. Yin Myung continued to think. There's no one in the Tang family who would do such a useless thing. There must be something in the Tang family that would make Bangsa act. Such strong poison gas enough to break through 100 layers of talismans surely means there's an immense extreme poison hidden inside. I originally intended to find the recipes for the 10 poisons, but there seems to be something more interesting here. Let's go in. Yin Myung directly entered. A system notification appeared. Entered sealed area. Intruder detected. Not the shadowless guest. How much time has passed no longer matters. Release me, Yin Myung said. I heard that the Tang family's 10 poisons were lost, but I never thought they would be here. But why are they sealed in ceramic jars covered in talismans? I have an ominous feeling. What kind of extreme poison is it? He reached out his hand. The repulsion is too strong. It seems very difficult to unseal, and it's more powerful than a typical formation. But if I carefully remove the talismans one by one, it should be fine. He used his strength to destroy the talismans, and the talisman fragments flew into the air. Yin Myung thought, my internal energy has decreased due to Paimike Yuntu. If it were before, one sword strike would have been enough. Yin Myung looked at what was before him. As the talismans were removed, the poison gas spread even more strongly. He prepared to open the lid. Let's see what's inside. The seal was released. Light, how long has it been since I've seen light? The thing inside said. Yin Miang was startled. It caused an explosion. Freedom, finally, freedom. He immediately retreated. Yin Miang didn't understand what was happening. The force approached him. Yin Miang was surprised. Too fast, I must attack first, the air current said. Oh, a quick reaction. I like it, young brat. As a reward, I'll let you die painlessly. Yin Miang asked, what is your identity? It introduced itself. How dare you be rude to this venerable one? I am the precious extreme poison, Chung Gak Bek Saw. Yin Miang asked again, precious extreme poison? It replied, heh, that's right, to instantly seal acupuncture points and prevent the spread of toxins. Not bad, but how long can you last? Slowly feel the toxins erode your meridians. The precious extreme poison saw this energy is. This is Dokyo Chi, how could you possess it? It was flustered. What is your relationship with the shadowless guest? Yin Miang seized its neck. He is my ancestor. The precious extreme poison was terrified. Wait, withdraw the Dokyo Chi. Otherwise I will perish. Yin Miang calmly asked, why should I? Are you only now afraid? Yin Miang squeezed it harder. I will absorb all your toxins. The precious extreme poison shouted, you young brat, do you really intend to destroy me? Wait, let's make a deal. Yin Miang was curious. A deal, it replied. Yes, let's make a deal. I just want to be free from this seal. If you spare my life, I will become your familiar Shishian. Yin Miang asked, a familiar? The precious extreme poison replied. Yes, a familiar. Wouldn't becoming a familiar be good for you too? Don't you feel your internal energy increasing day by day as you absorb my toxins? Much faster than before. Yin Miang felt it himself. Indeed, your poison is much stronger than the millennial Wari and Waryong Hodok. I can feel my internal energy rapidly increasing as soon as I absorb it. The precious extreme poison said, if I become your familiar, I can supply you with toxins anytime. Isn't that better than absorbing it all at once? Yin Miang said, no need, I don't make a habit of keeping enemies by my side. I can find toxins elsewhere. The precious extreme poison pleaded, please spare my life. I've been trapped in darkness for hundreds of years, it said with a fawning expression. If I become your familiar, I will definitely obey your commands. Please save me, can't you trust me? Yin Miang hesitated. He accepted. Alright, I'll trust you for now, it asked. You agree? Yin Miang warned. But if you play any tricks, I will immediately annihilate you. It immediately agreed. Yes, I will never betray you. Yin Miang asked, then how do you become my familiar? I know nothing about esoteric arts, it replied. You don't have to do anything. He saw the jade Tama before his eyes. It said, that is the soul jade Shinling Yu. If you just grasp it, my spirit will obey you, because I will become your familiar. As Yin Miang held the soul jade in his hand, the soldiers outside talked amongst themselves. The young clan head has been inside for quite a while now. What could be happening? We might die. Still, we have to go in and check. Another soldier stopped them. No, we can't just go in. One soldier put the Bidokju poison-repelling pill in his mouth. We can worry about punishment later, but we can't let the young clan head be in danger. The soldiers sighed. Ha, if you're so determined. They were startled. Light is emanating from the forbidden area. What on earth is happening? This vibration. They were all surprised. Light flashed from inside the wall. They asked, young clan head, are you alright? Young clan head, what is that light surrounding the young clan head? Yin Miang looked at his power. This is different from ordinary protective chi. It's like scales wrapping around my body. To have reached this realm by absorbing the precious extreme poison's cold energy and sealing all 12 meridians, it's truly an unbelievable serendipitous encounter. But from now on, I need to control my aura better. I felt their gazes the entire way. It's really uncomfortable. The precious extreme poison said from beside him. Why bother with those tabao foolish fellows? The shadowless guest didn't hide his strength either. Yin Miang flicked its face. Didn't you tell me to hide it? The precious extreme poison clutched its head. Unless I intentionally release my aura, they won't feel it. Besides, with such powerful protective chi, no one will dare to make a move, Yin Miang replied. But being so blatant is troublesome. In this life, I just want to live an ordinary life, it said. This life, you speak as if you've experienced reincarnation. But can you live peacefully like this? Yin Miang asked back. What do you mean? It said. Power always comes with responsibility. Like the shadowless guest, my master is also your ancestor. The strong must always bear their destiny. Yin Miang scoffed. You were used back then, weren't you? It replied. Don't even get me started. That person was the most stubborn individual I've ever met. After using me until I was exhausted, he asked the Bangsa to seal me in a jar. His reason was that I was too dangerous. Yin Miang looked at it and thought, so that's how he had ties with the Bangsa. I am an ancient demonic beast, Yaosho, and many Bangsa tried to make me their familiar. You, with such demonic power, those Bangsa must have tried to make you their familiar, and after helping him, were you sealed? Could that old man be the same? Anyway, there must be a reason for my revival like this. Is it related to remembering my previous life? No matter how much I think about it, I can't find an answer. Someone called out, young clan head. Yin Miang was startled and hid the precious extreme poison. What's wrong? The soldier said. Sir, please come quickly. Unorthodox factions are attacking Chengdu. Yin Miang was bewildered. What, damn it, they're about to come in. The unorthodox factions rode on horseback. We are from the Gongdong faction. Move aside quickly, Zhang Tiaqian said. You are a prestigious righteous faction. Why are you here? You all know that Sichuan is under the Huxa Alliance leader's control. Yun Hio, run quickly. I will stop them, Taehio said. Yun Hio disagreed. Don't talk nonsense, Shishu. How can you stop them in your current condition? Yun Hio thought. Over 200 unorthodox martial artists. Mukin Jiu, the palace lord, and Zhang Tieqian are leading the attack. Shishu, being injured, will never be able to hold them off. Zhang Tieqian drew his sword and dismounted. Look, it seems you're trying to ask the Tang family for help, but don't you know, ever since being subdued by Lord Yanju, the Tang family has already been isolated. He laughed with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, if I capture them alive and offer them to Lord Yanju, I will surely be granted a high-grade martial art. Since I intend to capture them alive, I won't kill you, but your limbs won't be intact, one person said. Yanhio turned his head and looked. Who are those two people in yellow? They seem to be from the Gongdong faction, the boy said. This person is Yin Miang. Yin Miang said. Then those groups are unorthodox factions. Yin Miang ordered. Let these people in. They are guests of the Tang family, Yanhio thought. Those uniforms are from the Tang family. They've come to save us, but there are only 4 of them. Although their aura is extraordinary, they're up against hundreds of unorthodox martial artists. Yin Miang looked at Yanhio and Taehio. This sir seems seriously injured, so it would be best for him to withdraw and rest. Yanhio reached out a hand. Wait. A soldier supported Taehio. I will handle this, Yin Miang said. Yanhio was flustered. Wait, you don't need to worry about the people behind. The group chasing me alone numbers over 200. But don't worry, there's no need to worry, Yin Miang said. Yanhio was even more flustered. How if you don't believe it, you'll see. Zhang Tieqian said. Who are you? How dare you block my path? The soldier behind him said. Palace lord, that person seems to be the young clan head who won the Tang family's martial arts competition. The Tang family's young clan head, that is. Zhang Tieqian laughed with satisfaction. Ah, so it was you. I heard your appearance is as delicate as a woman's. How dare you try to stop us alone? Truly arrogant. Lord Yanju mercifully didn't punish you, allowing you to survive, yet you dare to provoke us first. Even if we kill you, Lord Yanju won't blame us. The soldiers all shouted. Palace lord. Yin Miang scratched his ear and said, you talk too much. My ears are itching. Lord Yanju is merciful when he tried to uproot our Tang clan. Well then, why don't you try it? Yin Miang said. Let's see who gets annihilated. The soldiers were terrified. Palace lord, damn it. When did that guy shoot the poison needles? I didn't even see him move. The terrified soldiers watched Yin Miang throw his weapon. The soldiers saw the feather needles Yu Mao Zhen he threw. Did he throw them into the sky? Everyone be careful. The feather needle landed on the head of the soldier who had just spoken. Everyone was flustered. The soldier turned around and said in disbelief. All the soldiers fell before Yin Miang. Yin Miang was startled. Oh, I rushed too much and forgot to remove the poison. Why do they look poisoned? The precious extreme poison replied naturally. My poison energy is on your poison needles. There is almost no one in this world who can withstand my poison. Yin Miang praised. Still, you're somewhat useful. The precious extreme poison was angry. Somewhat useful? Yanhio couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. Such powerful hidden weapon techniques. Could it be that he is the one Shishu spoke of, the one who subdued 300 disciples of the Taeilmokum sect by himself? The soldiers standing behind, witnessing almost all their comrades die, thought, what just happened? Over 100 soldiers were annihilated in an instant. Didn't they say the Tang family was in decline? Why is there such a monster? One soldier, holding an axe in his hand, said, don't panic, he's just a young brat. Even if he's a Wakyung master, he can't use that technique multiple times. I'll attack first. You all follow me, he ordered. He leapt into battle. Light flashed and obscured the screen. Yin Miang had a determined expression. HMPH, where did that momentum from earlier go? He was surprised that Yin Miang blocked the attack. Everyone was surprised. Dragon scales are truly effective. He blocked the weapon with his bare hands. Others whispered, wait, could that be myriad heaven flower rain? Yin Miang laughed happily. Now it's my turn, Yanhio thought. I heard that the Tang family's secret arts were lost after Ma Guangqian's attack. I was mistaken. The Tang family's power is still strong. If they deal with the Huxa alliance as Martial Uncle planned, we will deal with the demonic cult. Yin Miang asked, are you all still here? Yanhio replied in surprise. Ahaha, the young clan head's martial arts are truly extraordinary. I couldn't take my eyes off them. Yin Miang replied, is that so? Then let's return to our Tang family and talk. Yanhio looked at the fallen enemies. Yes, he thought it wouldn't be good to fall out with the Tang family in the outskirts of Sichuan a few months ago. Yanhio ate his noodles and said, fortunately we didn't encounter any unorthodox factions on the way to Sichuan. Shishu, I heard that after the Tang family declined, Sichuan fell under the control of unorthodox factions, so why is it so peaceful here? Yanhio looked at his Shishu. He thought, why is Shishu so tense? Is something wrong? A person wearing a hat asked. Is the food to your liking? It's a small restaurant, but one I frequent. Yanhio thought he was right next to us and I didn't notice him at all. A master, he asked. Who are you? Shishu said. He doesn't recognize me. Yanhio, that is Yu Giljun. He's Yu Giljun. Could it be Yu Giljun, the Huxa alliance leader? He said. I apologize for interrupting your meal. What brings Gongdong faction Taoists to my territory? Yanhio was afraid. We came to this remote inn to avoid encountering unorthodox factions, but who would have thought we'd meet Lord Yanju here? Yu Giljun asked. Do you have something to ask of me? You've reached the Wakyung realm, Shishu said. It seems you've come personally for a grave matter. I have nothing to ask of the Huxa alliance. Are you alone? Where are your subordinates? Huxa alliance leader Yu Giljun replied. What, do you think you can defeat me? If you wish to spar, I'll gladly accept. Shishu said. I am your senior. Huxa alliance leader replied. Then are you telling me to beg for my life? Shishu was angry. In a fight between Wakyung masters, deep internal energy determines victory and defeat. Are you confident you can block my decades of cultivated internal energy? Yanhio thought. Shishu, calm down. How can you endure hearing such words? Both of them were displeased. Truly arrogant, Yu Giljun said. Qingshan faction, Ma faction, I annihilated them 10 years ago. Your Gongdong faction was just lucky to be far away in Sichuan. He turned around. If you truly wish to submit, follow me. We have a suitable place to spar. Yanhio tried to stop him. Shishu, no, what if something happens? Shishu gritted his teeth. Are you telling me to endure after hearing those words? He stood up. Don't stop me. I must show that arrogant fellow that the Gongdong faction's martial arts are unparalleled. Returning to the present, Yanhio told Yin Miang. So Shishu sparred with the Huxa Alliance leader. Sparring, it didn't look like what we just saw. Yin Miang replied. Yanhio said, yes, the groups we were chasing joined them afterward. Anyway, the Huxa Alliance leader is truly formidable. Both sides are already prepared. Shishu said, stand back, Yanhio. Yanhio worried, be careful, Shishu. The Huxa Alliance leader scoffed. Let's begin. Both sides began their attacks. The Huxa Alliance leader counterattacked. Shishu commented, your sword technique isn't bad. The Huxa Alliance leader replied, you've cultivated your power using true chi. Truly ingenious, using the resonance of true chi to repel other chi flows, Yanhio observed from outside. Too fast. I can't even see the sword's trajectory. This is truly a fight between Wakyung masters. The Huxa Alliance leader launched an attack. Their gazes met and the two continued to fight. The Huxa Alliance leader said, there must be other secret techniques. Unleash them all. If you're so confident in your internal energy against mine, this surely isn't all you've got. Shishu replied, very well, I will show you the true power of the Gongdong faction's secret technique. The demonic subjugation sword art. Yanhio smiled, thinking, Shishu has the upper hand. We can probably eliminate the Huxa Alliance leader here. Laugh, he's laughing. He looked at the enemy. The Huxa Alliance leader immediately counterattacked. Shishu thought, that scoundrel. He intentionally blocked the attack at the last moment. Is this wicked demonic fellow testing me? He immediately used the demonic subjugation sword art. Good, I will end your arrogance here. The Huxa Alliance leader, as if he had already expected it, replied, indeed, just as I thought. Both sides attacked fiercely, and the battle flared up like a massive fire. The entire territory exploded as if a huge explosion had occurred. Yanhio, senior brother, has unleashed the ultimate move of the demonic subjugation sword art, he shouted. Shishu propped up his sword. Did you see, Yanhio? I defeated that Yu Giljun fellow. Yanhio pulled Shishu back. I saw, Shishu. Let's get out of here quickly. The Huxa Alliance leader praised. Your technique is quite refined indeed, befitting the Gongdong faction's martial arts. A martial art worthy of one of the pillars of the righteous path. Yu Giljun put strength into his hand. Is he expanding his true chi with his intent? It's called the demonic subjugation sword art, but it's actually chi martial arts. The two were flustered. Yanhio said, Shishu, it's definitely the ultimate move of the demonic subjugation sword art, but it's not the Hanwon Ilji Gong. It's a different energy. How can this be? The Huxa Alliance leader replied, why are you so surprised? If you understand its principles, you'll clearly know it can be executed without using the internal energy of the righteous path. Demonic subjugation sword art, out of respect for the original, I will call it the subjugation divine art. Yin Miang asked, are you saying that Yu Giljun, the Huxa Alliance leader, used the Gongdong faction's martial art? Exactly, he adapted it. And although the internal force he used was completely different, the move was clearly the ultimate technique of the demonic subjugation sword art, Yanhio said. Furthermore, the power of that move was far greater than the demonic subjugation sword art. If my Shishu hadn't used all his remaining internal energy to block it, I probably wouldn't have survived. Yin Miang was puzzled by the man. Yu Giljun must be a Wakyung master. Does that mean he could understand that master's martial art after just one duel? Could he even apply it after seeing it for the first time? Yanhio said, young clan head. Yanhio bows to you. My Shishu and I have come to the Tang family with one purpose. We hope that your faction will cooperate with ours in the upcoming grand battle. The Heavenly Demonic Cult, a powerful sect and organization located in Xinjiang, once stood shoulder to shoulder with all sects, righteous factions, and great families. The martial world had undergone many changes, but the righteous path still couldn't touch the demonic cult. This was because all its members were absolutely loyal to the cult leader. However, the situation changed with the emergence of Yin Yung-gak, the son of the demonic cult leader. Yin Yung-gak, a martial arts prodigy born with a heavenly martial physique, commanded the loyalty of many. Fearing internal strife would split the demonic cult, Yin Yung-gak led his supporters away from the cult and established the Maguang Qian faction. Now that the demonic cult has been unable to replenish its elite forces after Yin Yung-gak's departure, this is the perfect opportunity to destroy them. However, the Huxa Alliance to the south is a bigger problem. If the Gongdong faction moves to conquer and the Huxa Alliance attacks in the interim, our faction will suffer immense damage. But with the martial arts you young clan head have displayed, you can surely stop the Huxa Alliance and crush them. Yanhio bowed his head. Therefore please help us. We ask that you repel the Huxa Alliance's attacks while our faction destroys the demonic cult. Yin Miang replied, I refuse. Yanhio was startled. He asked again, what did you just say? Yin Miang enunciated each word clearly. I refuse. Why are you refusing? Yanhio asked. His Shishu standing beside him was also surprised by Yin Miang's refusal. Yin Miang then said, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I will report it to the clan head, so let's wait outside. Yanhio asked, Shishu, what if he doesn't agree? His Shishu replied, let's wait for now. Yanhio continued, Shishu, although unrelated to this matter, the Tang family's situation seems vastly different from what we expected. On our way here I carefully observed the disciples' martial arts and the architecture, and the demeanor of the family members was completely contrary to the rumors of the Tang family's decline. His Shishu agreed. I felt it too. Clearly some force has helped the Tang family rebuild. We must bring them to our side. The two people standing behind them said, Taoist masters, please follow me. They introduced themselves as Tang Guhian, the Tang family's general manager, and said that the clan head wished to escort them to the palace. Come in, Tang Jihai said, introducing herself. Yin Miang has told me everything. You are here to request the Tang family's cooperation in destroying the demonic cult, aren't you? I am Tang Jihai, the clan head of the Sichuan Tang family. The two men's eyes widened. This oppressive aura clearly belonged to a Wakyung master. They hadn't realized the Tang family was so powerful. The young clan head's martial arts surprised me as well. But are you also a Wakyung master, clan head? The Tang family has regained its stature, Yunheo replied to her. That's right, the Gangdong faction is in desperate need of help right now. Destroying the demonic cult is a righteous endeavor. The Tang family should by all rights help us. Please reconsider, Tang Jihai asked Yin Miang. Yin Miang, you refused them. Do you still feel the same way? He replied resolutely. Yes, mother. Neo was startled. Why, young clan head, if we don't stop the demonic cult, the martial world will fall into the hands of the unorthodox factions. Yin Miang replied, I understand the danger of the demonic cult, but the Huxa Alliance is a different story. As far as I know, the Huxa Alliance does not harass the common people in Sichuan. They collect taxes, but they eliminate evildoers and maintain public order, just like the righteous factions. There is no reason for us to attack them, Yunheo asked again. What do you mean? Yin Miang's expression hardened. Do you still have the right to speak of righteousness? When the Huxa Alliance destroyed the sects of Sichuan, when Ma Guangqian attacked the Tang family, none of the righteous factions offered any help. Yin Miang said, I understand, you must prioritize your sect's interests. I don't blame you. But to now ask for our help under the pretext of destroying the demonic cult, isn't it because the Gangdong faction is on the verge of destruction and the fire is at your doorstep that you're desperately seeking assistance? His Shishu thought to himself, I am truly ashamed. The young clan head is right, he said. The young clan head is right. I, an old man, was short-sighted and only spoke of righteousness without considering the sacrifices of others, so it is only natural to be refused. Yunheo looked at his Shishu with wide eyes. If it were Shishu's usual self, he would have been furious by now. His Shishu continued. I, an old man, was narrow-minded, only talking of righteousness without considering the sacrifices of others. It is only natural to be refused. If the Tang family helps, our faction will duly repay you. We seek cooperation, not begging. Please reconsider. If senior brother Taehyo says so, we cannot continue to refuse, Yin Miang said. Yunheo was overjoyed. Really? Then let's discuss troop deployment. A flicker of desire for money and gold coins crossed Yin Miang's eyes. First, tell me how much you can afford. The two men walked out. Yunheo's face was bewildered. Yunheo said, several years of our faction's operating expenses. His Shishu replied, if we can protect our faction, that amount is nothing. He clearly has enough confidence to name that price, Yunheo said. Although the young clan head's martial arts are exceptional, Shishu said he might even be stronger than the clan head. Yunheo immediately replied, yes, doesn't Shishu's discerning eye allow you to penetrate others' internal energy? Are you saying he can even deceive a Wakyung master? Yin Miang looked at them and thought, how could they know I'm performing Pai Mike Yuntu? This Taoist master is quite sharp. His mother said, surely you're not doing this just for money. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yin Miang replied, it wasn't sudden, mother. I had to speak favorably of the Huxa Alliance in front of them, but I don't trust them. His mother replied, but order has been maintained even after the destruction of Sichuan's great sects, hasn't it? Yin Miang replied, everything is thanks to you, Giljun. The unorthodox factions are not those who haven't joined the righteous path, but rather bandits who disregard righteousness and only pursue their own interests. Currently, Sichuan's unorthodox factions are merely suppressed by Yu Giljun. Since the Tang family weakened and came under the control of the Huxa Alliance, we haven't been able to venture outside Chengdu. Given the opportunity, they will immediately harm competitors, plant spies, cause destruction, and even attack other sects. Their nature hasn't changed at all. So the current peace is only temporary. If Yu Giljun were to disappear, unorthodox factions would run rampant throughout Sichuan, Tang Jihai said. Indeed, that's true. There's a saying, if you don't pull out the young weeds, you'll eventually have to cut down large trees. I understand your intentions. So what do you plan to do? Yin Miang smiled. It's very simple. I won't give them a chance to attack, Tang Jihai worried. But with our current strength, we won't be able to completely contain the Huxa Alliance. Yin Miang replied, I won't stop them from the outside. I'll destroy them from within. His mother's mouth dropped open. Are you going to attack the Huxa Alliance's 6 factions? She thought. That's easier said than done. Infiltrating that place is far from easy, he replied to her recently. They sent me an invitation to participate in the Sichuan branch meeting. Unlike before, the current Sichuan branch meeting is a martial arts competition for young masters of the unorthodox factions. I will participate in the Sichuan branch meeting and personally confirm their true nature. If they still possess an evil nature, I will eliminate them all. Yang Ryong, remember this when you go to the Tang family. Never anger the young clan head, Zhuge Sun advised his daughter. The fate of the Zhuge family rests on you. His daughter replied, don't worry, uncle. If the Tang family's young clan head is truly as exceptional as you say, I will definitely win him over. Zhuge Yang Ryong, the daughter of the Zhuge family head, said resolutely. Yopi Sin Hyon Jill came in with food. Reverend Taehyo, are you there? I've brought your meal and medicine, his Shishu replied. Ah, Yopi Sin Hyon Jill, come in. Yopi Sin Hyon Jill asked, how are your internal injuries? His Shishu replied, thanks to Hyon Jill, I'm much better. The Zhuge family's prescription was truly effective. Yopi Sin Hyon Jill rejoiced. Really, at first I was very worried because the medicine was mixed with poisonous herbs and I hesitated whether to drink it or not, Reverend Taehyo said, but after drinking it my internal injuries healed very quickly. Even the Tang family's clan head was surprised by my recovery speed. At this rate I can surely return to the Gangdong faction soon. Yopi Sin Hyon Jill smiled and replied, I'm glad you're well. By the way, Hyon Jill, why is it so noisy outside today? What's going on? Yunhyo asked. She replied, it seems the Zhuge family has arrived. Yunhyo was surprised. Yes, the Zhuge family, Yopi Sin Hyon Jill said. The Zhuge family and the Tang family originally have a close relationship. They also helped the Tang family a lot in the last martial arts competition. This time, they've come to set up a defensive formation on the outskirts of the Tang family stronghold. Yunhyo thought to himself, I heard that the two families had a good relationship, but I didn't expect them to help to this extent. I don't know much about formations, but it must surely cost a lot of money. Can the Zhuge family afford that? His Shishu asked. Is the Tang family paying for the materials and labor? Yopi Sin Hyon Jill replied. No, the Zhuge family says they are covering everything. According to the young clan head, the Zhuge family is actively cooperating. They wondered, could it be that the Tang family holds the Zhuge family in their grasp? In the palace, Zhuge Sun asked his daughter, Yang Ryong, are you confident? She replied, don't worry, uncle. Yang Ryong said confidently, I know myself well. No man can resist my beauty. Zhuge Sun sighed and thought, yes, Yang Ryong, you possess a beauty comparable to my sister, the most beautiful woman in Hubei. Enticing a young boy your age should certainly not be difficult. Decades ago, Ma Guangqian attacked the Zhuge family and tried to abduct my sister. Thanks to my sister's sacrifice, Zhuge family was spared from annihilation. But due to the humiliation of becoming a plaything for a night, my sister took her own life. I do not want that tragedy to repeat itself. If Yang Ryong can form a deep relationship with the Tang family's young clan head, the Zhuge family can receive the Tang family's protection. I entrust the future of the Zhuge family to you, Yang Ryong. Tang Jihai said, Ah, Zhuge family head, your family's formations have greatly helped the Tang family. Even during the last martial arts competition, the two women were startled. Tang Jihai smiled and said, furthermore, your family has agreed to install defensive formations on the outskirts of the Tang family stronghold. I sincerely thank you. Zhuge Sun's eyes widened as he thought, clan head. Could it be the young clan head's mother? Indeed, like mother, like son. I apologize for the discourtesy of staring at the clan head's face, he said. Zhuge Shangshen greets the Tang family's clan head. I was unaware of your ascension to the position. Please excuse my oversight, Tang Jihai said gently. It's all right. I was recently inaugurated. You must be tired from your long journey, so please rest comfortably before beginning your work. By the way, the person next to her, she introduced to Zhuge Sun. This child is my niece. I brought her to further strengthen the friendship between our two families. Yang Ryong, greet the clan head. Yang Ryong looked at Yin Myung and thought to herself, is that the Tang family's young clan head? Such a handsome man. I truly want to make him my husband. Zhuge Sun called out loudly, startling Yang Ryong. Yang Ryong bowed her head and said, please excuse me. I am Zhuge Yang Ryong. Although it's late, I congratulate the Tang family's clan head on her inauguration. Tang Jihai praised her. Oh, young lady, you are very polite. Thank you. You are truly beautiful. Many men will surely fall for you later. Yang Ryong replied courteously. Thank you for your compliment, clan head. She said, I too received much affection when I was young. You remind me of my younger self. Yang Ryong immediately complimented her. What are you saying, clan head? You are still beautiful. At first I thought you were the young clan head's younger sister. She thought to herself, I must make a good impression on the young clan head's mother. She might become my mother-in-law later. Tang Jihai, pleased by the compliment, said, it makes me truly happy to hear you say that, young lady. You and Yin Myung are the same age, so be friends. Yang Ryong bowed her head. Yes, I'm truly delighted. My own brother doesn't like me because I am the daughter of a concubine, Tang Jihai replied. Oh dear, how pitiful. She blinked back tears and looked at the young clan head. However, the young clan head seemed to be dozing off. The two were at a loss. How can he be so indifferent? Such a beautiful young lady is telling a sad story. It's truly strange. In the Zhuge family, many men would talk to me just for passing by. Could it be that he doesn't like me? Zhuge Sun said, it seems to have failed. Yang Ryong was angry. I've never been so humiliated before. He didn't even look at me. Tang Yin Myung. Tang Jihai pinched his cheek. Don't be rude in front of guests. Yang Ryong resolved, no matter what, I'll definitely get his attention. In the Chengdu region, an area dominated by the Huxa alliance, people murmured, did you hear the news about the Sichuan branch meeting? I heard the Tang family's young clan head is participating. Considering what he's done, the other disciples surely won't leave him alone. Inside the Manhwa faction's hall, preparations for the Sichuan branch meeting were in full swing. The administrator said, the first page is the branch meeting budget, and the next page is a list of sects and families participating in the martial arts competition. The man chewing on grass was Sang Myung-il, one of the 6 venerables of the Hooksa Alliance. He said, that's enough for the report. Manhwa faction leader, it was supposed to be hosted by the Cheonjen faction this year, so you've gone to a lot of trouble. Yo Sol Ryan replied, I apologize, I'm merely doing my duty. Others whispered that the Lord Yenju was shirking his duties and had disappeared somewhere. The person next to him laughed and said, haha, he's always been a free spirit, so I just hope he grows up quickly. Forget the past. A child burst through the door and shouted, Uncle. Everyone looked at the door. The child said, I want to watch the Sichuan branch meeting. The child hugged Sang Myung-il. He said, what's wrong? Last time you said it was too much trouble and you didn't want to go. The child immediately replied, I just heard that the Tang family's young clan head is also participating in the Sichuan branch meeting. Sang Myung-il replied, is that so? The child said shyly. I heard he's so handsome that all the women in Chengdu have fallen for him. Sang Myung-il said disbelievingly. Who told you that? It must be an exaggeration, the child said loudly. If it's false then so be it, but if it's true he'll be my husband, Sang Myung-il replied. Your father would surely be shocked if he heard that. Anyway, can I go watch? The child asked, and he replied, alright, you wouldn't listen even if I stopped you. Besides, who can block the path of the Hooksa Alliance leader's precious daughter? Yenhyo said gratefully, we must take our leave now. We are grateful for the warm hospitality of the Tang family, and on behalf of the Gangdong faction we thank the Tang family for their cooperation. Shishu said, thanks to the Tang family my internal injuries have completely healed. If anything ever happens to the Tang family in the future I will surely come to your aid. Tang Jihai also smiled and replied, thank you Reverend Taehyo. To contribute to the annihilation of the demonic cult we will dispatch several elders and disciples to assist the Gangdong faction. His Shishu said emotionally, you truly have a kind heart. I will not forget this kindness. I will immediately send a token of appreciation to the Tang family upon returning to our sect. Tang Jihai held his hand. May the Gangdong faction prosper in all things. His Shishu called out, young clan head. He reached out his hand. If it weren't for you, my junior brother and I would have lost our lives. Thank you so much. You possess extraordinary martial arts far beyond your age and you will surely surpass me soon. Reverend Taehyo said with a booming voice. He observed. Yenhyo asked in surprise, Shishu, why is your face pale? Are you alright? He replied, no, I'm fine. I'm just a little sad to part ways. He turned and said, alright, let's return to the Gangdong faction. Yin Myung looked at him and thought, I'm sure I wasn't mistaken. How could he possess such a powerful presence? It was originally just a guess, but perhaps the one who restored the Tang family's prestige was not the clan head but the young clan head. Tang Jihai said to the soldiers, it is a family rule passed down through generations to clearly distinguish between kindness and enmity and to handle matters fairly. Since we have agreed to cooperate, we must regard the Gangdong faction as an ally and work together. The soldiers unanimously shouted, we obey your command. Reverend Taehyo and Zug Son watched from the side, their eyes filled with determination. Tang Jihai said, then I wish you all good luck. Yopi Sin brought the medicine. I have prepared the broken leaf poison. Yin Myung replied, thank you Yopi Sin. Yopi Sin asked curiously, but why does the young clan head keep favoring this poison? Aren't there many other poisons? Yin Myung replied, I'm used to using this poison and there's no other poison that surpasses it. Anyway, everyone is waiting for me so I must go now. Farewell. Yopi Sin said, I'm not worried but please take care of yourself. Chung Gak Bek Saw appeared and asked, are you really not even 20 years old? Yin Myung said, why do you ask? Chung Gak Bek Saw replied, with your martial arts no one would doubt you if you were an elder master. Anyway, it's still not on par with Muyang Gak, but the sword technique you displayed when you subdued the 4th elder was far superior to the best swordsman I encountered when I fought Muyang Gak. Yin Myung asked, the Hooksa Alliance leader can understand martial arts after just one observation, so why can't I? Don't be so curious, you lizard. Chung Gak Bek Saw retorted, I am not. Am I? Rio waved her hand in greeting. Oh, there you are. Where have you been for so long? Yin Myung walked over and replied, I was on my way back from getting poison from Yopi Sin, he said. Greetings, young clan head. He introduced himself. I am Jang Gil. I've been assigned the task of escorting the young clan head to Chengdu. I will protect the young clan head well during the journey. Yin Myung smiled and said, you'll have your work cut out for you. Tang Jihai asked, are you leaving now? Am I? Rio, Yang Ryong and Jang Gil's mouths dropped open. Greetings, clan head. Tang Jihai smiled brightly. There's no need to be so formal, she said to Yin Myung. The wind is starting to blow. Whatever path you choose I will support you, but you must be careful. Yin Myung received the order. Mother, rest assured, whose son am I? Tang Jihai blushed. You are Dokbong's son. You all also take care and serve the young clan head well. They all immediately obeyed. She said, then go. They left under Tang Jihai's gaze and the scene shifted to Hyeonyang County, Sichuan. Emma Rio exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's really lively here. It wasn't this lively last time I came. Yin Myung turned and asked, have you been here before? Emma Rio said, I've been here a few times when my father was a merchant. I heard that my father's trading company was once the largest in Sichuan. Now that the unorthodox factions have taken over Sichuan, the scale of the trading company has significantly decreased. Yin Myung asked in surprise, did your father also say that? Yin Miang deduced if the Tang family was to develop, they needed a trading company to secure finances, and they couldn't just rely on money confiscated from corrupt officials and medicine sales, so they had to eliminate the unorthodox factions as soon as possible. Yin Miang said to Rio, "After this matter is resolved, bring your father to see me," Rio asked curiously. Why? Yin Miang replied, "I will help your father rebuild the trading company." Rio was startled. "Really?" she exclaimed. "You have to keep your promise." All right. Yin Miang replied. From this side, the man selling swords sighed, shaking his head. Business is slow again today. I wish someone who truly appreciates fine swords would come. I don't hear the sound of the hammer anymore. Is this shop not doing business?" The man just opened his eyes to see who was speaking. Yin Miang said, "I want to see swords." The sword seller thought, "His clothes are unusual." He said kindly, "Please come in. The swords are inside. Feel free to browse." The sword seller introduced. "I don't mean to boast, but the treasure swords here are even better than those in Chengdu." Rio asked, "Why do you need a sword?" Yin Miang replied, "I thought it would be good to carry a weapon." He asked the sword seller, "Indeed, you don't boast idly." The sword seller was startled. "Do you know about swords?" Yin Miang looked at the sword and said, "A little. Though its shape is simple, the blade is very sharp, indicating that the forging and tempering techniques are very precise. Just a light tap and a look, surely this is." Yin Miang said, "Any sword is a treasure, so I'll just pick one." The man stopped him. "Hold on, please wait a moment." He turned and said, "I'll be right back, don't go anywhere." He placed a box on the table. The sword seller boasted, "See, I'm truly delighted to meet someone who appreciates swords. I brought this sword." Yin Miang opened the box and asked, "This is," the man introduced his masterpiece. "The masterpiece of our smithy, the Demon Slayer sword." Yin Miang looked at the sword. "The Demon Slayer sword." Rio and Yang Ryung's mouths dropped open. Yin Miang, "This sword, wow," Yang Ryung said, "although I'm not skilled in swordsmanship. I can feel that this is a treasure sword. Our master passed away from illness right after finishing the forging," the sword seller said. "I inherited my master's will and completed this sword. I believe this sword deserves to be called a renowned blade." Yin Miang admitted, "Indeed, it can compare favorably to the swords I used in my previous life. The killing intent hidden in the blade is truly powerful." "But," Yin Miang said to the sword seller, "this sword is truly excellent, but I don't need it." He was surprised. "No, why don't you like it?" Yin Miang sighed. "On the contrary, you have created a renowned blade that you can be proud of, but it is too exquisite for me. Thank you very much for showing it to me." Yin Miang thought to himself, "Moreover, such a renowned blade would make me stand out too much. I just want to use an ordinary sword." Yin Miang said, "So I'll buy the sword I chose earlier," the sword seller said sadly. If you say so." A group of people stood outside the door. "What's going on?" The sword seller was startled. "Young Master Yom So-chung of the Hyonyang sect." He asked, "Didn't I tell you to bring the best sword? Are you daring to deceive me?" Yom So-chung said, "This lowly blacksmith dares to deceive me, young master." The blacksmith was afraid. "Oh, young Master Yom." Yin Miang observed, "What is this? I feel a strange aura from those guards. Something is suspicious." Chung Gak Baek-sa said, "I've felt uneasy for a while. It's demonic energy." Yin Miang asked, "Demonic energy?" Chung Gak Baek-sa replied, "Yes, I've fought the demonic cult a few times, so I recognized it immediately. Haven't you ever encountered them?" Yin Miang said, I've heard of them, but I haven't met them in person. Why are there demonic cult members in Sichuan?" Chung Gak Baek-sa replied, "Who knows, we'll find out if we catch a few and interrogate them." Yom So-chung said, "Get out of my way, I'm going to kill this blacksmith. If you don't move, I'll kill you first, this impudent brat," Yin Miang said, getting angry. Yom So-chung was annoyed. "What, who's this guy?" Yin Miang flicked Yom So-chung's face with his finger and the soldiers shouted, "Young master," Yin Miang said to his sister, "no matter how great a treasure sword you have, it's useless if you don't know how to use it. Come back after 20 more years of training." The soldiers rushed forward. "How dare you lay a hand on the grandson of the Namgying clan leader, the Hyonyang sect leader? Don't you want to live? Don't even think about leaving alive after insulting our young master." Yin Miang replied, "I don't care who you are. What is your relationship with the demonic cult?" Yang Ryung was afraid. What? They turned around. The man with his face covered said, "How dare you call our cult the demonic cult? Don't you want to live?" The soldiers warned young master behind them. "Several soldiers have fallen. The Qianwal Day has already beheaded several soldiers," he said. "From now on we will protect young Master Yom. Kill the rest." Truly astonishing. Our stealth technique is perfect. How were we discovered? Yin Miang's subordinates were afraid. "How dare they rampage like this in broad daylight?" Yin Miang replied, "The stench of those demonic cult members is so repulsive, how could I not notice it? If you want to hide your identity, cover your faces first, you ugly fools." Rio was furious. "How dare this damned fellow insult me in front of me?" The Qianwal Day said, "Aren't you afraid even after they died like that?" Yin Miang asked calmly. "That's your business." He turned and said to the blacksmith, "Lend me this sword. In my eyes you are no different from them." Yin Miang assessed. This man angrily commanded, "Take young Master Yom away. I must kill this fellow." The soldiers grabbed young Master Yom. "This way, young Master Yom," Yom So-chung said, trembling. "Who are you? Let go." Yin Miang thought, this guy, does he really not know? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He rushed forward. Careless. Yin Miang was completely unfazed, blocking with his sword, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand. I clearly attacked first, so why was I pushed back? I must counterattack immediately. The soldiers were all terrified, and Mi Rio and Yang Ryong were also flustered. Young Master Yom was no different, and Yin Myung sent his head flying. He looked at the sword. Indeed, a renowned blade. The weight balance between the hilt and the blade is perfect, and the blade is so sharp that not a drop of blood adheres to it. Truly a renowned blade. Yin Myung praised the blacksmith. Master, you are truly skilled. You have admirably followed in your master's footsteps. The blacksmith had tears in his eyes. Master, treasure has its rightful owner. This sword will also find its owner someday. Therefore it must only be passed on to a worthy person. The blacksmith recalled his master's words and looked at Yin Myung. I've found it, the true owner of the demon slayer sword. Yin Myung asked, who's next? You can all come at once. They all fled in fear, but rather they ran towards Yin Myung. This impudent brat dares to disregard me. Yin Myung laughed scornfully, shattering all the soldiers with a few sword strikes. Young Master Yom was terrified, and the blacksmith's mouth dropped open. Mi Rio was speechless. I have nothing to say, someone asked. Since when did that guy learn swordsmanship in this palace? Yom Woo-young walked and thought, everything is going very smoothly. He was Yom Woo-young, the second son-in-law of Namgying Jin's son and the Hyeonyang sect leader, belonging to the heavenly demonic cult. Those Hooksa Alliance fellows are foolish. They would never dream that I'm a member of the divine cult. My son, Yom So-chung, has truly inherited the martial arts bloodline of the Yom family. Although he is my son, I must admit that among boys his age none can surpass So-chung. If he showcases his martial arts at the Sichuan branch meeting, he will surely be given an important position in the Hooksa Alliance. That will be the first step in weakening the Hooksa Alliance. And by the time the Lord Yenju realizes it, Sichuan will already be tainted with demonic colors. A man rushed in, flustered. Sir Yom Woo-young said, weren't you the Qianwald Day captain? Weren't you tasked with protecting So-chung? The Qianwald Day captain clutched his arm and stammered. Young Master Yom was attacked by a masked individual and all the soldiers fell. Yin Myung said, the job is done. Mi Rio asked, but who's going to clean up this mess? If I had brought my sister, she definitely would have fainted. But will it be all right? One of them escaped earlier. What if they come back? Yin Myung replied, I deliberately let him escape. This fool clearly doesn't know he's protecting demonic cult members. Young Master Yom So-chung shouted, you've misunderstood. I'm not a demonic cult member. I don't even know who they are. Yin Myung placed his sword on his head. You'll find out soon enough. Yin Myung said, let's ask them. Yom Woo-young and the soldiers stood outside. I know you're holding my son hostage. Release the hostage and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. If you resist, I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yin Myung walked out. I'm out. What can you do to me? Yom So-chung shrieked. Whoa, Mi Rio thought to herself. Who's the villain here? Damn it, their numbers have doubled. What's he planning? Yom Woo-young became angry. How dare you? Do you know who you're messing with? Yin Myung replied, demonic cult. The evil aura emanating from you is demonic energy. You've disguised yourselves and secretly come to Sichuan to cause trouble. I don't know if the Hooksa Alliance is aware of this, but they certainly won't let it slide. Yom Woo-young thought to himself, this fellow, he detected our demonic energy. Moreover, all 30 Qianwald Day members are dead and he's completely unharmed. He's dangerous. We must kill him. Yom Woo-young said. The Yom family commanded, all Qianwald Day, activate reverse blood demonic art. Mi Rio worried. Reverse blood demonic art, isn't that the martial art Ma Guangqian used when he attacked the Tang family? Everything was incinerated. Yin Myung said, Yom family, what is your relationship with Yin Young Gak? Yom Woo-young said, as if unable to comprehend, you're about to die and that's all you can ask, although I bear no grudge against you. You destroyed my family. Yom Woo-young said arrogantly, haha, big brother, how many families have I destroyed? The Zug family, the Murung family, or the Tang family? Speak quickly, I will kill you and destroy your family too. Young Ryong burst into tears. No, we'll only die if we try to fight, Mi Rio said. But now we have no choice but to trust the young clan head. Yom Woo-young ordered. Qianwald Day, kill him. Chung Gak-bek Sa asked. Young man, their momentum is truly terrifying. What are you going to do? Yin Myung replied, isn't it obvious? Just strike them down and wipe them all out. Both sides were already prepared for battle, and Yin Myung pacified everything with a single strike. Yom Woo-young couldn't believe his eyes, and everyone else was just as surprised. Yom Woo-young thought to himself, unbelievable. 70 Qianwald Day members activated the reverse blood demonic art, yet even a Wakyung master wouldn't be able to overwhelm them like this. It's like that day when the test began, and the demonic cult young cult leader's coming-of-age ceremony was held. The victor was Yin Young Gak. My elder brother's martial arts overwhelmed all the left and right protectors. This overwhelming momentum, which I've never felt before, is coming from this young brat. There's no hope left. He immediately knelt and begged for his life. At least hope to save So-chung, he said. I will die in my son's place. Please spare only So-chung. I don't know what grudge you have between you and Demon Lord Ma Guangqian, but my son is an innocent child. He knows nothing. Please spare his life. Yin Myung replied, innocent. My treasured sword wasn't satisfied and it tried to kill others. Is that the demonic cult's normal way of conversing? Yom Woo-young glared with eyes full of rage and said, damn it all, he shouted. Yin Myung asked, are you angry? Your family must have felt the same, but I will harm you, and I will not forgive anyone connected to Ma Guangqian, nor do I have any intention of sparing them. Yong Wu-young cried out in injustice. Yin Miang spoke as he acted. Stop your nonsense and go to hell. Yin Miang was startled. Are you giving this sword to me? The blacksmith said. Anyway, I was able to live thanks to you. Please consider this sword a memento from my senior. My master always said that a treasured sword must have a worthy owner. If I pass this sword to you, my master will be very pleased. Am I? Rio said. Understood. Since it's received, that's fine. Yin Miang was suspicious. No, why are they? Young Rio, who was next to him, said joyfully. Congratulations, young clan head. Yin Miang replied. If everyone agrees, I'll accept it. Am I? Rio laughed and said. See, you took it in the end. Yin Miang asked. The sword is too flashy, so a simple scabbard would be better, right? The blacksmith replied. Yes, Chung Gak Beksa said. The more I see it, the more intriguing it becomes. This Tang family brat's swordsmanship is truly astonishing. No one would doubt calling him a sword king. If he grows, he'll be far more terrifying than the shadowless guest. The unorthodox faction members filed in, whispering. Hey, look at that kid. Is there really such a young punk in Sichuan? With a maidservant and a guard, both women, he must be a lecher. The Sichuan branch meeting is such a big event. What's he doing coming like that? His martial arts must be terrible, another fellow said. But what about the women in the city? He replied. Somehow I feel like I've lost before even fighting. The two soldiers at the gate gaped. We've seen many rising talents throughout history, but this person's appearance is second to none. They asked, from what family or sect are you? And what is your name? Yin Miang replied. The Tang family. The young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family, Tang Yin Miang. Night deepened. The Simwa faction leader said, has he already arrived? The Tang family young clan head brat. The soldiers bowed their heads. Yes, faction leader. His name was registered on the participant list early this morning, and he then headed straight to the inn. The Simwa faction leader thought, all right, now I can rest easy. I will soon kill this arrogant fellow and avenge elder brother Ma. This place is frequented by wicked bandits. Is the young lady wandering alone? You were lucky I arrived just in time. That was the day I first met elder brother Muck in Gu. Were you not hurt, young lady? Living as a high official's concubine, earning money posed no problem. But I lived no more than a life of amusement. Then one day, Dajak suddenly died in an accident. Dajak had a hobby of collecting martial arts manuals during his lifetime. I wanted to start a new life, so I took the manual and desperately fled. That was the day I met elder brother Muck in Gu. I quickly grew close to him. He was a martial artist who taught me the basics of martial arts so I could protect myself. And I used the stolen manual to establish a foundation and formally cultivated the Red Lotus flame art. But the world did not grant me happiness. From then on, my body gradually began to weaken as if I had contracted an incurable disease. Feeling I had little time left, I left him. I didn't want to show him this ugly side of me. Time passed and I heard news of Muck in Gu, acting arrogantly as the sect leader of the Tail Mukum sect. I was dying, and sometimes I even thought it would be good to die in this pain. But I couldn't close my eyes due to lingering attachments. Just one last time. If only I could meet elder brother Ma one more time. Muck in Gu was flustered. Young lady Yu, he said, this is the woman I spoke of with extraordinary talent, but why is she dying like this? It's only natural for the yin and yang qi in a woman's body cultivating martial arts of both paths to repel each other in a dying body. If you want to live, recite the incantation of the martial art you learned. Should I call this a serendipitous encounter? As if possessed by the man's words, I opened my mouth and recited the incantation for a long time. The man didn't even listen to half of it and said, that's enough. I will create a modified Red Lotus flame art for you, so you can use it by utilizing a woman's yin energy. He was none other than you, the Huxa Alliance leader, the one who gave orders in Sichuan. To pledge my loyalty to Lord Yenju who saved my life, I established the Simwa faction and joined the Huxa Alliance. Moreover, since Muck in Gu was also in the Huxa Alliance, I thought I could rekindle our relationship with him. But Muck in Gu said, I sought you out for your talent, young lady Yu, not for any other reason. So do not cling to old sentiments. His heart was much further away than I had imagined. Since I was the one who left first, I couldn't resent him, but I didn't miss the chance to seek him out again. I simply suppressed my feelings and hoped that someday he would understand my true intentions. Not long after, news of the Tail Mukum sect's plague spread on that day. I resolved to kill the Tang family's young clan head without fail. The Simwa faction leader thought, Tang Yin Miang, I want to eliminate him immediately. But he is a master who has transcended the Wakyang realm. It will be difficult to kill him. Even with my Red Lotus flame art, I'll just endure a little longer. The Sichuan branch meeting will be held, and I have prepared an unavoidable downfall for you. Another morning began. Yin Miang sat cross-legged in his room, and Chung Gak Beksa glared at him. That monstrous fellow, I've been disturbing his training for over an hour, yet he hasn't even made a small movement. Is that his concentration? I'd believe it if he were an old master who had achieved rejuvenation. What on earth is that fellow doing inside? In Yin Miang's mind, a virtual encounter with an enemy was unfolding. As Yin Miang drew his sword, the enemy also defended, and both sides engaged in battle. The fight continued fiercely and incessantly, their eyes filled with determination. Yin Miang swung his sword. He thought, indeed, it's excessive for Manchenhuao's expression to be perfected by the Dokyo Changwangi. On that day I cut down 70 people with a single attack, but even that was in a state of worsening condition and halved power. If it were to be properly executed, the internal art I used in my previous life was called Baryok. Only by cultivating that can the properly constructed power of Manhwa manifest. Bariok has the nature of weakening the body, so ordinary people cannot endure it and die suddenly. My master and I were born with dull strength, so we were safe. Of course, having reached Wakyung and with my body now even stronger, if I cultivate Bariok, I will be able to quickly reproduce my previous life's martial prowess. But is it that I still have lingering attachment to the sword? But that's not the answer. Although it's gradually worsening, I'm currently expressing Manhwa's technique with my internal art. The weak power is because the current internal art doesn't suit sword arts. I just need to modify the Dokyo Chungwongi to suit sword arts. Am I Ryo? Put that on for me. Am I Ryo was drawing on his face. Yang Ryong stopped them. I told you to stop. They were startled. What? Why weren't you just sleeping? Yin Myung replied. I wasn't sleeping, so are you all ready? Am I Ryo replied. Of course, we were just waiting for you. Yin Myung said, alright, let's go. Yang Ryong turned around and asked, but how long are you going to treat the young clan head like a friend? Am I Ryo replied. Why are you interfering? Yin Myung isn't saying anything, the two argued. If others see a guard acting so casually with her master, what about his prestige? Why do you care about Yin Myung's prestige? Yin Myung said, Yang Ryong isn't wrong. Am I Ryo became angry. Are you taking her side now? Yin Myung continued, so you're saying there's no need to save face in front of those unorthodox scoundrels? Am I Ryo replied. That's right. Yin Myung said, good, no need to maintain appearances in front of a pile of corpses. Before that, since I suffered a loss, I must get it back right, tenfold. A brush was in his hand. Am I Ryo's face turned pale. Young Master Yom, inside the palace, beautiful music echoed and numerous maidens were present. The Simwa faction leader observed the people. She said, you all know well what kind of event the Sichuan branch meeting is, so there's no need for further circumlocution. This is a place where one's rights are forfeited. The struggle for these rights proceeds through martial contests, and according to precedent, even life and death duels are permissible. After drafting one's rights in a document and stamping it to confirm identity, the victor will possess and exercise those rights for 5 years. To prevent objections, our faction will notarize it. However, any violation will be considered a disregard for the entire Huxa alliance, and a suitable price will be paid. That concludes the explanation. This Sichuan branch meeting is truly honored by the presence of noble individuals. It is Grand Hero Sang Myung Il of the 9 revolving cross sword. Others widened their eyes. 9 revolving cross sword, isn't that one of the 6 venerables of the Huxa alliance? As a swordsman, I'd like to meet him at least once, Sang Myung Il said arrogantly. How embarrassing. Yin Myung observed him. He is at the Wakyung realm. He introduced himself. I am Sang Myung Il and I have come to this Sichuan branch meeting with Lord Yinju's daughter Yin He. I hope you all will display impressive skills befitting your abilities, the Simwa faction leader said. It has been decided that Grand Hero Sang will notarize the life and death duels at this Sichuan branch meeting. Those who wish for a life and death duel may seek permission from the Grand Hero. Now, let the Sichuan branch meeting begin. A person raised a hand and said, Grand Hero Sang, I request permission to engage in a life and death duel with the Tang family's young clan head standing over there. The speaker was Muk Qianhe, the eldest son of Muk In-Jiu, the former sect leader of the Tail Mukum sect and its current sect leader. Sang Myung-il said, he wears black martial robes and carries 2 swords. Very well, Tail Mukum sect brat. Sang Myung-il thought this was an unexpected turn of events. Is he seeking revenge? He had also heard the news that the Tang family had killed his father. One of the more powerful martial artists among them displayed overwhelming strength. The Tail Mokum sect leader said, I am Muk Qianhe, successor of the Tail Mokum sect. Today, to avenge my father, I request a deathmatch with the Tang clan's young clan head. Am I Ryo gritted her teeth and said, what are you talking about? He was the one who attacked first, wasn't he? Yang Ryong shushed her, saying, be careful, they might hear you. Sang Myung-il replied. Then Muk Qianhe, successor of the Tail Mokum sect and the Tang clan's young clan head, please come onto the stage. The two walked onto the stage together. The people below murmured, that's the Tang clan's young clan head. I hear his martial arts are excellent. But Yin He here praised him, saying he's really handsome. She thought the boy was very exemplary and intelligent. Sang Myung-il said, if the Tang clan's young clan head loses this deathmatch, I will certainly be very disappointed. In a deathmatch, no one other than the participants, their guards or attendants can intervene. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on attack methods and they have the right to ignore an opponent's surrender. Do either of you object to this? They agreed. Moreover, both can have their guards and assistants recognized as proxies. Sang Myung-il asked, as if to the Tang clan head, did you not come with a guard? Yin Myung replied, I brought them, but I told them not to intervene. The outcome would be no different whether it's 1 person or 3. Sang Myung-il smiled and said, how daring, I like it. Let's begin. Everyone prepared to draw their swords, but Yin Myung still stood still. Everyone was confused by his actions as they prepared to attack. Yin Myung drew his sword. He said that the sword was the unique technique of the Tail Mokum sect leaders, the ink sword Chi, and that he had properly trained in Tail twin swordsmanship. As Yin Myung prepared, the soldiers on the other side trembled in fear. Yin Myung thought, the moment my subordinates attract his attention and expose an opening, I will tear him apart head-on with twin swordsmanship. His face suddenly changed. With just a few strikes he took them down. All the spectators below were surprised. Sang Myung-il and the Simwa faction leader were no different. What? Why are the attackers falling? Look, those guys have golden dragon feather needles stuck in their necks. Sang Myung-il wondered, is his attack speed such that even I can't see it? Yin Miang said, "How long are you going to stand there? I'm getting bored." Muk Qianhe made up his mind. "I will definitely kill you." He rushed forward and attacked Yin Miang. He said, "I will tear you apart." He was suddenly surprised. That guy's footwork disappeared. Yin Miang said, "Among those who invaded the Tang clan's main branch, 2 used sword chi like you. One was your father, the former sect leader, and the other was Gak. You are far inferior to both of them." Muk Qianhe couldn't believe it. "It can't end this easily." Yin Miang said, "They kept coming and saying they would take revenge," the spectators commented. "It hasn't even been half a quarter hour since it started. Is the young clan head extraordinary, or are the Tail Mokum sect successors terrible? Isn't the skill gap too wide?" Muk Qianhe said, indignant. "This is truly unfair. More than the fact that I can't get revenge, it's more unfair that my father and I achieved worse results than that foolish brat." The spectators were still surprised. Muk Qianhe's sword was stained with ink, they shouted. Muk Qianhe continued to attack. "I will prove to you that I am superior to them." Yin Miang blocked the sword with his hand. Muk Qianhe thought inwardly. He grabbed a sword imbued with sword chi with his bare hands. Yin Miang held his hand. No one could predict what would happen next, and everyone's mouths hung open. "Am I Rio?" said. "Nothing surprises me anymore." Yang Riong replied. "Exactly." Yin Miang beat Muk Qianhe senseless, saying Miang ill-assessed. "At this point it's hard to imagine that kid losing." Muk Qianhe thought, "I intended to take him lightly, but he can still move even after being hit by a poisoned golden needle. Or did he achieve enlightenment just before dying?" Sang Miang Il said. "Truly astonishing. To be able to show the empty hand seizes white blade technique, the ability to snatch a sword with bare hands in such a situation. I heard that the Tang clan trains its hands or uses leather gloves to handle sharp hidden weapons. I never imagined he could even block a blade covered in sword chi." Yin Miang thought, "Actually it's thanks to the dragon scale body protection chi, but there's no need to say that." He said, "The Tang clan has such a thing." Sang Miang Il replied, "I saw it very well. I and the Manhwa faction will certify the Tang clan's victory. Furthermore, you can choose whether to continue the duel or stop." Yin Miang replied, "Of course I must continue, but if Grand Hero Sang allows it, all the martial artists belonging to the Huxa Alliance here can come at once." Yin Miang smiled triumphantly. "The outcome will be the same anyway." The unorthodox factions were furious. "What, he dares to be so arrogant? Even if we all come at once, he's getting cocky just because he won one fight. How dare a young clan head of a fallen family be so arrogant? I will show him who the true power in Sichuan is." The Manhwa faction leader stepped forward. "Stop. While death matches can proceed, the Sichuan Grand Meeting is not a place for thugs to fight indiscriminately. This is a legitimate arena where masters representing the 3 factions compete in martial arts. As the host of this meeting, I cannot tolerate your disregard for the rules and reckless behavior," Sang Miang-il said. Don't be so inflexible, faction leader Yo. I'm also curious to see how far this young clan head can go. However, if we recall the purpose of the Sichuan meeting, I will step in myself if necessary." The Manhwa faction leader said, "If it is the will of the 6 venerables, then I have nothing more to say." Sang Miang-il assessed, "The Tang clan's hidden weapon techniques are specialized in inflicting wide area damage. If too many people attack, the situation will only become chaotic, so I will limit the number of participants in a combined attack to a maximum of 3. You have the choice. If you don't like these terms, speak up." Yin Miang accepted. "Good, I will abide by those terms." Sang Miang-il was bewildered. "My judgment was wrong. I thought that after several exchanges he would deal with the feather needles Wumochim and gradually subdue the hidden weapons, giving the opponent a chance to win. But more than half the participants died in less than half a quarter hour." Sang Miang-il looked at Yin Miang. He had only used feather needles and the empty hand seizes white blade technique, yet none of the numerous enemies could stop him. His internal energy wasn't that strong, so what was this enormous skill gap? At this rate, the Sichuan Grand Meeting would not be able to continue. The Tanhua faction people fled. "I give up, I give up. How can I beat that monster? Whatever the Sichuan Grand Meeting is, I'm quitting." One person stepped forward, stopping everyone. Sang Miang-il and Mai Rio and Yang Riong all looked at him. This person said, "Next the Changpeng sect will challenge. Other sects don't need to step forward. My guard and I are enough. Your ultimate technique will end here." Changpeng sect young sect leader Yopi Chunggang said. Sang Miang-il thought, other sect successors are fleeing, yet he dares to challenge. As expected of the Changpeng sect, it lives up to its name. Sang Miang-il said, "Young sect leader of the Tang clan, do you not object to continuing the death match?" Yin Miang replied, "I do not object." Yin Miang assessed that person's body is truly bizarre. Even in my past life's memories there was nothing like this. Sang Miang-il said, "Good, then let the deathmatch begin." Yin Miang began his attack. The Changpeng sect continued to counterattack. Mai Rio and Yang Riong were surprised. The feather needles were deflected. Look, his skin is like dry, cracked bark," Sang Miang-il observed. As its name, Ancient Tree Divine Art, suggests, a successful practitioner's body transforms into a dry ancient tree. That dry skin becomes as hard as bark, capable of blocking even sword chi. Moreover, the density of muscles and bones also increases, making their strength equally potent. "So how is it, young sect leader of the Tang clan?" Yin Miang used the phantom shadow movement. Sang Miang-il was stunned. "What on earth is that? I couldn't even see his shadow for an instant. Did he master a lightness technique?" Yin Miang quickly circled back. As soon as the Changpeng sect young sect leader turned, he received Yin Miang's attack. He immediately stuck a needle into Yopi Chunggang's forehead. Yin Miang said, "It's not impenetrable." His guard rushed forward. "Ah, how dare you touch my senior brother!" Yin Miang merely sealed him with a single punch. Yin Miang said, "Let's see how well your tongue is trained." Yin Miang released him. "Oh, not properly trained yet." A hand suddenly attacked Yin Miang. Yin Miang quickly noticed and dodged. Before the opponent could react, Yin Miang immediately counterattacked. This attack shook the heavens and earth, and he poured all his internal energy into striking the opponent's body. Yin Miang thought the famous horse was trying to use its internal energy to destroy it. The Changpeng sect young sect leader counterattacked, his face filled with resolve. Yin Miang said, "Indeed your body is very hard, but is there nothing else before hardness? Do you only rely on hardness to charge? It seems you have nothing more to show. May I kill you now?" The Changpeng sect young sect leader sneered. "HMPH, just hardness? The moment you grab me is the moment I've been waiting for the most." Yin Miang stared intently. "Now I will show you the true power of the ancient tree divine art," he said. Changpeng sect leader Yopianjia once said, "Chunggang, from now on I will teach you the true power of the ancient tree divine art, but do not reveal this fact to anyone. If you ever need to use it, you must kill your opponent." Chunggang thought this is the moment he used the ancient tree divine art's secret technique, the essence absorption grand method. "Now I will absorb all your internal energy and dry you up." Tang clan young sect leader Chunggang shouted. Yin Miang sighed and said it would be better not to do such a foolish thing. Chunggang was still triumphant in his youth. Yopianjia wandered various places to find his value, and then he met a lama from Botala present-day Tibet. The Lama recognized Yopianjia's potential and taught him the martial art called Ancient Tree Divine Art. Although the true power of this martial art was not passed down and was limited to external cultivation, it was the ideal martial art for Yopianjia, who possessed the empty hand seizes white blade technique, a secret art to subdue hundreds with bare hands. However, Yopianjia yearned for true power and later joined the Huxa Alliance, where he met Ugil-jun. Ugil-jun said, "You want to use the lost abilities of the Ancient Tree Divine Art? It's not difficult. All martial arts contain their meaning in their names. It's not simply named that because the body becomes as dry as an ancient tree. When the outer skin dries and internal energy accumulates in the dantian, the body truly transforms into an ancient tree, absorbing essence like roots drawing water from damp ground, and it can draw out an opponent's internal energy." The Changpeng sect young sect leader said confidently, "Ha ha ha ha, I will dry you up." Chunggang's face stiffened. "Wait, why is that guy perfectly fine? W, what's happening? Why is my arm?" He shouted. "W, what have you done to my body?" Yin Miang smiled triumphantly. In the past there were 3 notorious great villains in the martial world, regardless of righteous or demonic factions. As their name suggested, they absorbed opponents' internal energy using the essence absorption grand method. These 3 swore brotherhood and roamed the Jianghu using the essence absorption grand method, and 2 of them reached the Wakyang realm, so no one dared to kill them. "Aren't those the guys I heard about?" They said, "The essence absorbing 3 fiends. If it's true, then quickly give me compensation." Soldiers wondered, "How did you manage to imprison all those villains by yourself? How did you do it?" This story became a legend before the sword ghost appeared. "I merely experimented sword demon slaying evil on my creations and killed them all in a single day." Yin Miang thought, "My master said that one of them tried to absorb my master's internal energy but couldn't withstand my master's internal force and died. It's only natural, as ordinary martial artists cannot endure being eroded by my master's internal force breaking chi. Although I haven't cultivated internal force breaking chi now, that's not important either." Yin Miang said, "I told you, don't touch what isn't yours. Were you taught nothing? My internal energy is no different from poison. My arm is all burned up, so goodbye." He immediately used the scorching poison chi. All the spectators' eyes widened, and Sang Miang-il was also very surprised. "What on earth is that guy doing?" Sang Miang-il thought. "This has gone too far. If it continues, it will cause huge losses to our side. I must stop it immediately," he ordered faction leader Yo. "It would be best to stop the match here today," she replied. "What are you talking about? It must continue until the Tang clan young sect leader dies." The Simwa faction leader grabbed Yin He. Sang Miang-il asked faction leader Yo, "Why are you doing this?" She replied, "The Tang clan young sect leader's martial arts are far more excellent than expected. Please, Grand Hero Sang, step forward and kill him yourself." Sang Miang-il shouted loudly. "How dare you?" Yin Miang here said, "With this level of skill I don't need to kill everyone." He turned and looked. "What? Why has the atmosphere changed over there?" Sang Miang-il shouted. "How dare you take Yo as a hostage? Why should I do that to a mere child who has just begun learning martial arts?" The Simwa faction leader said, "Child, is that all there is to it? Do you think Muk sect leader's death is trivial? Muk sect leader's death is not trivial to me. I will definitely get revenge, even if it means repaying kindness with enmity in the end. This Sichuan Grand Meeting was hosted for this very reason," Sang Miang-il said. The Simwa faction leader replied, "You know the power of my rhetoric, don't you? A frail young lady like Yo, if I just put my mind to it." Am I? Rio asked. "Why are they fighting among themselves?" Young Ryong replied. "I don't know either." Sang Miang-il said, "Yo, Sol Ryan, how dare you? Are you doing this?" Sang Miang-il roared in anger. "Do you think I cannot cut off your head right now?" The Simwa faction leader replied. "While a master like 9 revolving cross sword could certainly do so, I fear that in your rage you might accidentally damage the precious young lady's beautiful face." "Ian," he cried. "Uncle, Sang Miang-il can't do anything, this wretched wretch." "Fine, I'll take you on." Sang Miang-il said. "Wait. First I'll kill that young clan head, then it's your turn," the Simwa faction leader said. "HMPH, if only I can kill the Tang family's young clan head, I'd gladly give my life." Yin Miang moved and everyone was surprised. "What is this?" Could it be that one of the 6 venerables is stepping forward personally? Sang Miang-il said to Yin Miang. I had no intention of fighting you today, but given how things have turned out I have no choice. I apologize. I know this is a shameful act, but I have no other option. This child's life is more important than my own, so I must make this choice. I will end it quickly. Without pain, beautiful women played beautiful music and the two stood on the stage. Yin Miang focused on the music at this moment. Furthermore, Sang Miang-il shouted, Yo Sol Ryan, what are you doing? Why are you using sound manipulation to cause all the young martial artists to suffer chi deviation? The Manhwa faction leader replied. Does that matter? I am merely assisting the grand hero. It will not affect Lady Yin He, so rest assured, Sang Miang-il said. How much more do you intend to insult me? I do not need such despicable methods. Stop immediately, the Manhwa faction leader said. If I intended to stop I would not have started. Mukin-hu experienced it too, so why shouldn't he feel that terror? The Manhwa faction leader said, the terror of death, that is. Now quickly cut off the head of that detestable Tang family young clan head. Yin Miang said, too noisy. If that's the case I'll reduce this noise for you. Yin Miang used the hell sword. Attacks poured down relentlessly, and the Manhwa faction leader was startled. Sang Miang-il was no different. Yin Miang launched an attack and said, I apologize, but I've taken care of all the noisy ones. Yin Miang looked at Sang Miang-il and said, you may continue now. Sang Miang-il stood above and below. Countless people had died by Yin Miang's hand. Sang Miang-il thought, was that the Tang family's martial art just now? Its power is truly specialized in mass slaughter, befitting the Tang family. And for the young clan head's martial prowess to be displayed so easily, if he created it himself, it means he has reached a far higher realm than I have. What a pity, to have to kill such an outstanding young talent with my own hands. Sang Miang-il asked Yin Miang. What are you doing now? Are you still intending to spar with me? Sang Miang-il continued to think. Does this fellow not realize his situation? Even with special techniques it's still not enough. Yin Miang said, my hidden weapon martial arts are after all insignificant techniques before sword fighting. I wish to learn a sword technique from you, senior. Sang Miang-il sighed and said, this fellow, how you are unimaginably audacious, but I like that spirit. I will attack first, so come quickly. Chung Gak Bek Sa asked, are you thinking of unleashing your full power? Yin Miang thought, yes, because the opponent is a Wakyung master. Yin Miang said, then I'm coming. Yin Miang moved. Sang Miang-il was startled. Yin Miang attacked. Light burst forth for 10,000 li, and the Manhwa faction leader's mouth dropped open. Unbelievable. Is that truly internal energy a human can possess? No, this is clearly an inhuman realm. Sang Miang-il was terrified. The more frightening fact is that I didn't detect for a single moment that this fellow was hiding this. This fellow has already reached a realm far surpassing mine. Yin Miang said, then I will teach you a move, senior. Sang Miang-il thought, how did that child reach such a realm? This is like the overwhelming feeling of facing the alliance leader. Yin Miang asked, what are you doing? Didn't you just tell me to attack first? Sang Miang-il replied. I certainly said so, but I didn't know you were hiding your power. If I retreat, Yin He, who is more precious than my own life, will die, and if I fight with all my might, one of us will surely die. Therefore I cannot attack first. I apologize, he thought. A battle of internal energy consumption will surely result in a loss, so I must end it quickly, as taught by the alliance leader. Sang Miang-il said, this is Wakyung. The chi entering the body by itself is clearly different. The Huxa alliance leader said, big brother, you've finally broken through the barrier of talent and reached Wakyung. Congratulations anyway. Thanks to the return to youth you've opened 2 meridians, and there are still scars on your face. Sang Miang-il replied, with such low talent I should be grateful. Isn't it manly and cool? The Huxa alliance leader laughed loudly. Haha, big brother, you still remember how you used to threaten people with that delicate face a few years ago? Sang Miang-il was flustered. Are you talking about a few years ago? Haha, I thought you came to congratulate me, but you came to tease me instead, Yu Giljun replied. How could I, big brother? Since you've undergone a complete transformation, I must guide you to a new realm. The illusory sword art you use certainly has its limits. Sang Miang-il laughed and said, since I've gained a strong body and technique through this transformation, I will now teach you the fierce sword art, big brother. Strength comes from softness, and softness conquers strength. What he realized through the illusory sword art was a sword technique that integrated soft techniques and transformed them into fierce sword arts. Yin Miang still observed Sang Miang-il using Manhwa. He thought, he has only recently begun training, so the sword technique is not yet complete. He must decide the outcome with a single strike. Yin Miang asked, because it's a sparring sword I freely used the illusory sword, but did you think I would also recklessly display the fierce sword? Sang Miang-il replied. How on earth do you use the fierce sword? Sang Miang-il's eyes widened. Unbelievable, I haven't even completed the sword technique myself, so I can't even perform the fierce sword, but that fellow freely uses the fierce sword in its perfect form. Swordsmanship has long been known to lead to mastery by excelling in one of the following techniques. The bald monk said, among them it is very rare to excel in the strong. This is because an ordinary person's body cannot withstand their own sword momentum. Furthermore, there is no way to derive strength from softness, but that is what ordinary people do. One who cultivates Baryok power breaking naturally progresses towards strength, so the ultimate strength is only achieved when strength is pushed to its extreme. Yin Myung thought, although it's different from my past life's body, the memory of performing the fierce sword remains. He laughed and said, it's been a long time since I've used it, so it might be a bit difficult to control my strength. I hope you can handle it. Everyone focused their attention. A single strike split the ground and he advanced with swift footwork. Both sides unleashed their most powerful attacks. Energy collided as if to explode and light flashed, obscuring the entire screen. Above, people whispered, I feel a strong aura from the Manhwa faction's side. It must be the peak of the Sichuan Grand Meeting, the old man said. I heard that the 9 revolving cross sword, one of the 6 venerables, came to watch, so perhaps it's his aura. He wouldn't be revealing his power to motivate the young generation, would he? The Changpeng sect leader replied, isn't that too excessive to be able to sense such dignity from this distance? The old man turned his head and said, it's nothing, let's just drink. The Sichuan Grand Meeting will last at least 10 days and nights. No, everyone put down your cups. Yopi-inja said, it's an amplification of qi. The old man was startled to see a huge explosion from where they were fighting. The morning sun shone into a restaurant. Yu Giljun was emptying his wine cup. He turned his head and said to the Hooksa Alliance leader, Big brother, the screen is covered in dust. Sang Myung-il, who was chewing on grass or holding it in his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood. Sang Myung-il's body was covered in many sword cuts, and he was drenched in blood. He bowed his head and said, I must protect Yin-he. The Manhwa faction leader and Yin-he's eyes widened at the sight of the people approaching. The old man asked, what on earth happened? Grand Hero Sang Myung-il, did 9 revolving cross sword lose? They shouted, what on earth is this? Who did this? Faction leader. The Tang family's young clan head killed Grand Hero Sang. The Manhwa faction leader shouted, and they whispered, is the Tang family that massacred the Qianjun faction and the Taeyol Mukum sect? A fellow who looks barely 20 killed one of the 6 venerables? The Manhwa faction leader said, 9 revolving cross sword was killed here while trying to protect Lady Yin-he. If you do not avenge Grand Hero Sang and protect the young lady, Lord Yinju will surely be greatly angered. So kill that damned young clan head immediately. They thought, something is a little strange, but if that's true, we too will find it difficult to survive. That fellow defeated one of the 6 venerables, so his martial prowess must not be underestimated. They all charged forward and everyone attacked. Rio was flustered. How many people are coming? Everyone rushed towards Yin Myung, their single target. Yin Myung said, if you hadn't listened to your subordinate's words, I wouldn't have gone this far. What a pity. Although it was an excellent sword technique, victory and defeat were already decided by the level of qi refinement. Nevertheless, he fell without letting go of his sword. Truly the last moment of a swordsman. Although an enemy, I respect a master swordsman. I will make your journey to the afterlife less boring, people said. He's holding Grand Hero Sang's sword. Charge. Yin Myung threw the sword and it shattered into pieces. People were flustered. What is this? Sword fragments. Do you think such a trivial trick can stop our 2,000 troops? Yin Myung calmly said, of course. They were afraid but said, it's just sword fragments. There's nothing to fear. When an old man fell with his neck severed, they were even more flustered. Yin Myung used the power of a windstorm. Yopi-inja shouted, stop. The old man next to him also said, that is clearly the Tang family's secret art. Maguang Qian Wawu, Yopi-inja said, the secret art was supposedly lost. Why has Chung Gak Beksa appeared? To mistake this for Maguang Qian Wawu, truly pathetic, those who have never even seen it directly. Yin Myung called Rio, although I will prevent them from getting close to you, some of them will slip through. You can handle them, can't you? Rio replied, yes, as your guard I certainly can. Don't worry, I won't be a hindrance, she shouted. Don't mind us, fight to your heart's content, Yin Myung said. Good, even if you didn't say it, I would fight with all my might. As he spoke, he rushed forward using the death talisman. People were afraid. I can't get close, too fast. Yin Myung continued to attack fiercely. They feared they were no match. Some of them charged at Rio, and there were also some spies in Tang family uniforms here. Yin Myung had told her at home that she didn't need to let her hair down. Rio frowned. I'm fine, although it's a little uncomfortable. My life isn't in danger. Yin Myung said, it's not just about that. Rio, you've grown enough to socialize with the Golden Guards even while unaware of your geomike. That is proof that you possess excellent martial arts talent. If the geomike is treated and the blocked meridians are opened, your level will be as powerful as an elder of a family. Rio continued to fight, and the fellow on this side was also strong. What on earth is this? What are these guys? The secret art was unleashed and hot flames enveloped Yin-he. Yin-he fell, and the Manhwa faction leader, Yo Sol Ryan, completely lost her mind. What on earth are you doing? Are you not afraid of the consequences? Everyone present was shocked by Manhwa faction leader Yo Sol Ryan's actions. Yo Sol Ryan cried and laughed madly. Consequences? If only I can avenge Muck-in-Hu, I would do worse things than this. It's only a pity that I don't have the power to do more. It's a pity that I can't personally witness the Tang family's young clan head die. As she spoke, she secretly drew a dagger from her sleeve. I believe Lord Yinju will avenge me. She immediately plunged the dagger into her neck. Yo Sol Ryan chose the path of self-destruction. With a crash, a streak of sword energy flew out. The sword energy severed Yo Sol Ryan's hands, stopping her action. She stared blankly, eyes wide in disbelief. She screamed madly, and Yin Myung rushed towards Yin-he at this moment to resolve the situation. He reached out his hand into the flames that were burning the girl. Yin Myung clenched his fist, absorbing all the hot flames, and then glanced at Yo Sol Ryan, saying, what you just did not only harmed an innocent person but also desecrated the honor and sacrifice of 9 revolving cross sword. because even in a deathmatch you trampled on the pride of a respectable person. So don't even think about dying peacefully. Yin Miang's warning was filled with murderous intent. Yo Sol Ryan was now like a fish on a cutting board, merely clenching her lips, helpless. Although I said that I should leave this fellow to the alliance leader to deal with, Yin Miang secretly began to calculate the pros and cons as he looked at the trembling Yo Sol Ryan. This was because he could no longer escalate the situation. Yo Sol Ryan continued to speak arrogantly. HMPH, do you think Lord Yinju will forgive you just because you think so? No, never. No matter how cunning you are, it's no use. Tang family's young clan head. Today you will surely die by Lord Yinju's hand. Yo Sol Ryan grew more agitated the more she spoke. Yin Miang, displeased, threatened, I should tear that mouth of yours. Just then a huge explosion rang out and a strange figure appeared on the scene from somewhere where this person landed. The ground cracked, as if a malevolent god had descended. Yin Miang was also startled by the newly appeared immense pressure, and at the same time everyone else was no different. Everyone trembled in fear as if on cue. Yo Sol Ryan laughed madly. You finally arrived. Yin Miang turned his head. Upon closer inspection of the newcomer's face, a dense, suffocating, killing intent emanated, making it hard to even breathe. The Huxa alliance leader averted his gaze, and there proudly stood the corpse of someone he deeply cherished. He looked forward again, and another corpse, the scorched body of the young girl he doted on, came into view. She was so severely burned that her face was unrecognizable. The Huxa alliance leader's complexion grew darker still, and the darkness within his heart deepened accordingly. Yin Miang gulped. That person is the Huxa alliance leader. The lower-ranked martial artists were willing to fight to the death not merely out of gratitude, but because they felt it was better to fight until death than to endure this wrath. With Tang Miang's keen eyes, the Huxa alliance leader's killing intent was now dense enough to be visible to the naked eye. It blazed like a torch consumed by hatred, piercing the sky. Though others couldn't see the killing intent directly, the mere invisible pressure caused them to gasp in terror, unable to breathe properly. Clang, a dagger clattered to the floor, making a sharp sound. What was that sound? Both Mi Rio and Yang Ryong trembled. Is that person truly human? By Yang Ryong and Mi Rio's standards, they couldn't withstand that aura. If I have to fight, I must face it alone. Yin Miang, without hesitation, drew his treasured sword, intending to strike first. His eyes remained fixed on that person. Before he could even begin his attack, the Huxa alliance leader lightly brushed past Yin Miang as if he were just a weed by the roadside. When did that happen? More importantly, is he ignoring me? A shiver ran down Yin Miang's spine, and though he was furious, he could do nothing. Yin He was still gasping for breath, her ashen eyes devoid of life. The Huxa alliance leader remained silent. He was the alliance leader. Yo Sol Ryan shouted, the Tang family's young clan head killed Elder Guillaume Yukjan and harmed the young lady. Don't you hear their grievances? Quickly kill the Tang family's young clan head. She gnashed her teeth and slandered him, her eyes wide. But her gaze had no effect on the Huxa alliance leader. He lightly removed his outer robe and draped it over Yin He's scorched body. His ashen eyes were filled with tears as Yin He had felt who had come to her. Huxa alliance leader picked up Yin He and stood. Yo Sol Ryan's voice still shrill. Alliance leader, what are you doing? You must fight. Isn't the enemy right before your eyes? Where are you going, alliance leader? The Huxa alliance leader paid no attention to her words, slowly walking away with Yin He in his arms. Before leaving the city gate, he opened his mouth. Everything is futile. Futile, this is revenge. Yo Sol Ryan shouted with all her might. Where are you going, alliance leader? Come back like that, like that. The shadow of blackness gradually disappeared. Kill that bastard. Before she could shout any further, Yo Sol Ryan was heavily stepped on. Yin Miang shouted in anger. Stop talking, my patience has limits. Yo Sol Ryan trampled, foamed at the mouth. Yin Miang warned, shut up before I cut out your tongue. He looked around. The place was now littered with corpses. The situation was much more serious than he had thought. Although I had killed the young talents at the Sichuan branch meeting and drew attention to myself, preventing the Gongdong faction from attacking the demonic cult in the north, that was done under the pretext of a deathmatch. The death of the alliance leader's daughter is a different matter. Yin Miang tied Yo Sol Ryan with a rope. It had already escalated into an emotional battle beyond mere pretext. As Yin Miang pondered deeply, someone suddenly called out, where are you going? You're not thinking of chasing the alliance leader, are you? Mi Rio and Yang Ryong approached together, stammering the question. Yin Miang calmly replied, yes, if I return to the Tang family right now, disaster could strike. I must go see the conclusion. You two go back and wait first. The two girls' mouths dropped open. Mi Rio, in tears, worried, don't go. Surely you must have felt it. The Huxa alliance leader is someone who overwhelmed even Reverend Taehyo. I am not going to fight. Yin Miang added, explaining, if the alliance leader still has his reason, he will not kill people without even talking. Mi Rio was still not calm. What if you have to fight? What do you mean, what if? Yin Miang clenched his fist and replied, as the young clan head of the Tang family, if the main family is threatened, I will naturally fight with my life, he said resolutely. Heaven and earth darkened. Dark clouds swirled above the Huxa palace. An old man trembled and bowed his head. I apologize, alliance leader. I did my best to treat the young lady, but the fire energy infiltrated not only externally but internally as well. Due to the young lady's inherently weak constitution, this person was a physician trying to explain Yin He's condition. It pains me to say this, but the young lady has passed away. The Huxa Alliance leader's face showed no emotion and his eyes had simply turned black. Yin He, Big Brother Miang Il. The images of the two flickered faintly in his mind. Leader. The Huxa Alliance leader reminisced about the past. Soon, when I die you must lead the Huxa faction. And please raise our Yin He as your own daughter. Don't let her grow up without a father. I entrust her to you. His blood-dried brother forced a smile and entrusted the then young Huxa Alliance leader. From that moment, something inside me felt like it shattered. The pain of loss, I became stronger to overcome it, because I thought that if I became stronger I would no longer lose anything precious. The Huxa Alliance leader covered his face with his hands, trying to suppress the emotions threatening to burst forth. I led my brothers to reach Wakyung and gained the loyalty and power of those who yearned for martial arts. But everything was in vain. Ultimately such a thing happened outside my sight. His two hands subtly trembled, and veins began to protrude beneath the skin of the Huxa Alliance leader's face. Yin He, today I finally understand the feelings of your heart when you cried all day after your lost straw doll was found broken. The sorrow of losing a child was a sky-rending pain, but by now the Huxa Alliance leader's left eye had turned black. His eyes glowed with a golden light and dark thick scales sprouted on the skin covering his body. His voice also became deep and somber. It enrages me that I knew nothing when you were suffering. What meaning does regret after loss hold? This is a futile emotion. He now looked down at his left hand which had grown scales and sharp claws. The important thing is not to repeat the same mistakes. Yes, I must kill them all. In an instant a change occurred in the Huxa Alliance leader's body and the physician was terrified. Those who can harm my people, I will kill them all now. Half of the Huxa Alliance leader's body was mutated, resembling a bizarre lizard. Yin Miang was dragging Yo Sol Ryan along the road. His destination was of course the Huxa faction's palace. Boy, do you know that dragons really exist? Chung Gak Bek Saw suddenly appeared and asked a strange question. Yin Miang, surprised, asked, why such a sudden question? Dragons are legendary creatures. I don't believe in such legends. It's just a nickname given to exceptionally talented young talents. Yin Miang replied. Chung Gak Bek Saw unexpectedly continued. That is not merely a human nickname, but refers to dragons as a species. Yin Miang became slightly curious. What are you trying to say? Are you saying the Huxa Alliance leader is not human but a dragon? Chung Gak Bek Saw revealed a surprising fact. Yin Miang paused. What did you say? He looked incredulous. Dragons are not born in the form of dragons from the beginning. They are born as human dragons taking the form of a child by gathering the energy of heaven and earth. They experience human life and are reborn as dragons. Typically adult dragons hibernate for hundreds of years, but occasionally awakened individuals rampage, exhibiting power capable of easily toppling a nation. Yin Miang got to the point. Then on what basis do you say the alliance leader is a dragon? If it's just due to an overwhelming aura, isn't that just an unfounded conjecture? Chung Gak Bek Saw chuckled and replied. You are no different from a fool. Are you denying the existence of dragons when I, a Yuma Ryong Yang, am right before your eyes? Yin Miang was inwardly angry. A fool? Have you forgotten whose familiar I was in the past? Why do you think the shadowless guest took me with him? Chung Gak Bek Saw continued to speak in a louder voice. Humans inherently possess different energies and cannot be classified. Conversely, I am a Yuma Ryong Yang, capable of distinguishing dragon energy. That is why the shadowless guest made me his familiar. He and I hunted evil dragons that harmed the human world. Yin Miang listened intently. My ancestor hunted dragons, although it became harder to believe the more he heard. If it was the word of a Yuma Ryong Yang who had lived for 1,000 years, it wouldn't be entirely preposterous. Just how powerful was his martial art to hunt dragons? If I can perfectly reproduce my previous life's sword art, can I contend with a dragon? Yin Miang asked himself. He then asked, do dragons necessarily have to be eliminated? Chung Gak Bek Saw replied. Of course, there are not only evil dragons that cause harm but also blue dragons that have become rare benevolent dragons. However, it is originally the role of blue dragons to stop evil dragons. But at that time the shadowless guest knew nothing about dragons and judged the blue dragon to be dangerous. So he killed it. Afterward he clashed with the Bangsa who had been cooperating with the blue dragon to catch evil dragons. Only then did the shadowless guest realize his mistake and decided to hunt evil dragons in place of the blue dragon. Yin Miang nodded. Indeed, that's why my ancestor became involved with the Bangsa and even made me his familiar then. Oh no, it was before cooperating. You're exaggerating too much. At this point Chung Gak Bek Saw seemed to be showing off. Yin Miang's head throbbed. The exaggerated tone was really strange. That's not the conclusion, is it? Chung Gak Bek Saw returned to the story. As I said before, dragons are not aware that they are dragons from birth. They live like humans, forming relationships with those around them. They live with the humans they form relationships with and develop their personalities. If they are raised with good influences, they will become benevolent dragons like blue dragons. But if the opposite emotions become the main current of their personality, they will become evil dragons. Become evil dragons due to opposing emotions? Yin Miang flinched. Surely that means. Chung Gak Bek Saw confirmed again. That's right. The Huxa Alliance leader is a dragon. Because he lost his daughter and sworn brother in an instant, the awakening of an evil dragon will occur right before our eyes. Currently, the Huxa Alliance leader was covering his face and sitting in a chair. Half of his face was mutated and beyond recovery. At that moment someone opened their mouth. "Alliance leader, the Tang family's young clan head wishes to meet you." A subordinate entered and reported. "He says he came to clear up misunderstandings." The Huxa Alliance leader, enraged, crushed one of the armrests of the chair he was sitting on, gnashing his teeth as he replied, "Let him in." As the door opened and Yin Miang entered, the Huxa Alliance leader spoke. "You said you came to clear up misunderstandings, did you? Let's see how you intend to show me. You look like you're desperately seeking and begging at the gates of death." As the Huxa Alliance leader looked down, Yin Miang shivered upon seeing the mutated form of the Huxa Alliance leader. Is the Alliance leader truly a dragon, not human? First of all, I express my regret for what happened at the Sichuan branch meeting. Manhwa faction leader, who was acting as a guardian, took your adopted daughter hostage and threatened the 9 revolving cross sword. She forced me into a death match. And before I could finish speaking, the Huxa Alliance leader waved his hand. Yin Miang suddenly felt the rope binding Yo Sol Ryan being pulled by force. Yo Sol Ryan's neck was gripped by one hand, making it hard to breathe. "HMPH, you look far too comfortable." The Huxa Alliance leader swept his golden eyes over Yo Sol Ryan. "Two faction leaders, Alliance leader, please listen to me." Yo Sol Ryan tried desperately to explain, but a streak of sword energy severed her tongue. "No need. Are you afraid of what I might do?" Yin he must have been too scared to say anything either. The Huxa Alliance leader spoke each word with emphasis. The Crimson Lotus Flame art activated and spiritual energy arose, and the Huxa Alliance leader burned Yo Sol Ryan with heavenly flames. "Did you think I wouldn't know that traces of the Crimson Lotus Flame art remained on Yin He's body?" Yo Sol Ryan burned and fell. "You clearly took Yin He hostage and used Big Brother Miang Il to take revenge on that Ma fellow, didn't you? It's not over yet." The Huxa Alliance leader threw the burning Yo Sol Ryan aside like trash. "You must die in pain, many times more than Yin He suffered." Yin Miang began to sweat cold. Does that person comprehend everything from the situation alone? How can I communicate with him? Next is your turn, Tang family young clan head. Do you know why I left the Tang family alone until now? Yin He suffered from an incurable disease. Her appearance seemed normal, but she couldn't learn martial arts, and she spat blood as soon as she started practicing internal arts. The Huxa Alliance leader began to walk. All the medicinal ingredients from around the world and all the physicians called famous doctors were useless. So I had pinned my hopes on the Tang family's method of using poison to counter poison. The Huxa Alliance leader explained. But since Yin He, whom I needed to cure, has died, there is no longer any reason to leave the Tang family alone. Even though you clearly understand the situation, do you not intend to retreat? If things continue this way, it will be no different from the Manhwa faction leader's actions. Yin Miang analyzed. The Huxa Alliance leader merely sneered. Are you trying to say I'm getting caught up in this, you young brat? Didn't you bring the Manhwa faction to avoid my wrath? It's truly laughable to try to evade the situation with such words. Yin Miang frowned with displeasure. What did you say? The Huxa Alliance leader continued. Regardless of the process, all righteous factions are connected to the deaths of those who were precious to me. The loss of something precious in the past was once, and today is the second time. I can no longer be whole, he sneered and said. This grudge will only be resolved by killing everyone involved in this matter, including you. What happens from now on is not the Alliance's punishment but personal revenge. And it begins with the Tang family. The Huxa Alliance leader lowered his voice and declared war directly. Yin Miang let out a light sigh. So I have to fight after all. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. It would be wise to hurry. A short while ago, all of the Huxa Alliance's forces, including the other 6 venerables of the unorthodox factions, headed towards the Tang family's main road. Yin Miang was startled upon hearing this news. If I deal with you, I can catch up using lightness skill. Before the Huxa Alliance leader could even finish speaking, Yin Miang, unable to hold back, swung his sword, aiming for the enemy's throat. Boom, a loud explosion reverberated, and an enormous amount of spiritual energy erupted at the scene. Yin Miang was in a frenzy of anxiety at this moment. If his words were true, the Tang family was in danger. I have to deal with this quickly and return. He thought his first strike had succeeded. But Yin Miang saw his sword being blocked by the Huxa Alliance leader's bare hand. After my eldest brother met his death for being considered an unorthodox figure by the righteous path, I personally eliminated those righteous path bastards. I acknowledge that my eldest brother's death was the doing of the righteous path. The Huxa Alliance leader calmly recounted an old story. This time it's only the Tang family, but it won't end with just the Tang family this time. Yin Miang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Only then did the Huxa Alliance leader declare, I will annihilate all martial arts forces in the Central Plains and eradicate future troubles. From now on the world must bear my wrath. The scene shifted to the Tang family. At this moment Tang Jihai sighed while drinking tea. Yin Miang, are you doing well? Just then, someone outside the door urgently shouted, Clan head, something terrible has happened. Warrior One Jin, what is it? One Jin frantically reported, we are under attack. Tang Jihai was startled upon hearing this. Her eyes widened at the report that countless Huxa Alliance warriors were storming the Tang family. This meant that something must have happened to her son as well. Yin Miang, that side. Then the Huxa Alliance headquarters, numerous sounds of combat resonated. More precisely, Yin Miang and the Huxa Alliance leader were fiercely engaged in battle. More accurately, only Yin Miang was attacking fiercely. while the Huxa Alliance leader merely parried his attacks lightly with his dragon arm. It was unbelievable even to witness with one's own eyes. I poured out all my ultimate techniques, but the more Yin Miang fought, the more ominous his premonition became. With his last strike he poured all his internal energy slicing through the air. Thump thump thump, sword energy shattered all the buildings behind him. Indeed, he's someone Brother Miangyil could contend with. Despite that immense sword energy, not a single scratch was left on the dragon's claw. This adaptability is far superior to the sword arts I taught my brother. He's capable of continuous attacks using internal energy and his physical body. The Huxa Alliance leader continued to babble, analyzing his opponent's martial arts. Yin Miang pressed his lips together, silently evaluating. Not only is he blocking all my sword strikes, but he's also analyzing and guessing my sword arts in this situation. In that case, I must fight at a speed his eyes cannot react to. As soon as he thought this, Yin Miang's body vanished instantly. Following that, another wave of sword energy flew forth. Yin Miang suddenly gripped his sword before the Huxa Alliance leader's astonished eyes. Yin Miang increased the speed and power of his sword swing severalfold, and immediately the entire space was filled with sword energy in the end. Even the Huxa Alliance leader was pushed back, his previous relaxed demeanor completely gone. He noticed a sword cut on his right arm from which blood flowed and said, "Could it be that you couldn't block all attacks? But no matter how I think about it, it's strange. I felt as if you were swinging your sword along a path optimized to annihilate your opponent." These words sent shivers down Yin Miang's spine. He means he grasped the sword path from that distance to display such swordsmanship at that age? These words still echoed in his ears. The Huxa Alliance leader's shadow approached right before Yin Miang's face, his hand thrusting directly towards his eyes. Is it related to the eye technique contained in those eyes? As he spoke, the Huxa Alliance leader's hand closed the distance to the Tang family young clan head's eyes. Clang! Yin Miang, by a hair's breadth, swung his sword from bottom to top, striking the dragon's claw. Before he could even regain his balance, something struck Yin Miang. A Huxa soldier kicked Yin Miang, sending him flying backward. Crack! Yin Miang plunged his sword into the ground to regain his balance, but the sword tip continued to carve a long trail in the ground, and Yin Miang's flight speed gradually decreased. Even as he slid backward on 2 feet, he didn't forget to look up ahead. Indeed, the Huxa Alliance leader did not give up and continued his pursuit, and Yin Miang could only raise his sword to parry. Clang! An immense collision reverberated, and the internal energies of both sides clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. All the palaces shattered. As the buildings crumbled, the two appeared like two shadows. One white and the other red continuously clashed. One attacked, the other retreated. Yin Miang stared directly at his opponent, and the Huxa Alliance leader smiled strangely. Yin Miang continued to swing his sword, attacking, and immense internal energy was hidden within the sword energy. The Huxa Alliance leader responded with a smile using his dragon's claw, and deep red internal energy permeated each finger, clashing with the sword light. Roaring, 2 streams of spiritual energy continuously entangled and collided, destroying everything in their path. In the end, Yin Miang was pushed back, struggling to regain his balance. The Huxa Alliance leader on the other side was no different. Stepping back a few paces, the two began to stare at each other from their positions. The wall behind them slowly crumbled, and as if only then realizing its destruction, the entire building shattered, completely collapsing and revealing the night sky. The Huxa Alliance leader praised him. Truly astonishing to have come this far without a clear victor. Calling you a sword venerable would not be an exaggeration. However, I believe there's no place where one can completely understand and reach the principles of martial arts. I might need to reconsider. Yin Miang said nothing. The Huxa Alliance leader continued to analyze. If it's you, you would be an excellent stepping stone to elevate my realm. Yin Miang couldn't help but admire his analysis. It was hard to believe, but his aptitude was real. Even after being pushed this far, he continued to counterattack and observe everything, as if he'd discovered something interesting. This situation has become a bit more intriguing, he thought to himself. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. I must end it as quickly as possible, but because I'm swinging my sword with the Dokyo Chungwangi, I can't fully unleash its power. Moreover, repeatedly using powerful sword strikes is putting a strain on my sword. At any rate, the renowned blade had held up until now. But how much longer could it last? Yin Miang looked down at the Chungbo sword in his hand. The Huxa Alliance leader emphasized, truly arrogant, to be careless in front of me? The Huxa Alliance leader suddenly approached Yin Miang and grabbed his face. Thump, thump, thump. With just a moment of carelessness, the Huxa Alliance leader seized the opportunity and unleashed a series of attacks on Yin Miang. Thump, thump, thump. Powerful strikes landed repeatedly on each acupuncture point of Yin Miang's body, and blood welled up in his throat. This was the Huxa palm art. At this moment, he executed the palm art perfectly with intense concentration. Yin Miang was flustered but still calmly raised his hand to block the attack, trying to minimize his injuries. He counterattacked with a single slash, reducing the pressure on himself. However, this sword was blocked by the dragon's claw, and the Huxa Alliance leader had not expected this indifferent strike to hit his arm. Yin Miang glared at him, concentrating internal energy in his right hand, gripping his sword, and once again swung it from bottom to top, cutting through everything in front of him. But what he hadn't expected was that it was only the clothes that were cut, and the Huxa Alliance leader had vanished somewhere. From behind the cut-off clothes, a sinister gaze appeared. You will never comprehend with that pathetic martial art. I have now achieved enlightenment. I wonder how you will receive it." The Huxa Alliance leader pointed his index finger at Yin Miang, internal energy gathering at his fingertip. Yin Miang saw a ray of light erupt. Bogchong divine art, immense internal energy began to explode from the Huxa Alliance leader's fingertip, appearing like a small sun in the distance. The Huxa Alliance headquarters was quiet as if nothing had happened, but suddenly it exploded, unleashing a furious power, as if an enraged dragon was breathing fire. "Indeed, even you will not be able to withstand the Bogchong divine art." The Huxa Alliance leader smiled confidently. Naturally, because it was a martial art derived from the Gangdang faction's Qigong, encompassing Qigong techniques enhanced according to the essence of true Qi. "There's no way you can endure it." He was still gloating, but the Huxa Alliance leader's voice gradually faded, because he suddenly felt something was wrong. "What is this? The true Qi's energy is amplifying, but it's gradually subsiding." A strange light erupted before the Huxa Alliance leader's eyes, as if a real sun was falling. Immediately after, all of space shattered. That sun shattered, and within it the silhouette of a man holding a sword was visible. Thus the Huxa Alliance leader could only gape in disbelief at what he had witnessed. That silhouette was Yin Miang, and he slowly turned his body, swinging his sword directly at the Huxa Alliance leader. Before the sword even reached, the wind struck his face. Thump, 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 thump. Sword energy imbued with immense internal power descended like lightning, shattering the ground and stones. What? A stream of blood spinned onto the floor. And what was the power of that sword art just now? The Huxa Alliance leader clutched his severed shoulder and questioned. Only then did Yin Miang lower his stance. He smiled confidently. "I've realized a perfect sword art. I never thought I'd achieve such enlightenment at the doorstep of death. Did you think you were a stepping stone to elevate me to a higher realm?" The Huxa Alliance leader heard these words and could say nothing, only stare at Yin Miang, who was now displaying a majestic presence. "It's truly regrettable, but you will not succeed, because today you will die here." On a snow-covered mountain, a small mountain was severed. The long sword in his hand. "This is a method I stumbled upon, and it worked. If a Wakyang master applies powerful intent and changes the essence of an object, the essence of true Qi could also change. Because Baryok fundamentally causes problems beyond the internal structure of the human body. If I were to transform the essence of the metal contained within Baryok into poison, I could execute my past life's sword art without worrying about weakening my meridians." Returning to the present, countless swords surrounded the Huxa Alliance leader, and he gritted his teeth, displeasure etched on his face at being subdued, saying, "You're telling me to die?" Yin Miang suddenly felt a strange sensation. With a crash, the Huxa Alliance leader stomped hard on the ground, shattering stones, and internal energy surged from beneath the earth, causing Yin Miang to lose his balance. He had to pause his movement for a moment. He widened his eyes and looked at the ground. The Huxa Alliance leader frowned and said, "In front of me, a mere brat like you." With a crash, the Huxa Alliance leader stomped the ground and leapt into the air, wielding internal energy with both hands and striking downward. Two streams of black spiritual energy erupted. "You dare to kill me?" Yin Miang, not flustered in the slightest, enveloped his sword blade with internal energy, cut through all of the Huxa Alliance leader's moves and immediately closed in on him. Again, internal energy erupted from beneath the ground, blocking Yin Miang's pursuit. While charging, Yin Miang narrowed his eyes in annoyance. "Damn it, I can't get close easily." Behind the mound of earth, a huge vortex raged. The Huxa Alliance leader hit a claw technique behind a feint attack, launching it directly at Yin Miang. Following the first claw strike, a second claw strike surged upward from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This claw was condensed with internal energy, and Yin Miang, frowning, blocked it with all his might, but without a firm footing he was instantly sent flying. After being sent flying dozens of meters, Yin Miang barely regained his balance. But before he could even properly stand, the Huxa Alliance leader's shadow approached. He gathered internal energy in his left hand, and Yin Miang could only grit his teeth and stare anxiously. Clang! The sound of colliding weapons echoed deafeningly. "Do you think you can defeat me just because you've gained a bit of enlightenment?" The Huxa Alliance leader said calmly. "Nothing will change, you will die here. And today the Tang family will also be completely annihilated," he declared with a final chilling smile. Peeved, Yin Miang scoffed. "You're laughing," the Huxa Alliance leader couldn't understand. Yin Miang was genuinely smiling brightly. "I think you're greatly underestimating the main family. The main family's warriors are not weak, because ever since I became the young clan head I have thoroughly trained them. Moreover, you are not the only Wakyang master." Now on the Tang family's battlefield, Tang Ji-hai was also participating. She was fiercely defeating enemies with her Wakyang combat power. "Fight with your lives," Dokbong shouted. "Hold out until the young clan head returns. Show them that the Tang family is no longer as weak as before." Everyone seemed to gain strength from this encouragement. "Today it won't be the Tang family that collapses, but you." The more Yin Miang spoke, the stronger his voice became. He gathered his strength and struck away the Huxa Alliance leader's hand. The Huxa Alliance leader couldn't help but be surprised by the result before his eyes, because Yin Miang gave him no breathing room, and had already prepared his internal energy, ready to deliver another fatal blow. Thump, 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 immense internal energy erupted, illuminating the sky with white light. Seeing the sword energy flying towards him and realizing he couldn't block it, the Huxa Alliance leader gritted his teeth and said, "You righteous path bastard, what right do you have?" He hadn't expected to block the sword with internal energy yet again. "You drove my brother to his death, and even if you had the ability to save Yin He, and even if that was the Huxa faction's own doing, I would have forgiven you." He continuously questioned Yin Miang, "But you intend to take my life? If you can, then try." The Huxa Alliance leader retaliated with a single palm strike. His words were slow, but the action itself was swift. Yin Miang's chest caved in with the imprint of a palm, and as internal energy churned through his internal organs, Yin Miang felt nauseous all over and a sweet-tasting blood in his throat. With a crash, Yin Miang was deeply embedded in the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chung Gak Bek Saw appeared anxiously. "Kid, snap out of it, you damn kid, there's no other way now." Seeing Yin Miang's breath weaken, Chung Gak Bek Saw hastily puffed up his mouth and blew a concentrated stream of poison chi into Yin Miang's mouth. "If you die, I who am bound to your soul will also die." As the poison chi entered his windpipe, Yin Miang suddenly snapped to attention. He sprang up and sat, seeing the Huxa Alliance leader hovering in the air preparing to unleash his final strike. "Surely he's not?" Chung Gak Bek Saw's eyes widened and his body trembled. Yin Miang could also vaguely guess the Huxa Alliance leader's actions. "I felt your ability to weaken an opponent's strength in the sword art that nullified the Bogchong divine art, so this is how you use it. Why don't you counterattack once?" Internal energy gradually gathered at the Huxa Alliance leader's fingertips. Yin Miang never even dreamed that the Huxa Alliance leader could immediately use his own move. Both sides simultaneously unleashed the same move, carving two arcs through space with terrifying force. Thud, thud, thud. One of the masked figures was struck by a hidden weapon in the face and died, unable to even breathe. The attacker was Tang Ji Hai, the Poison King. The Tang family's battlefield was also filled with tension. Ji Hai surveyed her surroundings and assessed the situation. Half of the main family's warriors were defending well and supporting the offense, but the enemies detected by their aura were more than double in number. Moreover, a fierce battle was raging in the distance, and a massive explosion was heard, followed by an overwhelming aura that swept from far to near, slaughtering warriors. Whatever it was, it had to be a realm equal to or higher than her own. An explosion was heard from the battlefield of one of the 6 venerables, and that bald fellow had killed countless Tang family members with just a few sword strikes. Ji Hai decided that she must step in before the main family's warriors suffered any more casualties. She noticed that bald fellow also stopped his attack and turned his gaze towards her. A terrifying light erupted from the sky, overpowering even natural light, as if a star had descended. Ji Hai felt fear. That place must surely be the Huxa Alliance's headquarters. Is Yin Miang fighting? But can that truly be called a battle between humans? Seeing the light dim and the clouds in the sky disperse for a while, Ji Hai simply prayed earnestly, "Please be safe, Yin Miang." The power of the swordsmanship Yin Miang had just displayed was on par with the Huxa Alliance leader's internal force. Yin Miang bit his lip and his breathing grew increasingly ragged. "That is a power commensurate with the one I displayed. Even if his name isn't human but dragon, he won't be able to resist the nature of decline." The Huxa Alliance leader slowly landed, having analyzed the swordsmanship he had endured during the battle and could now skillfully wield it with his own power. At this moment, the Huxa Alliance leader was as majestic as a descending god. If he could not be defeated here, he would become an unstoppable monster. Yin Miang came to this conclusion himself, blood flowing from his mouth. The Huxa Alliance leader said, "Fighting the strong fills me with excitement and inspires me to invent new martial arts, but I know yours has taken shape. Even if I understand the cultivation method and create swordsmanship from it, it will be meaningless." The Huxa Alliance leader clenched his fists, whether it was comprehending the principles of martial arts or inventing new martial arts to pass on to loved ones. All of that now held no meaning. They had died at the hands of those stronger than themselves. As the Huxa Alliance leader spoke, his emotions erupted once more. Wasn't it always the principle of the Central Plains for the strong to take what they desired? Moreover, Yin Miang was startled. "I will no longer tolerate your actions. I will ensure you cannot wield your power." At this moment, a massive tail sprouted from the Huxa Alliance leader's back. "This venerable one shall become the rule." Finally, dragon scales erupted all over the Huxa Alliance leader's body, evolving him a step further. "This venerable one shall reign above you." The Huxa Alliance leader declared, "I shall be the master of this world." The quiet, peaceful mountain suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light, followed by numerous explosions that shattered its tranquility. These explosions were the aftermath of the battle between the two supreme powerhouses, the Huxa Alliance leader and Tang Yin Miang of the Tang family. At this moment, Yin Miang found himself in a somewhat disadvantageous position, constantly on the defensive. Yin Miang, who had barely been blocking attacks, was suddenly struck and tossed like a rag doll by the Huxa Alliance leader, directly destroying a mountain range. Yin Miang felt the bones in his entire body creak. He opened his eyes to a blur as the Huxa Alliance leader shouted and continued to unleash the Bogchong divine art. He opened his mouth and spewed internal energy like flames, sweeping away the mountain before him and soaring high into the sky. Yin Miang gritted his teeth, worried. Has this madman already surpassed the scope of martial arts? If I had dodged even a moment later, I would have lost my life. That last move had passed just a few centimeters above Yin Miang's head, and the mountain was now completely gone, reduced to dust. Damn it, I was momentarily distracted by the power of the divine art he used. Yin Miang bit his lip until it bled. He muttered inwardly, I need to counterattack quickly. But where did that guy go? The Huxa Alliance leader seemed to have vanished at this moment. He's above, kid. Chunggak Baeksa reminded him. Yin Miang looked up at the sky where the Huxa Alliance leader was suspended, looking incredibly ferocious. He extended his right hand, and at that moment black internal energy condensed, transforming into a small snake that coiled up his wrist. The Huxa palm art is my unique martial art, a legacy left to me by my brother and Yin He. But from his left hand, internal energy also surged forth, creating another small snake. Originally it was a crude palm art considered third-rate. That was the accurate principle because the rabble of the unorthodox factions had never learned complete martial arts. The Huxa Alliance leader stretched both hands towards the sky, and the two snakes soared into the air, but this venerable one refined it and refined it again. The two snakes burrowed into the black clouds of the sky, transforming it into a martial art worthy of this venerable one's prestige. Yin Miang gulped and observed, his heart growing more anxious. A loud crash echoed from high above, from far to near. Then the head of a massive snake was seen plunging downwards. The two black snakes ascended above the clouds, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and returned in gigantic forms. They intertwined and unleashed an attack towards Yin Miang. Yin Miang could not believe his eyes at this moment. What is that? Can he truly wield such a thing, completely transcending human methods? At this moment the Huxa Alliance leader finally named his palm art, True Huxa Palm. This venerable one's ultimate technique. Take this. Yin Miang was in dire straits. The divine beast was calling out to him. Kid, no matter how strong you are, if that hits you, your entire body will be torn to shreds. As the two gigantic snakes surged forward, Chunggak Baeksa could only utter words of despair. Run now. Yin Miang made an unexpected suggestion. Chunggak Baeksa, replenish my poison chi. Chunggak Baeksa's eyes widened and he shouted, You madman, are you resisting right now? Yin Miang silently gripped his treasured sword and said, If that much chi reaches the ground, the earth will shake and countless Sichuan citizens will die. There's no other way but to confront it. I have a method, so trust me and transfer the poison chi. Chunggak Baeksa stared at him blankly. Where on earth does this guy's unfounded confidence come from? Damn it, I don't know. Just don't die. Chunggak Baeksa finally complied, spewing poison chi that enveloped the entire sword blade. Yin Miang raised the sword blade and carefully infused internal energy, and immediately a silver light erupted from the blade. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the enemy. If that is a type of martial art, I can eliminate it with power-breaking true chi, but to eliminate such an overwhelming quality, the Huxa Alliance leader still observed leisurely, very confident in the approaching outcome. Simply slashing isn't enough. I need to penetrate the core of the practitioner with a more powerful swordsmanship in a single strike. Yin Miang began to calculate meticulously. Please, he muttered inwardly, looking at the treasured sword in his hand, just hold on a little longer. The two black snakes surged forward with a thunderous roar, and the moment of collision approached. The swordsmanship Yin Miang unleashed now with a thunderous roar saw him rise and charge with a grand move. This was the completed martial art of Wan, invented from the mind that pierces the red sun in the blue sky. A small figure was seen confronting the two gigantic snakes, and the scene was both romantic and terrifying. In a single instantaneous collision, a silver light overwhelmed everything. All colors seemed to blur. The Huxa Alliance leader's heart stirred, and he frowned, recalling old memories. Leader, a cry echoed, finally caught him. The thief who raided the granary, that's the fellow who devoured all the grain meant for the villagers. Inside the warehouse, a scrawny boy was stealthily eating raw rice. Outside the door, a sturdy young man leading a group of people loudly scolded, This rascal, are you eating again? You're utterly useless. Want a taste of my fist? Before he could even finish, a scrawny young man with a large scar on his face interjected, Brother, wait, that kid's Bati. At that moment the boy was hiding behind a wooden pillar, trembling. The sturdy young man observed closely, and indeed the child was nothing but skin and bone, stirring a hint of pity in his heart. The scarred young man noticed this and teased, At this rate people will think the Huxa faction is an orphanage. The young man simply sighed, Ah. Then he spoke loudly to the boy, Hey, that's not how you eat it. The boy was startled by those words. Come with us. The uncle, who had been fierce just a moment ago, now had a kind and gentle face, as if he were a completely different person. If you hadn't eaten all the grain in the granary because you were hungry, what's your name? The boy's eyes welled up with tears at the words of concern. That boy was the Huxa Alliance leader. Now, looking up at the sky, he marveled, I, who had no name, gained a family thanks to the leader, and we became kin. Though crude, the leader taught me the Huxa palm art so I could protect myself. Leader, before you passed away, you asked me to look after Yin He. I wanted to be a pillar of support for her, just as you were for me. But now I have no face to show the leader. All I can do now is eliminate everyone connected to the deaths of the leader, and Yin He. Standing blankly, he suddenly felt internal energy exploding from where his palm art had touched, and a silver light erupted, blurring space. With just his senses he knew what had happened. How could you? Yin Miang said nothing, his eyes gleaming as man and sword became one. Yin Miang immediately thrust his sword into the dragon man before him. This was the Supreme Heaven One sword, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This sword lightly touched the dragon's body, gently tearing apart the Huxa Alliance leader's right half and soaring straight into the sky. The Huxa Alliance leader saw his right half vanish even before he could feel the pain. Chung Gak Bek Sa, attached to Yin Miang's body, also felt a chill. Could he really pierce through an attack of such quality in a single strike? This is swordsmanship unseen even in the era of the shadowless guest. What on earth is this guy? As the final move was unleashed, the Chungbo sword finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Yin Miang regretfully said, "Is this your limit? You truly performed your role well." Demon Slayer sword. But with just one arm, it cannot be said that the Huxa Alliance leader has been completely defeated. To finish him for good, it must be now. At this moment, after his arm was severed, the Huxa Alliance leader fell silent, saying nothing. So just bear with it a little longer. Yin Miang reached out his hand to the fragments of the shattered sword, intending to infuse internal energy into each one. Under his control, the fragmented blade, embodying the Demon Slayer, once again set out to kill the enemy. It rotated around Yin Miang's body, becoming a whirlwind that surged towards the Huxa Alliance leader. "I must resolve this cleanly." Yin Miang drew a dagger from his sleeve. As the Huxa Alliance leader turned, a gust of whirlwind covered his face, and as a small whirlwind soared high into the sky, the scene immediately exploded again, and dust swirled thickly. At the center of the explosion, the two powerhouses still remained. The Huxa Alliance leader regained his will to fight and adopted a cautious defensive posture. Yin Miang continued his pursuit, unleashing a series of sword strikes at the enemy. Yin Miang continuously pressed his fierce assault, while the Huxa Alliance leader merely defended passively, countless questions arising in his mind. How can my internal energy be cut by such sword strikes? No, I cannot take revenge like this. Blood fumed from the corner of his mouth and his internal organs began to destabilize. I cannot lose like this, the Huxa Alliance leader shrieked in fury, and compressed internal energy exploded, pushing back Yin Miang's attack. Yin Miang still observed with focused eyes, and that guy, in his excitement, revealed an opening. Yin Miang used the Huxa Alliance leader's attack to turn and approach him, then concentrated internal energy on his sword tip and cut horizontally in a single swift motion, severing the Huxa Alliance leader's remaining arm. The dragon's arm fell to the ground and space seemed to freeze. The Huxa Alliance leader's mouth twisted. Yin Miang seized the opportunity and continued to circulate internal energy. Directly slashing the Huxa Alliance leader's chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, reducing the damage received. Yin Miang also clicked his tongue. To be able to move like that even with one arm severed, if the power-breaking true chi imbued in the Demon Slayer sword fragments couldn't cut through his internal energy, this would probably have been just the beginning. The Huxa Alliance leader shrieked in fury. Still, this venerable one has not yet fallen. Yin Miang also replied, "No, it's over, Huxa Alliance leader. Pay the price for daring to touch the main family." As the poison chi dissipated, a small wound in the center of the Huxa Alliance leader's chest widened, and a large hole opened up. The battle seemed already decided and space slowed. The Huxa Alliance leader stared blankly at the hole in his chest. "What is this technique? My body is gradually weakening and corroding." Chung Gak Bek Sa also asked curiously in a low voice, "Did you just create a new technique?" Yin Miang didn't answer, thinking inwardly, "Yes, skillfully using poison chi with the function of power-breaking true chi. Like expressing fiery poison chi with the Waryong Hodok cultivation method. It's over, Huxa Alliance leader." Yin Miang withdrew his dagger into his sleeve. He said gently, "Although it's regrettable that it came to this, you should not have directly attacked the main family." Yin Miang reminded him, his breathing growing slightly ragged at this moment. But the Huxa Alliance leader still glared and replied, "Do you think you have the right to say such a thing?" With these final words he collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth, unable to contain the rage in his heart. I cannot die like this." The figure before him grew increasingly blurry, and Yin Miang was seen quietly moving away. "Even if it's for my brother and Yin He, I will surely kill you." To console their souls with his energy depleted, a surge of energy exploded from deep within the Huxa Alliance leader's heart, and golden light erupted from his eyes. Yin Miang, completely oblivious at this moment, was reassessing his own health. "Fortunately, I ended this with all my limbs intact. It wouldn't have been strange if I had been crippled somewhere in this fight." Chung Gak Bek Sa, replenish my poison chi again. Yin Miang pestered Chung Gak Bek Sa, and the snake shouted irritably, "Are you harassing me again? Do you think poison chi just appears whenever it's needed? I'm already exhausted." Yin Miang threatened, "Perhaps you want to return to that jar, don't you?" Chung Gak still stubbornly said, "I told you I can't. Ha, what a fate. This is truly arduous." With that final lament, Chung Gak was grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Yin Miang. "Stop with the useless talk and give me the poison." Neither of them noticed the colossal monster behind them, its fanged maw open, about to engulf them. The wind lashed their faces. Yin Miang immediately turned, but before he could react he was attacked by the monster and knocked to the ground. "What is this?" Yin Miang, startled, desperately extended his arm to block the massive mouth. "Surely that fellow hasn't overcome even the poison-repelling chi and become a dragon?" The monster was a dragon, a complete dragon, the ultimate evolution of the Huxa Alliance leader. Yin Miang gritted his teeth and struggled. "No, it can't be a complete dragon yet. Damn it, I haven't received the poison chi from Chunggak yet. If this continues, the dragon roared, I will kill you, this scoundrel. Even in death, a familiar voice came from behind Yin Miang. Simultaneously, a gigantic snake-shaped poison chi appeared. That's enough, just die already. Chunggak spewed immense poison chi at the Huxa Alliance leader. Yin Miang urgently shouted, Wait, Chunggak, stop, that guy is already. Indeed, the dragon before his eyes was no longer moving. The Huxa Alliance leader had already reached his limit. The black dragon eyes held the Huxa Alliance leader's profound sorrow. Yin he, big brother, I'm sorry. Yin Miang was also frozen by this sight. The colossal dragon simply turned to dust before his eyes and vanished. Is it over? Yin Miang asked himself. Suddenly, something plopped onto his head. It rolled to a stop before him, looking like a horn. Yin Miang clutched his head in pain. Ah, damn it, what is it this time? Chunggak immediately guessed. It's a dragon horn. It seems to have fallen off the Alliance leader. You should keep it. It's imbued with the dragon's spiritual essence, so it'll be a good material for enduring fierce chi and poison chi. Chunggak reminded him. When Yin Miang remained silent, Chunggak felt a little embarrassed. Why aren't you saying anything, kid? Yin Miang lamented. If we had met under different circumstances than now, would we have been able to discuss martial arts? Chunggak frowned. What, are you feeling sympathy for that fellow now? If I said I don't feel a pang of conscience hearing their cries, it would be a lie. Because when the initial conflict arose, I, unaware of their circumstances, simply thought they were fighting due to a disagreement. I thought it would be very simple to disarm the woman and save the child. It must have been for a similar reason that Ryan wasn't present at the scene. Perhaps that guy also thought, like me, that any problem could be solved with just effort. Because of such complacent thinking, a child who knew nothing of martial arts died, and the situation spun out of control. Well done, so you jumped into that fight? Chunggak retorted to Yin Miang. Don't you know that your family and the Huxa Alliance leader could never coexist anyway? Yin Miang sighed and replied, I know, but if I had been wary of that woman running the Simwa faction. Chunggak cut him off. Don't add if only to past events. Everyone makes mistakes. Do you remember what happened with your ancestor, the shadowless guest? That fellow judged based only on what he saw and experienced and killed a benevolent dragon. Even though he didn't know, the death of the benevolent dragon almost set the entire continent ablaze. So the shadowless guest took responsibility himself and purged the evil dragons. It's good to point out the cause of failure, but constantly regretting it is useless. What matters is what kind of person you become after this failure today. What kind of person? Yin Miang fell into thought. By the way, Chunggak, what was that form earlier? It would have been much easier if you had helped earlier with that form. Chunggak growled. Isn't it enough that I helped you just now? I used up all my poison trying to save you. Yin Miang casually said, Oh, you did, isn't that a bit much? I suffered so much and you didn't say anything. Chunggak was still grumbling when Yin Miang cut him off. Thank you. What? Chunggak's eyes widened. I vaguely remember you transferring poison chi to me when I briefly lost consciousness from the Alliance leader's attack. If not for you, I would have been seriously injured then. I intended to properly thank you once I fully recovered, but since you kept pressing, I'm genuinely thanking you now. Chunggak was speechless, unable to say a word. I thought that guy was truly inflexible. Chunggak suddenly recalled the shadowless guest. Don't expect gratitude for what is obvious. You are merely a tool for distinguishing dragons. Chunggak asked, Your head wasn't hit and messed up, was it? Yin Miang, annoyed upon hearing this, replied, I really want to put you back in that jar. Just kidding, just kidding. Chunggak was inwardly a little moved. It wouldn't be bad to protect this kid a little longer. This time, the Tang family compound was littered with corpses, and Jihai was fighting fiercely. Her opponent was the bald fellow from before, and they were evenly matched. The clang of weapons was deafening. When the bald fellow slashed, Jihai dodged. After fighting for a long time, Jihai retreated to maintain distance. Even while fighting, she was very uneasy. Where are the other 6 unorthodox venerables? I need to finish this before they join. Are you ignoring me? The bald fellow, enraged, lunged and slashed. When Jihai momentarily showed an opening, thump, she was sent flying, crashing into a wall and shattering it. You won't need to worry about the other venerables. They won't need to participate in this battle. Jihai staggered to her feet and heard the bald fellow's lesson. It was difficult to infiltrate because of the formation traps, which is why the Bangsa haven't been dealt with yet. Once the formation is deactivated, several times the current number of troops will flood this place. Ryan is heading there now, so today the Tang family will be completely wiped out. Of course, before that the bald fellow swung his sword, pouring all his internal energy into the strike. I'll gain the reputation of having killed the Tang family head. Jihai, her strength drained, could only close her eyes. But death did not come, and when she opened her eyes, the blade was blocked by a man whose eyes were covered. This man had sacrificed his right arm, and hot blood immediately gushed out. Jihai recognized him. Tang Gai-young, the warrior. The bald fellow was furious. What is this fly? If you want to die first, so be it. He grabbed Tang Gai-young's head and swung his sword, intending to sever his neck. That's enough. At that moment of life and death, Tang Gai-young closed his eyes, accepting his fate. In the end, my life, which was criticized as useless by the family, ends like this. If I can save face with this, that's fortunate. Ah, the bald fellow's attack was blocked again and he couldn't move. What is it? What's behind me? His entire body trembled, though it wasn't cold, and his pupils constantly contracted. What's behind me? By sensation alone he broke into a cold sweat from the immense internal energy behind him. Jihai and Gai-young looked back in surprise. The entire battlefield, as if by promise, ceased fighting, and all eyes converged on one spot. It's Yin Miang, the Tang family's young clan head has returned. The fat fellow swallowed hard. Tang Yin Miang, that's the guy who defeated Miang Il. Why is he here instead of the 6 venerables? He turned his head and saw numerous severed heads discarded on the ground, and that guy was terrified. The unorthodox factions fighting here were called the 6 venerables, but upon closer inspection, aren't some of them missing? They all died trying to destroy the formation installed in the main family. Since you share my thoughts, I want to kill you immediately. But Yin Miang hesitated. I will give you the same chance I gave them. Lead your forces and retreat. If you refuse, I will make you like the alliance leader. Yin Miang glared, and his poison chi visibly thickened. Now, what are you saying? The bald fellow was stunned. The alliance leader's confidant. He suddenly remembered something. Then that immense presence came from the fight between the 6 venerables and that guy. He recalled the bright light that illuminated the battlefield earlier. Then the 6 venerables lost, that fellow shouted. Impossible, how could someone like you? The Huxa Alliance elder calmly spoke. Following Yin Miang's words, the bald fellow fell silent. His reckless power was unfounded, but in the end I achieved victory with my own hands, though unwilling. That fellow eventually had to believe it. Did the 6 venerables really lose? He put down his greatsword and shouted. Everyone stop fighting, Sir Baek Ryong-san. His subordinates were stunned. Baek Ryong-san turned and commanded. The alliance leader has been defeated by the Tang family's young clan head and has met his demise. Met his demise? The subordinates couldn't believe what they had just heard. Impossible, one fellow shouted in disbelief. How could someone like the Tang family's young clan head defeat the supreme master of the unorthodox path? Baek Ryong-san, his face grim, continued. Moreover, his claim that he killed all the 6 venerables and eradicated the family means he is on par with the alliance leader. Upon hearing this, the subordinates could no longer deny this painful truth. 6 fatal unorthodox venerables. That was Baek Ryong-san's final command. Everyone abandon your weapons and flee. All forces immediately abandon your weapons and flee like ordinary people. Prioritize your own lives. Baek Ryong-san remained alone, and Yin Miang was curious. Aren't you fleeing? Whether the 6 venerables truly lost or not, I won't have a chance to win. But tears welled up in Baek Ryong-san's eyes. He gritted his teeth and replied, our daughters and sworn brothers were killed, so even if this is a cowardly path. His hand trembled as it reached for his greatsword, and in the end he aimed his greatsword at Yin Miang, weeping. Even if it's just a way to express our rage, isn't it right to charge? Very well, Yin Miang said, looking at the enemy before him with respect, then drew a dagger from his sleeve and took a defensive stance. Come. Suddenly, memories of Baek Ryong-san's brothers flashed through his mind. Baek Ryong-san seemed to have accepted the coming end. What's the point of me surviving alone? I exist because of you all. I'll follow you soon, you foolish lot, Baek Ryong-san shouted, cheering. Then charged straight at Yin Miang. Ji Hai and Gai Yung stared blankly, and Officer Wan Jin and his subordinates also stared blankly. The battle they were witnessing was a simple one-sided affair with a single slash. Yin Miang cut Baek Ryong-san in two. The rule of the Huxa Alliance that dominated the region ended in an instant, leaving only one person. The young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family, afterward in the Tang family young clan head study. I heard you called for me. Gai Yung stood before Yin Miang at this time. Are you all right? Your arm was severed. It won't be too inconvenient, will it? Gai Yung clutched his severed arm and shook his head. I'm fine. I originally trained with both hands, so it's all right. Yin Miang continued, what I mean is I called you for another reason. I heard you safely protected my mother. I called you to thank you for that. Gai Yung closed his eyes and humbly said, as a Tang family warrior, that was my duty. I expected nothing in return. Yin Miang smiled faintly. Is that so? Still, it's surprising. We weren't exactly on good terms. Gai Yung, seeing this meaningful smile, anxiously explained, that's truly not the case. But Yin Miang changed his tone. Anyway, merit must be recognized and rewarded. Don't you want to learn swordsmanship? Gai Yung was stunned upon hearing this suggestion. Learn swordsmanship, Yin Miang continued to explain. It won't be easy to handle hidden weapons and poison with one arm. I intend to teach you left-handed swordsmanship. If you train according to my instructions, I guarantee you will become far stronger than you were with both arms. At this moment, Gai Young's eyes welled up and he was too moved to speak. He shouted loudly, thank you for your grace, young clan head. Yin Miang cut him off. What grace? I am indebted to you. First, there's a lot to deal with, so let's begin once your body has recovered. Gai Yung happily replied, I obey your command. At this time, the formation on the Tang family's roof was also restored. Zhuge Sun, exhausted and gasping for breath, shed tears. Phew, why am I struggling so much? What have I done because of that damned young clan head? When Yin Miang suddenly appeared behind him, he was startled, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. You've returned. It's truly a relief that you're safe. Zhuge Sun quickly offered a few greetings, and Yin Miang cut him off. There's no need for formalities. Zhuge Sun awkwardly excused himself. Haha, I was just talking to myself. Ha ha ha. Mi Rio and Yang Ryong had returned first and told me you worked hard maintaining the formation and blocking the enemies. Zhuge Sun's heart pounded upon hearing Yin Miang's words. Ha ha ha. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? He stammered, but inwardly thought, actually I almost died wanting to run away. At that time Yang Ryong had reprimanded him. Uncle, what are you saying? Are you going to leave the Tang family amidst the chaos? In times of crisis we should help each other and strengthen our ties. Miss Mi Rio, despite her exhaustion, also worked hard to buy time for the formation to activate. Zhuge Son replied to Yang Ryong, but as you said, if the young clan head went to see the alliance leader, the possibility of him surviving is. Yang Ryong still didn't lose faith. He will definitely return. I believe in the young clan head. Zhuge Son worried at this time. Surely she didn't mention that story, did she? He stammered. Fortunately I was able to help. Good, thank you for keeping your promise. Yin Miang placed his hand on Zhuge Son's shoulder and said meaningfully, therefore I will actively help the Zhuge family recover its strength quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Son's eyes lit up and he was so moved that he stammered, thank you very much, then goodbye, I look forward to your continued support. Before leaving, Yin Miang simply gave a few instructions. I can't believe it, to hear such words from the young clan head whom I thought was terrifying. Zhuge Son inwardly marveled as if he had become a different person. Anyway, next time don't even think about fleeing amidst the chaos. Yin Miang instructed in detail. Zhuge Son, who had been floating in the sky, crashed to the ground, trembling. Yes, he already knew. Yin Miang felt a sense of relief in his heart and left. Fortunately, the main family suffered no major losses, and all tasks to be handled were completed. All that remained was 2 days later in the Huxa Alliance's underground fortress. Yin Miang was leading a group of people. Upon arrival, Wen Jin's eyes widened. Such a place existed in the Huxa Alliance's underground fortress? With this, maintaining the main family for decades would be a piece of cake. Before the group's eyes, gold and silver treasures were piled like mountains. These were the assets left behind by the Huxa faction. Wen Jin's eyes sparkled as he stared blankly at the mountain of gold. He couldn't believe such a vast amount of precious wealth could be accumulated. Conversely, I cannot understand the achievements the Sichuan Huxa Alliance leader has made so far. The alliance leader dominated the unorthodox factions but did not expand his influence, continually settling in Sichuan. Perhaps he received wealth as collateral when taking on subordinates, but given the alliance leader's personality, he wouldn't be interested in riches. At this moment, Yin Miang also pondered deeply, thinking that there were too many people craving martial arts, so he must have set wealth as a minimum condition. Yin Miang turned around and commanded, Wen Jin, I'll entrust the cleanup here to you. Move these treasures to the main family. I need to look around this place a bit. Wen Jin nodded, politely obeying the young clan head's command. Such a place in the depths of the underground fortress. The scene shifted to a place full of spiderwebs. Yin Miang carefully examined this dilapidated place. Outwardly, it looked like a library, but for some reason not a single book was visible. On the shelves, a few old books were casually placed and a black snake emblem was engraved on their spines. Yin Miang took one out and examined it, muttering, the alliance leader wrote this himself. Let's see, he began to read. Life is a continuous cycle of revenge and gratitude. While living in Sichuan, this venerable one was deeply impressed by these words, repay kindness twofold and grievances tenfold. Thus, since a martial artist of the Qingcheng faction murdered the leader who was like a father to me, I, along with those who championed the Qingcheng faction and drove out the leader, will kill Awi and Jamsang and will completely destroy their martial arts so that future generations cannot inherit the lineage of martial arts and rise again. This is my contempt and mockery, sent to those who have disappeared. Yin Miang marveled. Did this person compile all the methods of destroying martial arts here? And the methods for destroying martial arts are written in just 10 books. Originally, before the Huxa Alliance was established, this place was the stronghold of the Qingcheng faction, so there must have been many martial arts of great sects passed down for hundreds of years, but he destroyed all the original books and left only his own, which was an act of deep denial of those martial arts and history. Anyway, he was very confident. HMPH. Yin Miang sighed with displeasure. He's shallow. His standards are barely enough to fill 10 martial arts books, yet he's teaching others to slander and act noble, a hypocrite. Yin Miang closed the book and read no further. The end of the Huxa Alliance. While the Tang family was bringing order to Sichuan, Sichuan fell into chaos. After the battle with the Huxa Alliance ended, a battle was raging in Qinghai between the demonic cult attempting to enter the Central Plains and the Kunlun faction trying to stop them. Gokwan Kunlun Demon Immortal, one of the elders of the Kunlun faction, was a Wakyung master with cruel hands, a key figure in stopping the demonic cult. However, the demonic cult's forces were as powerful as all the 9 great factions combined, and as the tide gradually turned against Kunlun, reinforcements from the Tang family and Gongdong faction arrived. With the Wakyung master Taehyo and the formidable forces of the Gongdong faction joining, the demonic cult was forced to retreat temporarily. With the combined efforts of Taehyo, the demonic subjugation sword immortal, and Gokwan Kunlun demon immortal, the front against the demonic cult shifted favorably for the righteous path, but no one expected it, because one person's mind had fallen into chaos. While the Tang family was bringing order to Sichuan, Sichuan fell into chaos. After the battle with the Huxa Alliance ended, a battle was raging in Qinghai between the demonic cult attempting to enter the Central Plains and the Kunlun faction trying to stop them. Both sides fought evenly, and victory or defeat had not yet been decided. On the Kunlun Demon Immortal's side there was Gokwan Kunlun Demon Immortal, one of the elders of the Kunlun faction. He was a Wakyung master with cruel hands, a key figure in stopping the demonic cult. However, the demonic cult's forces were as powerful as all the 9 great factions combined, and as the tide gradually turned against Kunlun, reinforcements from the Tang family and Gongdong faction arrived, and some of them seemed quite strong. With the Wakyung master Taehyo and the formidable forces of the Gongdong faction joining, The demonic cult was forced to retreat temporarily. With the combined efforts of Taehyo the demonic subjugation sword immortal and Gokwan Kunlun demon immortal, the front against the demonic cult shifted favorably for the righteous path, but no one expected it. Because one person's mind had fallen into chaos, he collapsed face down on the ground, while the Sichuan Tang family arrived as reinforcements with the Gongdong faction. The old man, his face covered in blisters, cursed painfully, "That bastard, worse than a dog." As the situation turned, he cried out helplessly, "What on earth is this elder doing?" On the other side, someone laughed wickedly and spoke unreservedly, "I'm sorry, but there's no need for two leaders in one group." In the smithy, the light of hammering iron flashed, and Muck-in Chul was working intently, sweating profusely. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. "Unbelievable. Did you ask me if I want to become the Tang family's smithy master?" Yin Miang nodded seriously, confirming yes. He was still a little confused. "Thank you very much," but suddenly he noticed that Yin Miang had no sword at his waist. "Excuse my interruption, senior, but what happened to the Demon Slayer sword?" Hearing this, Yin Miang was even more confused. "It broke," the man asked again incredulously. "What?" Yin Miang scratched his head, averted his gaze, and explained, "I said it broke." Muck-in Chul froze upon hearing those words, standing blankly with tears welling in his eyes. "What?" He immediately recalled the person who made that sword. "It's sad that my master's masterpiece is broken, but my master always said the Demon Slayer sword fulfilled its role until the very end." He bit his lip and comforted himself. "Moreover, the Hook's alliance has fallen." Yin Miang looked at him and said sincerely, "Because you made such a sword, I came to you personally, and I have something to show you, so may I step inside for a moment?" "It's already past noon." Muck-in Chul stood inside the house, his eyes wide, staring blankly. Yin Miang stood beside him watching. Didn't want to say much. Explaining would take too long. On the table lay a horn emitting a white light. He told him, "Simply put, this is the horn of a spirit beast." The man exclaimed in surprise upon hearing those words. "A spirit beast?" He became even more nervous. And Yin Miang simply explained, "I had the Tang family smiths try to make a sword with this, but no matter how high they raised the temperature, it wouldn't melt. What do you think?" As he said nothing, Yin Miang asked, "What's wrong? Why are you frozen?" Muck-in Chul now turned around in surprise. "I apologize. I was just lost in thought for a moment." Looking at it, he explained in detail to Yin Miang, "Since the spirit beast's horn contains the spiritual energy of the spirit beast, simple methods won't work. I think the refining method needs to be fundamentally changed." Yin Miang was slightly surprised. "What? A fundamental method?" He explained further to Yin Miang. "It means it must be refined with cold energy, not hot. It might sound absurd, but a spirit beast is ultimately a living creature, isn't it?" Yin Miang listened with wide eyes to Muck-in Chul's words. "In my opinion, if exposed to extreme cold, it will react to a cold so intense that it could be mistaken for scorching heat." Yin Miang stood silently, lost in his own thoughts. His words are very reasonable. Since all creation embodies the principles of yin-yang and the five elements, if I control the horn of malevolent yin with symbiotic cold energy and manipulate the base iron with opposing temperatures. Yin Miang told him to try it. Injecting cold energy wasn't difficult. Yin Miang placed his hand on the horn and thought inwardly, "Cold energy. I gained a tremendous amount when I saved Miss Mi Rio." Remembering Miss Mi Rio, Yin Miang's face darkened slightly. As he injected cold energy into the horn, he said to himself, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen the young lady since returning to the main family. Once all this is handled, I must go meet her." Bitter cold force hand-dogging. From Yin Miang's hand, cold energy seeped into the horn, and in an instant a frigid chill filled the entire room. Muck-in Chul's mouth gaped open in astonishment. He sweated profusely, gritted his teeth, and stared wide-eyed, speechless. "What on earth is this?" The little fellow on Yin Miang's shoulder also poked his head out to look. "Oh, it's reacting." The horn lay still on the table and everything around it was frozen. Yin Miang urged him. "Now try hammering it," he added. "Be careful not to touch it with your bare hands." Muck-in Chul took up his hammer and tools and began to work intently. With the first strike, he cried out in surprise. It actually dented indeed. A small mark was clearly dented into the horn. Yin Miang also shouted happily. "That's enough." Convinced he would succeed, Yin Miang turned and left. "Then I'll leave it to you." He spoke frankly to Yin Miang. "What? But if I make a sword from this horn, it will be quite small." Yin Miang answered unyieldingly. "Making it into a dagger of appropriate length will be sufficient. The length of the sword isn't that important to me." The sound of hammering resonated strongly. "The Demon Slayer sword made by my master has fulfilled its role. Now it's time to show the power of the sword I will create." Muck-in Chul poured all his effort into this sword, working seriously, determined to take its place. In a colossal mansion towering in Xinjiang, an old man was drinking wine. The old man, his body covered in bulging muscles, felt at ease as soon as he took a sip of wine, and with sparkling eyes he turned around. "Mia, aren't you bored? I can understand Emperor Xuanzong's affection for Yang Guifei, but..." She placed her hand on the old man's shoulder and replied softly, "I'm a little disappointed. Are you comparing me to the woman who ruined a nation and her lord?" She narrowed her eyes and smiled charmingly. "This maiden dedicates her body and soul only to the divine cult and the cult leader. What man would not be pleased to hear such words from a beauty?" The old man laughed heartily. "Haha, yes, I was wrong to compare you like that. It was my slip of the tongue. More importantly, I have a favor to ask of you." The girl was slightly surprised, her eyes wide as she listened to the old man's words. You know the divine cult is currently at war with the Kunlun faction, don't you? Recalling the brutal battles, she replied softly, yes, it's a necessary step on the path to transcending the Central Plains martial world. He confirmed that, but they hadn't yet opened the way. She knew that the Kunlun faction's momentum was very strong, but the most troublesome factor was Gokwan Kunlun, demon immortal of the Kunlun faction. She revealed everything. And recently, Taehyo, the demonic subjugation sword immortal of the Gangdong faction, had arrived with reinforcements, and these two were blocking the main cult's forces from advancing. But this was news like a welcome rain during a drought. The Tang family elder had requested to join the front line with the Gangdong faction. The girl was even more surprised to hear the old man speak unreservedly. Mia, I want to borrow your power, she asked, confused. My power? The old man affirmed again. Yes, perhaps rumors of your medical skills have spread even to Sichuan. Kong Hesang, the myriad gold ghost and master of the Manjium Trading Company, the greatest trading company in the world. But he was now lying ill, helplessly kneeling for his son who suffered from an incurable disease that could not be cured even with 1,000 taels of gold. But the demon doctor succeeded. The old man brought up the matter again. Didn't you cure him in an instant? The child became as healthy as if he had never been ill. The old man shed tears of gratitude. Thanks to that, the Manjium Trading Company is now a core asset of our cult. I hear the Tang family also needs your medical skills. Mia smiled, blinked, and happily agreed. If it's the cult leader's request, I will do everything I can. So who should I treat? The old man remembered the fellow. I want you to treat my grandson's arm. He briefly described the condition of the injury. From what I've heard, he probably won't be able to use one arm ever again. She also immediately asked. Then what compensation will we receive? She didn't expect it. The old man immediately said, they said the Tang family would give us the 10 poisons, capable of killing even a Wakyung master. Her eyes, wide with surprise, changed slightly, and she asked suspiciously, are you only trading for that? As she expected, the old man admitted. Of course not. To us it's just an item whether we have it or not. To be precise, we're not just receiving the 10 poisons, recalling Baek Taeco and Kunlun demon immortal. He had calculated a way to harm them. If we poison the demon immortal and sword immortal to death, then step over their corpses, we will gain a path to the Central Plains. Just thinking about it. The old man laughed wickedly and became very excited. His eyes gleamed like a demon's. Land prices in Sichuan skyrocketed like gold due to the general manager's swift land purchases. As land prices soared endlessly, the general manager's laughter was ceaseless, and everyone rejoiced. The second coalition of righteous forces, thus the Alliance of Righteous Heaven Zhongqianmeng, was born. Immediately after its founding, the Alliance of Righteous Heaven began a large-scale recruitment of talents. Heroes of the world, come to the Alliance of Righteous Heaven in Sichuan, Yin Miang asked, slightly surprised and confused. Are these all people gathered to join the alliance? Zhuge Sun stood behind him, bowing his head and confirming. That's right. Before their eyes, a tremendous number of people were densely packed. Yin Miang was shocked by the sight. I didn't expect it to reach this extent. The old man also looked down and explained to Yin Miang, not only great families in the 6 factions but also various large and small sects have come hearing of the young clan head's reputation. Aren't you young clan head, the one who rebuilt Sichuan, subjugated the Huxa alliance and raised the Tang family to prominence as the center of Sichuan? The elder added that there was even a nickname for the young clan head. Hearing that, Yin Miang was slightly surprised and asked again, a nickname? The elder told him the name Poisonous Sword Dragon, and added that while a little embarrassing he thought it suited him very well. Yin Miang burst into laughter upon hearing that. Peeved Poisonous Sword Dragon, not bad. Zhuge Sun suddenly asked, shouldn't you declare yourself Alliance Leader now? Since you, Alliance Leader, established the Righteous Heaven Alliance, everyone would accept you taking the position directly. Yin Miang looked down deep in thought. He already knew things wouldn't be that simple. He told the elder that it was not yet a certainty. While the Righteous Heaven Alliance's top priority was to subjugate the demonic cult, no emotions were visible on the faces of the people gathered below. It was impossible for everyone gathered there to be thinking the same thing. There were undoubtedly those harboring other intentions. No one acted without calculation. He had already anticipated all of this. His eyes shone brightly. So we must first start by making them internalize it themselves. In front of the Grand Mansion, hundreds of thousands of people were densely packed, waiting. On the stage stood Yin Miang, Zhuge Sun, and another elder. The elder glanced at the two standing opposite each other, thinking to himself that nothing had deviated from the young clan head's predictions, as if he had known everything beforehand. Once the alliance registration process was complete, the elders stared intently at him, and representatives of large sects came to find the young clan head. Most notably, the bald elder Yaon stepped forward. He clasped his hands and spoke politely. Rumors abound about the young clan head. While I've heard tales of your exceptional talent for your age, no one has actually witnessed you defeating the Huxa Alliance leader. We request you demonstrate your martial prowess. The elder glanced sideways, seemingly aiming for the alliance leader position. Zhuge Sun immediately realized he was eyeing the alliance leader position and was speechless. It was a time when demonic forces flourished unprecedentedly, and the entire Central Plains was engulfed in continuous chaos. However, in Sichuan, where the Huxa Alliance leader resided, demonic forces had barely managed to infiltrate. But after the Huxa Alliance leader's death, Sichuan had become a truly ownerless vacuum, a fertile land that anyone would covet as a base for a new power. if one could seize the alliance leader position and even obtain the Huxa alliance leader's legacy, many sects could subjugate the disciples who joined the alliance. He sighed, glanced sideways and quietly calculated in his mind. Thinking that an unprecedented courage surged within him, he hoped that through this martial contest he would achieve enlightenment. The bald elder clasped his hands, chuckled lightly, and bowed his head to introduce himself. This humble monk is Yaon of Shaolin Temple. He was a Wakyong master, a pillar of Shaolin martial arts. Yin Miang listened quietly to him. Although it's a martial contest, please approach it as if it were a real battle. I heard the young clan head has the nickname Poisonous Sword Dragon. Hidden weapons, poison and a sword, you say. Yin Miang sighed. He dares to say such things. You should display all of your martial arts so you have no regrets. The elder openly provoked and scorned him. But Yin Miang, not angered at all, replied, Thank you for your interest. I will only use a sword. I am concerned that using poison might lead to an unpleasant situation. The elder narrowed his eyes, wary. An unpleasant situation, not giving him time to think deeply, Zhuge Sun loudly exclaimed, Then the martial contest will now begin. Are both of you ready? Yin Miang looked back at him and lightly nodded. Yaon also lightly nodded, signaling his readiness. The elder continued, Then for the position of Alliance Leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, Grandmaster Yaon, the Pillar of Shaolin. Zhuge Sun, with a fiery gaze in his eyes, shouted, And the young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family, Poisonous Sword Dragon, Tang Yin Miang, will begin the martial contest. The two did not immediately attack. Yaon continued to provoke, saying, An unpleasant situation, you say. While I admit the young clan head possesses exceptional talent for his age, your arrogance is sky-high. After speaking, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering the stones beneath. Everyone present was aghast, their mouths agape. That was no mere indestructible body. Golden light emanated from his entire body, and his physique began to transform. He was using the adamantine body. All the onlookers watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Wasn't that worthy of being called a signature ultimate technique of Shaolin martial arts? However, the Shaolin abbot's successive ultimate techniques had never once been broken. The power emanating from the elder's body grew increasingly stronger. He glared menacingly, his eyes flashing. Little brat, do you think my poison can affect me? Yin Miang said nothing, calmly and unconcernedly watching him, giving him time to prepare. Even if you have the nickname Poisonous Sword Dragon, the adamantine body cannot be easily nullified. He stood as still as a rock, speaking as if to declare his abandonment of the alliance leader position. Yin Miang calmly took something out of his pocket, thinking, I didn't expect to test this so soon. He recalled a past conversation in the meeting room. Alliance leader, are you planning to establish the alliance headquarters on Mount Qingcheng? He confirmed it. Since the Huxa alliance collapsed and that place is empty, wouldn't it be suitable? The elder said, then starting with the purchase of all land in this region. Before he could finish speaking, an urgent voice was heard from outside. Young clan head, everyone stopped and looked outside. The sweating stout Muck in Chul was holding something with an excited expression. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. He quickly presented a box, closed his eyes and smiled. But I felt I had to show this to you. I couldn't sit still any longer. Zhuge Sun looked sideways in surprise. Ha, is this for real? Tang Yuri also asked from the side. I didn't expect a dagger to shine like this. Yin Miang asked without any particular expression. Did you name the sword? Muck in Chul immediately replied. Yes, I emphasized its brilliant white light and cold energy in its naming. He spoke the name Dragonhorn White Snow. It was the blue sword he was holding in his hand right now. People were puzzled to see him holding the sword. A dagger, just a mere dagger against the adamantine body. The elder glared angrily. You truly are stubborn in that case. The ground caved in and the elder leapt into the air, excitedly shouting loudly. I will show you my power. I will make you enlightened through my physique. With that, the elder fiercely attacked him, and the golden light and dust intertwined, obscuring the two figures. Everyone standing below watched in astonished silence. The aftermath of the palm art reached beyond the martial arena, and Grandmaster Yaon's fist energy, despite his Wakyong realm, was difficult to withstand. People watched intently, not wanting to miss a thing, and were thrilled. Surprisingly, as the smoke cleared, Yin Miang appeared on stage, motionless, having blocked Elder Yaon's fierce attack with one hand. Yin Miang showed no signs of fatigue, and he too stood there blankly. What? Yin Miang glared at the elder, thinking, is this Shaolin's internal energy? I sense an auspicious aura different from others. But he swiftly swung his sword like lightning, fiercely cutting the elder's arm. The elder's arm was still intact, but upon lifting it to examine, he discovered that the outer armor of his arm had been shattered. Ha, the condensed fist energy was torn? Yin Miang recalled knowledge he had read in the book left by the Huxa Alliance leader. Its content was as follows. To destroy a sect's martial art, one must uncover its root. Now he applied that knowledge to Yaon. Shaolin's martial arts are Buddhist martial arts, starting with unobstructed circulation. Therefore he knew that if he cut off the flow of unobstructed qi, he could destroy it. As soon as he thought it, he immediately acted. He continuously slashed the elder, who had no time to counterattack and could only cover his face with both hands. Everyone below turned pale, saying to each other, the adamantine body's energy was helpless against a dagger. In the crowd, a man in a black hood stood with a surprised expression, thinking, how can that be? His swordsmanship. On stage, Elder Yaon could no longer endure and collapsed. With his body slashed all over and his adamantine shield gone, he weakly said, I admit my defeat. The people below continued to murmur. Shaolin's adamantine body was destroyed so easily. another person said. Perhaps the rumor that the young clan head killed the Huxo alliance leader isn't an exaggeration after all. The man in the black hood stood with wide surprised eyes as if unable to believe his own eyes, thinking, it's unmistakable, but how? How could the Tang family's young clan head? Yin Miang said to the elder, rise, Grand Master. The man below looked at him, convinced in his mind. That person is using the martial arts of the sword ghost. By this time the sky had already grown dark. He stood on the railing gazing at the moon. Suddenly he was startled by the call alliance leader, and turned around, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed. It feels different when you call me alliance leader instead of young clan head. Zhuge Son recalled the scene of him fighting others that morning and asked, haven't you already proven yourself to countless martial artists, alliance leader? You will be called that frequently from now on, so you must get used to it. You must get used to it. He approached and asked, by the way, the Murong family wishes to meet the alliance leader. Are you aware of this? Yin Miang turned around in surprise, asking, the Murong family, weren't they one of the sects that clashed with Ma Guangqian? What do they have to do with me? The elder, sweating profusely, stroked his chin and pondered. That's right, they said they urgently wished to meet the alliance leader and asked me to convey the words sword ghost, divine strength, earthly physique, and power breaking. Yin Miang was immediately startled upon hearing those words. Huh? His eyes wide with surprise, he instantly agreed to meet them. Inside the room, Yin Miang sat at his desk and looked at him, asking, have you come to meet me? He clasped his hands and bowed his head, replying, yes, I am Murong He of the Murong family. With a haggard face, he was the man in the black hood who had watched his fight all day. He clasped his hands and said politely, I have something I wish to ask the alliance leader, so I have taken the liberty of seeking you out. I wish to inquire about the swordsmanship you displayed in today's martial contest. Yin Miang listened quietly to him. I refer to the martial art of the sword ghost who was known as the greatest swordsman under heaven 200 years ago. How can you, young clan head and alliance leader of the Tang family, use that martial art? A blue light emanated from Yin Miang's eyes. Staring intently at him, he asked directly, how do you know about that? How do you know about the sword ghost? He also sensed the power emanating from within his chest. Are you cultivating the power-breaking heart method and even the mortal physique? The man was stunned upon hearing those words. His eyes wide with disbelief, he was flustered, thinking, he recognized the heart method I cultivate after just one meeting. It must be related to the sword ghost. He reluctantly told him the truth. The sword ghost was a member of our Murong family. Yin Miang had not expected this fact at all. He began to recount what he knew. People say that from birth he was despised by the family as the illegitimate son of the Eastern Grand Patriarch. Before he reached 20, he displayed the talent to master all of the family's swordsmanship, causing a rift within the family over who should be the next young clan head. Thinking back to the past, he had no attachment to the family in the first place, so he left the family on his own in that situation. Approximately 10 years later, problems arose as he began to gain fame under the nickname Sword Ghost. Later, the elders sought out the Sword Ghost and persuaded him to return to the main family. But by then he was already an adult and his eyes flashed as he resolutely refused. My sword is not yet complete. Murong He knew that he had simply said that and then disappeared for decades without a trace. Nevertheless, the main family continued to search for traces of the sword ghost and eventually found them. People discovered a tombstone inscribed with Tomb of the Sword Ghost. He looked down at the ground with a slightly sad expression, lowering his voice as he said, that is why the people of our Murong family, including myself, cultivated power breaking according to the book left on the tombstone. Yin Miang, slightly surprised, asked him, even without the divine strength physique one could die during cultivation, did you still cultivate it, knowing that? He explained, we could not give up. The progress was very fast due to the excessive burden on the body. Furthermore, we believed the sword ghost would have left a solution to compensate for this problem. But a terrible thing happened. Ma Guangqian attacked suddenly before he could find that book. Recalling those words, his body trembled uncontrollably, consumed by fear and rage. That person did not touch their assets, and before killing the family members he acted as if searching for something. Yin Miang felt a slight tension upon hearing that he had taken the sword ghost martial arts. In the middle of the night, the person standing in the courtyard looked up at the roof and said, it's been a long time. He walked with a long sword in his hand and said, it must have been about 10 years. Among the places I attacked, the Namding family was the only one I couldn't completely destroy. Ma Guangqian approached with a sword in his hand, his eyes sharply flashing. But today will be different, you'd best prepare yourself. He stood on the roof sneering at the elder below. Sword King Namding Jiangqian. This elder was none other than Namding Jiangqian, the Sword King and head of the Namding family. The elder's face changed. Jiangqian glared at him and replied, you seem to be quite pained by that defeat. You clearly used palm arts back then. The elder mockingly pointed at the sword in his hand. Using a sword now? Ma Guangqian laughed pleasantly. Thanks to you, I realized the depth of swordsmanship. Moreover, I acquired quite a useful martial art. The elder sighed, looking down at the ground. Ah, so you're saying you're challenging me, who is called the Sword King? Killing intent emanated from the elder's body. To be able to hover in the air with swordsmanship after only 10 years, the two faced each other, and Ma Guangqian continuously provoked. That's right, wouldn't the Sword King's skill make him a most suitable opponent? He thrust his sword forward and a red-black light emanated from the entire blade. He laughed merrily. Between the Sword Ghost and the Sword King, whose martial art is superior, the elder, as if not wanting to speak further, extended his hand and challenged, come at me. One side was blue light, the other red-black light, as they faced each other and fought evenly. The battle was fierce and both sides were strong. Amidst a flurry of unpredictable and sharp sword techniques, Yin Miang sat in his room, chin in hand, deep in thought. Did he steal Sword Ghost martial arts? Why was it to train himself? The more he thought, the less he understood. If Ma Guangqian was the demonic cult's young cult leader, he must have cultivated the demonic heaven divine art, the cult's ultimate martial art. Was there really a need to abandon what he already had and train in Sword Ghost martial arts? Murong He looked utterly exhausted, his voice somewhat weak. Excuse me, but I must ask again. What is your relationship with Sword Ghost, Alliance leader? Yin Miang had no intention of telling him the truth. After a moment's thought he replied, I have never met him directly. He appeared before me as a black phantom, and you were connected by the hardships you endured in your youth. Murong He was startled by his words and asked again as if unable to comprehend, Excuse me? Yin Miang looked at him and said, Perhaps it wasn't a form of martial art left by Sword Ghost, but that was merely a conjecture. Besides, you wouldn't believe me if I told you about my past life. Yin Miang continued. Anyway, I accepted the illusion through that sword and gained Sword Ghost martial arts. Murong He was even more flustered by his words, sweating profusely and asking disbelievingly, But wasn't it said that cultivation is useless unless one possesses the divine strength physique? Alliance leader, do you mean you were born with the divine strength physique? Yin Miang replied calmly and expressionlessly. No, I was not born with such a constitution. I skillfully used the sword with my family's internal art, and that was because the sword technique itself was not incomplete. He recalled that moment. However, during the battle with the Huxa Alliance leader, I realized that my family's internal art could accommodate the properties of power breaking, with a very serious expression. It is clear that my martial prowess is an application of technique. This is because with the Wakyung realm remaining, there is a method that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Murong He listened blankly to his words. You probably came to me seeking a way to overcome power breaking, but in my opinion, I would advise you to abandon your internal art. He fell silent for a moment, then stood there blankly. Is that so? Yin Miang said nothing and fell deep in thought again. Even in my past life I didn't know much about my master, and I never expected to hear about his origins in this situation. My life until I took up the sword had been meaningless. Therefore my name is now merely Sword Ghost. He recalled what the old man had told him in his youth. But you have not yet established yourself, so your name will be Dragon in the future. As that memory resurfaced, Yin Miang's face suddenly darkened. My master gave me a name, but he never told me his real name. He never said a word about his origins or true name even until his death, so he didn't miss the opportunity to ask, May I know Sword Ghost's name? Murong He was flustered and asked again. His name? Yin Miang was startled by what he said. It might sound a little strange due to this coincidence, but his name was Murong Yin Miang. It was exactly the same as his own name. Yin Miang sighed and smiled. I see. Murong He seemed to have nothing more to say and began to leave. Then I will take my leave. As the alliance leader said, it would be best to abandon the internal art. Before he could even depart, Yin Miang quickly said, No, wait. Yin Miang asked his intention. You are a fellow martial artist who accepted his martial arts. I can't just let you go like this. Weren't you trying to overcome power breaking to get revenge on Ma Guangqian? Murong He was startled and blankly asked. Excuse me, he said. This is an alliance formed to destroy the demonic cult, so why not join and learn the sword from me? Who could refuse? Yin Miang looked him straight in the eye with a very serious and confident expression, and said, Join the Righteous Heaven Alliance. I will help you achieve the results you desire. This place was littered with corpses and blood. Elder Baektiaco lay fallen in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open. He struggled to say, I didn't let you escape on purpose that day. Before him stood a man named Ma Guangqian. After thoroughly beating him, Ma Guangqian looked down at him with a sneer. I merely retreated because it would have been a waste to kill you with a simple palm technique. Still, a sword king is a sword king. I didn't expect you to endure this much. His eyes gleamed, and he said with a sneer, It seems the greatest wall obstructing me has also fallen, bringing the demonic path one step closer to dominating the world. The Namding family, a power that had maintained strong friendly relations in Anhui province, was annihilated in an instant. This news spread very quickly, posing a threat to all remaining factions including the Huashan, Xianam, Wudang and Shaolin sects. As this news spread, Elder Zugsun rushed over, breathless. Alliance leader Yin Miang, standing in the courtyard, turned to the elder in surprise. The elder stopped before him, panting, and said, Finally, the news has reached the Righteous Heaven Alliance. In a crowded room, Yin Miang convened a meeting. The Zug and Murong families were annihilated not long ago, and now even the world-renowned Namding family, with a very serious expression he told them, they were probably attacked by combined forces. Besides Ma Guangqian, I wonder what Wakyung masters have reached the extreme demonic realm. The elder, who had been sitting, turned and said, According to our verification, Ma Guangqian's extreme demonic masters have all been deployed to the 3 demonic realms. His eyes gleamed. He asked again, The 3 demonic realms? A few people explained in more detail. They are the demonic path families. Ma Guangqian changed the original families and created them. More precisely, they are families that surrendered to Ma Guangqian and were reorganized. In particular, 2 extreme demonic masters were deployed to the Hua family. They were probably also deployed to Huashan and Xianem, the elder told them. Including Ma Guangqian, there are at least 5 extreme demonic masters, but in my opinion, the combined attack that the alliance leader speculated about will not occur. If the Sword King, as one who has mastered the profound principles of heavy swordsmanship, steps into his domain, even clumsy martial artists would be unable to move due to the pressure. Even if the opponents are Wakyung or extreme demonic masters, their movements would be restricted within that space. The elder analyzed all possible scenarios in that battle. Even if his heavy sword was taken from him, he is still the world's foremost swordsman of his generation. So a simple combined attack would not determine victory or defeat. Thinking of Ma Guangqian, the elder said, "In my opinion, Ma Guangqian must have cultivated his martial prowess specifically to confront the Sword King alone." Yin Miang opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Isn't that the martial robe of a Gangdong faction Taoist? His body was covered in wounds, and I immediately asked him, 'What brings you here when the battle with the demonic cult is in full swing?' He asked again, with an exhausted and urgent expression. "Alliance leader, have you become the leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance?" Yin Miang nodded. He said seriously, "Yes, tell me slowly what happened. Has something happened to the Gangdong faction and Kunlun faction?" As soon as Yin Miang finished speaking, he began to sob. "Please save our sect. Both Grandmaster Baek Tae and Kunlun Demon Immortal have been poisoned with an incurable toxin." Those 2 elders were the very ones Yin Miang had just been thinking about. Upon hearing this news, Yin Miang opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Poison, could it be?" He recalled that moment. "Take this." Yin Miang handed him a small bottle. He asked in surprise, "What is this?" Yin Miang replied, "Life-destroying flower, one of the 10 poisons. There are those in the demonic cult who have reached the extreme demonic realm like Wakyung masters, so you must be careful." Yin Miang instructed the elder to keep it a secret from the 2nd elder and 5th elder. He immediately agreed but was still curious. "Yes, may I ask why?" Yin Miang turned his back. He didn't answer, instead changing the subject meaningfully. "Although things are quiet now, they are certainly plotting behind the scenes." He turned with a sharp gaze and added, "4th elder, I trusted you and entrusted this to you because you made a promise to me. But that is not the case with the other elders, therefore that poison must never fall into the hands of other elders." Yin Miang had been very thorough in his instructions at that time. Now, upon hearing this news, he could not remain calm for a moment. How could this be? He looked up in surprise. His eyes blazed, and a murderous aura spread throughout the room, the martial force supported by the main family. What happened? As soon as he spoke, the murderous aura filled the entire room, pressing down strongly on everyone present. Everyone froze, and he especially so. He trembled with fear, asking himself, "What kind of killing intent is this?" Chung Gak Baek Saw appeared and quickly reminded Yin Miang, "Kid, the killing intent is too dense." Yin Miang now realized that others were terrified to the point of death, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at him. "You dragon fellow, are you trying to suffocate them to death? Withdraw your killing intent." Chung Gak Baek Saw frowned and rebuked. "If they came to scheme as you suspect, do you think they came to ask for your help? Of course they came to blame you." Chung Gak Baek Saw persuaded Yin Miang. "So you should hear what happened first." Thinking his words were reasonable, Yin Miang hastily returned to his usual demeanor. My apologies, could you explain the situation in more detail?" Trembling with fear and sweating profusely, he replied cautiously, "Yes, well." He recounted everything, recalling that moment. The rugged terrain of Tian Shan was easy for ambushes, so the Tang family was tasked with guarding the rear. However, contact with the Tang family was lost, so I went to check the situation myself. Countless people lay dead on the ground, and the martial force was completely annihilated by a man named Ma Guangqian. His face darkened, and he told Yin Miang, "I surmised that an extreme demonic master had launched a surprise attack." But as soon as Chung Gak Baek Saw heard his words, he glared at Yin Miang and said, "See, I told you to listen to the whole story." Yin Miang clenched his fists in anger, trembling all over. "My doubts haven't been resolved yet, so I need to calmly reconfirm. How were the Sword Immortal and Demon Immortal poisoned?" he continued. "After the Tang family's martial force was completely annihilated, the demonic cult launched an offensive. The Qi Master and Warrior, the Left Protector O Sa, an extreme demonic master, and the demonic cult leader's right-hand man stepped forward. In response, Grandmaster Baek Tae and Kunlun Demon Immortal from our side also stepped forward directly. At that time, both sides fought fiercely. Everyone nearby stopped in their tracks amidst the violent clash of Wakyung and extreme demonic masters. The battle between them and Left Protector O Sa was evenly matched. Seeing his arm gripping a golden sword to be precise, Grandmaster Baek Tae's demonic subjugation sword art was gradually gaining the upper hand by repelling demonic energy on its own. He added, but then a sudden variable emerged. Upon hearing this, Yin Miang immediately asked, "A variable?" He looked Yin Miang straight in the eye and replied honestly, "Suddenly a person leapt into the violent clash of Wakyung and extreme demonic masters. Like a natural disaster, Elder Kunlun Demon Immortal coughed up blood and fell, and Grandmaster Baek Tae also fared poorly. Falling to the ground in pain, a shadowy figure approached, calling himself the Little Poison Demon. Both of them were poisoned by that person. So a full-scale war between the Gangdong faction and the demonic cult will begin soon." The heavenly demonic cult's secret base was a sealed cave, with only a few faint torches visible. A man, his entire body wrapped in bandages with only his eyes peeking out, looked around and asked himself, "Where am I? I was supposed to go for arm treatment." That was Tang Muncham. His entire body was tightly bound in bandages and tied to the wall. These demonic cult bastards, they must have made a condition with my grandfather. Are they plotting something despite their promise? Just then, a sound startled him. A person approached him and asked, "Are you that Tang family brat who wants your arm treated? What was your name again?" Muncham, right? The demon physician. So Beckian's eyes gleamed as she looked at him directly and introduced herself. "It's an honor. I am the demon physician who will treat you." Upon hearing her words, Tang Muncham's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "You are that famous demon physician? I didn't expect you to be a woman, to dare speak such words to the person who would treat him." This showed that he didn't trust the demon physician much. She rested her chin in her hand, playfully touching his bandaged arm and said with interest, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Don't worry, I'll treat you well." She glanced at his arm, then sighed. The meridians are completely destroyed, so there's no hope with conventional methods," she asked, as if not knowing who he had fought. "Who did you incur such a cruel grudge with to end up like this?" He immediately thought of Yin Miang, his resentment deep. Just thinking of Yin Miang filled him with rage and he cursed inwardly. "That damned bastard who took my place." He harbored hope that his arm could be healed, but before he could even finish his thought, the demon physician spoke first. "No, it's no good. It would be better to just cut it off." "It won't hurt if we cut it off." She sighed and explained the condition of his arm to him. "Right now I could reconnect your meridians and blood vessels to restore your martial arts, but your aptitude is too pathetic. Rather than patching it up clumsily, cutting it off is the path to becoming stronger for you." He was shocked by her words, and tears welled up in his eyes from pain and helplessness. "No, not after coming this far," he asked with a trembling voice. "Is there really no other way?" She looked him straight in the eye with a sharp gaze and said, "There is a way. If you learn demonic arts, not only can your arm be healed, but your pathetic aptitude will also improve." He stared blankly, eyes wide and disbelieving, speechless for a moment. "I really need to think carefully. I'm from a righteous faction, but learning demonic arts," he hesitated, but his arm was more important, so he asked again, flustered, "Can I really heal my arm just by learning demonic arts?" "Yes," she smiled contentedly and said, "Of course not just any demonic art. I'm talking about learning the undying demonic art. If you learn the undying demonic art, you'll gain astonishing regenerative abilities. Even if your head is severed, recreating an arm with this technique is a matter of course. Moreover, your physical aptitude will also improve, making you stronger." She finished speaking and lifted his chin, looking into his despairing eyes. "But the undying demonic art is not something everyone in the demonic cult can learn. Eliminating 2 masters with 10 pounds of poison is not a balanced trade." The more he heard, the more appealing it was. Tang Muncham immediately asked, "What must I do?" She immediately stated the price. "Abandon your path." He replied that it wasn't difficult. "We already abandoned our path a long time ago." Upon hearing his words, she laughed. "No, it's them, not you, isn't it?" She knew everything. He still harbored ambitions of taking over the Tang family, and she added, "What I mean is you must sever all ties with the Tang family, including your father and grandfather." Muncham was being asked to abandon even his family and fully pledge allegiance to the demonic cult. "Since our cult is passing down its supreme secret art to you, there shouldn't be a single person left who can shake your resolve." They had killed all of Muncham's family, yet she still feigned benevolence, giving him a choice. If he wished, even now, she would send him back to his family. "The choice is yours." He remained silent. As he listened, there was no longer any despair in his heart. "What do you intend to do?" He suddenly laughed. "Is this truly all there is?" Long-held resentment and hatred dominated his mind. "I have lived until now thinking only of the day of revenge, and now the opportunity is right before my eyes." Killing intent emanated from his entire body, and he laughed sinisterly. "I have already abandoned the Tang family name. Surely I can abandon my relatives as well?" he shouted furiously. "I will gladly do so." As night deepened, screams echoed from a campsite. Muncham was inside the tent, covered in wounds but much more recovered than before. He looked at his newly severed arm, lost in deep thought. The hidden true chi from Teo's attack was hindering the recovery process. "If it were normal, my arm would have regenerated long ago, and I would already be back on the battlefield." In his hand was a red fruit. Moreover, without using a painkiller like the nirvanic pill, the agony of regeneration would exhaust my mind and drive me mad. He recalled the battle he had just fought. "Although the blood from my severed arm had poisoned some Wakyung masters, I regret not being able to inflict greater damage." He gritted his teeth and rage surged within him. He thought that each time he killed someone from the righteous factions he would grow stronger, and someday he would kill that damned Yin Miang. His eyes were bloodshot. "I will definitely reach mastery with the undying demonic art and repay him for all this humiliation." At that moment, Muncham lay tied to a bed in a dark room, his arm already healed. The demon physician's voice was heard. "Congratulations, your arm has fully recovered. I didn't realize you had such a talent for demonic arts. It's no wonder the cult leader permitted you to learn the undying demonic art." He lay on the bed, saying nothing. But inwardly, he had never imagined such a martial art could exist. This was the undying demonic art. He raised his head and looked at her standing beside him, answering politely, All of this is thanks to the demon physician's treatment. I am truly grateful, but why am I tied here? She turned to face him and explained, as I told you, your fundamental aptitude is still insufficient. Although the undying demonic art seems well suited to you at this rate, you will only reach a certain level. The true strength of the undying demonic art lies in its ability to transform the body without worrying about any side effects. Thanks to this, the founder of the undying demonic art, the undying demon, had no rival in the demonic cult, and even coveted the position of cult leader. He listened with wide blank eyes. In conclusion, you too must transform your body to transcend your limits. But what he heard most clearly was challenging the cult leader. As soon as he thought this, the demon physician, as if reading his mind, immediately reminded him, oh, and don't even dream of being like the undying demon. In the end, he was killed by the cult leader's hand and nothing remained, Mooncham asked in shock. No, didn't you say that upon reaching mastery one wouldn't die even if their head was severed? How could such a person be killed? She explained to him. The undying demonic art is merely a martial art that operates based on demonic chi, therefore it is completely useless before the cult leader who wields demonic chi. He was flustered upon hearing this and immediately asked, then what exactly do you intend to do with me? The demon physician held up a small bottle. Currently, your undying demonic art is only at the 3rd stage. In other words, it's only at the level where severed body parts can be reattached. So at this stage, you're merely a punching bag. As soon as he saw the small bottle, Mooncham's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately recognized it. Isn't that the life-destroying flower my grandfather possessed? What do you intend to do with it? As soon as she finished speaking, I told you I would transform your body, didn't I? 2 needles flew straight towards his face. The fastest way to cultivate the undying demonic art is to sustain injuries and come close to death. Moreover, it will also solve your lack of offensive capabilities. Don't you trust me? She looked at him, smiling, as if treating him as an experimental subject. I've heard of a poisonous body state in the Tang family. A realm where a single breath or a drop of blood can kill dozens. Her gaze grew increasingly cruel. From now on I will make you absorb this poison. Don't worry, even if the pain is enough to kill you, you won't die. Poison spread throughout Mooncham's body. His eyes bulged as if to pop out, and tears welled up, leaving him speechless. The demon physician's voice echoed in his ears. If you continue to be poisoned and regenerate, your body will transform to possess the same characteristics as poison. Indeed, his body was changing right now. The pain was excruciating, but she stood beside him, smiling and encouraging him. Keep going until you become both immortal and a poisonous being. From this moment his journey began. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His blood had now become poison. As it fell to the ground, white smoke rose, corroding living things. Seeing his own blood, he also thought, damn it, has my body not fully adapted to the poison yet? No, can it truly adapt completely? Each time he spat out poisonous blood, the pain, as if his internal organs were being twisted, still did not get easier. Just then, someone approached him from behind and called out, "Little poison demon, sir." Mooncham opened his eyes wide, turned around and asked, "What is it?" Before him was a pile of bound people. The subordinate reported, "We've captured a few members of the Gangdong and Kunlun factions who were trying to escape." Mooncham asked, "How should we deal with them?" He hesitated for a moment, then asked again, "Are they prisoners?" He immediately made a cruel decision. The Gangdong and Kunlun factions will be uprooted anyway. Where could they run to be called prisoners? He opened his eyes wide and immediately decided, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Those who oppose us deserve no hope. That night, a group of people ran at full speed through the forest. As they ran, they shouted to each other, "Keep going, don't stop. If you're caught, it's all over." Behind them, masked demonic cult members were in pursuit. Damn it, they're persistent. We'll be caught at this rate. Yunhyo had to think of a way to cope even as he ran swiftly. Because of that one little poison demon, the tide of battle had turned for the worse. He could only hope that the envoy dispatched to Sichuan wouldn't be late. Suddenly he was startled and his eyes widened. Who's ahead? Indeed, a figure appeared right before him in the darkness. The person moved with lightning speed and vanished in an instant. Yunhyo's group quickly stopped, standing blankly and confused. Vanished? The person running behind shouted in disbelief. "Great hero, why did you stop?" The group urged, shouting. "They're right behind us." One person stopped and stepped forward. "I'll hold them off. Senior brother and Kunlun Taoist, keep running." Yunhyo was moved to tears. Junior brother." Suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "Long time no see, Taoist." He looked around in surprise. High on his shoulder was the old Kunlun demon immortal. The sword gleamed like lightning, while the demonic cult members hadn't yet grasped the situation, saying to each other, "Wait, there's something ahead." Bodies are already fallen with a single slash. Yunhyo looked around blankly. He understood. They've arrived. He was overjoyed. Yin Myong's shadow stood there, surrounded by the blood and corpses of demonic cult members. He turned and asked Yunhyo, "Are you all right?" Yunhyo sighed in relief, overjoyed as he thought, "Our request for reinforcements has been answered." The two old men lay on the ground, severely wounded and gasping for breath. "We haven't lost our lives, but we're close to death. Both of you are in bad shape, so I must take immediate action." Yin Myong diagnosed them as soon as he examined them. "Fortunately, there are no other wounds besides the poison, so this is within my capabilities. This is urgent, so I must begin the detoxification immediately." Yunhyo, standing nearby, shed tears of gratitude. He clasped his hands, deeply moved. It's truly fortunate that the one who came to support us is none other than the young clan head." He continued speaking. Yin Myong looked at the people before him and said seriously, "Hold them off until the detoxification is complete. As soon as Yunhyo saw the enemies, he immediately tensed up, gritting his teeth and glaring. Damn it, are those two at the head of the pursuit? One is Guangbing left emissary Gongsun Tae, and the other is Guangbing right emissary Hyeonrian Jung-son. Both are renowned and extremely skilled, so even I would think. Left emissary, right emissary, I heard they are the demonic cult's strongest masters. Upon seeing those two, he was terrified, wondering if he could even withstand 2 exchanges. It will take about half a quarter hour to complete the detoxification. Please buy me some time. Yunhyo's group was startled upon hearing this. What, just us? Gongsun Tae's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing his words. Detoxification, so the Tang family has indeed sent reinforcements. He immediately prepared to attack, killing intent rising from his hand. But do you think we will just sit idly by and give you time to detoxify? The other person also drew his sword, and both of them charged toward Yunhyo's group, shouting loudly, I'll send you straight to hell. Yunhyo, terrified and teary-eyed, still braced himself. Half a quarter hour? Well, I guess, he shouted at the top of his lungs to his group. We have no choice but to fight for our lives. Yin Myung heard this and suddenly said, in that case I will ask for your help. A colossal bald figure burst out from somewhere. He had calculated this beforehand and called Grandmaster Yan. Indeed, they couldn't possibly handle it alone. As soon as the bald old man appeared, immense power erupted. Yan grabbed Gongsun Tae's wrist with one hand. Half a quarter hour? He blocked Hyeonrian Jung-son's sword with one hand. At this level, the old man laughed heartily. I can easily take on 2 by myself. This old man Yan will buy you time with all my might. Before Tang Yin-myung departed for Xinjiang, conversations leaked from the Righteous Heaven Alliance's main headquarters. Are you saying we won't send troops to Xinjiang? Yin-myung sat there, looking at the people before him, and asserted, That's right, dispersing our forces ambiguously will only benefit the enemy. Think about it for a moment. Some elders listened silently to his words. If we send troops to Xinjiang, can the remaining personnel deal with Maguang Qian? The person who had been kneeling requesting salvation was startled and wept. Then are the Gongdong and Kunlun factions just being abandoned like this? He sprang up and slammed his hand hard on the table. Nonsense, losing the Gongdong and Kunlun factions, which possess Wakyung masters, is a huge loss both morally and practically. Yin Myung declared seriously to some people, therefore I will personally lead a special unit to Xinjiang. After speaking, he folded his arms and looked at Zhuge Son. While I am away, all troop control of the Righteous Heaven Alliance will be entrusted to strategist Zhuge. He immediately obeyed the order. I will follow your command, however. Some people were worried. Elder Wallen turned and asked, But if the Alliance leader, the pillar of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, leaves the front line, I fear the morale of the Alliance members will drop. Elder Ok-young also agreed. That's right, moreover, isn't the Alliance leader the greatest strength of the Righteous Heaven Alliance? He understood all of this. He had made his decision after careful calculation. This was the best way to deal with both sides without dispersing their forces. Furthermore, since both Taoist masters have been poisoned, it is only right for someone with detoxification abilities like me to step forward. Suddenly, Elder Yan proposed, Then how about taking this old man with you? The elder wished to accompany him, and continued to persuade him, While there's no doubt about the Alliance leader's martial arts, shouldn't we prepare for the possibility of an attack during the detoxification process? This was precisely the moment the elder was needed. Yan was facing 2 demonic cult members alone. The elder's adamantine strength was immense. He sent one flying with a single punch and dispatched the remaining one with another palm strike. The 2 enemies were sent flying far away, groaning in pain. Hyeonrian Jung-son also immediately recognized Shaolin's secret art, the adamantine body divine art. Gongsun Tae glared at the elder. Indeed, a Mount Tai and Big Dipper of the martial world. His reputation is not unfounded. Elder Yaolin's entire body was glowing, enveloped in a protective shield harder than stone. They knew well that half a quarter hour would be nowhere near enough to break it. Hyeonrian Jung-son glared at the elder. Not only that, but the fleeing Kunlun and Gongdong faction warriors also had renewed morale and were holding on very strongly. Yunhyo's group also entered the battlefield, as if truly believing that the young clan head would detoxify the poison. Yin Myung remained seated there, detoxifying the 2, his eyes closed in concentration. The 2 whispered secretly to each other, First, we must break the Mount Tai and Big Dipper's adamantine body. Stall for time, I will cultivate demonic force chi. Gongsun Tae immediately agreed. Indeed, so you intend to use that technique? Understood. Elder Yaon did not let them have their way. He roared loudly and charged. Do you think I'll just sit idly by and let you scheme? The 2 quickly took their stances. Unleash the hell demonic flame art. The elder's eyes glared at them, seeming slightly tense. The entire space turned blood red and both of them were very strong. Their power was certainly not ordinary. Gongsun Tae roared loudly and challenged. Come on, you damned fiery fellow, I will burn down this entire area. Elder Yaon also quickly gathered his strength, remaining vigilant and evading so as not to fall into a trap over there. Yin Myung was still continuing the detoxification. The process of absorbing the poison with the poison-breaking blue ray will proceed smoothly. However, both of them have been poisoned for a long time, causing severe damage to their blood vessels. Especially Grandmaster Taehyo. He won't be able to return to the front lines for some time. His eyes widened and he bit his lip, clearly feeling it. And this poison chi, I hoped it wasn't, but he confirmed it. It was the poison from the bottle he had given the old man previously. Undoubtedly this is the life-destroying flower poison Qi, one of the Tang family's 5 poisons. Considering my promise with him, the 4th elder's possibility of being a traitor is extremely low, but are they traitors after all? Then who on earth is this person called the little poison demon? I heard that even the blood that spurted from Grandmaster Teo's severed arm was filled with poison Qi. Thinking this far, he realized, could it be that they colluded with the demonic cult to create a being that reached the poisoned body state? He suddenly felt an immense ominous premonition. This feeling was not good at all. First, complete the emergency treatment and immediately join Grandmaster Yan. Suddenly he looked their way and was startled. What is this now? Grandmaster Yan's back still stood firm. The old man's eyes were now shining with terror, sweating profusely as he asked himself, why is there such a red and violent aura? It's not like human aura, but rather like the aura of a fiend. Haonrian Jung Son used the dark fiend demonic sword art, and killing intent spread thickly. He glared fiercely and threatened. This technique cultivates demonic Qi to its extreme, allowing a malevolent god to reside within the divine sword. Do you think your adamantine body can block the power of a fiend? Old man Yan stood still, biting his lip, unable to say anything. He hadn't yet thought of a way to block that technique. Gongsun Tae also rushed forward simultaneously. Haha, hell demonic flame palm sky-shattering fiend fire. The two attacked the old man at the same time. It was very difficult for the old man to block this technique alone. He clasped his hands together in front of him, his eyes wide with surprise. Haonrian Jung Son used the dark fiend demonic sword. Yin Myung sat there looking back at him, and he too was surprised. He personally witnessed him cut off one of Grandmaster Yan's arms and shouted in surprise, "Grandmaster!" He rushed to help the old man, but he had to continue the detoxification, so he couldn't. Damn it, in just a little while the blood vessels would completely recover, but if he stopped now both of their lives would be in danger. He couldn't stop. The others were also fighting. Everyone is fighting for their lives, trusting me. Suddenly a voice was heard. Alliance leader, please focus on the treatment. Old man Yaon stood there and still spoke in a strong voice. Losing an arm is something I can endure for both of you. Gongsun Tae widened his eyes and sneered. Just an arm? Haonrian Jung Son also sneered. Do you think everything will end as you say? Old man Yaon still shouted defiantly. The arm is just the beginning. I will burn and tear apart your entire body. Chung Gak Beksa also poked his head out and watched, and immediately recognized it. What is this? This aura, could it be that guy? It stared intently at the old man rushing forward. It's unmistakable, but wasn't that person a Bangsa? Then why is demonic Qi, no, the Qi of a demonic specter, emanating from his sword? Yunheo was very anxious and worried, sweating profusely as he thought, is 1 minute of waiting for reinforcements really this long? Seeing the demonic cult members densely packed, there was no sign of the enemy's numbers decreasing. Grandmaster Yaon was holding on with one arm, but he was probably reaching his limit. The old man, having lost an arm, still struggled to hold on. He looked down at the arm holding the sword. Everyone, exhausted after fleeing all night, didn't even have the strength to properly wield a sword. He sighed, widened his eyes, and asked himself, has half a quarter hour passed after Uncle Master and Senior Master finished detoxifying? Will we be able to hold out against the demonic cult members who will rush at us? Just as he was most worried, Yin Miang approached him and said, step back, I'll take care of it now. Yunheo shed tears of gratitude again. Young clan head, surely Uncle Master and Gokwan are all ready. He saw that the two old men's complexions were much better and reassured him. Contrary to initial expectations, the detoxification was successful, and much faster than expected. Yin Miang held his sword and said, it's all thanks to everyone fighting for their lives until the end. His eyes shone brightly. And now it's time to kill them all. Let's end this situation. Over there, Yaon was still fighting. Haonrian Jung Son rushed forward excitedly. To be so tenacious even after losing an arm, truly admirable. If you die, the righteous path's power will completely collapse. Just then a flash of lightning-like light swept past the old man's back. That fellow was startled, his eyes wide and his body flinched. What was that? What just happened? The demonic cult members were all cut in half with a single strike, not a single one remaining. That fellow saw it and was terrified to the point of madness. Have all my subordinates been taken down in an instant? Gongsun Tae was also scared and asked in disbelief, could there be such a swordsmanship master among us? Let's warn each other to be careful. Left emissary, that person is Yin Miang. He approached Yaon and said, I'm truly sorry. Grandmaster, did I come too late? Yaon looked at him calmly. No, Alliance leader, you came too early. Has the detoxification already finished? The two fellows' eyes widened upon hearing that, and from when they were too surprised he still spoke calmly. Yes, it's all thanks to Grandmaster. The old man glanced at him and smiled. Fortunately, the effort of fighting to the death was worth it. He looked at the old man silently, recalling that time. The old man clasped his hands and said seriously, I must admit my shameful words and actions towards the Alliance leader. Alliance leader, from now on I will atone by completely eradicating the demonic path from this righteous heaven alliance. Those very words changed his perception of the old man. He was a person perfect not only in talent but also in character. It was truly regrettable that such a Grand Master had lost an arm even before the battle with Ma Guangqian began. He looked at the two fellows and assessed their abilities. The aura emanating from them still did not match the Grand Master's internal energy. Then could they really have a way to disable Shaolin's Buddhist true chi? His face darkened with anger. Did I judge the opponent too hastily based solely on their aura? I clearly vowed not to make such a mistake again. Looking at these two, he felt it was truly a great loss. They asked again, as if they couldn't hear or understand. A loss. The more he thought, the angrier he became. And killing intent emanated from his body to compensate for Grandmaster Yaon's severed arm. It was clearly intense, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Killing these two won't be enough compensation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Miang rushed forward as fast as lightning. They were attacked by him before they could even react, especially Gongsun Tae, trembling with fear when attacked. Stuttered, "Unbelievable, we who have reached the extreme demonic realm, the strongest forces of our cult, are being overwhelmed by a mere child with a dagger." Hyonrian Yungson also rushed forward to attack, his eyes bloodshot, and he bit his lip with hatred. He glared and shouted, "Is there such a master in the righteous path?" He could only see his shadow and shouted loudly, "Who on earth is this person?" He saw his face, but he still couldn't recognize him. With a lightning-fast slash, he cut the two fellows in half. Gongsun Tae was terrified and couldn't say anything, but surprisingly, "I have to admit it, ordinary techniques seem meaningless against him. I have to decide the victory or defeat with an ultimate technique." As soon as he thought that, he rushed forward. Let's see if he can maintain his momentum even after taking this strike. He immediately used his ultimate technique. Hell Demonic Flame Palm, Fiery Sun. Hyonrian Yungson turned his head and shouted, "Left emissary, are you trying to sweep away this entire area?" He also immediately looked at the fellow casting the magic and thought nervously, surely if that descends, Yin Miang would feel it too. This entire area would become a wasteland. He quickly used a sword technique to stab that person directly with intense light, preventing him from achieving his goal. His light undoubtedly blew away even that person's soul. Hyonrian Yungson, seeing his comrade attacked, stood there with his mouth agape, surprised and speechless. That person, when attacked, couldn't even react and stared blankly at the cut on his waist. Hyonrian Yungson turned his head and asked him, confused and terrified, "You, who on earth are you?" Now he also realized that in the righteous path. He stared intently at him. Yin Miang, like everyone else, only held a dagger in his hand. He thought in disbelief. Could there be such an outstanding figure, a young clan head who appears once in a millennium? His eyes glared at him with disgust and he replied, "There's no need to tell those who are about to die, but I'll make an exception. I am the young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family and the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance." Only then did he widen his eyes and realize that this person was the poisonous sword dragon. But just then a flash of light swept past his face. The moment he knew the truth was the moment he died. Thus in an instant, Yin Miang dealt with both demonic cult members and still calmly asked Yan, "Is your arm all right?" The old man replied politely, "It's fine, the bleeding has stopped and frankly I'm truly impressed." He narrowed his eyes with joy, raised his severed arm and said, "Since you defeated both the left and right emissaries and greatly weakened the demonic cult's power, losing an arm isn't that regrettable." The old man pretended to be optimistic, but he was still sad. "I should have thought more carefully," Yan however encouraged him. "Don't blame yourself too much. Preserving the lives of both grandmasters is far more important." The old man raised his severed arm, and even after losing an arm he seemed even more excited. He clenched his fist and passionately affirmed, "But my spirit will not be broken until I completely eradicate the demonic path." As soon as he heard that, he felt a little less guilty and replied, "Hearing your words makes my resolve even stronger." Inwardly he sighed. Although there was a slight loss, it's truly fortunate to have someone like Grandmaster Yan. The old man turned his head and looked at Hyonrian Yungson's corpse, but since earlier, strange killing intent still hadn't subsided. Usually when life disappears, killing intent also disappears. Now Yin Miang also paid attention, and indeed even in death, killing intent seemed to remain. Saying that, Yan turned around and immediately prepared to act. "Perhaps we should completely eliminate that aura before we leave," he immediately asked. "Can you do it?" The old man narrowed his eyes, raised his severed arm and reassured him. "Shaolin's Buddhist true chi contains the power to purify impure things. Any ordinary evil chi can be easily removed." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down and extended his arm towards that corpse. "Come, let's finish up and go back." Suddenly, Chung Gak Bek Saw appeared and urgently shouted, reminding him, "Kid, stop that old man before he touches that aura. That aura is not coming from the corpse, but from the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge streak of red killing intent shot up. The old man was startled and flinched, his entire body stiffened, and his eyes widened. Now he had no time to react, fortunately. Yin Miang quickly grabbed the old man's shoulder, tilted his body, pushed the old man aside, and himself vigorously slashed with his dagger, saving the old man's life in time. He turned his head worriedly and asked, "Grandmaster, are you all right?" The old man's body fell to the ground and he said, trembling slightly, "Thanks to the alliance leader, I barely survived." Suddenly something startled him and made him turn his head to look behind them. A gigantic red evil chi appeared, its eyes wide open. Looking at that creature, he was confused and asked himself, "Even if I pour out all my internal energy and attack, can I not completely eliminate it?" The old man was also worried. "As soon as I brought Buddhist true chi close to the sword, a disgusting demonic chi swallowed the true chi. This was an immense grudge containing the chi of a Buddha killer." That red figure began to appear, even growing limbs. Yin Miang stood there, looking at it, and asked each other, "What on earth is that?" His eyes were wide open. Yan was just as tense. "Its form is gradually revealing itself." Chung Gak Bek Saw had already recognized it. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand, but now it was clear. He asked it, "Do you know what that is?" That demonic chi was now no different from a monster crawling on the ground, the snake explained. "That is an Imamangryang demonic specter. But it's different from an ordinary Imamangryang. Ordinary Imamangryang's are born from grudges accumulated over a long time, but—" He listened seriously to the snake's words. "That is an Imamangryang artificially created by gathering hundreds, even thousands of grudges and sealing them in a sword." The snake's eyes gleamed, and it seemed to detest that monster very much. "Unless it's a special case like you or the shadowless guest, only Bangsa spirit mediums can control Imamangryang's as familiars. But even such Bangsa are forbidden from forcibly creating Imamangryang's. Yet sometimes there are those who break this taboo and create Imamangryang's by gathering grudges." Yin Miang glanced at him upon hearing that. "Then you mean," it continued, "it seems there's someone in the demonic cult who carries on the lineage of Bangsa." It looked at the ghostly demon with sharp-pointed teeth and several gleaming eyes. "Moreover, that person is a heaven-defying Bangsa who broke the taboo and used all means." Yin Miang held a dagger in his hand and stood facing that monster. The monster with long gaunt limbs crawled on the ground and approached him, hissing from its mouth. Suddenly he launched an attack, and he quickly gripped his dagger and repeatedly slashed the monster. He thought inwardly, "Indeed I feel nothing. Is it because it's an entity made of grudges?" The monster before him was truly terrifying, showing no reaction to his attacks. Moreover, that person is unaffected by physical force. "But will the power he uses be effective?" Suddenly, Chunggak Bek Saw said to him. "It's natural that your attacks have no effect. After all, an Imamangryang is merely a conceptual entity." That fellow looked at him, widened his eyes and asked himself, "Why don't you leave this to me instead?" He was slightly suspicious. Do you have a way?" It chuckled with satisfaction, saying, "You've used me as a tool to replenish your poison chi so often that you seem to have forgotten." The snake began to swell, and a thick mist rose in the surrounding space. "I am an Imamangryang that has lived for over 1,000 years." In the fog, people spoke to each other in confusion. The fog suddenly rolled in. Even Grandmaster Yaon can't see anything. Visibility gradually decreased. The monster stood still, not understanding what was happening. Yin Miang commanded the snake, "Many eyes are watching, so finish it quickly." The snake agreed, sticking out its long tongue. "All right." As soon as it finished speaking, the snake returned to its original form as a colossal white snake. The monster was terrified, standing still with its mouth agape. The snake said, "For a newborn you're quite decent. Although you've surpassed the level of an ordinary Imamangryang." The snake stared threateningly with gleaming eyes. "Still, you're no match for me, not for a being who has cultivated for over 1,000 years. Now you will merely become nourishment to elevate my martial prowess." The monster gasped in alarm, its mouth closing. It was useless to try to escape now. Thus Bexa swallowed it whole in one gulp. The fog cleared and the snake was chewing contentedly. People stared at Yin Miang in astonishment, their mouths agape, asking, "Alliance leader, are you unharmed?" Yin Miang, flustered, replied with a cold sweat, "I am fine. Bexa is feasting happily behind me." Yunhio asked in admiration, "Was that fog just now also the young clan head's ultimate technique?" Yin Miang scratched his face with a laugh. It's much like an ultimate technique," he thought inwardly. "It's probably best to just say that here." Grandmaster Yaon was still reeling from shock. He had always considered himself extraordinary. But today his eyes had truly been opened. But how on earth can those demonic cult bastards create such a thing? In my entire life I have never seen such a terrifying entity. Yin Miang explained seriously, "This is probably not all, so Grandmaster, could you please take everyone in return first?" The two men's eyes widened in surprise. Grandmaster Yaon asked, "Alliance leader, surely you're not thinking of going to the demonic cult's headquarters alone?" Yunhio cried out in alarm. "No, Alliance leader, we've lost key masters like left and right emissaries, so it's better to stop here." Recalling the monster from earlier, Yin Miang explained, "That entity just now was an Imamangryang, and it cannot be harmed by ordinary attacks. But as you saw, even I had to use an ultimate technique, not just sword energy. In fact, it wasn't even my ultimate technique." The fellow listened with wide eyes. Perhaps someone in the demonic cult is forcibly creating Imamangryang's. As soon as he heard this, he was flustered and dumbfounded. If there are large numbers of such entities as we saw today, then the demonic cult's power is indeed still formidable, as the alliance leader fears. Yin Miang continued his words. Yin Miang added, "Moreover, we still haven't uncovered the identity of the little poison demon. If he is truly connected to the Tang family, I must deal with him myself." He spoke seriously to the people. "It may seem dangerous, but I believe now is the opportunity to strike a decisive blow while their main forces are lacking." Yunhio still didn't understand and was sweating profusely, wanting to say something more. But just then, Grandmaster Yaon raised his arm, stopping him. "Very well, Alliance Leader." Grandmaster Yaon quickly interceded, saying to Yin Miang, "Alliance Leader's skill is beyond doubt, but you are the one who must lead the righteous Heaven Alliance. Every action must be taken with caution and prepared for any uncertain situation." Although the alliance leader merely spoke lightly, Yin Miang smiled as he prepared to turn and leave, replying, "Yes, then I shall return with good news." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away. Grandmaster Yaon prevented Yunhio from speaking further, explaining, He wouldn't listen even if I said more, would he? Where would there be anyone in the demonic cult capable of threatening the alliance leader?" The fellow chuckled awkwardly, speechless. Yes, Grandmaster Yaon told them. Let's treat the wounded and return. Yunhyo smiled brightly. But in reality, Grandmaster Yaon was very worried, continually looking in the direction Yin Miang had disappeared. Although I said that, my heart is still uneasy. There's no telling how many extreme demonic masters there are besides the cult leader. It's useless to keep worrying. Instead of doubting, I will wait with faith. From the other side, Yin Miang, flying through the sky, vowed inwardly, I must return safely. Heavenly Demonic Cult Headquarters in Xinjiang. A person walked in. His Excellency, the little poison demon, is entering. His name was Tang Moon Cham. As soon as she saw him, the demon physician So Baekien turned. Congratulations. I hear you've accomplished great deeds on the battlefield. He turned in surprise. Your Excellency, demon physician. She looked at him and laughed mockingly. Now you truly seem like an excellent demon. He stood still, frowning as he listened to her words. The Madak Yang family head also heard this news and was very proud. Ah, should I call you my son now? A few days ago, the day after Tang Moon Cham reached the poisoned body state, the demon physician took him to a person. Greet him. This is the family head of the Madak Yang family. He is supporting the heavenly demonic cult and he will guarantee your status in the future. As soon as he heard, he clasped his hands and bowed his head. I am Tang Moon Cham. Thank you for your care. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man said, No. The old man smiled slyly and placed his hand on his shoulder. Didn't you say you would abandon the Tang family? If so, you can no longer use the Tang surname. I intend to adopt you, so from now on you will live under the name Yang Moon Cham. He did not object and immediately agreed, Yes, father. As soon as the old man heard, he laughed heartily. Haha, yes, I originally had no children, so I'm truly delighted to have such a trustworthy son. Recalling that time, Moon Cham bowed his head to the demon physician and said softly, I am always grateful to the family head for accepting someone as unworthy as me. She merely scoffed. What a trivial answer. She turned and said, Anyway, since you've accomplished such great deeds, the cult leader will surely reward you. Have you thought about what reward you'd like? He frowned and thought deeply. I intend to request lightness skill. I hear Kunlun's lightness skill is very excellent. Next time I want to participate in the pursuit and earn more merit. The demon physician looked at him and said, Lightness skill, huh? Lightness skill is good, but she smiled and asked, Why not choose something more interesting? He didn't understand her words. He turned, slightly surprised. Something more interesting, she explained further. Aren't lightness skills commonly found in the heavenly demonic cult's library? Every word she spoke opened up a new world before his eyes. For example, the true version of the blood reversal demonic art. Moon Cham's eyes widened in surprise. Blood reversal demonic art? He immediately recalled the image of giant muscular people suffering and thought inwardly, From what I heard, it's a technique used when Ma Guangqian's forces invaded the Tang family. It's a demonic art that can explode one's potential and increase one's power severalfold in a short period. He knew a little, but immediately asked the demon physician, But isn't it very dangerous? I heard that if internal energy is depleted, one could lose their life or suffer chi deviation. She looked at him and explained, That's true for ordinary demons, but haven't you cultivated the undying demonic art? She continued to persuade him. Think about it. If the blood reversal demonic art which has death as its price and the undying demonic art which cannot kill you are combined, wouldn't astonishing results appear? She said this in words, but in her heart, she was thinking something else. In fact, I'm only saying that out of curiosity. I just want to see what happens when two opposing martial arts are combined. Flags fluttered in the wind and soldiers were arrayed below. A person approached and said, You were here, strategist. Elder Zugson turned to Wan. I merely came up to reconfirm the troop deployment. The elder replied politely, You've worked hard. Seeing the soldiers gathering firewood and setting up camp below, the two elders conversed. Thanks to the strategist's swift deployment, over 2,000 troops were able to set out in just a few days. Walan suddenly stroked his beard and asked, By the way, have the Alliance leader and Grandmaster Yaon met? Are you referring to the Kunlun figures? Zugson frowned and broke into a cold sweat, slightly flustered. I only hope it's not too late. The elder thought that if the Alliance leader could treat the two Taoists and bring them back to the front lines, he would have a total of 6 Wakyung masters. He continued to calculate. In contrast, Ma Guangqian only has 5 extreme demonic masters, so if we maintain our strength, the pressure will be much less. Until the Alliance leader joins, we must focus on containing Ma Guangqian and preserving our forces, but man's plans are no match for heaven's plans. However, Zugson had no idea. Not only would it take a long time to reunite with Tang Yin Miang, but the Alliance leader would also take an unexpected action. That action would shake heaven and earth at the demonic cult's headquarters. Heavenly demonic cult Tianchen Xinjiang. Moon Cham stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the person before him. That's right, little poison demon, you earn great merit in cooperation with the left and right emissaries. Thanks to you, the invasion of the Central Plains is one step closer. A colossal, muscular, white-haired old man sat in a large chair. He was very dignified, and a thick, murderous aura enveloped him. Since you've earned merit, there will naturally be a suitable reward. Tell me what you desire. At a single glance from the old man, Moon Cham broke into a cold sweat from fear. He thought nervously, It's my first time meeting the cult leader and he's truly different from what I imagined. Although unintentional, the pressure emanating from his demonic chi is truly undeniable. he ultimately decided to request the true version of the blood reversal demonic art, just as he had heard from the demon physician. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was also slightly surprised. He asked again, the true version of the blood reversal demonic art? He put his legs up on the chair in disbelief, lost in thought. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. Then he flopped back in the chair. The true version, huh? He already understood. Surely you, one who has cultivated the undying demonic art, seeking the blood reversal demonic art is no coincidence. You must have heard it from the demon physician. Recalling that fellow, the old man asked him again, do you think that with an undying demonic body, you can ignore the side effects of the blood reversal demonic art? The old man lay in the chair resting his arm, and sneered, yes, that curiosity and playful spirit is the charm of the demon physician. Very well, let's get to the point. At a single word from the old man, Mooncham was startled. The true version of the blood reversal demonic art does not exist. The old man explained everything to him. Originally, the blood reversal demonic art is a technique that circulates demonic chi through blood to explode one's potential. If you, like the undying demon, use all your blood at the cost of your life, that is the true version, Mooncham retorted with a suspicious expression. But what I learned was, the moment he was about to continue, he suddenly stiffened, unable to say anything. His eyes were wide open. An immense pressure overwhelmed him. He was so terrified that his entire body was unable to move. He stood there dumbfounded, sweating all over. Is this the appearance of one who has reached great mastery in the heavenly demonic art, as the demon physician said? The old man still lay there, smiling, and raised his hand to ask, are you confused? Perhaps the fastest way is for you to experience it yourself. As his hand suddenly clenched tightly, Mooncham's entire body writhed in agony as if being crushed. The old man laughed. You easily activated my demonic chi. If I hadn't controlled it well, you probably would have suffered chi deviation. Mooncham was in so much pain that he drooled and cried profusely. His eyes were wide with shock. The old man's voice echoed in his ears, but he was on the verge of death. The heavenly demonic art is the ability to control demonic chi. Upon reaching great mastery, one can control all demonic chi within their range. In other words, the cult leader holds the power over life and death of all demons within the cult. His eyes rolled back and veins protruded all over his body. He strained to listen. However, one person escaped this control. That was the undying demon. Recalling that scene, I tried to activate his demonic chi and make him suffer chi deviation. But his body was unaffected. His potential simply exploded, and he became an uncontrollable undying monster. Mooncham's drool and tears flowed uncontrollably. He was in too much pain. So what happened to the undying demon who became an uncontrollable monster? He had heard from the demon physician that the cult leader had killed him back then. The old man admitted, that's right, I hadn't explained it to her in detail. He used the blood reversal demonic art excessively, drawing out too much potential from the undying demonic art, and ultimately lost control of his regenerative abilities, leading to his own destruction. Mooncham listened with wide, blank eyes. In conclusion, if you cultivate the undying demonic art, you can push the blood reversal demonic art to its extreme. And that is the true version of the blood reversal demonic art. The old man lay back in his chair, resting his arm, and stared directly at him with gleaming eyes. But you won't be able to open all the blood meridians of the blood reversal demonic art alone. If you want to gain power equal to the undying demon, you will have to undergo the process of chi deviation just like him. Mooncham seemed to have grown accustomed to the pain now. He gritted his teeth and laughed. The old man's voice still echoed. You probably haven't reached great mastery in the undying demonic art yet. The only price is a shortened lifespan. Nevertheless, do you still wish to learn it? He knelt and placed his hands on the ground, replying resolutely, yes, what I desire most deeply in my heart is to become stronger and exact revenge upon him. Hatred will overcome all pain. I am willing to sacrifice this life many times over, he glared, gritting his teeth, and affirmed, please bestow upon me the true version of the blood reversal demonic art. At the campsite, Zugson stroked his chin, lost in thought. Strange. He looked at the marked map. In a short period, the martial arts factions of Ma Guangqian's forces, the more he looked the stranger it seemed. Strange, they're not moving. He secretly speculated whether the demon cult master had been injured in the fight with the Sword King. It would be good if it were a serious injury, but if not, just then a person entered shouting loudly, soldiers, this is a serious matter. Before them, Elder Ok Yang, a Wakyong master of the Huishan sect, was exhausted and sweating. Zugson asked, what's wrong, Elder Ok Yang? Why have you come in such a hurry? The elder shouted. News has reached us that Ma Guangqian has made a move, and then, Zugson's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. They attacked Shaolin. At that moment a man named Ma Qianguang stood before the bald monks, holding a sword. One person stepped forward and said, how dare you invade this place? Do you think you can touch Shaolin, which is protected by the imperial family? And do you think you can get away with it? Ma Qianguang showed no fear, rather laughing as he heard the man's grand threats. If you continue to run wild, you will not only be an enemy of the martial world but also an enemy of the state. Disregarding the bald man's words, he asked the person, do you really think so? The bald man, startled, repeated the question. Yes, Ma Qianguang raised his sword. Our noble emperor seems to prioritize practical benefits and safety over belief in Buddhism. This is the reality. All the bald monks were dumbfounded. That is, what is your name? He didn't bother to explain, launching a strike directly, and all those bald men died on the spot with a single slash. After cutting them down, he laughed and said, "Neither the imperial family nor the martial alliance, no force will come to help you." He arrogantly disdained everyone, implying that even if they came it would be useless. After speaking, he turned around. "Starting tonight, no bald man will see the moonlight." The subordinates, led by a man named Sun Miang, all shouted their commands simultaneously. On the other side, Zhuge Sun held a piece of paper with a title written on it. "Guan Yu cannot penetrate." As he read, his entire body shuddered with extreme fear. Could it be that the imperial family has decided to abandon Shaolin? He suddenly turned and shouted, "Okay, Yang, immediately gather the troops. We must go to Shaolin, no matter how late." However, a voice interrupted him. "That cannot be allowed." Elder Walan entered. Zhuge Sun, flustered, asked, "Taoist Walan, who is that next to you?" Seeing him, the elder asked in surprise, "Is that not Sword Venerable who should be at Wudang?" This newcomer was indeed Sword Venerable of Wudang. Elder Song Chung looked seriously at Zhuge Sun and said, "Strategist Zhuge, are you the strategist of this alliance? We absolutely cannot send troops to Shaolin now." Zhuge Sun broke into a cold sweat. "What, is the Righteous Heaven Alliance also giving up on Shaolin?" Song Chung shouted. "Do you think I want this? But Ma Guangqian is not acting alone. Demonic forces have already begun to stir in Shaanxi." Everyone present was startled. "Shaanxi, is he telling them all the news he knows?" "That's right. Among the 3 demonic families loyal to Ma Guangqian, the Hua family of Shaanxi has declared the expedition for the righteous demonic war." On the other side, under a blue sky, white clouds and golden sunlight, a voice echoed, "Finally today has come." A middle-aged woman held a teacup and poured water. She was Hua Yin-jung, the matriarch of the demonic Hua family of Shaanxi. Pouring tea, she said, "The righteous demonic war?" She looked at her son beside her. "While Mu Ryong, the demonic cult's first young master, Mu Ryong, that child has long awaited this day. He said he must achieve great merit to gain his father's favor." Her eyes were cunning and sly. Filled with calculations, she said, "This righteous demonic war will be a battle for the throne among the 3 demonic young masters, which is why I speak with such concern." In front of her sat Kim Ryong, a confidant of Ma Guangqian. He sat there, leisurely sipping tea, listening to her words. "Is my son still the most likely candidate for the successor's position?" He put down his teacup and laughed, replying, "Are you still talking about that? Do you think my support as the Heavenly Lord's right-hand man is still insufficient? Ah, much more approachable. Isn't that natural as a mother? I merely wish for an honest answer," he said to her. "I am satisfied. The first young master possesses the strongest skill among the 3 demonic families' young masters. If he achieves great merit in this expedition, his position as successor will be further solidified." The old woman immediately frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Merit? To what extent?" "Unexpectedly," he replied at once, "annihilating the righteous factions of Shaanxi." She was startled to hear that. Kim Ryong's face was full of cunning. "That's right, completely annihilate the Huashan and Zhongnan sects. If he accomplishes that, the first young master will be the next Heavenly Lord." Ma Guangqian attacked Shaolin, and the imperial family declared that it would not interfere with the martial world situation. Meanwhile, the Hua family of Shaanxi, known as one of the 3 demonic families, held an expedition ceremony. The martial world once again entered a period of chaos. Zhuge Sun read, thinking nervously, "Did all of this really happen in a single day? Where do I even begin to deal with this now?" Thinking of Yin Miang, he was flying at full speed, the elder felt. "Young clan head, no alliance leader, please return quickly." He was in the endless desert, unable to hear the elder's plea. The Righteous Heaven Alliance needs its alliance leader. Around Yin Miang there was nothing but golden sand and giant rocks. Not a single tree or blade of grass, he wondered. Is this the Xinjiang plain? No water, no trees, the driest land I've ever seen. Chungak Bek Sa, perched on his shoulder, replied, "That's right, this is the place called Megan, the Tower of Ultimate Bliss. A forsaken land, almost a land of death." It recalled old stories and told him everything. "In the past, I and the shadowless guest annihilated the evil dragon and earth dragon that occupied this place. The aftermath of that war turned this place into a desert. Whether heavenly dragons or evil dragons, each possessed unique vital energy and controlled the energy of the 5 elements. The Azure Dragon once controlled the vital energy of lightning. There were 5 such roles in total. And the other evil dragons all used one of the 5 elemental attributes. Among them, the Earth Dragon controlled the energy of the earth, absorbing most of this land's vital energy during its battle with the shadowless guest. To prevent this, the Bangsa spread a formation diverting the Earth's energy elsewhere. However, given the nature of the Bangsa's arts, if no one interfered, this formation would surely still be active. Hearing that, he was slightly puzzled. If the Earth Dragon has already been annihilated, isn't there no need to maintain this formation anymore? Then why isn't it being deactivated? Beksaw frowned and replied, "I'm not sure myself, but one of the Bangsa opposed deactivation. They claimed that serious problems related to the survival of the people would arise. It also thought it must have been a Bangsa affiliated with the demonic cult. He was called the heretical Bangsa, and despite being affiliated with the demonic cult, his skill was unfathomably deep. He was by far the best among the Bangsa at that time. Given his cruel expression, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he created this formation alone. So even the other Bangsa and the shadowless guest dared not defy his words. The snake thus revealed everything it knew. but he was not one who followed the path of orthodox Bangsa. Although unknown, he must have harbored other intentions. Unlike other Bangsa who reached a certain rank by performing arts, he gained his abilities by collecting souls and spirits. Through soul absorption, he reached such a high level that he could perform alchemy without incurring any divine retribution. Yin Myung flew swiftly, glancing quietly and saying, in other words, he's someone who has no qualms about using alchemy. If anyone accidentally discovers the formation he set up, they must be extremely careful. Suddenly he sighed and said somewhat teasingly, "Why are you so talkative today? Are you perhaps worried about me?" The snake teased, blushed and shouted angrily, "No, you're the one I should be worried about if you die. My soul will also be bound and follow you in death." The snake was angry, but he laughed cheerfully. There was some truth to that. He couldn't deny it. "All right, that's not wrong, but how vast is this desert anyway?" He kept going, but seeing no end, he eventually stopped and asked himself, "How far does this desert stretch? My strength is a little drained and my steps are slowing now." On the other side, two people were passing through a strange place, one of whom was the demonic cult leader. He glared behind him, displeased, and said, "I warn you again. Be very careful that the distance between me and you does not exceed 3 steps. The one following behind the old man was Moon Chom. He frowned and sweated, thinking inwardly, "How long has it been since I followed the cult leader's footsteps in search of the blood demon art?" The scenery around him was nothing but golden sand, no different from Yin Myung's location. "Just a moment ago I was walking along the edge of the desert, but in an instant the surrounding space changed. Now he and the old man seemed to be walking on a bridge and the surroundings were not clearly visible. He was very curious, but for some reason after a while the scenery around him suddenly transformed. Now I don't even know where I am." Cold sweat ran down his back and he watched everything nervously. "Is this some kind of formation, similar to what I saw in the battle with the young clan head?" Just then, the old man's voice echoed, startling him. "We've arrived." He gaped and looked up to see a colossal gate before his eyes. He stood frozen, muttering weakly, "A gate in the middle of the desert." The old man stood still, glanced at him and replied, "Don't be too surprised." After speaking, he took out a yellow talisman. This talisman was no different from a key. Placed it on the gate and shouted, "2." The colossal gate immediately glowed brightly like fire, slowly opening, and light flashed from within. As the gate opened, it was as if heaven and earth moved, and Moon Chom stumbled, startled, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth and trying to brace himself. Inside the gate there was a blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight, and even a forest. Amidst the peaceful scenery he asked himself, "Is this it?" Passing through the gate, a completely different space appeared. He felt it even more as he looked around this place. Moreover, when he had studied poisons in the Tang family, he had seen countless plants, but here, trees he had never seen before appeared everywhere. The old man led him inside and said, "This is my training ground. Hundreds of years ago the first cult leader created this place to express his will." He laughed, turned around and said, "The authority to open and close this gate belongs only to the bloodline of the first cult leader." In other words, this was a place where no one could interfere and one could train with peace of mind. He specifically instructed, "So, focus on your training here. If you can inherit the left and right protectors and reach the extreme demonic realm, our orthodox path's power will become even stronger." Moon Chom quickly knelt and shouted loudly, "I thank the Supreme Being for his grace." The old man laughed cheerfully. "Good then." His 2 eyes shone, looking ahead and calling out, "Appear." As soon as he spoke, a person appeared. Seeing him, the old man greeted him first. "Long time no see, Bangrok." Unexpectedly, 2 deer-headed figures appeared. One of them also said politely, "I await your command, Supreme Being." When Moon Chom first saw this scene, he stared intently at the 2 deer with curious eyes and asked himself, "That is a deer-shaped mask?" He was so surprised that he just watched their conversation with wide eyes. Bangrok glanced at him and said to the old man, "Then I will assist this person in his training. I obey your command." Seeing that the matter was settled, the old man turned to him and did not forget to instruct, "While you train here, Bangrok will help you with your daily life." The old man had a very serious expression, and with his massive build he asked one last question. "Have you not changed your mind?" This was his last chance to back out. However, he was very stubborn and answered resolutely, "That's right." Seeing that, the old man's eyes glowed purple. "Good. Immediately use the heavenly demonic divine art." The demonic art initiation directly attacked Moon Chom, and without time to prepare, his entire body felt like it was struck by intense lightning. He shed tears of pain and gritted his teeth. "The pain was tearing my body apart. I couldn't even speak. This pain is incomparable to the devil's wrath I experienced recently." His fingers also instantly deformed, and the sight of him opening his mouth wide and screaming in pain was truly chilling. Moon Chom writhed on the ground, his body twisted, unable to get up anymore. He smiled with satisfaction and reassured him, "I believe you can endure it, like the undying demon. I wish you good results." He placed his finger on the yellow talisman and shouted, "Ooh." The old man then stepped out of the gate, and Moon Chom's twisted body endured the pain inside. On the other side, Yin Myung and Baek Saw looked at each other with wide eyes and asked, "What is this? Could it be here?" Beneath the ground they saw a colossal formation. This was a formation to seal the Dragon King. Baek Saw recognized it. This was a very powerful formation created to annihilate the Dragon King dynasty, and he felt an abnormal aura emanating from beneath this formation. The snake also saw it. It laughed and asked, "Brother, can't you feel it too?" Beneath the formation, black smoke covered everything, and there must be at least hundreds, even thousands of demons here. The snake could see them. Trapped within the formation, glowing eyes peered out. It turned and said, "Brother, surely they're not collecting the residual energy of the earth dragon, are they? This is probably also a scheme of the heretical ones." It said to him, "They consider demons as subordinates, a means to elevate their own rank and stop at nothing." Yin Myung listened to those words and pondered deeply. "Thousands, that's more than I expected, truly beyond imagination. I probably need to deal with these guys first before confronting the demonic cult." Thinking of the multi-eyed monster he had encountered earlier, he felt, "But if those guys also cannot be dealt with by physical force, it will be truly difficult to counter them." However, contrary to his worries, Beck saw on his shoulder had an extremely excited expression. The creature happily thought that if it absorbed all of this, its power would greatly increase. He was speechless. As he expected, the snake sharply changed direction, but before he could finish speaking, he cut it off. "Perhaps I should go there," the snake asked again, puzzled. Are you really going to do that?" He replied, "I don't know much about demons, and I don't know much about those creatures either." He even asked the snake first, "You would be more suitable to deal with that one. With your skill, there should be no difficulty, right?" Snake was a little flustered. "That's true, but I didn't expect you to agree so easily." "Then it's good for both of us," he readily agreed. "All right, I'm quite exhausted right now. Having crossed the vast desert, both my physical and internal energy are depleted. I need a place to recover my energy for about a day before fighting the demonic cult. I will allow you to manifest. Deal with it quickly and return." The snake, as if it had been waiting for these words, happily replied, "Understood." As soon as it finished speaking, the snake transformed into its colossal form. The snake's eyes were shining. "If possible, head north towards the border and there will be a village. Then I'm off." Yin Myung nodded. The snake burrowed directly into the formation underground. Inside, countless yellow talismans were plastered all over the space. The monster's ears perked up hearing a sound, and it immediately became wary. What's happening? It clearly felt a powerful aura approaching this way. It was Bex's aura, but the monster asked itself again, "Master, isn't this the aura of a demon?" Its eyes glowed yellow, extremely vigilant. "Intruder. An intruder has appeared." It was a colossal wolf, and it raised its head and looked up. The place it guarded was the Dragon King's ceiling formation. It was the Simixan Palace, and it constantly reminded itself in its mind, no matter who the opponent is, intruders must be eliminated. As soon as Bexa descended, it felt a strange sensation. The scenery inside was too different from what it had expected. A forest beneath the desert. Had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth been sealed within the formation all this time? It also saw a bottomless pit. What is this deep pit? The underground was dark and colossal. Bexa flew low, peering into the pit and asking itself, "Numerous energies are gathered here. Are demons and ghosts sealed here?" Its eyes gleamed, and it flicked its tongue, thinking happily, "If I can absorb these, my cultivation will greatly improve." Suddenly, it was startled and its eyes widened. Something black was springing straight up from below. It was extremely vigilant, thinking, "Someone is approaching." Bexa bent its body at the mouth of the pit and stared intently at it. Its claws were enormous, and it stomped hard on the ground. As soon as it saw Bexa, it threatened, "How dare you set foot in this place? I don't know how you found this place," but the wolf, with multiple eyes and sharp teeth, opened its mouth wide and howled. All intruders must be eliminated. As soon as Bexa saw it, it immediately felt that this creature possessed a high-grade aura. Suddenly, the wolf's ferocious appearance vanished. "Wait, you look somewhat familiar." Bexa stared intently at him, saying nothing. The wolf asked again, "Aren't you Chung-Gak Bexa, the subordinate of the shadowless guest? You even called out my name accurately." The snake asked in surprise. "You know me," the wolf admitted. "Yes, I saw you during the shadowless guest's rampant days. I thought you would have turned to ash since he died. To think you're still alive, how dare you who are merely his tool set foot here alone? What are your intentions?" His provocative words really angered the snake. Bex's eyes glowed fiercely, and it snarled in an angry voice, "Tool!" As soon as it finished speaking, it flew up like lightning and coiled around the wolf's neck. "How dare a mere gatekeeper of a paltry subordinate faction attack him first?" It snarled, tightening its grip around the wolf's neck. "How dare you call me a tool?" Elsewhere, in a village northeast of the Extreme Bliss Tower, heavenly demonic cult, Xinjiang. Looking at this place, Yin Myung thought inwardly, indeed, just as Chung-Gak said, there's a village at the edge. To think people live near a desert. He sat cross-legged in the room, meditating and thinking. Though humble, it's fortunate to have a place to rest. Is Chung-Gak doing well with its task? He closed his eyes, recalling the demonic specter he had encountered earlier, and reassured himself, "For now, I've left it to that creature. But soon I will have to face demons and specters again. I can't rely on it forever." He knew well that the essence of a demonic specter was the accumulation of resentment. "If I can infuse a deeper will into my sword than resentment." As he concentrated on his thoughts, a voice from outside said, "Sir, your meal is ready." It was an old man. As soon as he saw him, he was annoyed. "If my memory serves me, I told you not to disturb me during meditation." The old man's voice trembled as he apologized in fear. This humble one briefly forgot." Seeing him, he sighed and forgave him. "Very well, just leave it." He listened to the old man's words. "Yes then." The old man walked a few steps and then turned back to ask, "Do you need someone to attend to you tonight?" Before he could finish speaking, he said to himself, "No, you won't. I apologize. The old man changed his attitude so quickly because he saw Yin Miang staring at him with a murderous glint in his eyes. He was very displeased. The old man's excessive enthusiasm made him suspicious. When I first set foot here, I merely politely requested a place to stay for the night. From the moment I stepped in, I felt something strange. Could they have mistaken me for a young master of a demonic cult family? Is that why all the villagers bow their heads to me and carefully observe my actions? No matter how I think about it, I don't understand. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Anyway, there's no need for me to reveal that I'm from the Central Plains, so I'll just act according to the situation, but their hospitality is becoming excessively lavish, which is bothering me. As he finished speaking and sat for a moment, another disturbing sound was heard. Sir, are you there? As soon as he heard that, his face darkened with annoyance. They won't give me a moment to think. He turned around with an angry expression. What is it this time? But before him was not the old man from earlier, but an unfamiliar young man. He immediately asked, Who are you? The young man replied honestly. I recognized you from the moment you entered the gate, sir. Are you not from the Tang family? As he spoke accurately, Yin Miang merely looked at him without answering. His name was Zhang Chanil. He was a warrior from an unorthodox faction during the time the Huxa Alliance dominated Sichuan. One day, while Zhang Chanil was away from home, a Huxa Alliance official disgraced his wife, and unable to bear the humiliation, she took her own life. Enraged, Zhang Chanil avenged his wife, but this act led to a warrant for his arrest throughout Sichuan under the Huxa Alliance's name, forcing him to flee to Xinjiang. Now, seeing Yin Miang, he began to recount his circumstances. I have a young daughter, but I couldn't bring her with me due to the warrant. If the warrant is withdrawn, I want to go back and find my child. That's why I came here, hoping for news about the situation in Sichuan. Yin Miang, upon hearing his words, was no longer angry. He told him the truth. I don't know where you were active, but Sichuan's unorthodox factions, along with the Huxa Alliance, have all been purged. Your warrant is probably no longer valid. As soon as he heard this news, Zhang Chanil was startled, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, and he shouted roughly, The Huxa Alliance has been purged. You mean someone defeated them? He immediately intended to reply, The one who did that is I, the young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family, the sword god. But even as he thought that, he felt somewhat embarrassed. If I say that, things will get more complicated, so I'll just keep quiet about it. The man, overjoyed by this good news, wept uncontrollably. He merely replied, I heard some master stepped forward. He knelt on the ground, continuously bowing his head. Thank you for the news. Now I can go back and find my daughter. Yin Miang took the opportunity to ask him, By the way, seeing the situation in this village, it doesn't seem very prosperous. Why are you treating me so lavishly? Is there a reason? Zhang Chanil suddenly became serious. He guessed it was probably due to the elixir. He began to tell Yin Miang about the strange happenings related to the village. They say it's medicine distributed by the heavenly demonic cult. It helps people forget their sorrows. The more wealth they offer, the more they receive. But the people of Gotuk village have nothing to offer, so they only receive the minimum amount. He recalled the sight of some skeletal figures convulsing whenever the effects of the medicine wore off. The problem is that the elixir is too potent and highly addictive, so once addicted, it's almost impossible to escape. He sat and listened to his words. Everyone probably thinks you're a high-ranking young master of the cult, so they're trying to curry favor to get more elixir. In this barren land, cult members sometimes appear for similar reasons. These things are truly unexpected. He listened and thought inwardly. Although this place is beyond the control of the imperial family and the martial alliance, how dare they distribute such an addictive drug to civilians? Zhang Chanil was still saying, Anyway, if you continue to pretend to be a cult young master. When suddenly a loud bell rang, he was startled and turned around, and Yin Miang also immediately became vigilant and asked, Wait, what's that sound? Someone was frantically ringing a bell outside the village gate. It was a bell to signal danger in the village. Seeing it ring continuously like this, he immediately knew that bandits were coming. Indeed, a group of people were riding horses from a distance, looking ferocious and arrogant. Hearing him, he was slightly suspicious. Strange. To appear precisely on the day I'm staying here, when he was still not planning to do anything, an urgent voice came from outside. Sir, are you inside? The village chief rushed over frantically. The chief pointed towards the village gate and said, Sir, did you hear the village's warning bell? About 50 bandits are heading this way right now. Suddenly, the young man asked in surprise, Chanil, why are you here? Zhang Chanil turned to him and remained silent. He leaned on his hand and continued to reply. I called him because I had something to ask, but wait. Bandits? The chief was sweating profusely, his voice filled with worry. Yes, we have prepared a shelter for such situations. Will you take refuge with us? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Miang glared at the chief with an angry face. His eyes gleamed and he said in a growling voice, Chief, do you truly see me as someone who needs to hide from ordinary bandits? The chief was so scared that he hastily explained, No, but you look so terrifying, sir. He told the chief to immediately bring the bandits here. Outside the village gate, the bandits had already arrived. Yin Miang and the villagers also stood at the gate. The bandit leader glared straight at him and shouted loudly, The one standing in the middle, you're not a villager. Where are you from? He did not answer, merely glared at him, and the surrounding villagers all trembled in fear. He recalled Zhang Chanil's advice earlier. Sir, if you have to fight bandits, introduce yourself as a member of the Matic Yang family. He asked again, The Madok family, Jang Chunil explained. They are a family within the cult that specializes in the study of poisons. Even if you use poison, no one will suspect you. He listened and felt a sense of familiarity, thinking, indeed the demonic cult also has families similar to the Tang family. Seeing that he had good intentions, he chuckled lightly and replied, yes, I will keep that in mind. So now he also replied to the bandit leader, this young master is from the Madok family. The leader was startled and slightly suspicious. The Madok family, for a renowned family like that to come all the way to this desolate place, he even demanded, if that's truly the case, show me the elixir. Wouldn't a member of the Madok family always carry elixirs? Yin Miang calmly complied. He opened his chest, preparing to retrieve something. There's no other way. The bandit leader, seeing his action, laughed maniacally. He calculated in his head, the Madok family, isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity if I take this guy hostage and force the cult to hand over countless elixirs? Suddenly a sound came from behind him. In an instant, all of his subordinates fell from their horses. They fell in surprise from the sudden attack, and not a single one survived. Even the horses didn't understand what was happening. The bandit leader, seeing this sight, was so scared that he froze. What is this? He stood there, looking at them and smiled. How strange. The chief was sweating profusely, his face pale. His voice echoed in their ears. I clearly said I needed to regulate my chi and recover, but there were constantly those disturbing me, and now even bandits have come. The chief flinched upon hearing his words, especially when his eyes gleamed, piercingly staring at the bandit leader. Who is it? Who leaked my whereabouts? If you don't want to experience the agony of your intestines twisting, you'd best answer. The bandit leader's face turned ashen, and he sweated profusely, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to speak for a while. The villagers also all looked on in bewilderment. Jang Chunil thought inwardly, those bandits, they fell without even knowing what happened. Was that the sir's doing? I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but he's truly amazing. The bandit leader's face darkened, and having no other choice, he confessed, I didn't originally intend to go this far. Hearing his words, Yin Miang was slightly intrigued, thinking he was about to display his moves. Oh, so you were hiding your true power all along. As he thought that, the bandit leader leapt off his horse, knelt on the ground, bowed his head and shouted loudly, please spare my life. If you spare us, we will etch this kindness in our bones and repay it with our lives. We will do anything. He sighed and stood there listening to his words. As you surmise, sir, we came here under orders. The one who gave us the information was none other than. Everyone was startled. The one he pointed to was none other than the old man, and he even called out the village chief's name accurately. The villagers all whispered amongst themselves, the chief, no way, that's impossible. It's truly hard to believe. The chief's face turned pale. The old man continued to be stubborn, pointing at the bandit leader and cursing him. It's a conspiracy, a frame-up. How dare I do such a thing to the esteemed lord? Kill this fellow so he can't spout any more fabricated lies. The bandit leader didn't back down, angrily revealing everything that had happened before. You cunning old man, didn't you instigate us, telling us that a greenhorn young master had arrived here, and that we should kill him and seize his property and elixirs? The two argued with each other, and he, looking at Yin Miang, spoke honestly. My lord, the village chief and I were originally in close contact, and in this way we cheated and plundered countless sect members. He exposed both of their methods. The village chief would inform us about caravans or merchants passing through the village, and we would plunder all their goods. Then we would share a portion of the profits. If that wealth had been used to buy food and supplies, this village would have escaped poverty long ago. He even pointed with his finger to provide evidence, saying, if you don't believe me, search the village chief's house. It will surely be full of treasures. At this point, the old man could no longer retort and loudly shrieked in indignation. Yin Miang Jia, you really? His voice echoed coldly, cutting off the old man's words, and he asked just one question. Village chief, is this true? The villagers also gathered, criticizing him. Elder, you clearly knew the village's plight, yet how could you act so cruelly? Everyone shouted angrily. So you've been deceiving us all this time? Was it also because of you that the bandits killed the young guards last time? Dozens of people surrounded and cursed the old man, who despite his wrongdoing shed tears as if unfairly accused, but no one forgave him any longer. As village chief, how could you stoop to such dirty deeds? He ignored the old man's weak protests. No, you've all misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. Quickly, a needle flew like lightning from his palm. The old man brazenly claimed that to survive here, sometimes such methods were the only way. But the needle had already accurately struck his head, and he died instantly. The one who did this was Yin Miang, and even after killing the old man, he cursed him as a terrible fellow. Now, upon closer inspection of his corpse, the bandit leader realized that the feather needle was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Ah, so that's what took down my subordinates. Suddenly he began to sweat profusely, gritting his teeth in confusion. But wait, did the Madok family ever use feather needles? He asked in a trembling, bewildered voice. Wait, could it be that you are? He stared intently at him, thinking, as far as I know, the only person in this world who can use poison-coated feather needles is. He could no longer restrain himself and asked him directly, are you truly a member of the Madok family? He posed the question, but before he could finish speaking, a needle accurately struck his head and he died instantly. He was literally the type to bring trouble upon himself with his mouth. And Yin Miang coldly complimented, you're more perceptive than you look. But it would have been better to pretend you didn't know about that. To expose me in front of everyone, what a foolish thing to do. Night deepened and conversation leaked from the old shack. The bandits' words were indeed true. Several people exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the gold ingots inside the village chief's house. So much treasure hidden here, this much would be enough for all the villagers to relocate and settle elsewhere. Yan Miang, putting on his outer garment, told Zhang Chanil with apparent disinterest, "Distribute all this wealth to everyone as you see fit. I have somewhere to go." Upon hearing this, he looked at him in surprise. "What? But aren't you the one who defeated the bandits, my lord? How could this money catch his eye?" He vaguely replied, "I don't need it. Such things are simply useless on my path." Inwardly he chuckled. The gold he had taken from the Hooksa Alliance fortress alone was 10 times this amount, so there was no need to take their share. Seeing the villagers packing their belongings in the middle of the night, he was a little surprised. "Are all the villagers leaving?" He replied, "Yes, now that the Hooksa Alliance is gone, wouldn't it be better to buy land in the Central Plains and farm?" Zhang Chanil smiled broadly. "Thanks to you, my lord, thanks to you I can also go back and find my daughter." He suddenly handed him a small pouch and said, "Take this." He handed it to him and explained, "You might encounter other bandit groups on your journey, so this will be useful." It contained poison and feather needles. He took the pouch, his mouth agape in surprise and gratitude as he listened to him. "This poison is dangerous even with a slight touch, so be very careful when using it." His voice trembled and he seemed not to know how to express his gratitude. As he was about to leave, suddenly asked curiously, "Ah, my lord, are you perhaps from the Sichuan Tang family?" He no longer concealed it. "That's right, I am Tang Yin Miang, the young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family." Upon hearing those words he was startled and stood blankly on the spot, confused. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. "I thought he was an extraordinary person, but to think he's the Tang family's young clan head." Just then, Yin Miang suddenly thought of Chung Gak Bek Sa. But that fellow still hasn't returned. A slight worry arose in his heart. He confidently took on the task, so what on earth happened? He left the village and looked up at the full moon in the night sky, muttering to himself, "I guess there's no choice, I'll have to go check on it myself." Something violently slammed into the ground, and upon closer inspection it was the battle between Beksa and the guardian wolf. In an instant the snake defeated the wolf, and Chung Gak was gradually losing its reason. There is a spiritual connection between a master and a familiar. It allows their minds to communicate as if they were one. But there was a dangerous side effect that Tang Yin Miang and Chung Gak were completely unaware of. If the distance between the master and the familiar becomes too great, the familiar loses its sanity. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the reverse wind dragon formation, in the demonic Emperor's Valley, higher-grade Imamangriangs were sealed. Several demonic specters simultaneously looked up at the sky. They sensed the death of Simix and Jian, the guardian wolf that oversaw the demonic Emperor's Valley. Immediately after, they sensed a colossal aura pouring down on them from above. An insane, unfamiliar entity spreading poison chi everywhere charged down. It was Chung Gak Bek Sa. The lower-grade Imamangriangs below were instantly annihilated just by being brushed by the poison chi spread by that entity. Clearly, as long as it existed, it was only a matter of time before they were all annihilated. In this situation, the only best choice they had was to tear at each other, devour their own kind, and accumulate power, hoping to raise their grade even a little. An unprecedented fierce battle ensued, and this was a golden opportunity for them. A gigantic toad devoured other smaller ones. It was Manhwa, a higher-grade Imamangriang. After swallowing, it flicked its long tongue. Before it could even digest, a fist accurately struck its face. Get lost! A red-eyed horse attacked the toad even more powerfully. It even spat out curses. How dare a lowly creature be allowed to raise its grade? It raised its head to the sky and thought, could Simix and Jian really be dead? How strong is that snake anyway? This horse was Hukiran, a higher-grade Imamangriang. It knew now was not the time to be thinking such things. This was an opportunity to escape, just as it devoured the toad and was calculating to devour the others. Just as it was about to deal with the remaining ones in order to raise its grade, another one appeared. It was a large tiger. It looked down at Giran from above and said, "Stop, that's my prey." Giran, this fierce-looking tiger, was Chungin Huho, a higher-grade Imamangriang. It threatened Giran, "Just hand over that toad and step back. Do so and I will grant you a peaceful death." Giran did not yield at all. Instead it provoked, "If you have the skill, then try it, you cat." As the two argued, curses echoed, "You cowards." A fierce explosion erupted from underground, and rocks flew like lightning, shattering into pieces. The tiger and Giran were both astonished and terrified. They simultaneously shouted, "No way!" From underground a whale burst through the rocks, colossal, with numerous sharp teeth. It was Tanju-Eo, the supreme ruler among ghosts and Imamangriang. The tiger immediately became wary. It bared its teeth and glared, knowing inwardly that the gap in cultivation was too vast to even measure. How could such a being have been sealed at the bottom of the demonic Emperor's Valley? Tanju-Eo was a being born from the endless terror of the abyss. It possessed a grade that transcended all limits, on par with its own bloodline. Countless masters sealed it with countless talismans and incantations, but they could only barely contain it. It was stronger than Simix and Jian, and it was a being that should not have been left in the reverse wind dragon formation. Left with no choice, the first heretical Bangsa had to seal it in the deepest part of the demonic Emperor's Valley. At the time of sealing, as long as Simics and Jian existed, it could not escape. The numerous eyes of the monsters glowed brightly. Its voice was excited and joyful, but the time of waiting is finally over. Now it's time to leave this place. It opened its mouth wide and let out a great roar. Seal me, and with that cunning spell, from that day on, all humans in the world will be devoured. Chunggak Bek Sa, who was charging down, also suddenly felt something strange. The tiger and Hyukgiren were both terrified to the point of madness. What is this overwhelming sensation? I can't even move my body. The sky outside the black hole was still peaceful, but suddenly it exploded and shattered. All the monsters looked up at the sky. Confused, they asked if it was the aftermath of that strange roar. The fissure was so large that they could see the sky above the demonic Emperor's valley. All the monsters shouted and looked up, excited. Just overcome that colossal monster and the poison-spitting snake. But before it could finish speaking, Hyukgiren reminded it. Chung and Huho, look around. Thousands of blue flames flickered on the cliff, and it knew that the residual resentment of the lower-grade Imamangriangs was fully present where Tanju Eo had swept through. If I can absorb those, wouldn't my cultivation greatly increase? Stared intently at the top and said to the tiger, instead of fighting each other, how about we split and absorb them and then leave this place together? What do you think? The tiger glanced sideways and did not refuse. I don't like this, but there's no other way. Let's unite for now. Chunggak Bek Sa climbed the cliff, and Tanju Eo also charged up. It bared its sharp teeth and its eyes flashed. I sense an unusual level of cultivation. It looked at the snake and asked, did you kill Simics and Jian? Even a fellow like you is worth devouring. As soon as it finished speaking, it charged fiercely, opening its mouth wide. Chunggak Bek Sa was now no different from a squirming insect. Tanju Yeo's sharp scream echoed loudly. I will devour you and shatter this world. There was another seal above the sky. Snap! That seal was instantly split in two. The snake was startled, spun around and looked at Tanju Eo, and Tanju Eo also widened its eyes in surprise. Immediately after Tanju Eo left, the Imamangriangs were still fighting fiercely, frantically seizing each other's cultivation. Several higher-grade entities sensed the anomaly in the sky. They were terrified and cried out, what's going on? The sky was split in two. Tanju Eo was also confused. Has the sky created by the reverse wind dragon formation been torn? It gaped and asked itself, has even a formation strong enough to contain a dragon been destroyed? It immediately thought of the master of that formation. Could he still be alive? A person appeared through the crack in the sky. It was Yin Miang. Tanju Eo also discovered him, and no longer arrogant, it stared intently. Oh, he's coming, the heretical Bangsa who sealed me. But after clearly seeing Yin Miang, it immediately changed its words. No, it's not him. Contrary to Tanju Yeo's expectations, the one who tore through the sky was the young clan head of the Sichuan Tang family, the poisonous sword dragon. A dagger was clutched tightly in his hand, and he asked, what, it's not over yet? He glared at the insane snake and warned, how long are you going to be lazy? Chunggak, a Geo Danio, poked its head out from the mouth of the pit, looking somewhat expectant. Hesitation constantly arose. What kind of spell is this? No, wait, the formation wasn't destroyed, rather it expanded. The Geo Danio muttered to itself, no need to bother breaking the ceiling. With this kid we can easily escape. Yin Miang observed blankly and asked, what on earth is that fellow on the opposite side? Chunggak opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp teeth. As the young master brought his arm close, it slowly absorbed it. I'll think about that later. Come back, Chunggak. Just then a loud shout came from behind. Hey, you there? The Geo Danio accurately called his name, and its eyes slanted, observing him. Yin Miang thought blankly, is that colossal fish talking to me? Indeed it was. The fish reminded the young master to expand the formation. It's too small like this, I can't pass through. The width of the formation was indeed not suited for the body of this colossal fish. Yin Miang asked again, you want me? It affirmed. Yes, expand it like before. If you do that, I will no longer interfere with your business, he replied with displeasure in his heart. That's not difficult, but I really don't like your tone. What if I refuse? The Geo Danio growled in dissatisfaction. You will regret it. Listen to me. The formation has opened. This is our chance to escape. A smacking sound was heard. This colossal fish vehemently clamored for the kid to be killed, and then they would leave this place together. He looked at the attacking monsters and replied contemptuously, that fish is all brawn and no brains, truly a strange fellow. At least a few thousand, so will my training be meaningless? He still stood confidently, waiting for the enemies to attack, and even in this crisis he was still lost in thought. If so, I'll have to test the technique I developed to deal with these demons. Yin Miang swiftly picked up his weapon, gripping it tightly. He poured his strength into the weapon with both hands and glared menacingly forward. Amidst the swirling beasts, Yin Miang stood with an indifferent expression, holding the lethal weapon. The Geo Danio felt a slight wariness as it approached Yin Miang. An immense pressure. It's not him, but his sword that has accumulated tremendous internal energy. During the battle, Yin Miang poured all his concentration into rapidly rotating his mind. Not yet. To end it in one blow, it has to be precise. My master said this technique attacks the opponent's mind. It was created to counter martial arts and sorcery, based on the principle of vibration. In other words, it can damage the soul. If I can combine it with power-breaking chi to create shockwaves, even ghosts won't be able to stop it. The Geo Danio's two eyes couldn't comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding. What is this? What is he doing? Did he throw a dagger? More precisely, an invisible-looking dagger flew forward mercilessly and furiously. The divine speed, the Geo Danio froze, its nose tingling. Yin Miang declared that the sword technique would gather the shockwaves into one and amplify their power with force chi spreading the shockwaves. The protagonist's blow seemed to shake the colossal fish's brain. The dagger plunged deep without an inch of hesitation. The huge fish's two eyes widened and burst, and its shell slowly cracked from the penetrating power combined with light. The crack widened on both sides through that gap. The Geodanio threw its body out but still groaned in disbelief. How can this be? I endured for decades, finally freed, only to die so easily? No matter how much it complained. Yin Miang was the absolute victor. The atmosphere fell silent at the protagonist's calm gaze as his opponent sank. When he turned his concern to Chung Gak, the groaning continued. Chung Gak, wake up, Chung Gak, wake up now. Chung Gak opened its mouth wide upon hearing that sound. Yin Miang, why are you here? It looked around in confusion. Wait, where did the monsters from below go? Indeed, the monsters were no longer there, but blue resentment continued to envelop the surroundings. Its eyes also widened in incomprehension. Why is there so much resentment? Did Yin Miang deal with them all while I was unconscious? Yin Miang said. You who were so confident were unconscious to the point of not even knowing I was here. What on earth happened? Chung Gak replied. I fought the guy guarding this place, but for some reason, I fainted as soon as the battle began. I'm sorry. Yin Miang breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right as long as you're not hurt. Let's go. We've been here too long. Chung Gak, not satisfied, shouted. Wait, let me absorb these resentments before we go. If I absorb them, I will. Yin Miang lowered his voice and reminded him. I used a quarter of my internal energy to deal with these guys, and you're going to waste time absorbing resentments. I don't want to stay here any longer. Aren't you ashamed? Why are you staring like that? Do you think being cute will work? Chung Gak said. Then I'll give you something else. I'll teach you a secret art. The myriad heavenly flower rain. As soon as Yin Miang heard this name, he recalled a magnificent scene. Yin Miang asked Chung Gak again, how do you know that secret art? Chung Gak recounted. Before the shadowless guest sealed me in the jar, he taught me the myriad heavenly flower rain secret art. The shadowless guest told me, if someone releases you, teach them the myriad heavenly flower rain and become their familiar, serving them with all your heart. Even if you don't want to, it's the only way you'll survive. And I was trapped in that jar for 1,000 years, the protagonist said with slightly surprised eyes. So you became a familiar after all, just as my ancestor said. But why didn't you tell me about that secret art earlier? Tears welled up in Chung Gak's eyes. I wanted to gain my freedom with it. I didn't want to live as a tool forever, and I didn't want to be trapped in a jar for the next generation, but I'll accept my fate. I'll continue to help you. So just this once, Yin Miang asked again, how long will it take? Chung Gak was startled. How you're agreeing? Yin Miang sighed tiredly. I wish I had just told you to absorb the resentment quickly rather than listen to your boring story. Chung Gak rushed off. It won't take long, just a moment. An hour will be enough. As the resentments appeared right before it, Chung Gak happily began to absorb them. With each absorbed resentment, Chung Gak's body grew larger and longer. The protagonist watched Chung Gak's movements carefully and said, it's a little late, but you've helped me a lot, and I don't think of you as a tool. Chung Gak said gratefully, thank you. Chung Gak's body seemed to have changed. Yin Miang stared with surprised eyes. Chung Gak's scales are turning black. Not only Chung Gak's scales, but its entire body turned black. It moved, having finished its task. I've absorbed enough, there's no need to stay here any longer, let's go. Yin Miang was slightly puzzled. Since your scales have turned black, should I call you Chung Gak now or Huxa? Chung Gak urged. My horn is still the same color, just call me Chung Gak. Thank you for agreeing, Tang Yin Miang, I will never forget this kindness. Chung Gak recalled. In my previous life, I was a demon that absorbed vitality and spread suffering. The shadowless guest captured me and along with other Bangsa created a Jingo. Not poison or venomous insects, but a demon harboring extreme poison. More than 100 demons were trapped together, and we had to eat each other to survive, and I was the last one alive, becoming a Jingo. Since then, my appearance changed as I absorbed resentment, and I came to be called Chung Gak Bek Sa. Yin Miang listened and marveled. Like a martial artist who has reached the Wakyung realm, Chung Gak nodded. Roughly yes, but it's a little different. Demonic cultivation is inherently a heaven-defying existence. More precisely, it's like a devil cultivator who rapidly improves their skill by cultivating demonic arts. Devil cultivators are called extreme demonic when they reach the highest realm. Yin Miang's eyes widened in realization. I didn't feel you were as evil as an extreme demonic. Perhaps it's because you absorbed resentment, Chung Gak affirmed. Yes, the more resentment I absorb, the purer I become. Do you know what you're called when you surpass the extreme demonic realm? A red intense aura and an unknown spiritual energy filled the surroundings. Chung Gak explained. They transcend demonhood and become pure and noble beings. Yin Miang paused for a moment upon hearing that. If I let you continue to absorb resentment, will you break the connection with your familiar and escape? Then I shouldn't let you absorb any more resentment. Chung Gak stood right next to the protagonist and asked, hey, didn't you promise not to think that? The mental connection cannot be broken just because your power grows stronger. Even if it could, I no longer wish to break my connection with you. So let's go. You said there's still a lot to do. Yin Miang sighed. In the end, Yin Miang carried Chung Gak on his shoulder and looked ahead. How I wasted time because of you. I hope I can return in a day. This desert is truly tiresome. However, after only a few steps, the protagonist noticed something very abnormal ahead. Chung Gak asked curiously, what's wrong? A village? Yin Miang nodded. Yes, it's where I rested after entering the reverse wind dragon formation. The protagonist looked around puzzled. I clearly heard that all the villagers had relocated. Why do I still feel the presence of living people? A servant cried out in fear. Sir, you've returned, the protagonist replied. Chanil, why are you still here? Chanil waved his hand, flustered. This is not the time for such talk. The villagers continued to point behind them. The protagonist, led by an ominous premonition, followed. After running for a while, Yan Miang froze at the sight he beheld. All the villagers lay dead on the ground, Chanil explained. After you left, sir, they started foaming at the mouth and groaning in pain. The young ones were lucky to survive, but the elderly and children. The protagonist was truly puzzled. What's the cause? There must be a reason, Chanil speculated. I think it's due to the side effects of the divine pill. The scene shifted to before Yan Miang left the village, where he wondered, what is this, a divine pill? I found it in the village chief's house. Most of the villagers took the divine pill, in other words, they were all poisoned. Sir, I hope you can help. The protagonist was lost in thought with a sad expression. So the villagers really had poison in their bodies. I thought it was due to food shortages in the desert. At that moment, Yan Miang commanded, it's a small matter, gather them all. At that time, the protagonist had absorbed the toxins with his poison-breaking blue ray, so why were there side effects? Chung Gok muttered beside him. That divine pill is truly wicked. The toxin isn't strong. It only causes hallucinations and doesn't kill, but detoxifying it will cause greater problems. What if their numb senses suddenly return? They'll have to endure pain they never felt before. They'll feel a burning pain with even a slight touch. Either they die from the poison or they die from the side effects after detoxification. Who created such a wicked thing? Chung Gak looked at the protagonist's face and was terrified. This guy, I've never seen such an expression on him. The protagonist approached the corpse, took out a handkerchief and looked at the face of the poisoned villager. He was speechless and froze. I just wanted to help them. Yan Myung's hand closed the corpse's eyes and he agonized inwardly, but I ended up causing their death. He calmly commanded, Chanil, take the survivors to the Tang family's medical pavilion in Sichuan and show the divine pill to Tang Yijian. Yijian will find a detoxification method. Yijian will find a detoxification method. Immediately, Yan Miang quickly moved into the air. Chanil stood there staring blankly. The protagonist thought inwardly. The place where the demonic cult studies poisons is called the Matic Yang family. When I arrive at the demonic cult headquarters, I should eliminate the Matic Yang family first. The scene shifted to the Matic Yang family, a renowned family of the heavenly demonic cult in Xinjiang. Inside, the sounds of poison concoction resounded loudly. Not enough poison wood toxin. Get more. Who's in charge of this? The Tongqiancho hasn't been processed yet. Focus. Don't you know the value of this divine pill? The family head is coming. New recruits, quickly get more ingredients. Heavy footsteps grew closer. The family head is here. A subordinate bowed his head. Welcome, family head. The family head replied with a bright expression. You've worked hard. Are there no problems with the divine pill concoction? Yes, thanks to your concern, family head. Upon hearing the flattery, the family head bared his teeth and laughed. This old poison family head, all talk and flattery but not bad recently. Only good things have happened. Demand for divine pills continues to grow and I have the cult leader's trust. Moreover, my adopted son, Moon Cham, achieved great merit. Who would have thought he'd defeat two Wakyung masters? Although our influence is still weaker than the families with left and right protectors, if he continues to achieve merits, our Matic Yang family will become the strongest family in the demonic cult, a subordinate cautiously asked. But Moon Cham, no, is young master all right? The family head bared his teeth and laughed again. The young master is being personally taught by the cult leader. The cult leader is very satisfied with his achievements. Why are you asking about Moon Cham? The subordinate replied. It's fine if he's all right, but the young master hasn't taken his nirvanic pills for a long time. The nirvanic pill is an analgesic and sensory inhibitor. It's similar to other medicines but with a few altered ingredients. The divine pill is a miniature version of the nirvanic pill. The family head was displeased upon hearing that. Moon Cham can't endure the pain without the nirvanic pills. Then the reason I adopted him was also. He perhaps find a way to replace the nirvanic pills, or the family head's eyes gleamed. I need to meet with the demon physician and discuss this matter. What's that sound? An earthquake. Just then an urgent report arrived. It's a disaster. An intruder has appeared. At this news the old family head's face turned pale with fear. The sound of massive footsteps, clearly the protagonist's footsteps. The family head shouted, Who is it? Who has intruded? After a moment the old man looked around. The bloody, desolate scene sent shivers down his spine. All the guards are dead, Yan Miang said. I've been looking for you since morning. You Matic Yang family, creators of divine pills who torment the common people. Are you the family head of the Matic Yang family? The old family head's eyes were filled with fear, unaware of what was about to happen. The protagonist declared war on the enemy with a murderous aura. The old family head asked the protagonist, What did you just say? You came to meet us? The old man muttered to himself again. The character Zheng is carved on his clothes, isn't he? From the Righteous Heaven Alliance? Righteous faction fellows should be in the Central Plains. Why are they here? Yan Miang questioned the wicked. You poisoned the people living in this barren land, impoverished their lives and sucked their blood and marrow. I have come here to eliminate you. The family head scoffed in anger. What are you saying? That's truly absurd. All the people of Xinjiang belong to our cult. Who are you from the Central Plains dare interfere? Moreover, the power over life and death of the people of Xinjiang belongs entirely to our cult. To the cult leader, by what right do you say you're eliminating our family? Our family has caused no harm to the Central Plains. Wasn't everyone fighting a war with Kunlun in Qinghai to enter the Central Plains and establish a demonic path empire? In that process, the divine pill would also play a significant role for our cult, for if one takes just a single pill, they will always be dependent on it, ultimately forced to submit to the demonic cult. Yin Miang swung his short sword and declared, I will absolutely not tolerate that vile thing spreading across the Central Plains. As the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, the Matic Yang family head gnashed his teeth and roared. The alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, could it be him? Yin Miang launched his attack with fierce momentum. Poisonous sword dragon, Tang Yin Miang. Although the Central Plains and Xinjiang are far apart, rumors spread wide. The news that the Huxa alliance leader who dominated Sichuan was defeated by the Tang family's poisonous sword dragon spread even to Xinjiang, and that very poisonous sword dragon established the Righteous Heaven Alliance, a new righteous faction coalition in Sichuan. Despite a series of shocking rumors, Xinjiang remained completely unshaken. This was because Ma Guangqian, the young cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult, had personally stepped forward. They believed that no matter how strong the Central Plains righteous factions were, they would not immediately affect Xinjiang. But why is he here? Wait, if he's here, does that mean he didn't even meet the cult's left and right emissaries? Yin Miang replied, left and right emissaries? Ah, those old men, they're all dead. Demonic cult masters murdered my people. There's no reason for me to spare their lives. Sweat poured down the old family head's face. Yin Miang said with a displeased, resolute tone, no more questions. Even if you stall for time, the outcome won't change. He sensed an abnormally large amount of demonic chi approaching, heading for reinforcements. The old family head threatened Yin Miang. How dare you cause trouble in our cult's territory? You must have thought other families would send aid. How dare you invade this place alone? You have immense guts. To kill the cult's Guangming left emissary and Guangming right emissary, you're playing too dangerous a game. You must have taken a wrong turn and haven't met them yet. I will make this place your tomb. Red poison chi continuously erupted around Yin Miang. He observed it, thinking, poison, it's useless against me, but this time it's too strange. My body is turning black. Even the short sword in his hand could no longer move. Cheng Gak asked in surprise, what's wrong with you? Are you poisoned? Thanks to the poison-breaking blue ray, he's immune to all poisons, so surely not. The old family head chuckled heartily and declared, that is the Pianwan Nirvanic pill. It's an analgesic concocted by our family. You're from the Sichuan Tang family, so you should know it well, right? Pianwan isn't a poison. It's a completely harmless medicinal pill. Rather, it merely increases sensitivity during internal energy circulation, causing the user to feel dizzy. The old family head looked around, delighted. Heavenly demonic cult elites, you've arrived, these elites said as soon as they landed. Family head Yang, we heard the commotion and came to assist. Leave the rest to us. More and more people gathered, their momentum fierce, as if to devour Yin Miang alive. They all surrounded Yin Miang without a gap. The old family head gaped and shouted, thank you very much for coming despite your busy schedule. I've just held off the intruder. Everyone recognized Yin Miang and was astonished. The alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance? Why is the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance here? Isn't he busy fighting Ma Guangqian's forces? The old family head declared with a twisted face. Whatever the reason, he admitted his identity himself. We just need to capture him and confirm. Before you arrived, I made him inhale the fumes of Pianwan. Originally, Pianwan is a pain-suppressing medicine, but if inhaled in a completely healthy state, his senses will be confused. A strike flew towards Yin Miang's eyes. They attacked covertly, shouting, this is our chance. Everyone charged, though attacked. Yin Miang calmly gave a meaningful smile. They all attacked Yin Miang at once but couldn't touch a single hair on him and froze in surprise. What, he's gone? Look up, look up. Yin Miang used a technique to leap high, completely creating distance from his opponents. The old family head gnashed his teeth, realizing, could it be that he can calm his confused senses from the Pianwan and still execute martial arts? Yin Miang thought inwardly, it doesn't matter if it's poison or medicine. Thanks to the eye of temporal flow, the range of observing chi flow has increased severalfold. Now, just by imagining it in my mind, I can directly execute martial arts. Sensing everything, Yin Miang displayed impressive movements. Amazingly, he could move like that in midair. Yin Miang not only moved like that but also impressively launched countless needles. After fixing the feather needles in midair with true chi, following the flow of chi clearly visible in the eye of temporal flow, he fired the needles like a whirlwind. Those rebels could only stare in bewilderment. Unbelievable, he's gone mad. Feather needle 4 rings. This technique executed by Yin Miang emitted dense spiritual energy, and needles crisscrossed pouring down. It covered the entire space, trapping the enemies, and though they tried to escape, it was futile. The old family head was gripped by fear. What on earth is happening? It's like a rain of death is pouring down. Yin Miang still declared confidently, I came here to annihilate you. I never imagined you would offer me such an opportunity. The old family head still didn't understand what Yin Miang meant by opportunity. Who on earth are you? Yin Miang had already secured victory and muttered, is it time to finish this? A few facts were revealed. This divine pill leads people to a world without pain, but if abused it makes the senses excessively sensitive, damaging the nervous system. but no matter how good a medicine is, if it exceeds its permissible limits, it inevitably becomes a poison. The poison-breaking blue ray absorbed the excess portions of the Pianwan, adjusting its effects to the maximum extent Yin Miang could handle. As a result, the effect on Yin Miang was an increased mental fortitude, granting him a clearer mind than ever before. In other words, it had a kind of stimulant effect, a truly peculiar experience. I could even feel the power of my past life. The old family head's face twisted as he groaned. Unbelievable, no one has ever overcome the side effects of Pianwan. How can this be? Yin Miang declared to himself. If no one has before, we'll find out if I try now. Yin Miang swung his sword stroke by stroke with confident movements, his eyes resolute as if ready to face anything. I am simply the first person to overcome the side effects. The old family head growled, formulating a plan in his mind. I can't die like this. Though I don't have the cult leader's permission, there's no other way. He clenched his fists and roared, and red energy surged ferociously. Suddenly he moved with astonishing speed. I won't let you get away with this. Yin Miang's demeanor remained calm, and he muttered inwardly, if I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll get it again. He looked at the hostile old man, analyzing him. Flow of power seen by the eye of temporal flow is absolutely not an illusion. The flows and trajectories that existed in the world. Now I understand. In my past life I endlessly swung my sword until I earned the dragon's name of Sword God, and I collected those trajectories. He injected true qi into those flows, instantly executing a technique following the trajectories. Instantly, Yin Miang's two techniques and the old man's countless techniques appeared simultaneously. However, Yin Miang gained the upper hand, and the old man couldn't even approach him. The old man was gripped by fear, realizing that attacks appeared even without him swinging his sword. The old man's body was shattered into pieces, covered in blood. Yin Miang's technique spread even wider, completely destroying the current landscape. The surrounding stones and earth couldn't withstand the force and exploded in all directions. It was an astonishingly gruesome sight. The once flourishing landscape had completely vanished, leaving only smoke and dust. Chung Gak observed from Yin Miang's shoulder. To wipe out a whole family with a single technique? You truly leave me speechless. The aftershock swept away all traces of life, so there's no need to leave anything to gather information, right? Yin Miang shook his head. There's no reason to leave any lingering problems. Moreover, I don't need to gather information. I sense a colossal aura from beyond the Tianshan Mountains. It must be where the demonic cult leader is. The scenery gradually darkened. The white-haired old man's face darkened as he pondered deeply. It's too late. The left and right emissaries said they would pursue the Gangdong and Kunlun factions, but it seems they're too late. I thought they would arrive in time before the little poison demon was sealed in the formation, but could reinforcements have arrived? Even so, there aren't many in the Central Plains capable of facing those two. The Namging family head of Anhui isn't there. At best, only Yaon of Shaolin. Even if he came directly to Xinjiang, there's no need to worry. I have sealed fiends and ghosts and imbued the right emissary's sword with the qi of a Buddha killer. So no matter how powerful Buddha's true qi is, it will be useless against him. But if they are so late, what on earth could have happened? The demonic qi emanating from the Matic Yang family suddenly vanished completely. A woman rushed over to report, Cult leader, it's serious. An intruder has appeared. The Matic Yang family head, calm down, Mayui. I've already sensed it. You retreat to a safe place. If the Matic Yang family is not the end, they will surely come here. Anyone who dares to provoke us, our cult will make him regret it. The scene shifted to a forest. The white-haired man scolded himself, shouting. He felt deep anger in his heart. How much time has passed to still not be accustomed to this wild demonic qi? I'm enduring with my regenerative ability, but I'm also reaching my limit. My body is still holding on, but my mind has already collapsed. If this continues, I'll become a fool. I can't let that happen. I can never break until I kill Tang Yin Miang with my own hands. No matter how much I endure this pain, it doesn't matter. Since I'll regenerate anyway, I'll abandon my body to the pain. I must use this uncontrollable demonic qi, rather than being consumed by it. I will use this surging demonic qi to break through the Ren and Du meridians and shatter the gate of life and death. That's the only way to escape this pain. I will become an extreme demonic master. To kill him, I need at least that level. I will stake everything. This man's face suddenly flared red. Red energy exploded like waves from him, but its power and dissipation gradually weakened. He felt no pain. Rather, his mind cleared and he felt a sense of liberation. This man frowned, clenched his arms and sensed demonic steel qi. I really reached the extreme demonic realm. Based on this assumption, he looked around and hurriedly said, Bangrok, Bangrok. Bangrok appeared, trudging. Did you call? How long have I been here? Half a month has passed. This man smirked upon hearing that. To reach the extreme demonic realm in just half a month? Good. I'll continue to grow stronger and surely take my revenge. So is this the poison qi from my body? The surroundings are devastated. First, I should put on some clothes and go meet the cult leader. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and looked up at the sky. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. I've never seen the weather change here before. Bangrok, what on earth is happening? Bangrok explained. The master of 10,000 demons is descending. The white-haired man was puzzled. Is the cult leader coming personally? The cult leader merely governs the demons of this land, not the master of 10,000 demons. He is called by many titles, but there is only one unique title that truly describes him, Heavenly Demonic Lord. The white-haired man didn't understand what on earth was happening. The Heavenly Demonic Lord? Are you saying there's another being with authority in the demonic path besides the cult leader? At that, Bangrok immediately knelt and did not answer the question. The white-haired man still discerned, thinking Bangrok is someone who didn't even kneel before the cult leader, yet he's ignoring my question and kneeling. A truly powerful figure is approaching. Is he a being comparable to a god? The closer he came, the clearer it felt. This pressure far surpassed the demonic chi he felt from the cult leader. The cult leader said calmly, "White-haired one, raise your head." The white-haired one took a hit from the cult leader and recoiled. The cult leader said that one who cultivates demonic arts should naturally bow their head and show respect when facing a venerable being of the demonic path. Though struck, the white-haired one still thought resolutely, "It doesn't hurt. Perhaps it's because I cultivated the undying body upon reaching the extreme demonic realm. And having reached this realm now I can realize this. This being is a non-existent existence. Even if killed and revived 1,000 times, not a single scratch would remain. Even after becoming an extreme demonic master, am I completely powerless?" The cult leader added. "Bangrok, there's a worm not of the Yin family bloodline in the space I created?" The white-haired one stubbornly insisted. "I am the disciple of cult leader Hyunmin, master of 10,000 demons," the old cult leader replied contemptuously. "Disciple? Can such a lowly person also be a disciple? Those beast-like things." The cult leader stared piercingly at the white-haired one's position. "The white-haired one's body is strange and peculiar. Did your cultivated demonic art make it that way? But that gaze is truly irritating. Is it perhaps because you can regenerate even if your head is severed?" The white-haired one bowed his head, pleading. "I, Yang Mooncham, the little poison demon, a devotee of the divine cult, greet the supreme demonic path, the master of 10,000 demons," the cult leader said mockingly. "HMPH, to dare address me so presumptuously, without even knowing its meaning, but what can be done? I cannot scold every foolish person. I will magnanimously overlook it." The myriad demon's hand parried the basic trajectory, and a black aura enveloped the white-haired man. Indeed, his demonic art focused on physical regeneration. A strange technique not seen even in my era. It is merely a low-grade demonic spell born of the fear of death. In fact, if I seize control of your demonic chi, your immortality will surely vanish. However, for a lowly creature like you to possess the power to draw me this far, although not of the Yin family lineage, your resentment is worth examining. Myriad Demon's feet slowly landed on the ground. "Then I shall test you. The root of the resentment you harbor." The cult leader calmed the white-haired man and said, "Do not fear, I am merely peering into your mind. You have swallowed extreme poison, even your blood carries poison chi. The immortal body and poisonous body are combined. Your infinite desire within has created your current self. Sichuan Tang family, is he his descendant? I truly didn't expect this." The myriad demons chuckled. "This too is an arrangement of fate. It was an enlightenment originally meant for the Yin family lineage, but his absence here is also a consequence. You are truly fortunate. Your aptitude cannot escape the demonic path, so I shall bestow upon you a drop of my spiritual blood. From this moment, even if your body is torn into 1,000 pieces, you will become an immortal being who does not die from vital energy. Strive your best." The myriad demon's finger pointed directly at the white-haired man's brain, and from there, a golden light brightly illuminated the sky. The gate closed surprisingly quietly, but then slowly. Pieces of the gate began to detach and fall away, no longer in place. The white-haired man had already been sent flying to a new land. Haha, damn it, what just happened? He suddenly realized. What? 2 powerful auras are emanating from the Tianshan Mountains. Did that just make my chi senses more acute? One is the cult leader's demonic chi and the other is somewhat familiar. Could it be? The heavenly demonic cult's predecessor was the Ming cult, a force gathered under the Yin family's previous cult leader. He was acclaimed as the greatest spiritual medium under heaven. Contrary to popular perception, they championed the righteous path and prioritized the welfare of the people. In particular, among their devotees was one who later became an emperor. The sect's prestige soared daily, seemingly piercing the heavens. If it continued like this, it was only a matter of time before it became the state religion of a nation. The cult leader of the state religion, the Ming cult, who dreamed of great glory, eventually had to confront his own imprudence. It was due to the betrayal of the emperor who had once been his devotee. Emperor Tao, fearing that the Ming cult's power would surpass that of the imperial family, mobilized all national resources to eradicate the Ming cult. The cult leader, filled with rage at the loss of his comrades and resentment over the betrayal, was blinded by vengeance and personally performed the forbidden art he had strictly prohibited. This was the first reverse heaven spiritual medium, and the reason they could no longer remain in the Central Plains. It was also why the heavenly demonic cult had to establish its base in the desolate land of Xinjiang. The world only knows this much. The ancestor settling in Xinjiang was a new method for elevating his realm. It wasn't a technique or forbidden art related to demons or ghosts, but a path to transcend limits. Faith. Merely becoming an object of human faith could elevate one's realm. If one accumulated enough power, they could transcend the human sphere and become a god. The ancestor, whose plans were ruined by the emperor, did not know the current situation of the Central Plains, so he began recruiting devotees in Xinjiang. He tried to establish a new faith. However, the faith of the Xinjiang commoners was still too narrow, so he had to advance to the vast Central Plains. If only that breakthrough could be achieved, nothing would be difficult thereafter. All the accumulated demons and ghosts would be unleashed to plunge the central plains into chaos, turning it into a cauldron of turmoil. The one who controlled the demons and specters would be seen as the savior of the world. Then he would be worshipped as a true god. To create a foothold for advancing into the central plains, my son, Zhangja, established Ma Guangqian and gradually weakened the forces of the central plains. The cult leader now believed that only the Gangdong and Kunlun factions needed to be eliminated. Demonic rule over the world was imminent. What kind of bizarre situation is this? The cult leader asked the protagonist. Are you saying that the esteemed alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance has come all the way here alone this early in the morning to annihilate the demonic path? Yin Miang replied, having seen sufficient reason to destroy you on my way here, there's no reason to delay further. I will send you to the underworld just like your left and right emissaries. The cult leader wondered. Did those two really fall? Yin Miang raised his dagger and declared, any scoundrel only suspects first. Very well, I'll let you experience it directly. A deadly strike flew forth. The protagonist briefly reflected during the battle. He thought that as he was facing the demonic cult leader he wouldn't easily be subdued. He merely stood still and blocked the attack without suffering a single scratch. Chunggak wondered, judging by the demonic chi and talismans emanating from him, he's definitely a reverse heaven spiritual medium, so be careful. His fighting style is completely different from the martial artists we've faced before. The protagonist calmed himself, thinking, this was something I would have to face in the Central Plains soon anyway, it has merely arrived a little earlier. Upon careful consideration, this is also a good thing. The cult leader said with great momentum, I will show you the fighting style of a spiritual medium. The white-haired elder chanted an invocation. My three-headed eagle, he stood beside him, looking ahead with a serious expression. Indeed, as soon as the invocation ended, the three-headed eagle appeared, flapping its wings, its sharp talons raking the sky. Yin Miang, sword in hand, looked up at the three-headed eagle. Chunggak, standing beside him, cried out in surprise, a three-headed eagle to take such a demonic beast as a familiar? It seems to be no less skilled than I am now. The three heads gave instructions to their master. The white-haired elder beside them affirmed, yes, it is a demonic beast, although not an orthodox spiritual medium, he controls it as if wielding divine power. Three-headed eagle, capture that snake. The three heads, receiving the command, roared in response, as you command. Chunggak rushed forward with great momentum, instructing Yin Miang, you focus on that spiritual medium, I'll handle that three-headed bird. Thus Chunggak charged directly to confront the three-headed eagle. Yin Miang looked at Chunggak and thought, that Chunggak fellow seems to be testing its newly upgraded power, it should be fine at that level. The white-haired elder declared, since you are originally a member of the Tang family, you know that is Chunggak Beksa, but how has it now transformed into a black snake? His arm simultaneously held out a piece of paper. However, since you've brought such a demonic beast, I too must get serious. Yin Miang thought with a look of disgust, is something else going to appear? But nothing happened. Suddenly a colossal explosion illuminated the sky. Yin Miang was held by another person's hand. His eyes turned ashen as he looked around, trying to discern who was blocking him. The horned figure held him tightly and declared, I will absolutely not allow harm to come to my master. After speaking, he raised his arm high, ready to send Yin Miang flying. A swift flying strike caused a plume of smoke to rise and fragments to scatter everywhere. Chunggak watched the situation, saying worriedly, Yin Miang, that three-headed bird attacked Chunggak and threatened him. Do you think you have time to be distracted? The three-headed colossal foot pressed Chunggak to the ground. With an arrogant tone it said, don't act presumptuously, stay where you are. Chunggak writhed in pain, unable to get up. Damn it, the white-haired elder's eyes gleamed. The Ghost King is the most powerful demonic beast I possess, a guardian technique of the cult passed down through the Yin family lineage. Consider it an honor. For hundreds of years you are the first to witness this being directly. Ghost King, finish him. Hearing this, the Ghost King roared in declaration, as you command. The Ghost King raised its colossal sword high, baring its teeth, and with a pained expression brought the sword down. As the blade sliced the sky, the ground seemed to shake and split in two. Chunggak cried out, Yin Miang. Hearing this, the Ghost King instructed Chunggak, that one over there seems to still have some leeway. Focus on your own battle, Chunggak. Yin Miang faced the Ghost King directly but remained confident and unshaken. The white-haired elder was slightly surprised by Yin Miang. To block the Ghost King's attack, the protagonist gradually developed some questions during the battle. Upon testing, I understand. He is a being composed of thousands of spells artificially created and moreover belongs to a high-grade spell. The optimal way to dispel all those spells is indeed through ripples. However, the attack range is too wide, potentially harming Chunggak. Therefore, if I compress the ripple's range to the extreme, the protagonist rushed directly to the opponent's position and continuously unleashed the ripple one-point consecutive strike technique. The Ghost King suddenly cried out in surprise. Arg! The white-haired elder recoiled in fear. What is this? He clearly didn't use a magical art, yet the Ghost King's body is wounded. Who on earth could create such a person? He turned his gaze and looked over there. Even the three-headed eagle is regaining its strength after seeing its master's safety. The Ghost King was instantly riddled with numerous holes in its body by the protagonist. The white-haired elder's mouth twitched. I never thought this day would come. The Ghost King is completely subdued. the protagonist declared with even greater confidence. Even the most powerful demonic beast is nothing special. Do you have any other trump cards? The white-haired elder couldn't answer immediately, his mind in turmoil. After a long moment he spoke again. It's truly astonishing that you defeated the Ghost King. However, he thought he had missed his chance and threw out a vulgar taunt. You're still far from it. Did you think I would just watch while you fought the Ghost King? Yin Miang observed this elder even more carefully, but he vanished in an instant. It wasn't a movement technique. His aura completely disappeared. Where is he? Just then a painful scream was heard. Chung Gak's body was being sealed by that elder's talisman. Yin Miang suddenly realized, I still can't sense his aura. Is it due to his spell? Moreover, to subdue Chung Gak with a single talisman. The white-haired elder scolded the three-headed eagle while casting his spell. Not only did you fail to capture it, but you got caught yourself. Truly disgraceful. The three-headed eagle, the three-headed one, said cautiously. I apologize, master, the elder said in a low voice. Tisk tisk, truly useless. If you die, my reputation will be greatly damaged. Just retreat. This loss is not small, but if I can make you my familiar, that too would be quite valuable. Chung Gak Beksa. Chung Gak quickly protested. Don't speak as if you know me so well. The elder still stubbornly said, I know. My ancestor helped your master, the shadowless guest, capture the Earth Dragon. When you think about it, you too are indebted to our sect. Chung Gak refused and continued to argue. To harbor resentment for generations over something that happened 1,000 years ago, what a ridiculous family nonsense. If you truly wish to make me your familiar, why don't you worry about that child behind you first? Just then, as the protagonist approached the white-haired elder, the elder's hand still tightly clutched the talisman. Yin Miang gripped his sword tightly and quickly charged to slash. However, he felt something strange. There was no sensation of cutting. Where did that coffin appear from? No, more importantly, did my swordsmanship get blocked by a coffin? The coffin didn't block the attack. From within the coffin, I sensed the auras of masters strong enough to block my sword, the white-haired elder said. Earlier you asked if I had another trump card, didn't you? The Ghost King was indeed the most powerful demonic beast, but not the final trump card. I didn't want to use this card easily, but those fellows are wakyang. Extreme demonic masters have existed since the Ancestors' era, each renowned as the best of their time. A total of 30, they are my strongest card. Yin Miang saw the technique the white-haired elder was performing. It was a spell that simultaneously summoned Jiangshi corpses made from the sealed bodies of past masters. Extreme demonic soul-returning great art, the white-haired elder said. This is a full-scale attack from over 30 masters. Although they are corpses, even I who cast this spell find it difficult to control their movements. Corpses appeared. Red eyes slowly opened, and its figure rushed towards the protagonist very quickly. Yin Miang still calmly judged, too fast. As the corpse drew closest, I drew my family's sword and swung it, splitting the corpse in two. The current situation was very chaotic, and stones flew and scattered everywhere. The protagonist flew into the air, escaping all effects. Yin Miang's eyes still carefully observed below, and he moved as the sound echoed. Indeed, the corpses gathered in increasing numbers. Continued to swing the sword in his hand. A single fist flew directly towards 3 corpses, illuminating them as if causing an earthquake. Yin Miang still sensed the overflowing power of those corpses, but he very quickly sent them flying far away with a single kick. Just then, Yin Miang returned to check where this corpse had gone and was startled. They still retained their original strength, and in their hands were colossal weapons and numerous spikes. As soon as he sensed danger, Yin Miang leaped out of the affected area and struck down one of the pursuing corpses with a sword. When the corpse was cut by the sword, it remained still for a moment, then attacked again, spattering blood. Yin Miang thought, it counterattacks without flinching even when its limbs are severed. Does it not feel pain? Of course, the living would not be like that. In this standoff, our protagonist decided, then I should use Yin Miang's hand to hold the corpse's face, preventing it from moving. He said, you are already dead. Do not bother me further. Following this, the protagonist performed the poison-breaking stance. The corpse in his hand gradually disappeared into thin air. The white-haired old man admonished Chung Gak, the 5 elements hex of Jinju. No matter how high-grade a demon or specter, once bound by this hex, it cannot escape on its own. Give up and meekly become my familiar. I will make good use of you. Chung Gak retorted directly to the old man. If you can make me your familiar, try it. Aren't you saying this because you can do nothing but bind me? Besides, aren't you busy controlling the Jiangshi? Jiangshi cannot breathe, yet they use internal energy. Aren't you using your internal energy? The white-haired old man chuckled inwardly. You seem to know a little about Jiangshi arts, but that is no simple Jiangshi art. Summoning spells that bind souls to bodies are not inherently difficult. However, if the body and soul belong to different people, there's a repulsive reaction, and if they belong to the same person, they resist the spellcaster. But our previous ancestor found a way to shatter the soul's reason. Jiangshi created that way, obey commands without delicate control. Chung Gak retorted, to force the fate of a slave upon people even after death, what terrifying beings they are. But even so, they can't breathe, can they? The white-haired old man forced a smile and said, yes, you are right, but our sect has continuously researched and finally found a method. It is soul absorption, that is, absorbing another's demonic chi and storing it in the soul. Chung Gak was surprised. That's possible, according to the old man. We collected the bones of 3 malevolent spirits who were slain by Sword Ghost in the past, and we found the soul absorption ability in their souls and imprinted it upon these souls. In other words, if we regularly supply demonic chi to living lower-grade demons, they can use their martial arts from their living days without my control. Chung-gak cursed unpleasantly. You madman, you show no respect for the living or the dead. The white-haired old man said, It's surprising for a demon or specter born from resentment to feel emotions about such things. It is an honor for the living or the dead to dedicate themselves to our sect. It seems you have no intention of willingly becoming my familiar. Then I have no choice but to forcefully extract the blood spirit snake. The old man's hand delved deep into Chung-gak's body. Chung-gak moaned unpleasantly. Ah, grr. The old man's hand went deeper and deeper into Chung-gak's head. The white-haired old man asked with a voice full of pleasure, How does it feel to have the blood spirit snake forcefully extracted? I haven't even really started yet. If you surrender now, it's not too late. Blood spirit snake? None? Impossible. Is it really bound to that Tang family brat? That Tang family fellow wouldn't easily break the blood spirit snake connection. It would be much better than leaving a threat to your destruction, Chung-gak declared, based on its trust in its master. HMPH, do you think you can easily defeat him? The white-haired old man nodded and replied, I must admit his skill is truly astonishing, but no matter how strong, internal energy cannot be infinite. How long can he last alone against beings who never tire? On the other hand, Yin Miang thought, it's not easy. Even if their limbs are severed, they still move, so their numbers essentially don't decrease. Moreover, these dead ones unleash protective internal energy to block sword strikes. Truly kill them, I'll need to destroy their heads or hearts. Killing them one by one is too exhausting to deal with 30 of them. And if I try to use a large-scale technique to annihilate them all at once, I get ambushed from blind spots. It's not a conscious combined attack, but their instinctive assaults are truly annoying. If I try to overwhelm them with internal energy alone, the aftermath of opening all my meridians will be very troublesome. Ultimately, the only way is to use large area techniques without showing any openings. Is there no other method? This situation made Yin Miang truly curious. The protagonist suddenly heard Chung-gak's voice. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. Yin Miang asked in surprise, Chung-gak, is that you? Chung-gak replied, I'm talking to you through the blood spirit snake. There's no time, so listen carefully. Everything you've learned, accumulated and believed in, everything you see, your life and will, fill the sky with them. If you cannot bear it, you will surely collapse. Suddenly a fierce attack poured down on the Jiangxi's location. Here, Chung-gak was still struggling against the white-haired old man's hand. The old man smiled brightly and said, It's finally over, isn't it? Anyway, you held out quite long for an alliance leader. However, the old man was even more surprised by the sight before his eyes. The Jiangxi were stained dark black in the face of death. As attacks imbued with cruel spiritual energy poured in, the white-haired old man could only helplessly watch as the corpses he controlled shattered into pieces. Yin Miang smiled triumphantly, Fill the sky with everything I see, so that was its meaning. A woman once said that the original name of myriad heavenly flower rain was just myriad heaven. The sight of thousands and tens of thousands of internal energy-piercing enemies and blood gushing out was like a rain of crimson flowers, hence the word flower ron was added later. In Yu Gil's Sun, the Huxa Alliance leader's book, there was a passage that said all martial arts conceal the principles of martial arts within their names. My master always used to say, any martial art, if its essence can be imbued into a sword, is swordsmanship. But I focused only on the form and intricacy of the martial art created by the shadowless guest. Ultimately, I had lost the original intent. Yin Miang thought inwardly, Ultimately, the essence is not hidden weapons, but to imbue all of one's life's martial arts into a single technique and transform that belief into internal energy. Even if I use the dual focus and follow the same flow, what I see will surely be different from what Ancestor Shadowless Guest saw. Ancestor Shadowless Guest saw the paths of hidden weapons he had practiced his whole life, but I see the trajectories of the sword I have wielded from my past life until now. If I imbue all of myself into those trajectories, that is myriad heaven. Flower Ron does not suit me. I will make myriad heavenly bloom in my own way. A series of powerful techniques appeared, and the power of the sword technique Myriad Heaven swallowed everything around it. Our protagonist confronted the white-haired old man with violent techniques. The sword technique Myriad Heaven. The blue sky was strangely peaceful, but soon it was dyed with green spiritual energy. The protagonist's sword strikes continuously flashed and the corpses' limbs detached from their bodies. The white-haired old man looked up in fear. The protective internal energy of extreme demonic masters torn so easily, is that the Tang family's ultimate technique? Myriad heavenly flower rain? Chung-gak observed the situation and exclaimed in admiration, It's the technique of the shadowless guest whom I detest to my core, but every time I see it I'm mesmerized. Our protagonist predicted the situation and said, 3 still remain, moving even amidst this horrific technique. They must have been extraordinary masters in life. You surely did not wish for such a fate, then I shall send you off peacefully. Yin Miang's 2 hands slowly rose to grasp his senses, and a series of powerful techniques poured forth. Myriad swords, 1,000 techniques. Myriad blooms. The white-haired old man screamed in fear, No, it's dangerous. A beam of light appeared and poured into the center of the battle, and the fierce clash created ruins. Yin Miang's eyes looked down with a slight surprise. In his ears the voice clearly said, Thank you, I am finally free. Yin Miang was stunned for a moment upon hearing those words, then turned his gaze elsewhere. He reached out his arm and called Chung-gak. Chung-gak quickly returned to its master's side. Our protagonist did not forget to mock, to charge valiantly only to be miserably beaten and return. What a loss of face, this is humiliating, Chung-gak retorted. If it weren't for him I would have won, truly. Yin Miang said to Chung-gak, But if you hadn't conveyed the myriad heavenly flower rain chant to me then that battle would have lasted longer. That credit is yours, Chunggak. As soon as Chunggak heard those words, its face filled with pride. The protagonist quickly changed his tone and said, "But how much better it would have been if you had told me before the fight." Chunggak also sighed helplessly. This fellow, if I'm polite for even a moment, he'll be like that again. The surroundings had truly turned into fine dust. No matter how you looked at it, it was an immense power. An unusual sound suddenly reached the protagonist's ears. From the debris behind, the white-haired old man struggled to crawl out. Our protagonist turned his head and said, "To still be alive, as expected of the demonic cult leader, but it seems you have no more cards to play. Wouldn't it be better to just be buried under that pile of stones?" the white-haired old man shouted in an angry voice. "Silence, all of this is the foundation for our grand plan to enter the Central Plains. You destroyed everything. Do you think I'll hide behind those stones in fear? I will never forgive you." The old man quickly performed a summoning spell. Azure Armored Ghost. The protagonist saw the white-haired old man in the distance strengthening his power, preparing to fight. And the old man swiftly performed a technique that flew directly towards Yin Miang's location. The light was so intense that the protagonist had to cover his face with his hand. The white-haired old man spoke as he fought. "These types of specters originally have no power of their own, but when the spellcaster directly wears them they can unleash their true power. With this I will send you to hell." The white-haired old man strengthened his power and the blue internal energy grew darker and darker. The ground and stones cracked and scattered everywhere. The old man roared and declared, "For the future of our sect I will surely kill you here. Prepare yourself, righteous Heaven Alliance leader." On this side, Yin Miang calmly prepared his sword in his hand, and the old man, wielding a large sword, quickly charged and struck down hard. The clash between sword and earth caused vibrations. The surrounding ground and stones cracked. The white-haired old man's body was covered in talismanic characters, resolute in his determination to eliminate Yin Miang. The old man's sword swings did not stop. From left to right, wherever the sword swung, stones cracked. The old man sprang up from the ground again, losing his form, and aggressively approached the protagonist. Yin Miang remained very calm, engaging in direct combat with his gaze. The techniques came out without stopping. Ripple 1 point. Consecutive strike. The white-haired old man's shouting face suddenly turned silent. Yin Miang asked himself in surprise. Regeneration. The current situation truly made the protagonist curious, and he observed him closely with his gaze. The white-haired old man suddenly charged and swung his sword, and our protagonist also quickly blocked the attack without flinching. Chunggak, standing next to Yin Miang, said, "Not only is it abnormally hard, but its regenerative ability leaves no room for poison chi to penetrate." The white-haired old man declared confidently, "HMPH, that's right. This Azure Armored Ghost will continuously regenerate as long as my internal energy doesn't run out. Unlike you, who expended most of your internal energy in the previous battle, I have not used a single bit of true chi yet." The protagonist understood the old man's resolute fighting posture and declaration. "Then I just need to exhaust your internal energy first, don't I?" Chunggak replied, hearing the call. "I was curious, you haven't called my name yet." The white-haired old man observed the situation and was astonished. "What? His internal energy is surging." The protagonist has never had such violent power before, and his counterattack against the old man was fierce. The white-haired old man lost his balance from the shock and recoiled. The old man tried to observe what the protagonist was doing. Is he absorbing the internal energy of the demonic specters? How is that possible? His attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Is he truly human? What a formidable fellow! In the face of Yin Miang's horrific attacks, the white-haired old man could not endure and leapt up. The protagonist glanced to the side in surprise. "What? I completely didn't expect that." The old man seemed to be fleeing. Chunggak exclaimed, "What a despicable fellow! I've never seen such a reverse heaven being before." Below, a group of people were observing the battle happening in the sky. One of them said, "Hey, who is the cult leader fighting? The main headquarters on Tianshan Peak has vanished without a trace." That fellow shook his head. "I don't know either. I just received orders to gather all the demon lords and wait at the foot of Tianshan." That fellow looked at the current situation and thought even more worriedly, "Is just waiting like this really enough? Demon lords, elders second only to the cult leader and left and right emissaries in skill. We thought that if we just brought them we could defeat the intruder, but seeing the sight before our eyes we could only stare blankly. The scene unfolding on Tianshan Peak far surpassed the limits of what humans could bear. Perhaps that's why the demon lords are also standing motionless. They must know better than I that intervening rashly now would only lead to futile death. But if this continues, the cult leader will." He looked up loudly. "The cult leader is coming down." That fellow's eyes sparkled with joy. "Ah, what a relief, cult leader, that you are safe." The cult leader landed on the ground with lightning speed. Mayui coughed and called out, "Cult leader." The cult leader immediately praised, "Well done, Mayui, you faithfully carried out my orders in such a short time. Please excuse me for a moment." The white-haired elder moved, preparing to charge forward with majestic eyes. The protagonist also descended very quickly from above to the ground and instantly slashed at the white-haired elder's sword. The other rogues muttered in surprise, "That guy. Wasn't that the young punk who was fighting the cult leader until now?" The protagonist paid no heed to the surrounding sounds, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. the white-haired elder panted. "He doesn't even give me a moment to breathe." A one-on-one duel resumed. The protagonist said calmly, "You're more tenacious than I thought, but there are still so many demonic cult remnants. Judging by their momentum, they're just numerous. They won't even reach your toes," one faction member shouted. "Hear me, demon lords and fiends of the divine cult. Risk your lives for the cult leader and repel the intruder." However, the white-haired elder blocked them and said, "No, even if you all charge at once, you won't be able to hold him for a single second. I cannot lose you to futile deaths. Sacrifice is only meaningful when it brings corresponding results. Just being prepared to die is not enough. You must lend me your strength with that death. All troops, activate blood reversal demonic art 5th stage." The white-haired elder's command, "Activate blood reversal demonic art 5th stage," was not difficult for the demon lords to understand. Raising the blood reversal demonic art to the 5th stage would cause chi deviation due to the berserk demonic chi. Unless one had reached the extreme demonic realm and could freely wield the demonic path like the Guangming left and right emissaries, using the blood reversal demonic art 5th stage was tantamount to suicide. The old demon lord added, "Anyway, if he kills me, you're next. If you hesitate until then, I'll help you." The demonic cult members immediately realized, this is the demonic chi control ability of the heavenly demonic art. Is he trying to force us into chi deviation? Could he really be sacrificing all of us? But even if we activate the blood reversal demonic art, can we truly stand against that monster? Even the cult leader couldn't do anything, the demonic cult members muttered inwardly. "Anyway, we have no other choice. We can only fight for our lives, even if we die." After saying that, they all charged towards Yin Miang's position. The protagonist calmly unleashed his swordsmanship before them, and the demonic cult members froze in fear even as they moved. Yin Miang unleashed numerous slashes at the demonic cult members. Numerous slashes overlapped, cutting their faces into pieces, moving further and further away. With a single strike from the protagonist, the demonic cult members were cut down and sent flying. The white-haired elder exclaimed in admiration at this situation. Even demon lords who activated the blood reversal demonic art could only withstand one strike. The elder's eyes looked down in confusion. Mayui was injured and lay in the white-haired elder's arms. The elder's mind was now in utter turmoil. With the azure armored ghost defense, could he have been defeated by just one move? Why, Mayui, could it be that he exhausted all his internal energy and couldn't maintain his complete form? Yin Miang looked at the white-haired elder and asked, "It seems you're trying to buy time to counterattack. Do you think you still have the strength for that? Demonic cult leader, let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist charged fiercely, his eyes exuding killing intent as he silently glared at the elder. The white-haired elder muttered, "Area summoning chi deviation." A red aura rapidly erupted from the elder's body, and Yin Miang's eyes stiffened slightly in surprise. What an immense recoil! Does he still have internal energy left to push me back? A pool of red aura appeared. The protagonist was once again confused. What is that again? That black blood-red cloud dyeing the sky red? Could it be the demonic cult leader's cunning spell? Is it related to that recoil just now? He felt a strange energy spreading. What is this? The protagonist saw this red energy moving in formation in the air. Demonic chi was being absorbed from the dead. Could it be flowing into the demonic cult leader? The white-haired elder whispered to Mayui, "I originally intended to spare only you, blame me, so that you can close your eyes peacefully. I will kill him and uproot him." With that, the white-haired elder proudly carried his sword on his shoulder and advanced with his heavy body. Yin Miang focused on assessing the elder's condition from his side. His armor is recovering extremely quickly. Indeed, to destroy that, I must concentrate all my attack power on a single point. He has already endured myriad heaven, so a more powerful technique is needed. If I focus all the intent of myriad heaven into a narrow range and overlap them to amplify the attack power, the sword technique myriad heaven will appear. Myriad small heavens followed. Yin Miang saw even myriad small heavens being endured and couldn't understand what had happened to this white-haired elder to make him so powerful. The elder's face snarled, "Area summoning chi deviation. Alive or dead, all demonic chi within this red cloud will rage and be absorbed by me. This is the ultimate secret art of the heavenly demonic art. The red cloud will spread wider and wider, absorbing the demonic chi of all demon fiends throughout Xinjiang. I didn't want to use this spell, but to kill you, I have no choice but to make a sacrifice." Protagonist shouted in terror, "What, are you trying to kill all your followers and the common people?" The white-haired elder declared indifferently. "Faith can always be rebuilt. Do you think you can worry about the common people just because you have the character Zheng Righteous carved on your forehead?" Chung Gak poked its head out and said, "If all the demon fiends die, isn't that good for us?" However, the protagonist continued to explain, "If they were just heavenly demonic cult followers, I wouldn't care. The problem is the common people living in the barren lands of Xinjiang. They merely learned a breathing technique to absorb demonic chi as a kind of cultivation method for survival, knowing nothing about demonic arts. Furthermore, after witnessing the effects of the nirvanic pill firsthand, I realized one thing. Even without cultivating demonic arts, prolonged exposure to the divine pill's toxicity accumulates demonic chi in the body. If I let those people die, I will repeat the tragedy again. I will have to live in regret for not choosing what was right. But now regret alone is not enough. I am the alliance leader, the one responsible for the entire Central Plains. I can no longer live in regret. I must eliminate that man before that domain spreads further. Even if I have to use dragon scales and vital energy, Chunggak interrupted. No, there's no need for that. If you're right, then we just need to stop that cloud from spreading, right? Yin Myung asked again. Do you have a way? Chunggak affirmed decisively. Of course, if it's a spell, I understand it far better than you. Besides, you and I are connected by the blood spirit snake. I can't let you die so easily. I've changed a lot. Could it be that I've been with him for too long and been influenced? Chunggak advised the protagonist. You distract the cult leader. Don't let him get close to me. I will somehow destroy that spell. The white-haired elder's eyes glared at Chunggak. The elder muttered inwardly, Chunggak Beksa, what are you thinking getting so close to that forbidden spell? A flash of light erupted before the white-haired elder's eyes. Yin Myung reminded him, you no longer have the luxury of looking elsewhere. The elder coughed and cursed. This damn bug, Chunggak from its side approached closer and closer, calculating inwardly. The range of the domain is, it probably hasn't spread beyond Tianjin yet. Now the only way to stop all this is for me as an Ima Mangryong, to expend my cultivation to destroy that spell. Above the sky, two opposing lights, blue and red, clashed. Chunggak was fighting with all its might. After a while, Chunggak's spiritual power overwhelmed the red aura. The white-haired elder saw that and was furious. That domain has stopped. Could he be expending his cultivation to resist? This madman is abandoning all the cultivation he has accumulated. If he's pouring out his cultivation without a plan, then surely... Thus, the elder had no more place to hide. A strong blue light poured down onto the elder's position. Yin Myung's eyes charged resolutely, muttering inwardly, Chunggak, you trustworthy fellow, without him this battle would have turned unfavorable. The white-haired elder's teeth chattered, letting out an enraged scream. These damn bastards dare to interfere with me absorbing demonic chi like this. Chunggak stretched its body and thought, even I am surprised to be able to abandon all my cultivation and fight for someone. After that day have I once again opened my heart to another person? Chunggak recalled an old moment. Chunggak's pitiful voice. Why, you promised to release me when the deed was done, didn't you? What is the reason? The other person replied. Because you are in danger. Accept it, Chunggak. This is the only way you will survive. Chunggak muttered inwardly. After the jar was closed, he seemed to say something more, but it must have been some trivial words about being a tool or a sacrifice. Shadowless guest, at least your descendant doesn't treat me as a tool. Even though he uses me, he thanked me and treated me with respect. This is not part of your plan to obtain a familiar. No, this is my choice. For a friend. Chunggak was moved by the protagonist and gave its all. Chunggak was trapped, a pleading voice. Please, I don't want absolute freedom, Shadowless guest. Please don't imprison me here. But the Shadowless guest still said coldly. I'm sorry, Chunggak Beksa. These words won't even reach your ears now, but you helped me a lot. What I regret most is not giving you true emotions. But someone who has reached the true realm of solitude like you will not be left alone by the reverse heaven Bangsa, a group of people murmured. Shadowless guest, where are you? Hand over the Ima Mangryong. The Shadowless guest touched the place where Chunggak was sealed and advised, if someone in the future finds you, I hope you will definitely gain freedom. I will eliminate anyone who hinders that freedom first. Thank you for everything, my friend. The protagonist gazed at the sky ahead. Seeing the clouds sparsely scattered, it seems Chunggak handled it well. From now on, I'll have to completely cut off the supply of poison chi. He put that task aside for a moment. Yin Myung approached the white-haired elder and said, now I must end this too. The elder replied as soon as he heard, wait, Righteous Heaven Alliance leader, if you kill me now, you will surely regret it. The protagonist suddenly grew curious and asked, do you have anything left? The elder affirmed, yes, you must have crossed the Xinjiang desert to Megan, the Tower of Ultimate Bliss. In the middle of the desert there is a formation that seals the demonic fiends. That formation is the reverse wind dragon formation, which I can immediately release if I wish. Then the demonic fiends will escape and plunge not only Xinjiang but also the Central Plains into chaos. Your single choice will plunge the world into disaster. Do you truly think you can speak of righteousness? Release it, the elder, not understanding the protagonist's intention, asked forcefully. What do you mean? Yin Myung firmly repeated. I said release it, if you can, that is. Where does this confidence come from? The white-haired elder grinned, evaluating the protagonist. HMPH, truly arrogant. If you wish, I will show you how I can release it right now, however. The elder himself felt something strange around him. Why can't I feel the energy of the reverse wind dragon formation? As the white-haired elder trembled slightly in fear, the protagonist approached him menacingly and said, in the end, your calculations only went that far, don't you realize yet? Chunggak becoming Huxa was also thanks to the reverse wind dragon formation. That fellow has already devoured all the demonic fiends in that formation. The white-haired elder snarled in disbelief. All, what are you talking about? This damned fellow, all the demonic fiends I worked so hard to gather. The protagonist swung his angry sword at the elder and said, in the end, what do you want? If there's anything that disrupts the world, I will eliminate it. The white-haired elder gradually anticipated the end he would face. To be defeated like this after exhausting all his schemes, the demonic rule over the world was right before his eyes, to die so unjustly. Ancestor, why did you not destroy the Tang family in the past? Why on earth, why? After saying this, the elder was sent to the underworld by the protagonist. Only now was it truly over. Yin Myung resolved in his heart, although I have eliminated the demonic cult leader, I must never let down my guard. This dirty old struggle is different from that with the heavenly demonic cult, but the battle with Ma Guangqian will continue. Looking up, the clouds in the sky had almost completely dispersed. What is that Chunggak fellow doing? He never comes when he's truly needed. As soon as the protagonist finished speaking, Chunggak fell from a state of weightlessness. Yin Myung asked, if the task is done, you should return immediately. Where have you been idling? Chunggak replied. I was about to return. Was there a need to summon me by force like this? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Is something wrong? At the protagonist's surprised gaze towards Chunggak, Chunggak calmly began to explain. Yes, at that time I burned all my demonic cultivation and reduced the cloud domain, without considering what the consequences would be. Just when I thought my fighting spirit would vanish, I felt a new one beginning, the protagonist continued in surprise. In other words, you're no longer a demon, but a dragon? Chunggak nodded. Yes, I didn't expect breaking free from my restraints to result in this, the alliance leader asked again. Dragons are said to be born from the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So are you a young dragon? Chunggak mumbled boastfully. Not exactly. Anyway, I'm the first to transform from a demon to a dragon, so I don't quite understand it myself. Perhaps the period when it was a demon was its young dragon phase. The protagonist examined it closely. Then have you gained other special abilities? Do you no longer use poison? Chunggak thought it could test various things, but the poison was still there. However, its current dragon grade was no different from a newborn, so significant help could not be expected. Yin Myung saw that Chunggak seemed happy now, and asked why it was gloomy, stating that even this much was an immense help. Chunggak didn't forget to thank the protagonist. Anyway, I should be grateful for becoming your familiar. Gaining a new grade in such a short time is truly a miracle. Truly a miracle. After speaking, the two departed. All right, we've collected everything we needed, let's go back. The war with the demonic path had just begun. But the protagonist stopped in his tracks at a sound after barely taking 3 steps. What is it? His gaze slowly turned behind him to see someone gnawing on the white-haired old man's corpse. Who is that? How long has he been there? The white-haired old man groaned. Are you the little poison demon? What on earth did you just do? Immediately after, the little poison demon used a technique to turn the white-haired old man into ashes. He continued with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the blood of one who accumulated fighting spirit. With just a sip of blood I can feel my fighting spirit noticeably increasing. I should thank him. After speaking, he faced the protagonist. Long time no see, Tang Yin Myung. I never expected to meet you in Xinjiang. Yin Myung was flustered, recalling the voice. Could you be Tang Mooncham? Mooncham chuckled. Oh, you recognize me. I'm touched. I thought you would have long forgotten a lowly fellow like me. The protagonist thought deeply. The demonic cult leader called him the little poison demon earlier, so he must be the one who broke through the Kunlun and Gangdang sect's joint defense line. Were you also the one who killed our Tang family warriors dispatched to support Kunlun? Mooncham replied. Those people you mean. Although father personally dealt with Hyangyu, you can consider them my doing too. That day I killed every single one of those who opposed the return of the demonic cult. Thinking of you suffering because of that with the Tang family suddenly makes me feel strangely refreshed. Of course, that's still not enough. The protagonist arrogantly declared to Mooncham. Sending your family to Kunlun was the last act of mercy your mother, the family head, showed you. It was your final chance to keep the Tang surname and restore your honor. This fellow stubbornly replied. The Tang surname, what does that mean to me? Even after being so miserably demoted, are you still concerned with honor? Keep and enjoy the honor of that rotten family yourself. Seeing Mooncham's current appearance, Yin Myung wondered, can I still call this guy human? Chunggak beside him explained. I don't know exactly what it is, but he definitely seems to have performed something beyond ordinary spellcraft on his body. A strange spiritual energy is emanating from his blood chi. It's neither a spell nor an ordinary internal elixir. It even seems to be of a higher grade than me, who possesses the bloodline of a dragon. What on earth happened to him? Mooncham declared madly. I've waited a long time for this day of reunion. Saying so, he rapidly charged forward. The day I kill you myself. You who took everything that belonged to me. The protagonist still calmly met him. Hundreds of slashes erupted from Yin Myung. Mooncham was flustered, asking himself, I can't see it. In an instant his body was shattered into pieces and blood dyed the sky. The protagonist said contemptuously, not even a worthy opponent. If you wanted to kill me you should have appeared stronger. Hurry and show yourself. However, it wasn't over. Mooncham was gradually reassembling his body and continued, is reaching the extreme demonic realm still not enough? Yin Myung turned in surprise. Have you perhaps turned into a monster? Mooncham mumbled. A monster? Calling me that would make me sad. Then would you bestow upon me a more dignified title? I heard your name is quite well known in Xinjiang. What was it called? Ah yes, the poisonous sword dragon. Then I too must choose a grand name. The immortal being who will never die until the poisonous sword dragon is eliminated, the one who will dye the world with the spiritual energy of red blood, the undying blood fiend. The ground was uneven and muddy, and at the same time blood spurted downwards. The protagonist, sword in hand, was ready to charge. Mooncham laughed madly. He was consumed by frenzy, craving battle, and the clash between the two radiated with tension. Their spiritual energies colliding and emitting light, Mooncham opened his mouth and threw a punch, charging towards Yin Myung and shouting, What's wrong? Aren't your hands slower than yesterday? Slash more. The protagonist gradually slowed down, mentally assessing his opponent. I've overwhelmingly slashed and cut him for nearly a full day without rest, yet I can't see the end of his regenerative ability. Furthermore, as he was cut and healed, his body grew stronger and his regeneration speed increased. The protagonist swung his sword, cutting off Moonchamp's arm. The battle intensified and a vortex of spiritual energy swirled. Yin Myung felt even more clearly that he was getting stronger. Mooncham continued smugly, "Finally I can touch you, you seem to be getting tired." His eyes were filled with joy. "But what should I do about this?" Mooncham's fist clenched with resolve. His body flinched and a loud sound was heard. "I haven't even started yet." But the moment he moved, Mooncham couldn't see the protagonist. Flustered, he asked, "What? Where did he disappear to?" The ground was cracking into pieces and larger fissures were appearing. Suddenly, blue spiritual energy fiercely poured out from somewhere. Mooncham frowned, facing the new situation. Yin Myung returned with his one-point technique, but he couldn't help but be surprised by its current effect. Mooncham seemed completely unaffected. A hearty laugh spread across his face. "Yes, it wouldn't be fun if you got tired so early." Although Mooncham's body was pierced in several places, he still boasted loudly, "Keep going." Of course, Yin Myung felt disgusted by his opponent, almost gagging. Mooncham, craving battle, charged forward. "If you won't come, I'll go." Mooncham's arm flew into the air, and the protagonist felt somewhat strange. To cut off his arm and throw it, he didn't use any internal energy at all. "So what's the meaning of that action?" The protagonist observed him more and more closely. Regeneration began in his arm, and his body violently encroached, his dash becoming more and more fierce. He was being reborn from his severed arm. He rushed forward, seized Yin Myung's two arms tightly, and declared, "It's not over yet." Yin Myung exerted all his strength to escape his opponent's grip. At the same time, the blood blast technique appeared and overwhelmed him, and the protagonist reeled backward, unable to maintain his balance, tumbling here and there. Finally, he landed with a thud. Chung Gak approached worriedly and asked, "Yin Myung, are you all right?" He replied reassuringly, "I'm fine." Chung Gak began to think about the current urgent situation. Is this guy struggling with just that much? Having fought day and night without rest for several days, the poison chi in my body seems almost depleted. Suddenly, Mooncham landed violently from above and aftershocks fiercely radiated around him. As soon as he landed, he spoke arrogantly. "It seems I've gotten used to my new body, and now I've regained the gaze I had when I was younger. Yes, I understand your feelings completely. To be held back by a nobody like me, it must be an immense humiliation. The Central Plains is probably engulfed in a massive war with the demonic path right now. And with the demonic cult leader eliminated, you'd only have Ma Guangqian to deal with. But what to do? This undying fellow keeps persistently bothering you." Chung Gak, seeing the protagonist's condition, tried to persuade him. "Yin Myung, you and I have both expended immense energy through countless battles, so it would be best to retreat for a while." The protagonist, determined not to retreat, said, "No, although it's difficult, replenish my poison chi one last time. I've just figured out a way to nullify his regenerative ability." As soon as Chung Gak received the command, it exerted all its strength. "Tisk, all right, this is the absolute limit of what I can do right now." Over there, Mooncham moved madly, chuckling. The protagonist, on his side, calmly assessed his opponent. His blood contains a mix of spiritual energy and blood slaughter poison chi. As he continuously regenerates, the poison chi must remain in his body. If I can disrupt that balance. Immediately after, the protagonist calmly gathered the balance of his chi. Mooncham, who had been moving arrogantly, stopped in his tracks and observed. He was afraid. What is it? Suddenly a surge of chi. The protagonist dispersed his inner energy into tiny fragments, trying until it became dust scattering in the wind. As soon as he succeeded, the protagonist's eyes gleamed and the poison-dissolving mist technique spread to the center of the chaotic battle. Mooncham was terrified. "What is this? Mist?" He looked around, trying to find where the protagonist was. A speculative voice was heard. "Is he there?" "No, I see. You're trying to use this mist to buy time to recover your internal energy, aren't you? This cowardly fellow." The protagonist took advantage of Mooncham losing focus in the mist and cut off his arm with a single sword. Despite this, he confidently declared, "No matter how much you slash, it's useless. Do you still not understand? Just an arm." However, Mooncham had not anticipated the current situation. He asked himself blankly, "What is this? Why is the regeneration process slowing down? My spiritual energy hasn't weakened much, so could it be because of this mist?" The protagonist faintly appeared and explained, "I combined inner energy with poison-dissolving chi to weaken the body and sprayed various poisons into the air. I sprayed them into the air. No matter how excellent your regenerative ability, it's almost impossible to resist multiple poisons simultaneously. And before your body can adapt to us, I will shatter you into pieces and make you completely disappear from this world." With that, the protagonist mercilessly unleashed hundreds of slashes, tearing his opponent to shreds. Mooncham screamed with each slash and blood dyed the surroundings. Facing the protagonist, Mooncham thought deeply, damn it, he's already absorbed spiritual energy too. I can't possibly lose here, can I? I've already become incredibly strong. I can't end it like this. I have to think, Tang Mooncham. If poison chi infiltrates and I can't regenerate, I'll just detonate all the poison parts of my body. Immediately, this madman used the all-heaven blood burst technique to push the protagonist back. With a massive explosion, the surrounding mist screen gradually disappeared. The protagonist was pushed back, his body shaking unstably. Mooncham, with all his hair gone and his body covered in gashes, thought to himself, "I succeeded. The mist screen is gone due to the explosion. Now is the only moment to decide the victor." Tang Yin Miang, I will make you die in the most cruel humiliation, the protagonist declared it nonsense, advancing without the slightest agitation. Moon Chom clenched his fist and fiercely shouted Tang Yin Miang's name. Thus, the two immediately clashed with intense tension. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a strange figure standing beside him. The demonic cult leader, could he still be alive? Indeed, the old man was still alive. Muttering with clasped hands, the old man joined the fight and declared, before my last breath is cut off, I will send all of you to hell. Yin Miang broke into a cold sweat, fearing, damn it, I can't avoid this. The Heart Demon Jade Seal Great Art, a heart-stirring technique, appeared. This was a powerful sealing art that, at the cost of the caster's life, imprisoned enemies in Jade, trapping them forever in the cycle of inner demons. Those who could not overcome the Heart Demon Jade would fail to conquer the latent demon within their hearts and could never escape even in death. The demonic Jade imprisoned the protagonist and Moonchom within, completely still, both of them frozen and motionless. Chunggak crawled out with all its might, barely managing to pull its body free. An annoyed voice was heard. That demonic cult leader, struggling even in his dying moments. What on earth is this? It has no effect on me at all. Is it only effective on humans? But why can't someone as strong as Yin Miang wake up? Chunggak cried out in terror. Yin Miang, snap out of it. You're the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Why are you stuck in a place like this? Get up. If you don't wake up, I will. Suddenly, Chunggak mumbled in a smaller voice. If you never wake up, I'll gain my freedom, won't I? If I run away very far, maybe I can live a peaceful life, but then, what will happen to this guy? Ultimately, thanks to its kind nature, Chunggak still wanted to be with the protagonist and continued, it's not because I want to. What if some evil spellcaster pulls my psychic thread from your body? It's just for that reason. Whatever you experienced in there, you must wake up first. As Chunggak set foot in the central plains, it held the spirit Jade and thought. The changes that occurred when the energy of the dragon body entered its form were indescribable yet naturally understood. Within my body exists an immeasurable subspace. With that, Chunggak swallowed the spirit Jade whole. Chunggak looked around and asked itself, do I have to take that guy with me too? But if I take a guy that even Yin Miang couldn't kill and he manages to escape in the central plains, there's no rush now. Yin Miang will understand too. Oh no, if you wake up, don't blame me. Let's go back now, back to Sichuan. The sound of pouring wine and boisterous voices fills the air. I'll be back in 3 hours. Bring more bandages. This was a treatment center where injured patients were meticulously bandaged. Yunhyo offered words of gratitude. We're troubling you again. Not at all, it's my duty as a physician, Yunhyo thought. Before coming to Songdan, I stopped by the Tang family for treatment. The Tang family head readily provided medical expertise and herbs, however. Upon hearing that the alliance leader had gone alone to the demonic cult's headquarters, he was utterly astonished. Even if he is the alliance leader in front of his parents, he is just a worrying child. Alliance leader, please return safely. Transition to the dark poison pavilion. This woman pondered deeply. This Yin Miang fellow, is he having a late adolescence? He keeps choosing to do reckless things. Even though he's my son, I secretly wanted to support him, but I feel like we're drifting further apart. He should think about the people who worry about him. A knock was heard. What is it? A voice reported from outside. Family head, a guest has arrived. A guest, come in. A beautiful woman entered. In a cautious voice, this maiden Tang Mico greets the family head. The family head's surprise was evident. Then you have a connection with Yin Miang? Mico replied. Yes, that's right. This young lady was awaiting death from a meridional blockage when the young master saved her life. Since then I have always wished to repay that kindness. But I never found an opportunity. Today I had business at the medical pavilion, and accidentally heard the injured soldiers talking about the young master fighting alone against the demonic cult. In such a situation, I couldn't stand by idly just because I'm physically weak, so I wish to do something that can help the family. The family head suggested, something just occurred to me. Could you perhaps call me mother? Mico looked a little awkward, so the family head reassured her. Haha, I'm joking. If that Yin Miang fellow met such a pretty lady, he should introduce her to the family. Mico explained, that's not certain yet, but mother. Yin Miang stared at Mico with curious eyes. How did that Yin Miang fellow secretly form a connection with such a pretty lady and not say anything to his mother? Yes, if he builds a family, he'll probably learn to take responsibility for his actions. The mother asked Mico, now that I think about it, if you had a meridional blockage, you must be a descendant of the Ice Palace with whom the Tang family had a marriage alliance long ago. Is your meridional blockage 3 yin or 5 yin? Mico replied. No, it's 9 yin meridional blockage. Family head was astonished by this woman. In the past, people with a 9 yin or higher constitution were rarely seen even once in 100 years in the Ice Palace. Yet this child, not even of the main family lineage, possessed a 9 yin constitution and had even recovered from meridional blockage. The mother continued. You said earlier you wanted to help the family, didn't you? There's a very good way, Mico murmured. Really? Yes. Do you want to learn martial arts? Mico was flustered. Isn't it too late for martial arts? The mother chuckled. But if you learn, you'll surely make a good impression on Yin Miang. As a mother, I worry about Yin Miang. But I can't always be by his side. When Yin Miang becomes the family head later, he'll need even more people. Every time he sets out for great deeds like today, there must be someone to protect and lead the sect in his stead if you're willing. I'd like to personally teach you, of course the decision is yours. Mico broke into a cold sweat at the responsibility. She bowed her head requesting to be taught, and the mother smiled inwardly. How could I let go of such a daughter-in-law? Then let's start tomorrow. Come here tomorrow morning. Just then a subordinate rushed in. Family head, urgent news, the family head asked curiously. What's all the commotion about? The subordinate reported. The demonic cult leader Ma Guangqian has invaded Shaolin. Everyone anxiously awaited the impending outcome. The scene changed to outside. Everyone was simultaneously flustered. Good heavens, did that really happen? I only heard rumors. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. He's holding a teacup with his bare hands. Isn't that empty void grasp? An old man sipped tea and chuckled. Oh dear, I seem to have inadvertently attracted the world's attention again. Young Master Li, how are Taoist Jiyuan and Ta Hio doing? Young Master Li replied. Don't worry too much. The meridian damage has stabilized and they will soon recover. Would you like some tea and refreshments? That's fortunate. Please continue to treat them with utmost care until the end, the old man thought inwardly. A peaceful respite, however brief. So much so that I forget about the war with the demonic path. This is Sichuan, so it's natural. This is where the Righteous Heaven Alliance's headquarters are located, so the demonic forces can't touch it yet. May the two of them recover quickly. The war continues and I feel uneasy sitting here comfortably. Young Master Li cautiously asked, by the way, do you know when Alliance leader Yin Miang will arrive? The old man speculated. It seems you know the Alliance leader. Yes, we were on the same team during the spar with the young clan head. Haha, then you were comrades who went through life and death together. It wasn't quite like that. Haha, the old man admired his humble words. If I had such a friend, I'd boast about him. Suddenly the family head appeared and spoke. Grandmaster Yalan, he replied. Tang family head, why do you look so serious? The family head's face was grim without even a trace of a smile. Urgent news has arrived from Henan. Please listen calmly. Shaolin Temple was attacked by the demonic cult leader Ma Guangqian and annihilated, and all nearby aristocratic families and sects were also wiped out. The Grandmaster was startled and could not hide his emotions. What are you saying, Tang family head? Your joke is too much. Shaolin Temple has existed for 1,000 years. How could it be annihilated in a few days? Moreover, Shaolin is a sacred place of Buddhism and enjoys the support of the imperial family. Please explain in detail. If this is merely a rumor, this humble monk will never let this insult go unpunished. But the Tang family head, stopping Guan Yu's words, said, Ma Guangqian received the wish of Guan Yu cannot penetrate from the Peng family of Hebei and the imperial family, and then immediately advanced to Shaolin. The Grand Master became more and more disheartened as he listened. Unbelievable. Shaolin abandoned by the imperial family, although it's heartbreaking. Are you saying that's not all? What do you mean? The family head added, the demonic forces of the Hua family in Shaanxi have also begun to move. They are currently heading towards Mount Hua and Jiangnan, and the full-scale war between the Central Plains and the demonic path has finally begun. After Ma Guangqian's invasion, Shaolin Temple was annihilated in less than a day. But even then Ma Guangqian did not leave Shaolin and began to wipe out the remaining remnants in Henan, as if to completely erase all traces of Shaolin from the world. The long-haired man arrogantly drank alcohol and said, that silver wolf is too slow. It seems there are quite a few strong ones among the remnants. I should have gone myself. Why are you all so sluggish? I heard that Shaolin Grand Masters only appear when their sect faces a great calamity after retirement, but you seem to have come too late. Looking closely, all of you have reached the Wakyang realm. It was getting boring, but something a little interesting has happened. With that, he gripped his sword tightly and provoked, can you entertain me a little? A Grand Master launched a strike and golden spiritual energy flew directly towards the opponent. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging moves, and the long-haired man judged. The speed isn't bad, but your waist is completely exposed. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the Grand Master's position. But upon seeing the golden aura permeate, his eyes widened in surprise. He blocked it. Golden protective internal energy. Oh, is this the indestructible Vajra Bati? The Grand Master replied. That's right, Buddhist true chi flows naturally, so no demonic art like yours can ever break through this defense, the long-haired man also admitted. I can feel the demonic chi dispersing, but if you only plan to defend, it's useless. Just then, a Taoist appeared from afar, his entire body enveloped in golden spiritual energy, launching a strike with a resolute expression, challenging them to battle. The 100 steps divine fist move flew quickly towards the long-haired man, who still calmly assessed, oh, is this the 100 steps divine fist? Instead of launching a strike from afar, it's extending power by imbuing intent into true chi, thus eliminating distance. Indeed, that way one can attack as effectively as in close combat and not deplete true chi. But in the current situation, the long-haired man was fighting the Grand Master with one hand and blocking another Grand Master's attack with the other. The Grand Masters were flustered, thinking, the 100 steps divine fist enveloped in the indestructible Vajra Bati was completely blocked with just one hand. Just then, the long-haired man counterattacked the Grand Master's position with his sword and shouted, I've always wondered why so-called masters, with their talk of natural chi and intent, love to analyze martial arts like scriptures. Can't you just crush them with absolute power? Oh, the Grand Masters, enraged, attacked simultaneously, shouting loudly, that scoundrel! but he still stood calmly, speaking with an arrogant voice, eliminating distance with intent. Can't you just pour out a lot of true chi and cut them down directly, like this? A powerful strike flew directly towards the two grandmasters, and they were sent flying, covered in blood. The long-haired man still focused and said, in that regard, the sword ghost martial arts are truly simple and to my liking. Cutting, thrusting, killing, isn't that the essence of martial arts? No, indeed, it can't reach as far as the 100 steps divine fist, but if I swing my sword 5 times it'll probably reach, right? The enraged grandmasters fumed. What nonsense is that scoundrel spouting? He doesn't understand the essence of martial arts and is just trying to forcefully increase his power with his own strength. The terrifying thing is that he's not just boasting. Is what we're fighting right now even human? No, this guy is a being that has transcended human limits. A true demonic god, cruelly bloodthirsty, continuously thrust and cut at the grandmasters. The grandmaster's head was separated from his body, and his limbs were dismembered. He still said calmly, I should have been a little gentler. I originally liked this main hall and wanted to leave it, but well, after breaking it many times I've gotten used to it, so I'll do better next time. Suddenly an interrupting voice was heard. Heavenly Lord, I apologize for interrupting your play. The demonic god replied, Silver Spirit, you're late. Silver Spirit bowed his head and apologized. Yes, I just finished tidying up. What is that in your hand? Silver Spirit explained, it's the head of the one who was designated as Shaolin's next abbot. He was gathering monks to prepare a counterattack, but I just wiped them all out. The demonic god turned and praised, well done. Then there's no need to linger in Henan anymore. By the way, how is the situation in Shaanxi? Silver Spirit quickly replied. After the expedition ceremony, Kim Ryong along with the Fist Demon and the Demonic Path all began to move simultaneously. The demonic god calmed his subordinate. You're too impatient, Silver Spirit. Kim Ryong and the Hua family might gain merit first. No, Silver Spirit tried to explain. This humble one has long since relinquished everything. Kim Ryong and I are but one body and one mind, serving only the Heavenly Lord, the demonic god instructed. But a little ambition is not harmful. Perhaps an opportunity will come for you too. That's enough chatter for now. Let's return. Shaolin Temple, which had existed for 1,000 years and was the center of the martial world, had now disappeared from the world, and that news quickly spread even to the Tang family in Sichuan. Before news of the invasion even arrived, the Righteous Heaven Alliance had already encamped at Juxin. Due to the Hua family's expedition ceremony in Shaanxi, there was no leeway to reinforce Shaolin. In this situation, Zhuge Changshan, the strategist of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, had no choice but to make the optimal decision. After hearing about the Hua family's expedition, he immediately dispatched OK Yang and Hak Un to Mount Hua and Zhongnan, with the aim of persuading the two great sects to unite and stop the Hua family's advance. Although Mount Hua and Zhongnan belonged to the righteous factions of Shaanxi, they had long held a dislike for each other. However, the sect leaders of both sects were masters who had reached the Wakyong realm, so if they could unite, they could stop the Hua family's advance in Shaanxi. News had recently spread that a young disciple of extraordinary talent at Mount Hua had reached the Wakyong realm. Including OK Yang and Hak Un, the number of Wakyong masters in the Shaanxi righteous factions totaled 100. In contrast, the Shaanxi Hua family only had 2 extreme demonic masters, so even if they were strong, they wouldn't be monsters like Ma Guangqian. If they could just deal with those 2, the righteous factions wouldn't be pushed back in the Shaanxi battle. That amount of time would be sufficient for the remaining Righteous Heaven Alliance forces to advance to Henan. Of course, all of this could only be realized if Mount Hua and Zhongnan set aside their long-standing grudges and acted as one. All we can do is hope OK Yang and Hak Un succeed in their persuasion. The scene shifts to the Huashan sect. A voice was heard. What did you just say? You won't cooperate? Sister, surely you didn't mishear me? The senior sister replied. I heard everything, but in the end they only held an expedition ceremony. The Hua family of Huashan hasn't actually attacked anyone yet. So why should we rush out like beaten dogs and cooperate with that useless Zhongnan sect no less? Elder OK Yang thought calmly. I know it won't be easy. Just mentioning the Zhongnan sect made the senior sister furious. During an old exchange event, the senior sister was teased by the Zhongnan scholars, and she got angry and taught them a lesson. After that, Zhongnan sect leader Hak Yu heard the news and led his people to retaliate. Since then, the two sides have engaged in several revenge battles, deepening their animosity. But isn't now the time to put all grudges aside? OK Yang still tried to persuade her. Even the Namding family head was defeated by cult leader Ma Guangqian. Now he has extended his hand to Shaolin. If Shaolin falls, do you think it won't be our turn? Person standing behind suddenly spoke. May this disciple offer a word? OK Yin looked. Cheng Miang, is that you? Indeed, this person was Cheng Miang, the direct disciple of the Huashan sect leader. He spoke. Yes, I understand your concern, senior uncle, but how could Shaolin with its 1,000-year reputation fall so easily? On the contrary, we should also consider the possibility of cult leader Ma Guangqian being defeated. So it won't be too late to act once we receive concrete news from Shaolin. Elder OK Yang got angry. You truly lack vigilance. If we only move after Shaolin is annihilated, it will already be too late. The more Cheng Miang spoke, the angrier Elder OK Yang became. It's hard to say, but did Shaolin's fall merely happen because Ma Guangqian was too strong? Perhaps Shaolin fell because it was too weak, but Huashan is different. Frankly, if they dare to invade Huashan, it will be an opportunity for me to prove the prestige of our sect. It's truly regrettable. Elder OK Yang felt somewhat disappointed with Cheng Miang. Chung Miang, a rare genius, he reached the Wakyong realm at such a young age. Perhaps I would have trusted his confidence in the past, but now he's truly immature. It's hard to believe that the protagonist and Chung Miang are the same age, he sighed. He still has a long way to go. I once thought this child would one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the Huxa Alliance leader or cult leader Ma Guangqian, Huashan leader Okyin declared resolutely. In any case, Huashan has no intention of acting with Jiangnan. If those Jiangnan bastards are so cowardly, they should come to Huashan, kneel and beg. Okyin said his farewells and left. Understood, and I shall take my leave. Okyin asked, where are you going? Okyin replied, since my sister has already made up her mind. My intention is to go to Jiangnan and request their cooperation. Okyin shouted in anger. Okyin, you, the elder still said firmly, if my sister does not change her mind, do not stop me. Sister, today I have not come as a Huashan disciple but as an envoy of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Huashan leader Okyin cursed. This insolent fellow, is your jaw itching again? Do you want a beating? Suddenly the room shook violently. What is this? What is this aura? Okyin, flustered, rushed outside and shouted. What's going on? An arrogant voice echoed. Are all righteous faction people so weak these days? They can't even start properly and they have no will at all. They're completely ruined, truly ruined. Perhaps it's because you relied only on fame and authority and neglected arduous training, isn't that right? Okyin asked, who the hell are you bastards? Those rascals still replied arrogantly. Oh, the people who have appeared this time seem to be no ordinary figures, so we should first introduce ourselves with proper etiquette. Pleased to meet you. We are the close guardians of the Hua family. The two rascals were Bukung Haion and Bekri Chung. A voice no longer polite said, I'll get straight to the point. By order of the demonic matron Hua Yin Zheng, the reason we have come here is to help your sect meet its peaceful demise. The scene shifts to the Jiangnan sect. A voice was heard from inside the room. Shaolin was attacked by cult leader Ma Guangqian and the Hua family has also mobilized its forces. Jiangnan sect leader Hakyu spoke. Hakon, you are not wrong. It's no longer time to merely observe the situation. Simultaneous actions surely have a clear reason. Has Huashan also heard this news? Hakon clasped his hands and requested, yes, the Righteous Heaven Alliance dispatched both me and Okyang simultaneously. Sect leader Hakyu simultaneously predicted. Given Okyin's temperament, Huashan won't easily mobilize its forces. But now Shaanxi is in peril, they can't just protect their pride and stand idly by, so they are probably no different. As Hakon and Hakyu conversed, a loud noise announcing an enemy attack was heard, and the scenery outside instantly turned into a bloodbath. The enemy's footsteps grew stronger and stronger. Thoughts trembled with extreme fear. My martial brothers and sisters were all torn like paper. How can this be? Even senior brother Hogun, who was always cheerful, and junior brother Hyorim, who I trained with this morning, are all dead miserably. With no one left, Unryong approached and threatened the opponent. Are you trembling? I originally disliked killing cowards, and I dislike killing those without the will to fight, but today the situation is different. I will kill you instantly. With that, his arm swung fiercely. And danger was right before this man's eyes. The gazes meeting each other were one of cruelty, the other of wickedness. Just then an arm blocked Unryong's sword. Sect leader Hakyu arrived in time to save the man. Unryong was surprised. Sword Lord, has the Jiangnan sect leader come personally? Just then, Hakon appeared, creating a tremor that sent Unryong flying. Hakon spoke in anger. This damn rascal dares to kill my sect disciples. Who the hell are you people? Unryong's eyes widened and he looked closely. Isn't that Jiangnan Sword Lord Hakon over there? He joined the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Could it be that the Righteous Heaven Alliance responded faster than expected? A figure behind asked Unryong. Their momentum is unusual. Are you all right alone? If we're going to attack Jiangnan anyway, wouldn't it be better for the entire army to attack at once? Unryong returned and reassured. Young master, don't worry. In battles between masters of a certain level, numbers are meaningless anyway. Trust me and observe the situation. It's enough to order the troops to pursue any remnants that try to escape. All credit for clearing out Jiangnan will go to you, young master. Young Master Hua Mu Ryong replied, if Lord Kim Ryong says so, then so be it. Hakon cursed the opponent in anger. That rascal dares to spout such nonsense with his foul mouth? Unryong still said firmly. Whether it's nonsense or a prophecy will soon be revealed. Now I'll show you my skill. Hakon and Hakyu simultaneously sensed an unusually vicious aura from the opponent. Unryong shouted madly, good, if I can kill two Wakyong masters, the merit will be even greater. Then let's all rush in together. I really dislike wasting time. Unryong's power gradually spread and the surroundings were dyed red. Sect leader Hakyu instructed, Hakon, lead the disciples and retreat to Huashan before the encirclement tightens. Hakon was surprised. Yes, how can this be? Wouldn't it be better to break through the encirclement together? Hakyu said firmly. No, I thought I knew the extreme demonic masters of the three demonic families well, but I cannot predict the identity and realm of that masked figure at all. Even in this situation, he is acting alone. So the other extreme demonic masters must be, Hakon simultaneously anticipated, they must have headed for Huashan. Hakyu nodded. Yes, the enemy divided their forces into two directions and attacked simultaneously. They probably deployed their forces like this, expecting that if one of Jiangnan or Huashan fell, the other would flee. Now that we know the enemy's forces are dispersed, we must focus on supporting Huashan to defeat them one by one. On the other side, Unryong was already prepared and black spiritual energy surged fiercely. Hakon shouted, worried about his senior brother. Unryong madly gripped his right arm, gathering strength. Sect leader Hakyu resolutely swung his sword. The clash officially occurred, with black spiritual energy on one side and silver-white spiritual energy declaring battle on the other. Hakyu then once again instructed Hakon, I entrust the disciples to you. Hakon, hearing those words, further solidified his resolve to complete the mission. He raised his voice and commanded, all Jongnan disciples, follow me. Unryong threatened Hakyu's mind, even 2 people aren't enough and you alone dare to face me? Unryong chose the first strike. Still haven't felt the difference, sect leader Hakyu fully sensed it. He thought to himself, indeed his demonic art's momentum far surpasses my internal energy. It's truly unbelievable that such a person has been hidden for so many years without anyone knowing. It's been a long time since I felt such life-threatening tension, but I must hold out until the disciples retreat safely. Hakyu rushed forward and shouted loudly, I will show you the price of disparaging Jongnan swordsmanship, Unryong replied cheerfully. Haha, good, go ahead, I'm curious. A fierce aura cut through the sky and shouts of pursuit were heard. Pursue them, Jongnan rascals, don't let a single one escape. Hakon fled but still sensed danger. Damn it, I expected it, but I didn't think the pursuers would be this close. Senior Uncle Hakon urged everyone, don't look back, keep running, I'll cover the rear. On the other side the battle continued and the groups relentlessly pursued. Hakon looked into the distance and prayed inwardly, Senior brother, please be safe. Starting with the annihilation of Shaolin, the Shiwa family also simultaneously launched an attack engulfing Huashan and Jongnan in the flames of war. The scene shifts to Mount Tianshan, Xinjiang. Chunggak moved and muttered to itself, damn it, I didn't feel it was that far when I crossed Xinjiang with Tang Yin Miang, but why is Xinjiang so vast? I'm originally a snake demon, so I'm not used to long-distance flying. Let's go quickly, Yin Miang. Inside the spirit jade, the protagonist's eyes were still closed, but his gaze was gradually changing. It slowly opened. The protagonist was flustered, unable to understand. What is this? I was clearly fighting Tang Moon Chom. Was it the demonic cult leader's strange spell? Could it be that the spell has finally been broken? Chunggak was still there, but how much time had passed? Yin Miang's eyes widened and he observed his surroundings. A brilliant landscape unfolded before his eyes and flames slowly burned. In fear he was speechless. This surely not, it can't be, can it? A voice reached Yin Miang's ears since ancient times. Swordsmanship has often taken one of 7 profound principles as its ultimate secret. Illusion, break, disperse, focus, speed, sever and sharpness. But those were originally paths for ordinary people who could not immediately grasp the ultimate secret. They could not withstand the powerful recoil of the ultimate secret, so ordinary people often sought an escape route through principles like gentleness. But only by using overwhelming power to counter the recoil can one reach the ultimate profound principle. The protagonist could not believe his eyes and thought in confusion, this is an old memory. What are we dreaming of? I can't believe I can meet my master again. Could it be that I was unconsciously always longing for my time with him? This master spoke loudly. Hey you there, why are you standing like a thief peeking at someone else's training? And how did you get here? If you can't explain clearly, I'll kill you instantly. Only then did the protagonist realize, is this not a memory of the past? This old man kept asking the protagonist, how did you get here? Answer carefully or your head will roll. Yin Miang broke into a cold sweat. He looked at him and thought inwardly, is this not a dream? Moreover, I can even talk to a demon. Could it be that it's not a memory but I've truly gone back in time? I need to make an excuse first. I am Tang Yin Miang of Sichuan. I got lost on the other side. The old man slowly drew his sword, while the protagonist was still muttering, I heard there was a legendary swordsman here. A sword flash brushed past his face. He threatened, I asked how I got here. The old man's sword was fierce, and as the sword struck the ground, earth and stones scattered everywhere. The old man shouted in surprise. The protagonist also moved to a safe place after that. He seemed somewhat surprised by the opponent's appearance. The old man spoke. You saw my swordsmanship? Yin Miang frowned, even more annoyed by his master's arrogance. I briefly forgot my master's strange temperament. Dodging that one move just now must have stimulated his competitive spirit. He's a truly difficult old man. There's no other way. Only by confronting him with swordsmanship can I move his heart. The protagonist fumbled for something in his hand, but he suddenly couldn't find it. Where's Beksul? Not only Beksul, but I can't even feel Chunggak's aura. In that case, the old master chuckled cunningly. Interesting, is it a coincidence or did you see through my sword path? I need to see more of your skill. At this moment, the protagonist felt somewhat helpless. Damn it, the scene shifts to the Jongnan sect. The battle was still tense and black smoke billowed everywhere. Elder Hakyu is injured. Unryong on the other side spoke arrogantly. It took only this much time. You're much stronger than I thought. Indeed, the position of a sect leader cannot be easily taken, but your fate will not change. Jongnan Lake will end today by your hands, Elder Hakyu retorted angrily. HMPH, to speak of annihilation so easily just because you have the upper hand. Do you think a sect vanishes as easily as dust in the wind? Even if I fall, Jongnan will not collapse. Elder Hakyu exuded a blue spiritual energy, pressing down on his surroundings and declared firmly, as long as even one disciple of Jongnan remains, its spirit will continue. I will sacrifice my life to stop you. Unryong was somewhat surprised by Elder Hakyu. He's like a flickering flame, yet his momentum remains unbroken. My mind has changed. I will go easy on you so you won't die instantly. Unryong immediately charged at Elder Hakyu and shouted madly, I will hold you here and make you watch with your own eyes as the Jongnan disciples flee. As Elder Hokyu was about to unleash a technique, Unryong suddenly rushed forward and blocked it with his hand. He unleashed the Nine-Dragon demonic art of the Nine-Dragon Steel Punch, and demonic chi overwhelmed everything, flying at the Elder all at once. That wasn't all. This man used 3 consecutive techniques of the 3-headed Great Wheel Ascent to fiercely attack Elder Hokyu, and the Elder's body could not withstand it. Swaying in midair, despite the fierce attack, the Jongnan sect leader still barely managed to fight back. The 36 Swords of the World technique appeared, and numerous sword strikes overlapped, each carrying immense power and spiritual energy. The technique quickly defeated Unryong, reducing the area to ruins. Elder Hokyu's eyes meticulously observed the situation to assess the opponent's condition. This Unryong truly doesn't give up. He returned using 4 consecutive techniques of the Nine-Dragon demonic steel punch's Nine-Dragon rampage. Elder Hokyu was somewhat overwhelmed and muttered to himself. He was as fierce as a storm, but if this wasn't enough, Hokyu could no longer hold on. He was pushed back by inertia, and even in his most painful moment, he still worried. The disciples must have safely escaped Jongnan. I no longer have any attachment to the Jongnan sect, nothing to leave behind. Hua Mountain's sect leader, OK Yin, it's the words I still haven't conveyed that torment me. The scene transitions to a few years ago. Hokyu of Jongnan and OK Yin of Hua Mountain, we were outstanding juniors representing our 2 sects, and the world called us the Shaanxi Dragons and Phoenixes. On the day of a Hua Mountain and Jongnan exchange event, I accidentally met her gaze, and it was love at first sight. To leave a good impression on her, I trained tirelessly until the next exchange event. Knowing that she liked dumplings, I sought out every dumpling shop in Shaanxi, wanting to express my feelings. I wrote countless love letters, constantly revising them. However, at the exchange event the following year, something I never expected happened. OK Yin, she broke the arms and legs of all the Jongnan junior disciples. Her intense rage didn't stop there and was directed at me. But after defeating my senior and junior brothers, she was exhausted, so it wasn't difficult to subdue her. I tried to find the cause of her sudden actions, but she had laid hands not only on the junior disciples but also on the martial uncles. Numerous souls cried out to Hokyu for revenge. Unable to ignore the screams of my senior and junior brothers, I too broke the arms and legs of all the Hua Mountain disciples whose names contained the character OK. Thus, the friendship between Hua Mountain and Jongnan was shattered. Later I learned that the reason OK Yin acted violently at that year's exchange event was because my senior and junior brothers had spoken disparagingly of her, and I felt sorry for her, while also filled with shame and hatred for my own sect. I wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between us, but by then the relationship between the 2 sects had become irreparable. I was chosen as the next sect leader and resolved to reform the current Jongnan, not only to cultivate martial arts but also to make courtesy and respect its foundation, so that someday Hua Mountain would see Jongnan in a different light. When that day came, I would also face OK Yin again, but looking at the current situation, that resolve has been in vain for decades. Sect leader OK, I'm sorry. Regardless of justification or the sect's prestige, I should have apologized to you directly long ago. It was only on the verge of death that I finally realized it. Unryong shouted heartily. It's over, Sword Lord. However, he sensed a strange light. Red plum blossoms, surely not? Suddenly, a red aura swirled and a dazzling light appeared, and a figure emerged, pushing Unryong back. He muttered angrily, they must have sent Bukung Hyon and Baek Richung to Hua Mountain, so why is this person here? As the figure landed, the revealed face was none other than the plum blossom divine maiden, OK Yin. Hokyu was surprised to see OK Yin. How can this be? OK Yin turned back and offered a reassuring smile to her opponent. Unryong was too curious not to ask. How strange. Hua Mountain must have sent its troops elsewhere, so why has the Hua Mountain sect leader appeared here? Did she perhaps abandon Hua Mountain? OK Yin confidently replied. This is a precious opportunity to converse with the Jongnan sect leader. Didn't your mother teach you that children shouldn't interfere in adult affairs? Those without basic courtesy deserve a beating. The previous evening when the Hua Mountain invasion began, OK Yin questioned those 2 rascals. Annihilation? You've only been in Shaanxi for a few years, yet you dare to speak of annihilating a great sect? Do you think you have true talent just because you've picked up a few scraps following Ma Guangqian's shadow? Are you going to start a great war with the righteous martial world? Bukung Hyon muttered. War? That has already begun. Since your information is a bit slow, let me add that the Heavenly Lord has already annihilated Shaolin Temple. He is currently on his way to Shaanxi. OK Yang was somewhat confused by that information. Asking inwardly, even Shaolin couldn't hold out. Considering its history and the scale of the sect, it's the center of Central Plains martial arts, yet Shaolin fell so meaninglessly. I had originally dispatched troops in preparation for the situation, but it's already too late. The war is progressing much faster than expected, Bukung Hyon continued to mutter. Since the Heavenly Lord is coming here personally, isn't it only right for his subordinates to clear the way? Isn't that right? However, the Jongnan side must have already been taken care of. Hearing this far, OK Yin was somewhat furious and asked again, even Jongnan, do you have enough manpower for that? Hyon confidently declared. Lord Kim Ryong, who directly guards the Heavenly Lord, has personally gone to Jongnan. Although he is alone, his martial arts are beyond our comparison. Jongnan will probably fall even before Hua Mountain. Facing the current situation, OK Yin spoke. Now is not the time to be stubborn. OK Yang Changmiang, I must go to Jongnan myself. I'm sorry. I'm leaving this place to you too. As soon as Baek Ri-chung heard that, he rushed forward, leaving the sect leader abandoning her post. No, everyone will die. However, Baek Ri-chung was quickly stopped by Chung Myung. Chung Myung's sword remained unmoving, blocking Baek Ri-chung. Chung Myung spoke. The sect leader has her intentions. Why hesitate? Leave it to your disciples, master. Before leaving, OK Yin instructed. I'm sorry, OK Young. My unnecessary stubbornness wasted time, and now I'm burdening you in this situation. Elder OK Yang reassured the sect leader. There's no need for such talk, senior sister. Your junior brother understands why you are doing this. Please go quickly. OK Yin clicked her tongue and said, my junior brother knew everything, then I'll leave it to you. OK Yang, receiving the command, clenched his resolve and shouted loudly, all Wall Mountain disciples follow me. Let's sweep away the demonic forces. Sect leader OK Yin thus departed, leaving the chaotic battle to her disciples. Currently, at the Zhongnan sect, OK Yin spoke, I am too busy right now. I've just left my disciples and junior brothers, and my mind is uneasy and restless. Furthermore, that old man of Zhongnan still has a few words to say before he dies, so there's no need for further talk. You simply must receive a beating. This Unryong replied, a purple light permeating his face. Is that the purple mist, divine art? Are you the Wall Mountain sect leader? OK Yin denounced. Does getting beaten like a dog by a female sect leader excite you? Unryong, filled with demonic chi, arrogantly said. For a sect leader to have such a foul mouth, truly embarrassing. Even after directly seeing the Sword Lord's master, you're still not humbled. Are you too overconfident? OK Yin hurled a disgusted insult at Unryong. The shameless one is you, who can't even lift your head and look at people. There's no need for words, you'll know after a beating. Just then, the sound of horse hooves. Kim Ryong, are you alright? OK Yin unleashed a technique. The Plum Blossom Sword Art 14th form, a dense red spiritual energy appeared. The young master spoke. I saw purple light pouring from the sky. Could Wall Mountain have sent reinforcements? OK Yin, 15th form. Kim Ryong stumbled, looking for a way. OK Yin fiercely unleashed numerous sword strikes from this side, and Kim Ryong rushed to the young master, begging for forgiveness for his rudeness. OK Yin still unleashed her techniques fiercely, and plum blossoms scattered everywhere, filling the surroundings with dust. Hawk Yu startled us from this side. Are you trying to cut me down too? Hearing that, OK Yin turned back and said, do you think I'm too old to wield internal energy? To scream like that without even taking a single hit? Truly talkative, Kim Ryong shouted angrily. Plum Blossom, divine maiden. Do you know who that person is? That damned rascal dares to, OK Yin said. Isn't he the young master of the Hua family? Before I came here, I saw Zhongnan disciples heading towards Hua Mountain. Those rascals said that a certain Kim Ryong attributed the credit for annihilating Hua Mountain and Zhongnan to the young master. Isn't that a bit strange? He's the Heavenly Lord's guard, so why would he need to do that? A guard and a master, or perhaps lovers? As soon as Kim Ryong heard that, he shouted angrily, shut up, I'll make you shut up. So you can't spout any more nonsense, OK Yin retorted. You're the one spouting nonsense. I was just testing you a little, and you revealed that he's the Heavenly Lord's son. Haha, interesting. If I kill that rascal, the Heavenly Lord will pin all the blame on you, and you'll die too. Isn't that interesting? Kim Ryong, enraged, shouted, you vile wretch, how dare you call yourself a righteous martial artist? OK Yin further provoked her opponent. Vile, one who cultivates martial arts, yet his wisdom is still in tatters. Everything you just said only exposed your weaknesses. Kim Ryong's face truly turned madly red, and he muttered, damn it. Sect leader, OK Yin said resolutely. Furthermore, you are the ones who launched a surprise attack, so why are you talking about righteousness now? Do you truly want to know what vileness is? Then shall I cut off his fingers one by one and show you? Kim Ryong lipped up and shouted, how dare you? Thus, OK Yin and Kim Ryong engaged in a direct confrontation. Just then, numerous sword strikes flashed before Kim Ryong's eyes. Elder Hawk Yu appeared and launched an attack. OK Yin worried. Hawk Yu, you haven't fully recovered, yet you're going to interfere? Hawk Yu reassured her. Thanks to your help, I can barely move now. Anyway, I can't be a burden to a lady, can I? OK Yin rushed forward and spoke. When you were young and energetic, you beat me mercilessly, and now you're talking about lady and woman? The Wall Mountain sect leader approached the delicate young master again. Kim Ryong, seeing the current chaotic situation, worried. Now is the chance to eliminate Sword Lord Hawk Yu while the Plum Blossom Divine Maiden isn't intervening. However, young Master Hua could not block the Plum Blossom Divine Maiden's attack alone. OK Yin swung her sword directly, and as the sword reached the young master, it was blocked. Kim Ryong arrived in time to block the attack. His body was covered in blood, and the Wall Mountain sect leader fought fiercely. Kim Ryong's complexion turned poor from his severe injuries, and his lips twisted. Filled with rage, he immediately unleashed a technique towards OK Yin's position. OK Yin enjoyed this situation even more, muttering, HMPH, it was indeed the right choice to target that rascal. Kim Ryong thought with pain in his heart, if I drag this out, the situation will become even more unfavorable. He turned around and said, young master, I apologize, but please retreat for now. The young master, hearing that, was afraid. What are you talking about? With your skill, you're strong enough to fight two people. However, Kim Ryong asserted, your safety is most important to me, young master. I admit defeat, but the Heavenly Lord will arrive here soon. When that happens, you will regret not dying by my hand today. OK Yin angrily stopped him. Wait, who said I'd let you go so easily? This time I'll definitely take that rascal's head. Hawk Yu, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Hak-Yu persuaded. That rascal is a weakness, which is why we still have a chance to survive. If Senior Okayin had killed him in one blow just now, that rascal would have fought with his life on the line. Of course, if the two of us cooperate, there might be a slight chance of victory. However, Elder Hak-Yu suddenly collapsed. Okayin worried. Hey, are you alright? Hak-Yu replied, not at all. My leg injury will only make me a burden. Don't worry, if I circulate the great heavenly cycle I might recover a bit. Still, Okayin supported Hak-Yu. My goodness, what a boastful fellow. So can you walk? Hak-Yu was once called the Dragon and Phoenix of Shaanxi, but now it's over, Hak-Yu replied. Why bring up the old story of the Dragon and Phoenix of Shaanxi? Haha, thank you and I'm sorry. Okayin waved her hand. I came here not for Zhongnan but for the Righteous Path's code of conduct, Elder Hak-Yu continued. Although things have turned out this way, do you perhaps remember the day of the old exchange event? I wanted to apologize for what happened that day, and I'm glad I could finally say it before I die. Okayin was still angry. I still remember it vividly. The more I think about it, the more I want to break your sect disciples' legs again. Hak-Yu was surprised. That much? What on earth did my disciples do? Okayin was embarrassed. Oh, it wasn't anything major, but thinking about it now it's really embarrassing. Hak-Yu was truly curious. What rude thing did my disciples do to make you so upset? No one would tell him. But today the Huashan sect leader also said, they stole and loudly mocked the love letter I wrote to you. Hak-Yu found it interesting. A love letter? That must have been truly infuriating. I too spent all night writing letters. How love letter? Okayin, embarrassed, changed the subject and clenched her fist tightly. Now I shall unleash my power. And so the two moved into the air and Elder Hak-Yu was still curious. Wait, could you tell me more about that love letter? The war had a significant impact on the surrounding landscape and smoke filled the air. Li Cheng charged madly, saying, Charge! He launched a series of attacks at Cheng Miang, each one chillingly powerful. Cheng Miang's body was increasingly wounded and blood splattered from him. Unable to endure, Cheng Miang was pushed back without any resistance. Elder Okayin saw this and worried. Cheng Miang, instead, Gung Haion chuckled and taunted. Why are you so careless to look away? The enemy is right in front of you. He attacked Elder Okayin while the latter was distracted. Okayin immediately blocked the attack, thinking, their skill is far greater than I expected. Cheng Miang has only just entered the Wakyang realm, so he won't be able to hold out. The other disciples are also gradually being pushed back, and if this war of attrition continues, our casualties will be even greater. Please survive, Cheng Miang. Cheng Miang over there was gasping for breath but still alive. He reached the Wakyang realm in his early 20s and was once thought to possess a talent that would rival the Huxa Alliance leader, or Ma Guangqian. Now I understand why my master looked at me with suspicion. The lack of practical experience created a gap beyond imagination. Li Cheng and Pak looked at the fallen people and asked, is it over already? How boring. Li Cheng gradually approached Cheng Miang's position and said, not bad for your age, but this greenhorn kid still lacks experience. You won't have any more chances to show your skill. You will die by my hand today, he spoke and leapt up to finish Cheng Miang. But when he landed he didn't hit Cheng Miang, who had quickly moved to another position. Li Cheng shouted in annoyance, haha, what is this? How ridiculous, those movements. Are you putting on a show? Do you have no dignity? Do you want to live miserably? You worm, that look really suits you. Li Cheng's tone infuriated Cheng Miang even more. Li Cheng's face turned chilling and he declared he would finish it quickly. But immediately he felt it. What? The ground is shaking. Gung Haion also felt it from over there. What on earth is happening? On this side, Hakan ordered his disciples. The wicked demonic fiends are right before our eyes. Charge Zhongnan disciples. Help Huashan annihilate the demonic fiends. Li Cheng and Gung Haion's faces were filled with fear as they faced the situation. Zhongnan sect, why have they appeared here? Could it be that Kim Ryong was defeated? Unbelievable. Okayin was delighted to see the Zhongnan sect appear and said, good, why are you just looking at them? Gung Haion and Li Cheng thought, damn it, we were distracted for a moment, distracted because of Zhongnan. They trembled in fear and the two were beaten bloody by Okayin and Cheng Miang. With Zhongnan's support the tide of battle turned. Both King Yomatic and Death's Touch Fist Demon were severely injured and forced to retreat. This was the first victory for the righteous martial world after a series of defeats against the demonic forces. The surrounding scenery became more peaceful and voices of inquiry were heard. Is everyone safe? To have severely injured the demonic masters, everyone has performed a great feat. Okayin personally praised. Especially you, Cheng Miang. You did very well for your first real battle. Elder Hak-Yu, held in Okayin's arms, couldn't take his hands off his face due to embarrassment. The Huashan sect leader was flustered. But why are everyone still staring? Cheng Miang mumbled. It would be stranger if they weren't staring. Master, please move the scene indoors. Okayin spoke about the current situation. Ma Guangqian is heading towards Shaanxi after annihilating Shaolin Temple. We repelled the forces of the Hua family in Shaanxi, but our casualties were also immense. The Huashan sect leader spoke in an excited manner, and her arms were placed on Elder Hak-Yu. Furthermore, we don't know how many more masters are under Ma Guangqian besides the known demonic masters of the three demonic families. Especially the one called Kim Ryong. He took the Heavenly Lord's successor hostage and forced me to retreat. If we had fought to the end, Hak-Yu and I might not have returned safely. Cheng Miang was somewhat surprised. Even a master like you, master, says such a thing. Elder Hakon sweated as he thought, to be evenly matched with two Wakyung masters. Okay, Yan crossed her arms and continued, we are merely buying time, the situation is still not good, they will soon regroup and invade again. What if Ma Guangqian himself makes a move with our strength? We won't be able to stop them. Elder Hakyu continued. After days and nights of deliberation, OK Yin and I have decided that Zhongnan and Huashan will abandon Shaanxi. Everyone was stunned and speechless by this information. Elder Hakyu explained, although Shaanxi is the symbol and home of Zhongnan and Huashan, like our roots, the demonic forces are now too powerful for the two sects to stop. What is most important now is to restore balance. Both Huashan and Zhongnan must unite their strength with the Righteous Heaven Alliance, Hakon said worriedly. Is that really the best method? But I'm worried about the people remaining in Chang'an. They have always supported the two sects. OK Yin replied to this concern, we must take all the people with us. It's no exaggeration to say that the sect existed until now because of them. There's still time before they return to Chang'an. We must persuade the people to evacuate before they arrive. OK Yang Hakon, report this to the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Chang Miang and I will go down the mountain to persuade the people. OK Yang immediately retorted, can Master's personality persuade people? It would be fortunate if you don't beat them until they run away. OK Yin was furious. You damn scoundrel, are you still angry because I ignored your words last time? OK Yang reassured her. Understood, I'll leave Chang'an to Hakon and me. I'll send the news to Miang Ho via carrier pigeon. The Huashan sect leader was flustered. What should I do then? OK Yang instructed. Look after sect leader Hak Yu's internal injuries. Just don't hit him anymore. OK Yan shouted. What, you damn scoundrel? The next day, at the foot of the Righteous Heaven Alliance headquarters mountain, Huashan and Zhongnan officially withdrew from Shaanxi after their engagement with the Hua family and joined the Righteous Heaven Alliance. The simultaneous joining of Shaanxi's two great sects to the alliance was thanks to Hakon and OK Yang's excellent persuasion. They even defeated the mysterious master Kim Ryong and dealt a great blow to the Hua family. Thanks to this, the demonic forces in Shaanxi were severely weakened, but they probably won't have the luxury to care about Shaolin's situation anymore. What should be done about Shaolin's situation? If the Shaolin monks in the alliance learn the truth, their morale will be severely damaged, but they cannot be deceived forever. The burden on my shoulders is truly heavy. Alliance leader, where are you? Inside the spirit jade it was unusually quiet. The old master looked into the distance and frowned. TCH, I had some expectations, but in the end it was nothing, just a waste of time. The protagonist soon realized, indeed this place is not reality. He continued to unleash his techniques and his swordsmanship covered the sky. The power of the techniques was immense and blue spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings and earth and stones scattered everywhere. Yan Miang said Master's techniques were far more painful than this, he also thought quietly. Until now my body and internal energy have been automatically and completely restored. This is not a normal phenomenon. This pressure must be exerted on my actual body outside. When my master was alive I never once defeated him. By the time I was confident I had surpassed my master, he had already passed away. Seeing my master's face again after a long time, that smile feels chilling. Anyway, if this is a wall I must overcome to escape this place, I must show him that I have become a disciple who has already surpassed him. Scenery inside the spirit jade became even clearer, and spiritual energy suddenly erupted from somewhere. The old master quickly rushed towards the protagonist, preparing to unleash his technique. Yin Miang also prepared to unleash his technique on this side, but upon seeing the opponent's technique he flinched and froze. A powerful aura pierced through Yin Miang's body. In this urgent situation, Yin Miang thought even more deeply. The opponent, who was right in front of the protagonist, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Without hesitation his 2 feet leapt high, moving rapidly. Stones suddenly began to crack, and smoke spread everywhere. Yin Miang thought inwardly, how can a trivial piece of dragon scale injure a master like my master? I need a technique that can end it in one blow. Currently, Chung Gak is fighting only with pure true chi and is not using Biuchum or Beksul. The only way to injure him is to unleash the internal energy technique. Myriad Heavenly Flower Rain, it's about using true chi in a refined form. On this side, Yin Miang quickly rushed to the old master's position, and the two sides continuously exchanged tense techniques. The dragon scale shadow step technique appeared, and numerous slashes followed. Yin Miang calculated, I can use the dragon scale origin chi to condense my internal energy, create footholds in midair and change my direction of movement through them. However, the consumption of true chi is not small. But if I can condense and fix the true chi fragments before they scatter, with that power the protagonist drew his sword and charged towards his master. The clash generated considerable power and stone fragments spattered everywhere. The protagonist used his sword to block all of his master's techniques, and he calculated inwardly. Although not as effective as Beksul imbued with spiritual energy, Yin Miang's attacks are still powerful and fierce. This is enough to wield a sword. A huge rock was right in front of him, but it quickly shattered into countless small stone fragments. The protagonist unleashed his techniques even more fiercely and sinisterly. The next person he had to face was the old master. Yin Miang continuously unleashed the extreme oblivion technique, stabbing directly towards his master over there. The master was severely injured by the protagonist's technique. Yin Miang said, the slash on your shoulder, consider this payment, master. However, not everything was that simple. The old master suddenly became enraged and unleashed his technique. The protagonist froze and observed what this master was doing. Indeed, I cannot treat him as an ordinary human and fight him. The old master suddenly gave a sinister smile, and a voice was heard. Truly interesting. The swordsmanship just now was truly subtle. There are almost no others in this world who can perform swordsmanship of that realm. But why? With such immense power, why did you just stand by and watch when I was burning to death in the sea of flames? A question came from a woman's mouth. The protagonist was surprised. Child, why is she here? The sword in the protagonist's hand trembled slightly, but he tried to calm himself. No, I must not be swayed. I clearly know that this place is not reality. The woman still whispered in the protagonist's ear. Are you going to finish me with that sword just like those behind you? Hearing those words, Yin Miang gradually turned around in fear. Murmuring voices were heard around him. Tang Yin Miang, I curse you. Truly unforgivable. The protagonist desperately clutched his short sword, swung it in a circle to block the influence and calmed his mind. They are merely lingering images of old memories. However, the voices around him continued. Do you truly think so? Do you feel no responsibility for the lives you took? You always easily killed those who did not share your ideals. You never once questioned what your opponents were fighting for. In countless instances you knew everything, but you turned a blind eye, continuing to wield your sword for yourself. Do not try to look away. What binds you are the heavy resentments of those who died by your hand. What drags down your footsteps is the swamp of doubt, guilt, and arrogance you created. All of this is your heart demon. The protagonist was gradually being crushed by the shadows, his arms flailing as he thought. Yes, in fact, I already knew about my actions until now. From the moment I regained my past life's memories, I always solved everything with power. Whether in my past life or this life, I neither learned nor considered any other path. I decided to live my second life ordinarily, but in the end I am endlessly floundering in a sea of blood even though I had the chance. Could it be that I haven't changed at all? If the outcome is still the same, why did my past life's memories return? Chung Gak's words echoed in the protagonist's mind. You want to live an ordinary life? I don't think that's possible. Someone with special talent like you must have a reason. Yin Miang clinging to that reason, his eyes shone brightly. His will surged and his hand slowly rose. The woman watched, observing the protagonist's revival. Yin Miang had completely freed himself from the shackles of darkness. The woman spoke. Yes, is that your choice? The protagonist replied firmly. Innumerable. At first I simply wanted to live an ordinary life, so I tried to remove all obstacles around me. But at some point these connections began to embrace me. Lonely in my past life, I learned how to forge bonds and how to lead and guide others. I made friends and even learned how to be moved by a woman. If there is a reason why I regained my past life's memories, it must be to protect these connections. Even if there's no reason, it no longer matters. I have already decided that these connections are the reason for my life. Even if you accuse it of deceiving the dead, I don't care. I will leave this place. Hakan and Okyang traveled around the surrounding villages in Chang'an, informing residents of the urgent situation unfolding in Shaanxi. They warned that after the destruction of Shaolin Temple, the demonic cult would continue to attack Huashan and Jiangnan. From today, the entire Shaanxi was engulfed in the flames of war. Normally, conflicts between martial arts sects did not affect civilians, but with the demonic cult's involvement, everything changed. Soon after, people began to leave their homes and the lines of refugees grew longer and longer. Chang'an was in an unprecedented state of agitation. Hakan, Okyang, and Changmiang led the way to protect the refugees from bandits and beasts. From the rear, Hakyu and Okyian guarded against pursuit by the demonic cult. Okyian asked, where should we go now? We can't take this many people to Juxin where the Righteous Heaven Alliance army is stationed, can we? Elder Hakyu opened his mouth. For now, the plan is to move within Shaanxi, then head to Juxin. The plan was for Hakyu to lead the refugees to Sichuan. Sichuan, where the Tang family and the Righteous Heaven Alliance army were located, was the safest place in the Central Plains. Once there, their safety could be guaranteed. Okyian muttered. HMPH will be lucky if we don't get ambushed along the way. Elder Hakyu beside her reminded her. Don't speak such inauspicious words, this is Huashan sect leader's calculation. But isn't that Kim Ryong fellow very strange? Hakyu didn't understand what he meant. Okyian frowned and said, I'm not sure, but I might be overthinking it. He's too ordinary to be the heavenly demonic lord's son. Is there really a need to protect him that much? By the demonic cult's logic, that action is truly meaningless. That relationship seems to go beyond the limits of master and bodyguard. Perhaps I'm wrong. The scene shifted to a palace. Mico sat quietly, cultivating. Lady Tang Kai-hai spoke. The Qigong you are cultivating is the cold poison ice crystal art, a martial art created long ago when the Tang family had dealings with the Ice Palace. People with a 9-yin constitution find it difficult to cultivate ordinary martial arts, but it's perfectly suited for ice element Qigong. In other words, those without a 9-yin constitution cannot cultivate this Qigong. That's why even when the heavenly demonic lord attacked the Tang family, he didn't bother to destroy it. Mico thought inwardly, each time I circulate my energy I seem to understand a little more. If an ordinary body were to cultivate this, they would only suffer injuries. It's natural that the heavenly demonic lord didn't pay it any mind. But for me, this is a rare opportunity, so I must endure the pain and cultivate. Tang Kai-hai's gaze meticulously observed Mico. She thought inwardly, Indeed, the will of heaven is inscrutable. To think that among the many lost Qigong methods back then, there was one that could help this child. Thinking back, something still bothers me. 17 years ago, the heavenly demonic lord killed my father, the Tang family head. When everything was settled and the Tang family was almost destroyed, he suddenly whispered, "Guchen," and only I could hear it. Was that truly Ma Guangqian at that moment? The scene shifted to a bamboo forest. The sound of kneeling was heard, and Ma Guangqian's subordinates all bowed their heads in unison. Kim Ryong spoke. "Guardian Kim Ryong and the entire Shaanxi Hua family pay homage to the heavenly demonic lord. You will be the heaven of the demonic path." A figure observing from afar also thought, "That is my father, the heavenly demonic lord Yong Yung Hak." Ma Guangqian's gaze swiftly detected something abnormal from afar. With Huashan and Zhongnan fallen, he had no face to meet the people. Kim Ryong bowed his head and reported, "Due to the mistakes of the subordinate soldiers, the great endeavor in Shaanxi has failed. I will accept any punishment." Suddenly, Ma Guangqian moved swiftly. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything, and the forest scenery before him was reflected in his gaze. He moved to the location of Ok Yin and Hak Yu. Ok Yin and Hak Yu sensed a strange presence behind them, as if someone was watching, and simultaneously turned around asking, "What is this?" Ma Guangqian finished observing and spoke, "Unriong, go to Guzhou and prepare the main army." Unriong, hearing those words, obediently replied, "Understood," Ma Guangqian confidently instructed. "I will handle Shaanxi, so the opportunity has now passed into the hands of the GWAK family." Unriong bowed his head and pleaded, "Heavenly Lord, please grant this humble one more chance. This time I will surely annihilate both sects." Ma Guangqian deliberately reminded him, "This is your second chance. 17 years ago, you were also too overconfident and led only a small force to attack the Tang family. But the result was failure. I generously forgave you then. And furthermore, at that time the Huxa alliance leader Miangju in Sichuan was wary of us. But now that he is dead, you have made that foolish mistake again. You have brought no results, so why should I give you another chance? From this moment on, the Hua family is excluded from the succession race." Suddenly, the Grand Prince rushed over. "Wait, I beg you, Heavenly Lord." The demonic Grand Prince Hua Muraung bowed to the Heavenly Lord. Kim Ryong, seeing this, mumbled in surprise, "Heavenly Lord, the Grand Prince continues to plead for forgiveness. All these mistakes are the fault of this humble one. The Grand Prince was a burden in battle, which is why Kim Ryong had no choice but to retreat. Please do not refuse Kim Ryong's plea. Grant him one more chance." Ma Guangqian replied, "Are you blocking my way to speak such meaningless words? Very well, if all responsibility lies with you, then pay with your life." The sword flew straight and blood splattered everywhere. The Grand Prince's eyes were filled with pain. Kim Ryong took the sword in place of the Grand Prince. The sword was plunged so deeply that when it was pulled out, blood flowed incessantly. The Grand Prince cried out blankly, "Why Kim Ryong?" Ma Guangqian opened his mouth mockingly. "Truly foolish. To sacrifice your life for an ordinary child. I nurtured you for years like a loyal shadow, but you are swayed by such trivial emotions. But it's fine. Is there not a saying that parents bear the sins of their children?" Immediately after these words, the Grand Prince trembled in fear and realized, "Could it be that I am not of the Heavenly Lord's bloodline? Kim Ryong, are we truly going back to the old days? The faces of these two children are so identical. I will take these children." Ma Guangqian declared at that time, "From now on you are my personal elite guards." In the old days, many children were sold to the demonic cult to obtain elixirs, and among them were us twins. The Heavenly Lord personally chose us, imparting demonic cult Qigong and elixirs, and we eventually reached the extreme demonic realm. We wore gold and silver masks and became the Heavenly Lord's personal elite guards, secretly eliminating all who obstructed his path, and even acting in his stead. Until the day a successor was appointed, Ma Guangqian declared, "Impregnate the ladies of the families loyal to the cult to carry the blood of my successor." This command was truly difficult to understand. To suddenly desire a successor, and furthermore to order his elite guards to carry it out. But how could one disobey the command of one at the peak of the demonic path? A woman appeared, and Kim Ryong carried out the command. He and the woman spent the necessary time together. We asked no questions, nor did emotions intervene. It was merely a command. That's what I thought. Until 10 months later, the moment I held the child in my arms, an unfamiliar emotion surged, an emotion that a shadow should not possess. Knowing it was forbidden, I yearned even more to call out the child's name. "My son." These were words I could never say to this child, so I silently vowed, "The day you become the Heavenly Lord, no, even after you become the Heavenly Lord, I will protect you until my last breath." Raindrops slowly fell and the rain grew heavier. The Grand Prince suffered beside Kim Ryong's corpse. In the place where the one once called the heaven of the demonic path had left, only a cold emptiness remained.